2. I spoke about the sociology of Kula, and gave a concise definition of partnership with its functions and obligations. I said there that people enter into this relationship in a definite manner, and remain in it for the rest of their life. I also said that the number of partners a man possesses, depends upon his social position and rank. The protective character of an overseas partner becomes now clearer, after we have realized the nervous tension with which each Kula party in olden days would have approached a land full of molokwazi, baoyu and other forms of sorcery. A land from which originate the very Tauvayu themselves. To have a friend there, one who will not on the surface of it have bad intentions, is a great boon. What this really means to the natives can, however, only be realized when we arrive at Dobu, learn the special safety magic performed there and find how genuinely serious these apprehensions are. We must now make another short digression from our consecutive account, and discuss the several aspects of the sociology of the Kula one after the other. 1. Sociological limitations to the participation in the Kula. Not everyone who lives within the cultural sphere of the Kula does participate in it. More especially in the Trobriand Islands, there are whole districts which do not practice the Kula. Thus a series of villages in the north of the main island, the villages on the island of Tuma, as well as the industrial villages of Kiboma and the agricultural ones of Tilatala do not practice Kula. In villages like Sinikita, Bakuta, Gumasila and Nabwajeta, every man carries on the Kula. The same applies to the small islands which link up the big gaps of the Kula chain, the islands of Kidava, Iwa, Gawa and Kwayawata, strewn on the seas between the Trobriands and Woodlark Island, to Tube and Wari, etc., etc. In the Dabuan-speaking district, on the other hand, I think that certain village complexes either do not practice Kula at all, or else practice it on a small scale, that is, their headmen have only a few partners in the neighboring villages. In some of the big chiefs' villages in Kirawina there are certain people who never practice Kula. Thus, in a village where the headman has the rank of Gayayu, chief, or Gumgayu, minor chief, the commoners of the lowest rank and unrelated to the headman are not supposed to carry on the Kula. In olden days this rule would be very strictly observed, and nowadays even, though somewhat relaxed, not many commoners of this description practice the Kula. Limitations as to entry into the Kula, therefore, exist only in big Kula districts such as that of Dobu and of the Trobriands, and they are partly local, excluding whole villages, and partly social, excluding certain people of low rank. 2. The relation of partnership. The name for an overseas partner is in the Trobriand language Karadayu, my partner, is styled Yulo Karadayu, Yulo being the possessive pronoun of remote relation. In Gumasila he is called Yulo Tayu, which means simply, my man, in Dabuan, Yigu Gamaji. The inland partners are known in Kirawinian by the term denoting a friend, Lobegu, the suffix possessive pronoun gu being that of nearest possession. Only after this relationship has been established between two men, can the two make Kula with one another. An overseas visitor would as a rule go to his partner's house and offer him a small present as pari. This again would be returned by the local man by means of a taloi present. There would not be any great intimacy between two overseas partners. But, in sharp contrast to the essential hostility between two strange tribesmen, such a relationship of friendship would stand out as the most remarkable deviation from the general rule. In inland relations between two partners of neighboring villages, the closeness and intimacy would be relatively small as compared to other ties. This relation was defined to me in these words. My partner same as my clansman, Kakaveagu, he might fight me. My real kinsman, Veogu, same navel string, would always side with us. The best way of obtaining detailed information, and of eliminating any errors which might have crept into ethnographic generalizations, is to collect concrete data. I have drawn up a complete list of the partners of Kutawaya, who is one of the biggest Kula men in the whole ring, another list of a smaller Sinikita headman, Toibaoba. And of course I know several complements of partners of smaller men, who, as a rule, have about 4 to 6 partners each. The full list of Kutawaya includes 55 men in the northern half of Boyawa, that is, in Luba, Kalumata and Kirawina. From these the chief receives almshells. To the south, his partners in the southern districts of Boyawa and Vakuta are 23 by number, in the amflets 11, and 27 in Dobu. Thus we see that the numbers to the south and north almost balance, the southern exceeding the northern by 6. These numbers include his partners in Sinakita, where he makes Kula with all his fellow chiefs, and with all the headmen of the divisional villages, and in his own little village he Kulas with his sons. But even there, every one of his partners is either south or north to him, that is, either gives him the necklaces or almshells. All the clans are represented in the list. Often when asked with regard to the name of some man, why he is in partnership with him, the answer would be, because he is my kinsman, which means, in this case, clansmen of equal rank. Men of other clans are included, as friends, or relatives-in-law, or for some other reason more or less imaginary. I shall speak presently of the mechanism through which the man enters on this relation. The list of Toibayoba's partners includes 12 men to the north, for in southern Boyawa, 3 in the amflets and 11 in Dobu, the balance here also being on the southern side. As said above, minor men might have anything between 4 to 10 partners all told, whereas there are men in northern Boyawa who have only 2 partners, one on each side of the ring, so to speak, with whom they make Kula. In drawing up these lists, which I shall not reproduce here in extenso, another striking feature comes to light. On both sides, there is a definite geographical limit, beyond which a man cannot have any partners. For all men in the village of Sinakita, for instance, this limit, as regards the almshells, coincides with the furthest boundary of Kirawina, that is, no man from Sinakita has any partners in Kidava, which is the next Kula district beyond Kirawina. South, in the direction from which the soulava are received, the villages at the southeast end of Ferguson Island are the last places where partners of Sinakitan men are still to be found. The small island of Dobu itself lies just beyond this boundary, and no man in this island or in any of the villages on Normanby Island makes Kula with the Sinakitans, compare the circles, indicating Kula communities on. Beyond these districts, the men still know the names of what could be called their partners once removed, that is, the partners of their partners. In the case of a man who has only a couple of partners on each side, who, again being modest men, have also only 1 or 2, this relationship is not devoid of importance. If I, in Sinakita, have 1 partner, say in Kirawina, who again has 1 partner in Kidava, it is no small matter for me to learn that this Kidava man just obtained a splendid pair of almshells. For this means that there is about a quarter of a chance of my receiving these almshells, on the supposition that the Kitavan and Kirawinian have 2 partners each between whom they can choose in bestowing them. In the case of a big chief like Kudawaya, however, the number of once removed partners becomes so great that they lose any personal significance for him. Kudawaya has some 25 partners in Kirawina. Among them Tuoyawa, the big chief, makes Kula with more than half of all the men in Kidava. Some other of Kudawaya's partners in Kirawina, of lesser rank, yet quite important, also make Kula with a great number, so that probably practically everybody in Kidava is Kudawaya's partner once removed. If we were to imagine that on the Kula Ring there are many people who have only 1 partner on each side, then the ring would consist of a large number of closed circuits, on each of which the same articles would constantly pass. Thus if A in Kirawina always Kulas with B in Sinakita who Kulas with C in Tubtube, who Kulas with D in Muroa, who Kulas with E in Kitava, who Kulas with A in Kirawina, then A B C D E F would form such one strand in the big Kula circuit. If an almshell got into the hands of one of them, it could never leave this strand. But the Kula Ring is nothing approaching this, because every small Kula partner has, as a rule, on one side or the other, a big one, that is a chief. And every chief plays the part of a shunting station for Kula objects. Having so many partners on each side, he constantly transfers an object from one strand to another. Thus, any article which on its rounds has traveled through the hands of certain men, may on its second round come through an entirely different channel. This, of course, supplies a large part of the zest and excitement of the Kula exchange. The designation of such a partner once removed in the language of Kirawina is morimori. A man will say that such and such a one is my partner once removed, yulo muramuri. Another expression connected with this relationship is to inquire whose hand has passed on such and such a vegue. When Tuolua gives a pair of almshells to Kudawaya, this latter will ask, Avail Yamala, whose hand? The answer is Yamala Puatai, the hand of Puatai. And, as a rule, more or less the following conversation will ensue: who gave this pair of almshells to Puatai? How long were they kept by a man in the island of Yegima, and then distributed on the occasion of a Soite feast? When they had been the last time in Boyawa, etc., etc. 3. Entering the Kula relationship. In order to become a practicing member of the Kula, a man must have passed the stage of adolescence. He must have the status and rank required, that is in such villages where this condition is demanded. He must know the magic of the Kula. And last, not least, he must be in possession of a piece of vegue. The membership, with all its concomitant implications, may be received from the father, who teaches his son the magic, gives him a piece of vegue, and provides him with a partner, very often in his own person. Supposing one of the sons of Kudawaya has reached the stage where a lad may begin to Kula. The chief will have been teaching him the spells for some time already. Moreover, the lad, who from childhood has taken part in overseas expeditions, has many a time seen the rites performed and heard the spells uttered. When the time is ripe, Kudawaya, having the conch shell blown, and with all due formalities, presents a soulava to his son. This latter, soon afterwards, goes somewhere north. Perhaps he goes only to one of the neighboring villages within Sinakita, perhaps he accompanies his father on a visit as far north as Omarikana, and in any case he makes Kula either with one of his father's friends and partners, or with a special friend of his own. Thus, at one stroke, the lad is equipped with magic, vegue, and 2 partners, one of whom is his father. His northern partner will give him in due course an almshell, and this he will probably offer to his father. The transactions once started continue. His father soon gives him another vegue, which he may Kula with the same northern partner, or he may try to establish another partnership. The next mwali, almshells, he receives from the north, he will probably give to another partner in the south, and thus establish a new relationship. A chief's son, who is always a commoner himself, since the chief cannot marry within his own subclan, the son has the status of his mother, would not multiply his partners beyond the limit numerically given by the above-mentioned partners of Toibayoba. Not everyone, however, is as fortunate as to be the son of a chief, which in the Trobriands is, on the whole, one of the most enviable positions, since it confers many privileges, and entails no special responsibilities. A young chief himself would have to pay substantially for establishing his position in the Kula, for a chief is always the son of a woman of high rank, and the nephew of a chief, though his father may be a commoner of small influence only. In any case, his maternal uncle will expect from him some pokala, offerings by installment, in payment for magic, vegue, and finally for a leading position in the Kula. The young chief would marry, and thus acquire wealth within limits, and with this he would have to give presents to his maternal uncle, who in turn would introduce him into the Kula, exactly as a chief does his son, only not disinterestedly. A commoner enters into the Kula like a chief, with the only exception that everything is on a smaller scale, the amount of the pokala which he gives to his maternal uncle, the vegue which he receives, and the number of partners with whom he kulas. When a man gives to another a piece of vegue, of the Kula kind, but not as a Kula exchange but as a gift, let us say as yolo, gift in repayment for the harvest supply offerings, see above, this vegue does not leave the Kula ring. The receiver, if he had not been in the Kula yet, enters into it by acquiring the vegue, and can then choose his partner, and go on with the exchange. There is one important qualification of the statement made at the beginning of this section. I said there that a man entering the Kula ring, must learn the mwali magic. This refers only to those who practice overseas Kula. For people who do only the inland exchange, magic is not necessary, and in fact it is never learned by them. 4. Participation of women in the Kula. as I have said in the general descriptive chapter on the Kula tribes, the position of women among them is by no means characterized by oppression or social insignificance. They have their own sphere of influence, which, in certain cases and in certain tribes, is of great importance. The Kula, however, is essentially a man's type of activity. As mentioned above, in the section between Sinakita and Dobu, women do not sail on the big expeditions. From Kirewina young, unmarried girls would sail east to Kidava, Iwa, and Gawa, and from these islands even old, married women, indeed whole families, come to Kirewina. But they do not carry on overseas Kula exchange, neither among themselves, nor with men. In Kirewina, some women, notably the chief's wives, are admitted to the honor and privilege of exchanging veigoué, though in such cases the transactions are done en famille. To take a concrete case, in October or November, 1915, Tuolua, the chief of Omarikana, brought a fine haul of mwali from Kidava. The best pair of these he presented to his veteran wife, Bokayoba, a wife whom he had inherited from his elder brother Namakala. Bokayoba in turn gave the pair, without much delay, to Kadamwasala, the favorite wife of the chief, the mother of 5 sons and 1 daughter. She again gave it to her son, Namwanagyao, who cooled it on to some of his southern partners. Next time he receives a soulava necklace, he will give it, not to his father directly, but to his mother, who will hand it over to her senior colleague, and this venerable lady will give it to Tuolua. The whole transaction is evidently a complementary interpolation of the 2 Jayovila, chief's wives, in between the simple transaction of the chief giving the veigoué to his son. This interpolation gives the women much pleasure, and is highly valued by them. In fact, at that time I heard more about that than about all the rest of the exchanges associated with this overseas trip. In southern Boyawa, that is in Sinakita and Vakuta, the role of women is similar, but they play besides another part. A man would sometimes send his wife with a Kula gift to his partner in the neighboring village. On some occasions, when he needs veigoué very badly, as for instance when he is expecting some of Aliku visitors, his wife may help him to obtain the veigoué from that partner. For, though this latter might refuse to give it to his Sinakitan partner, he would not do so to his wife. It must be added that no sexual motives are associated with it, and that it is only a sort of customary compliment paid to the fair sex. In Dobu, the wife, or the sister of a man, is always credited with a great influence over his Kula decisions. Therefore, there is a special form of magic, used by the Sinakitans, in order to act on the minds of the Dobuan women. Although, in matters of sex, a Trobriander would have absolutely to keep aloof from Dobuan women, married or unmarried, he would approach them with nice speeches and gifts in matters of Kula. He would reproach an unmarried girl with her brother's conduct towards him. She would then ask for a piece of betel nut. This would be given with some magic spoken over it, and the girl, it is believed, would then influence her brother to Kula with his partner. 3. In the short outline of the Amphlete tribe which was given in, I called them typical monopolists, both with reference to their economic position and to their character. Monopolists they are in 2 respects, namely as manufacturers of the wonderful clay pots which form the only supply for the surrounding districts. And in the second place, as a commercial community, situated halfway between the populous country of Dobu, with its rich gardens and coconut plantations, on the one hand, and the Trobriands, the main industrial community in eastern New Guinea on the other. The expression monopolists must, however, be correctly understood. The Amphletes are not a center of commercial middlemen, constantly busy importing and exporting desirable utilities. Only about once or twice a year, a big expedition comes to their islands, and every few months they themselves will sail southeast or north and again receive visits from smaller expeditions from one of the neighbors or the other. It is through just such small expeditions that they collect a relatively considerable amount of utilities from all surrounding districts, and these they can give to such visitors as need and desire them. Nor would they impose high prices on any such exchange, but they are certainly considered less liberal, less ready to give or to trade, and always on the lookout for higher return gifts and extras. In their bartering away of the clay pots, they also cannot ask extortionate prices, such as, according to the laws of supply and demand, they could impose on their neighbors. For, no more than any other natives, can they run counter to customary rules, which regulate this exchange as much as all others. Indeed, considering the great amount of trouble which they have in obtaining the clay, and the high degree of skill necessary to produce the pots, the prices for which they sell them are very low. But here again, their manners over this transaction are distinctly haughty, and they are well aware of their value as potters and distributors of pots to the other natives. A few more words must be said about their pot-making industry as well as about the trade in these islands. The natives of the Amphletes are exclusive manufacturers of pottery, within a wide radius. They are the only purveyors to the Trobrianders, to the inhabitants of the Marshall Bennett Islands, and also, I believe, all the claypots in Woodlark come from the Amphletes. To the south, they export their pots to Dobu, Duau, and further south as far as Milne Bay. This is not all, however, for although in some of these farther districts the Amphlet pots are used side by side with other ones, they are infinitely superior to any earthenware found in the whole of British New Guinea. Of a large size, yet extremely thin, they possess great durability, and in form they are extremely well shaped and finished. C. The best Amphlet pots owe their high quality to the excellence of their material as well as their workmanship. The clay for them has to be imported into the islands from Yiawana, a quarry on the northern shore of Ferguson Island, about a day's journey from the Amphletes. Only a very inferior clay can be found in the islands of Gumasila and Nabwajeta, good enough to make small pots, but quite useless for the big ones. There is a legend, explaining why the good clay cannot be obtained nowadays in the Amphletes. In olden days, two brothers, Torisipipu and Talikalaki, lived on one of the summits of Gumasila called Tamanyamanu. There was plenty of fine clay there at that time. One day Torisipipu went to fish with a trap. He caught a very fine giant clamshell. When he came back, Talikalaki said, "Oh my shell! I shall eat it." Torisipipu refused it and answered with a very obscene allusion to the bivalvular mollusk and to the uses he was going to make of it. Talikalaki asked again, Torisipipu refused. They quarreled. Talikalaki then took part of the clay with him, and went to Yiawana on the main island. Torisipipu afterwards took the rest and followed him. What were their further destinies, the legend does not say. But on Gumasila there remained only very poor clay, which is all that can be found there ever since. Since then, the men have to go about twice yearly to Yiawana in order to bring the clay from which the women afterwards will manufacture the pots. It takes them about a day to reach Yiawana, to which, as it lies to the southwest, they can travel with any of the prevailing winds and return equally well. They remain for a couple of days there, digging the clay, drying it and filling a few vat-aga baskets with it. I estimate that each canoe carries about 2-ton weight on its return journey. This will last the women for half a year's production. The pale, straw-colored clay is kept under the houses in big troughs made of sides of discarded canoes. In olden days, before the white man's advent, the conditions were a little more complicated. Only one island, Kwatuto, being on friendly terms with the natives had the freedom of the northern shore. Whether the other islands used also to fetch the clay from there, doing so armed and ready for attack. Or whether they used to acquire the clay by barter from Kwatuto, I could not definitely establish. The information one receives in the Amphletes is exceedingly unsatisfactory, and my several informants gave contradictory accounts on this point. The fact seems clear, in my case, that Kwatuto, then as now, was the source of the best pottery, but that both Gumasila and Nabwajeta also always manufactured pots, though perhaps inferior ones. The fourth island, Dom-Dom, never participated in this trade, and up to the present there is not a single woman in Dom-Dom who can shape a pot. Plate. XLIV. Technology of pot making, I. Top picture, the clumps of clay have been put in a circle and joined up, forming thick, circular roll. Bottom picture, the roll is being worked upwards, caving in all round. C. Plate. XLV. Technology of pot making, 2. Top picture, the dome-shaped mass of clay is worked near the hole in the top, presently the latter will be closed, and, as this is a small pot, only after that is the pot beaten, as shown in the picture below. C. The manufacturing of this article, as said, is exclusively the work of women. They sit in groups of 2 or 3 under the houses, surrounded by big clumps of clay and the implements of their craft, and produce in these very shabby and mean conditions, veritable masterpieces of their art. Personally, I had only the opportunity of seeing groups of very old women at work, although I spent about a month in the anthropolegs. With regard to the technology of pot making, the method is that of first roughly molding the clay into its form and then beating with a spatula and subsequently scraping the walls to the required thinness with a mussel shell. To give the description in detail, a woman starts first by kneading a certain amount of clay for a long time. Of this material she makes 2 semicircular clumps, or several clumps, if a big pot is to be made. These clumps are then placed in a ring, touching one another upon a flat stone or board, so that they form a thick, circular roll, top. The woman now begins to work this roll with both hands, gradually pressing it together, and at the same time bringing it up all round into a slanting wall, see, bottom. Her left hand works as a rule on the inside, and her right on the outside of this wall. Gradually it begins to shape into a semi-spherical dome. On the top of the dome there is a hole, through which the woman thrusts her left hand, working with it on the inside of the dome, see, top. At first the main movements of her hands were from downward up, flattening out the rolls into thin walls. The traces of her fingers going up and down on the outside leave longitudinal furrows, see details on, top. Towards the end of this stage her hands move round and round, leaving concentric, horizontal marks on the dome. This is continued until the pot has assumed a good curvature all round. It seems almost a miracle to see how, in a relatively short time, out of this after all brittle material, and with no implements whatever, a woman will shape a practically faultless hemisphere, often up to a meter in diameter. After the required shape has been obtained the woman takes a small spatula of light wood into her right hand and she proceeds to tap the clay gently, see, bottom. This stage lasts a fairly long time, for big pots about an hour. After the dome has been sufficiently worked in this way small pieces of clay are gradually fitted in at the top, closing the orifice, and the top of the dome is beaten again. In the case of small pots the beating is done only after the orifice has been closed. The pot is put with the mat into the sun, where it remains for a day or 2 to harden. It is then turned round, so that its mouth is now uppermost, and its bottom is carefully placed into a basket. Then, round the rim of the mouth, a flat strip of clay is placed horizontally, turned towards the inside, forming a graceful lip. 3 small lumps of clay are put 120 degrees distance from each other near the lip as ornaments, and, with a pointed stick, a design is scratched in round the lip and sometimes down the outside of the body. In this state the pot is again left in the sun for some length of time. After it has sufficiently hardened to be handled with safety, though it must be done with the utmost care, it is placed on some dried sticks, mouth downwards, supported by stones put between the sticks. It is surrounded with twigs and pieces of wood on its outside, fire is kindled, the sticks below bake it from the inside, and those from above on the outside. The final result is a beautiful pot, of a brick red color when new, though after several uses it becomes completely black. Its shape is not quite semi-spherical. It is rather half an ellipsoid, like the broader half of an egg, cut off in the middle. The whole gives the feeling of perfection in form and of elegance, unparalleled in any South Sea pottery I know, see. These pots in Curowinian language curia, are called by the Amphlete natives Kuyana or Vaega. The biggest specimens are about a meter across their mouth, and some 60 centimeters deep. They are used exclusively for the ceremonial cooking of mona, see, and are called quolamona, in the amphlets, no kunu. The second size quolakalajala, in the amphlets, no paiva, are used for ordinary boiling of yams or taro. Quolagwawaga, amphlets, no badala, are used for the same purposes but are much smaller. An especial size, quolamegua, amphlets, nasipoma, are used in sorcery. The smallest ones, which I do not remember ever having seen in the Trobriands, though there is a Trobriand word for them, quolakikala, are used for everyday cooking in the amphletes, where they are called vaega, in the narrower sense of the word. I have expatiated on this singular and artistic achievement of the natives of the amphletes, because from all points of view it is important to know the details of a craft so far in advance of any similar achievement within the Melanesian region. A few words must now be said about trade in the amphletes. The central position of this little archipelago, situated between, on one side, the big, flat, extremely fertile coral islands, which, however, are deprived of many indispensable, natural resources. And on the other, the rich jungle and varied mineral supplies of the volcanic regions in the D'Entrecasteaux archipelago, indicates on which lines this trade would be likely to develop. To this natural inequality between them and their neighbors are added social elements. The Trobrianders are skillful, industrious, and economically highly organized. In this respect, even the Dabuans stand on a lower level, and the other inhabitants of the D'Entrecasteaux much more so. If we imagine a commercial diagram drawn on the map, we would first of all notice the export in pottery, radiating from the amphletes as its source. In the inverse direction, flowing towards them, would be imports in food such as sago, pigs, coconut, betelnut, taro and yams. An article very important in olden days, which had to be imported into the amphletes, was the stone for implements coming via the Trobriands from Woodlark Island. These indeed would be traded on by the Amphiletans, as all the D'Entrecasteaux relied, for the most part at least, on the imports from Woodlark, according to information I obtained in the amphletes. The Amphilet Islands further depended on the Trobriands for the following articles: wooden dishes, manufactured in Boideloo, limepots manufactured in several villages of Cuboma, three-tiered baskets and folding baskets, made in Luyao. Ebony lime pots and mussel shells, these latter fished mainly by the village of Caviteria in the lagoon. These articles were paid for, or matched as presents by the following ones: first of all, of course, the pots. Secondly, turtle shell earrings, special nose sticks, red ochre, pumice stone and obsidian, all of these obtainable locally. Further, the natives of the amphletes procured on Ferguson Island, for the Trobrianders, wild banana seeds used for necklaces, strips of rattan used as belts and for lashing, feathers of the cassowary and red parrot, used for dancing decorations. Plaited fiber belts, bamboo and barbed spears. It may be added that in olden days, the natives in the amphletes would not sail freely to all the places on the main island. Each amphilet village community had a district on the mainland, with which they were on friendly terms and with which they could trade without incurring any danger. Thus, as said above, only the village of Quatuto, in the southernmost inhabited amphilet island, was free to go unmolested to the district round Yayawana, from whence they obtained the pale yellow clay, so excellent for pottery. The natives of Nabwajeta had a few villages eastwards from Yayawana to deal with, and those of Gumasila went further east still. Dom-Dom natives were never great traders or sailors. The trading conditions in the islands were further complicated by the constant internal quarrels and warfare between the districts. Quatuto and Dom-Dom on the one side, Gumasila and Nabwajeta on the other were allies, and between these two factions there was a constant, smoldering hostility, preventing any development of friendly commercial intercourse, and breaking out now and then into open warfare. This was the reason why the villages were all perched on high, inaccessible ledges, or like Gumasila, were built so as to be protected by the sea and reefs from attack. Plate. XLVI. Fine specimens of amphilet pots. The largest type of cooking pots, used only for the preparation of taro pudding, are an article of high value and often handled and displayed in connection with ceremonial distributions, sagali, and communal cooking. C. Plate. XLVI. A canoe in Gumasila loading pots. The main article of export from the amphletes has to be stowed away very carefully. C. The influence of the surrounding great districts, that is, of the Trobriands and of Dobu upon the amphletes neither was nor is merely commercial. From the limited linguistic material collected in the amphletes, I can only say that their language is related both to that of the Trobriands and of Dobu. Their social organization resembles closely that of the Trobrianders with the exception of chieftainship, which is lacking in the amphletes. In their beliefs as to sorcery, spirits, etc. They seem to be more akin to the Dobuans than to the Trobrianders. Their canoe magic has come from the Trobriands, but the art of building their canoes is that of Dobu, which as we have seen before is also the one adopted by the Trobrianders. The magic of the Kula, known in the amphletes, is partly adopted from the Trobriands, and partly from Dobu. There is only one indigenous system of magic which originated in the islands. Long ago there lived a man of the Malasi clan, who had his abode in the rock of Selawea, which stands out of the jungle, above the big village of Gumasila. This man knew the magic of Iowa, which is the name given to Mwazala, Kula magic, in the language of the amphletes and of Dobu. Some people passed near the stone while it was being recited within it. They learned it, and handed it over to their descendants. 4. One more point of importance must be mentioned here, a point bearing upon the intertribal relations in this district. As we saw, some Trobriand people remain sometimes on prolonged visits in the amphletes. This custom, however, is never reciprocated, and people from the amphletes never visit for any length of time their northern neighbors. The same refers to the relations between the Trobriands and the district of Dobu. In discussing the lists of Kula partners of Kutawaya and Toibayoba, I was told about some of their southern partners, that they were Vayola, maternal kinsmen, of my informant. On further inquiry it appeared that these people were emigrants from the Trobriands, who settled down in Tawara, Sanaroa, or the big Dobuan settlements on the northwest shores of Dawson Straits. When I asked whether, on the contrary, there were any cases of Dobuans settling in Boyawa, it was emphatically denied that such a thing could happen. And indeed, in the numerous genealogical data which I have collected from all over the district, there is no trace of migration from the south, although frequent migrations occur within the district and some from the Marshall Bennett Islands. In general, all these migrations within the Trobriands show also a marked tendency to move from north to south. Thus, the most aristocratic subclan, the Tabalu, originated in the northernmost village of Labai. But now their stronghold is further south in Omarikana, and the members of the same subclan are ruling in Olivalivi, and Tukwakwa, that is in the middle of the island. Some of them even migrated as far south as Vakuta, where they established a feeble imitation of chieftainship, never being able to subdue the other natives to any extent. Several subclans, now firmly established in the middle and southern portions of the island, trace their descent from the north, and in the amphletes there are also a couple of cases of subclans immigrated from Boyawa. In contrast to this migration of people from north to south, we have noted the spread of one of the main cultural elements, of the canoe, from south to north. We saw how the Najaga, the big, seaworthy, but heavy and slow canoe has been superseded by the Masawa or Tadabu, which spread a few generations ago, till it arrived at the island of Kidava. It is more difficult to follow the movements of beliefs. But I have reason to assume that beliefs in sorcery, more especially in the Mulakwazi and Tauvayu, move from south to north. We shall return to our Sinaketan expedition, in order to move them for a short distance along their route into the first settlements of the Dobu-speaking people. These places will suggest a new theme for a lengthy digression, this time into the mythological subjects and legends connected with the Kula. C. I cannot tell what sort of influence this would be, exercised by a sister over her brother in Dobu. I do not even know whether, in that district, there obtains the same taboo between brother and sister as in the Trobriands. This is the information which I obtained during my short visit to Murua, Woodlark Island, and which was confirmed by the Trobriand Islanders. Professor Seligman states, also, that the sepulchral pots, found in this island come from the amphletes. Op. Cit., page 731. Compare also pages 15 and 535. Chapter 12. In Tawara and Sanaroa, Mythology of the Kula. I. At daybreak the party leave the amphletes. This is the stage when the parting gifts, the taloi, are given. The clay pots, the several kinds of produce of the islands and of the koya, which had been laid aside the previous day, are now brought to the canoes. C. Neither the giver nor the main receiver, the talawaga, take much notice of the proceedings, great nonchalance about give and take being the correct attitude prescribed by good manners. Children bring the objects, and the junior members of the crew stow them away. The general behavior of the crowds, ashore and in the canoes, is as unostentatious at this moment of parting as it was at the arrival. No more farewells than greetings are spoken or shouted, nor are there any visible or formal signs of grief, or of hope of meeting again, or of any other emotions. The busy, self-absorbed crews push off stolidly, step the mast, set sail, and glide away. They now approach the broad front of Koyatabu, which with a favorable wind, they might reach within 2 hours or so. They probably sail near enough to get a clear view of the big trees standing on the edge of the jungle, and of the long waterfall dividing the mountain's flank right down the middle. Of the triangular patches under cultivation, covered with the vine of yams and big leaves of taro. They could also perceive here and there smoke curling out of the jungle where, hidden under the trees, there lies a village, composed of a few miserable huts. Nowadays these villages have come down to the water's edge, in order to supplement their garden yield with fish. In olden days they were all high up on the slope, and their huts hardly ever visible from the sea. The inhabitants of these small and ramshackle villages are shy and timid, though in olden days they would have been dangerous to the Trobrianders. They speak a language which differs from that of Dobu and is usually called by the natives the Basama talk. There seem to be about 4 or 5 various languages on the island of Ferguson, besides that of Dobu. My acquaintance with the Basama natives is very small, due only to 2 forced landings in their district. They struck me as being physically of a different type from the Dobuans, though this is only an impression. They have got no boats, and do the little sailing they require on small rafts of 3 or 5 logs tied together. Their houses are smaller and less well made than those in Dobu. Further investigation of these natives would be very interesting, and probably also very difficult, as is always the case when studying very small communities, living at the same time right out of touch with any white man. This land must remain, for the present anyhow, veiled for ourselves, as it also is for the Trobriand natives. For these, indeed, the few attempts which they occasionally made to come into contact with these natives, and the few mishaps which brought them to their shores, were all far from encouraging in results. And only strengthened the traditional superstitious fear of them. Several generations ago, a canoe or 2 from Buraqua, in the island of Kayula, made an exploring trip to the district of Gabu, lying in a wide bay under the northwest flank of Koyatabu. The natives of Gabu, receiving them at first with a show of interest, and pretending to enter into commercial relations, afterwards fell on them treacherously and slew the chief Toraya and all his companions. This story has become famous, and indeed one of the outstanding historical events of the Trobriands, because Tomacum, the slain chief's younger brother, went to the Koya of Gabu, and killed the head man of one of the villages, avenging thus his brother's death. He then composed a song and a dance which is performed to this day in Kirawina, and has indeed one of the finest melodies in the islands. This is the verbatim account of the story as it was told to me by Tuolua himself, the chief of Omarikana, who at present owns this Gamagabu dance, his ancestors having acquired it from the descendants of Tomacum by a laga payment. It is a commentary to the song, and begins only with the avenging expedition of Tomacum, which is also the theme of the song. The story of Gamagabu. Tomacum got a new waga. He blew the conch shell and went to the Koya. He spoke to his mother, that is, before leaving, "My mother, you remain, I shall sail. One conch shell you hear, it will be a conch shell of a necklace. That is, it will be a sign that he has been successful in getting a good Kula necklace. The second conch shell will be the conch shell of the dead man, the sign that I have already carried out my revenge. I shall sail, I shall anchor, I shall sleep. The second day I shall sail, I shall anchor, I shall sleep. The third day I shall anchor in a village, having already arrived in the mountain. The fourth day I shall give Peri, the Kinana, the southern foreigner, will come, I shall hit him. The 5th day I shall return. I shall sail fast, till night grows on the sea. The next day I shall anchor at Buraqua. You hear the conch shell, you sleep in the house, arise. One blow you hear of the shell, the blow of the baggy necklace. 2 blows you hear, the blow of the dead man. Then the men of Buraqua will say, 2 conch shells, 2 necklaces, then, you come out of the house, you speak, men of Buraqua, from one side of the village and from the other. Indeed you mocked my son, Tomicum. Your speech was, go, carry out thy vendetta in Gabu. The first conch shell is that of the necklace, the second conch shell is that of the dead man. I have spoken. Here ends the speech of Tomicum to his mother. He anchored in the village in the Koya. He told his younger brother, go, tell the Kinana men these words, your friend has a sore leg, well, if we together go to the canoe he will give the parry. The younger brother went and spoke those words to the headman of the Kinana, some green coconuts, some betel nut, some pig, bring this to us and we shall give you parry. Your arm shells, your big stone blade, your boar's tusk, your whalebone spatula await you in the canoe. The message for you is that your friend has a sore leg and cannot walk. Says the Kinana man, well, let us go. He caught a pig, he collected betel nut, sugar cane, bananas, necklaces, betel pod, he said, well, let us go together to the canoe. Puyu he gives the necklace, Puyu, the pig. Then he gave the coconut, the betel nut, the sugar cane, the bananas. Tomicum lay on one side, his leg he wrapped up in a white, soft pandanus mat. Before he had spoken to his younger brother, i.e. he gave him this instruction also, when he sent him to meet the people of Gabu, you all come with the Kinana man. Do not remain in the village. Then, after the first gifts were exchanged, the Kinana man stood up in the canoe. His betel pod fell down. Spoke Tomicum, addressing the Kinana man, my friend, pick up the betel pod. It fell and went down into the canoe. The Kinana man bent down, he took the betel pod. Tomicum saw that the Kinana bent down, he took an axe, and sitting he made a stroke at him. He cut off his neck. Then Tomicum took the head, threw the body into the sea. The head he stuck on a stick of his canoe. They sailed, they arrived in their village. He caught a pig, prepared a taro pudding, cut sugar cane, they had a big feast, he invented this song. Such was the story told me by the chief of Omarikana about the song and dance of Gumagabu, which at that time they were singing and performing in his village. I have adduced it in full, in an almost literal translation from the native text, in order to show it side by side with the song. The narrative thus reproduced shows characteristic gaps, and it does not cover even the incidents of the song. The following is a free translation of the song, which, in its original native text, is very condensed and impressionistic. A word or two indicates rather than describes whole scenes and incidents, and the traditional commentary, handed on in a native community side by side with the song, is necessary for a full understanding. The Gumagabu Song. The stranger of Gumagabu sits on the top of the mountain. Go on top of the mountain, the towering mountain. They cry for Toriah. The stranger of Gumagabu sits on the slope of the mountain. The fringe of small clouds lifts above Boyawa. The mother cries for Toriah. I shall take my revenge. The mother cries for Toriah. 2. Our mother, Deboruna, dreams on the mat. She dreams about the killing. Revenge the wailing. Anchor. Hit the Gabu strangers. The stranger comes out. The chief gives him the parry. I shall give you the doga. Bring me things from the mountain to the canoe. 3. We exchange our vegue. The rumor of my arrival spreads through the koya. We talk and talk. He bends and is killed. His companions run away. His body is thrown into the sea. The companions of the Kinana run away. We sail home. 4. Next day, the sea foams up. The chief's canoe stops on the reef. The storm approaches. The chief is afraid of drowning. The conch shell is blown. It sounds in the mountain. They all weep on the reef. They paddle in the chief's canoe. They circle round the point of Biwara. I have hung my basket. I have met him. So cries the chief. So cries repeatedly the chief. 6. Women in festive decoration. Walk on the beach. Nawaruva puts on her turtle rings. She puts on her lulugiu skirt. In the village of my fathers, in Burakwa, there is plenty of food. Plenty is brought in for distribution. The character of this song is extremely elliptic, one might even say futuristic, since several scenes are crowded simultaneously into the picture. In the first strophe we see the Kinana, by which word all the tribesmen from the D'Entrecasteaux archipelago are designated in Boyawa, on the top of his mountain in Gabu. Immediately afterwards, we are informed of the intentions of Tomacum to ascend the mountain, while the women cry for Toraya, for the slain chief, probably his kinswomen and widows. The next picture again spans over the wide seas, and on the one shore we see the Gabwan sitting on the slopes of his hill and far away on the other, under the fringe of small clouds lifting above Boyawa, the mother cries for her son. The murdered chief. Tomacum takes a resolve, I shall take my revenge, hearing her cry. In the second strophe, the mother dreams about the expedition. The words about revenge to be taken on the Gabu men and the directions to anchor and hit him are probably taken from her dream. Then suddenly we are transported right across to the mountain, the expedition having arrived there already. The strangers, the Kinana, are coming down to the canoe, and we assist at the words spoken between them and the people of Bwakwa. Then in the third strophe, we arrive at the culminating scene of the drama. Even here, however, the hero, who is also his own bard, could not help introducing a few boastful words about his renown resounding in the Koya. In a few words the tragedy is described, the Kinana bends down, is killed, and his body is thrown into the water. About his head we hear nothing in this verse. In the next one, a storm overtakes the returning party. Signals of distress are re-echoed by the mountain, and like Homeric heroes, our party are not ashamed to weep in fear and anguish. Somehow they escape, however, and in the next verse, they are already near their village in Tomacum, their leader, bursts into a paean of triumph. It is not quite clear what the allusion to the basket means, whether he keeps there his Kula trophies or the slain enemy's head, this latter, in contradiction to what we heard in the prose story of its being impaled. The song ends with a description of a feast. The woman mentioned there is Tomacum's daughter, who puts on festive attire in order to welcome her father. Comparing now the song with the story, we see that they do not quite tally. In the story, there is the dramatic interest of the mother's intervention. We gather from it that Tomacum, goaded by the aspersions of his fellow villagers, wishes to make his return as effective as possible. He arranges the signals of the two conch shell blasts with his mother, and asks her to harangue the people at the moment of his return. All this finds no expression in the song. The ruse of the chief's sore leg is also omitted from there, which, however, does not mean that the hero was ashamed of it. On the other hand, the storm described in the song is omitted from the story, and there is a discrepancy about the head of the Gabu man, and we do not know whether it really is conveyed in a basket as the song has it or impaled. As the story relates. I have adduced in detail the story and the song, because they are a good illustration of the natives' attitude towards the dangers, and towards the heroic romance of the Koya. They are also interesting as documents, showing which salient points would strike the natives' imagination in such a dramatic occurrence. Both in the story and in the song, we find emphasized the motives of social duty, of satisfied self-regard and ambition, again, the dangers on the reef, the subterfuge in killing, finally the festivities on return home. Much that would interest us in the whole story is omitted, as anyone can see for himself. Other stories, though not made illustrious through being set into a song, are told about the Koya. I met myself an old man in the island of Vakuta, who, as a boy, had been captured with a whole party by a village community of Dobu-speaking people on Normanby Island. The men and another small boy of the party were killed and eaten, but some women took pity on him, and he was spared, to be brought up amongst them. There is another man, either alive or recently dead in Cavitaria, who had a similar experience in Ferguson Island. Another man called Kepoila, from the small island of Kuyawa in the western Trobriands, was stranded with his crew somewhere in the west of Ferguson Island, but not in the district where they used to trade. His companions were killed and eaten. He was taken alive and kept to fatten for a proximate feast. His host, or rather the host of the feast in which he was going to furnish the piece de resistance, was away inland, to invite the guests, while the host's wife went for a moment behind the house, sweeping the ground. Kepoila jumped up and ran to the shore. Being chased by some other men from the settlement, he concealed himself in the branches of a big tree standing on the beach, and was not found by his pursuers. At night he came down, took a canoe or a raft, and paddled along the coast. He used to sleep on shore during the night, and paddle on in daytime. One night he slept among some sago palms, and, awakening in the morning, found himself, to his terror, surrounded by Kinana men. What was his joyful surprise after all, when he recognized among them his friend and Kula partner, with whom he always used to trade. After some time, he was sent back home in his partner's canoe. Many such stories have a wide currency, and they supply one of the heroic elements in tribal life, an element which now, with the establishment of white man's influence, has vanished. Yet even now the gloomy shores which our party are leaving to the right, the tall jungle, the deep valleys, the hilltops darkened with trailing clouds, all this is a dim mysterious background, adding to the awe and solemnity of the Kula. Though not entering into it. The sphere of activities of our traders lies at the foot of the high mountains, there, where a chain of rocks and islands lies scattered along the coast. Some of them are passed immediately after leaving Gumasila. Then, after a good distance, a small rock, called Gyurwea, is met, remarkable for the taboos associated with it. Close behind it, two islands, Tawara and Yuwama, are separated by a narrow passage, the mythical straits of Kadamwatu. There is a village on the first mentioned, and the natives of this make gardens on both islands. The village is not very big, it may have some 60 to 80 inhabitants, as it can man 3 canoes for the Kula. It has no commercial or industrial importance, but is notable because of its mythological associations. This island is the home of the mythological hero, Kasabwebwerida, whose story is one of the most important legends of the Kula. Here indeed, in Tawara, we are right within the mythological heart of the Kula. In fact, we entered its legendary area with the moment the Sinaketan fleet sailed out of the lagoon into the deep waters of Palolu. 2. Once more we must pause, this time in an attempt to grasp the natives' mental attitude towards the mythological aspect of the Kula. Right through this account it has been our constant endeavor to realize the vision of the world, as it is reflected in the minds of the natives. The frequent references to the scenery have not been given only to enliven the narrative, or even to enable the reader to visualize the setting of the native customs. I have attempted to show how the scene of his actions appears actually to the native, to describe his impressions and feelings with regard to it, as I was able to read them in his folklore, in his conversations at home, and in his behavior when passing through this scenery itself. Here we must try to reconstruct the influence of myth upon this vast landscape, as it colors it, gives it meaning, and transforms it into something live and familiar. What was a mere rock, now becomes a personality. What was a speck on the horizon becomes a beacon, hallowed by romantic associations with heroes. A meaningless configuration of landscape acquires a significance, obscure no doubt, but full of intense emotion. Sailing with natives, especially with novices to the Kula, I often observed how deep was their interest in sections of landscape impregnated with legendary meaning, how the elder ones would point and explain, the younger would gaze and wonder. While the talk was full of mythological names. It is the addition of the human interest to the natural features, possessing in themselves less power of appealing to a native man than to us, which makes the difference for him in looking at the scenery. A stone hurled by one of the heroes into the sea after an escaping canoe, a sea passage broken between two islands by a magical canoe, here two people turned into rock. There a petrified waga. All this makes the landscape represent a continuous story or else the culminating dramatic incident of a familiar legend. This power of transforming the landscape, the visible environment, is one only of the many influences which myth exercises upon the general outlook of the natives. Although here we are studying myth only in its connection with the Kula, even within these narrow limits some of its broader connections will be apparent, notably its influence upon sociology, magic and ceremonial. The question which presents itself first, in trying to grasp the native outlook on the subject is, what is myth to the natives? How do they conceive and define it? Have they any line of demarcation between the mythical and the actual reality, and if so, how do they draw this line? Their folklore, that is, the verbal tradition, the store of tales, legends, and texts handed on by previous generations, is composed of the following classes. First of all, there is what the natives call libagwo, old talk, but which we would call tradition. Secondly, kukwanabu, fairy tales, recited for amusement, at definite seasons, and relating avowedly untrue events. Thirdly, wozi, the various songs, and vina, ditties, chanted at play or under other special circumstances. And last, not least, megwa or yopa, the magical spells. All these classes are strictly distinguished from one another by name, function, social setting, and by certain formal characteristics. This brief outline of the Boyawan folklore in general must suffice here, as we cannot enter into more details, and the only class which interests us in the present connection is the first one, that called libagwo. This, the old talk, the body of ancient tradition, believed to be true, consists on the one hand of historical tales, such as the deeds of past chiefs, exploits in the koya, stories of shipwreck, etc. On the other hand, the libagwo class also contains what the natives call liliu, myths, narratives, deeply believed by them, held by them in reverence, and exercising an active influence on their conduct in tribal life. Now the natives distinguish definitely between myth and historic account, but this distinction is difficult to formulate and cannot be stated but in a somewhat deliberate manner. First of all, it must be borne in mind, that a native would not trouble spontaneously to analyze such distinctions and to put them into words. If an ethnographer succeeded in making the problem clear to an intelligent informant, and I have tried and succeeded in doing this, the native would simply state. We all know that the stories about Tadava, about Kadayuri, about Tokosekuna, our liliu. Our fathers, our kadada, our maternal uncles, told us so, and we always hear these tales, we know them well, we know that there are no other tales besides them, which are liliu. Thus, whenever we hear a story, we know whether it is a liliu or not. Indeed, whenever a story is told, any native, even a boy, would be able to say whether this is one of his tribal liliu or not. For the other tales, that is the historical ones, they have no special word, but they would describe the events as happening among humans like ourselves. Thus tradition, from which the store of tales is received, hands them on labeled as liliu, and the definition of a liliu, is that it is a story transmitted with such a label. And even this definition is contained by the facts themselves, and not explicitly stated by the natives in their current stock of expressions. For us, however, even this is not sufficient, and we have to search further, in order to see whether we cannot find other indices, other characteristic features which differentiate the world of mythical events from that of real ones. A reflection which would naturally present itself would be this: surely the natives place their myths in ancient, prehistoric times, while they put historical events into recent ages. There is some truth in this, in so far as most of the historical events related by the natives are quite recent, have occurred within the community where they are told and can be directly connected with people and conditions existing at present. By memory of living man, by genealogies or other records. On the other hand, when historical events are told from other districts, and cannot be directly linked with the present, it would be erroneous to imagine that the natives place them into a definite compartment of time different from that of the myth. For it must be realized that these natives do not conceive of a past as of a lengthy duration, unrolling itself in successive stages of time. They have no idea of a long vista of historical occurrences, narrowing down and dimming as they recede towards a distant background of legend and myth, which stands out as something entirely different from the nearer planes. This view, so characteristic of the naive, historical thinking among ourselves, is entirely foreign to the natives. Whenever they speak of some event of the past, they distinguish whether it happened within their own memory or that of their fathers or not. But, once beyond this line of demarcation, all the past events are placed by them on one plane, and there are no gradations of long ago and very long ago. Any idea of epochs in time is absent from their mind. The past is one vast storehouse of events, and the line of demarcation between myth and history does not coincide with any division into definite and distinct periods of time. Indeed, I have found very often that when they told me some story of the past, for me obviously mythological, they would deem it necessary to emphasize that this did not happen in their father's time or in their grandfather's time, but long ago. And that it is a liliu. Again, they have no idea of what could be called the evolution of the world or the evolution of society, that is, they do not look back towards a series of successive changes, which happened in nature or in humanity, as we do. We, in our religious and scientific outlook alike, know that Earth ages and that humanity ages, and we think of both in these terms. For them, both are eternally the same, eternally youthful. Thus, in judging the remoteness of traditional events, they cannot use the coordinates of a social setting constantly in change and divided into epochs. To give a concrete example, in the myths of Torisipipu and Talakalaki, we saw them having the same interest and concerns, engaged in the same type of fishing, using the same means of locomotion as the present natives do. The mythical personages of the natives' legends, as we shall presently see, live in the same houses, eat the same food, handle the same weapons and implements as those in use at present. Whereas in any of our historical stories, legends or myths, we have a whole set of changed cultural conditions, which allow us to coordinate any event with a certain epoch, and which make us feel that a distant historical event, and still more, a mythological one, is happening in a setting of cultural conditions entirely different from those in which we are living now. In the very telling of the stories of, let us say, Joan of Arc, Solomon, Achilles, King Arthur, we have to mention all sorts of things and conditions long since disappeared from among us, which make even a superficial and an uneducated listener realize that it is a story of a remote and different past. I have said just now that the mythical personages in the Trobriand tradition are living the same type of life, under the same social and cultural conditions as the present natives. This needs one qualification, and in this we shall find a very remarkable criterion for a distinction between what is legendary and what is historical, in the mythical world, although surrounding conditions were similar. All sorts of events happened which do not happen nowadays, and people were endowed with powers such as present men and their historical ancestors do not possess. In mythical times, human beings come out of the ground, they change into animals, and these become people again, men and women rejuvenate and slough their skins, flying canoes speed through the air, and things are transformed into stone. Now this line of demarcation between the world of myth and that of actual reality, the simple difference that in the former things happen which never occur nowadays, is undoubtedly felt and realized by the natives, though they themselves could not put it into words. They know quite well that today no one emerges from underground, that people do not change into animals, and vice versa, nor do they give birth to them, that present-day canoes do not fly. I had the opportunity of grasping their mental attitude toward such things by the following occurrence. The Fijian missionary teacher in Omarikana was telling them about white man's flying machines. They inquired from me, whether this was true, and when I corroborated the Fijians' report and showed them pictures of aeroplanes in an illustrated paper, they asked me whether this happened nowadays or whether it were a liliu. This circumstance made it clear to me then, that the natives would have a tendency, when meeting with an extraordinary and to them supernatural event, either to discard it as untrue, or relegate it into the regions of the liliu. This does not mean, however, that the untrue and the mythical are the same or even similar to them. Certain stories told to them, they insist on treating as soulava, lies, and maintain that they are not liliu. For instance, those opposed to missionary teaching will not accept the view that biblical stories told to them are a liliu, but they reject them as soulava. Many a time did I hear such a conservative native arguing thus. Our stories about Tadava are true, this is a liliu. If you go to Laba you can see the cave in which Tadava was born, you can see the beach where he played as a boy. You can see his footmark in a stone at a place in the Rabwag. But where are the traces of Yesu Kristo? Who ever saw any signs of the tales told by the missionary? Indeed they are not liliu. To sum up, the distinction between the liliu and actual or historical reality is drawn firmly, and there is a definite cleavage between the two. Prima facie, this distinction is based on the fact that all myth is labeled as such and known to be such to all natives. A further distinctive mark of the world of liliu lies in the supernormal, supernatural character of certain events which happen in it. The supernatural is believed to be true, and this truth is sanctioned by tradition, and by the various signs and traces left behind by mythical events, more especially by the magical powers handed on by the ancestors who lived in times of liliu. This magical inheritance is no doubt the most palpable link between the present and the mythical past. But this past must not be imagined to form a prehistoric, very distant background, something which preceded a long evolution of mankind. It is rather the past, but extremely near reality, very much alive and true to the natives. As I have just said, there is one point on which the cleavage between myth and present reality, however deep, is bridged over in native ideas. The extraordinary powers which men possess in myths are mostly due to their knowledge of magic. This knowledge is, in many cases, lost, and therefore the powers of doing these marvelous things are either completely gone, or else considerably reduced. If the magic could be recovered, men would fly again in their canoes, they could rejuvenate, defy ogres, and perform the many heroic deeds which they did in ancient times. Thus, magic, and the powers conferred by it, are really the link between mythical tradition and the present day. Myth has crystallized into magical formulae, and magic in its turn bears testimony to the authenticity of myth. Often the main function of myth is to serve as a foundation for a system of magic, and, wherever magic forms the backbone of an institution, a myth is also to be found at the base of it. In this perhaps, lies the greatest sociological importance of myth, that is, in its action upon institutions through the associated magic. The sociological point of view and the idea of the natives coincide here in a remarkable manner. In this book we see this exemplified in one concrete case, in that of the relation between the mythology, the magic, and the social institution of the Kula. Thus we can define myth as a narrative of events which are to the native supernatural, in this sense, that he knows well that today they do not happen. At the same time he believes deeply that they did happen then. The socially sanctioned narratives of these events, the traces which they left on the surface of the earth. The magic in which they left behind part of their supernatural powers, the social institutions which are associated with the practice of this magic, all this brings about the fact that a myth is for the native a living actuality. Though it has happened long ago and in an order of things when people were endowed with supernatural powers. I have said before that the natives do not possess any historical perspective, that they do not range events, except of course, those of the most recent decades, into any successive stages. They also do not classify their myths into any divisions with regard to their antiquity. But in looking at their myths, it becomes at once obvious that they represent events, some of which must have happened prior to others. For there is a group of stories describing the origin of humanity, the emerging of the various social units from underground. Another group of mythical tales gives accounts of how certain important institutions were introduced and how certain customs crystallized. Again, there are myths referring to small changes in culture, or to the introduction of new details and minor customs. Broadly speaking, the mythical folklore of the Trobrianders can be divided into three groups referring to three different strata of events. In order to give a general idea of Trobriand mythology, it will be good to give a short characterization of each of these groups. 1. The oldest myths, referring to the origin of human beings, to the sociology of the subclans and villages, to the establishment of permanent relations between this world and the next. These myths describe events which took place just at the moment when the earth began to be peopled from underneath. Humanity existed, somewhere underground, since people emerged from there on the surface of Boyawa, in full decoration, equipped with magic, belonging to social divisions, and obeying definite laws and customs. But beyond this we know nothing about what they did underground. There is, however, a series of myths, of which one is attached to every one of the more important subclans, about various ancestors coming out of the ground, and almost at once, doing some important deed, which gives a definite character to the subclan. Certain mythological versions about the nether world belong also to this series. 2. Kulturmyths. Here belong stories about ogres and their conquerors, about human beings who established definite customs and cultural features, about the origin of certain institutions. These myths are different from the foregoing ones, in so far as they refer to a time when humanity was already established on the surface of the earth, and when all the social divisions had already assumed a definite character. The main cycle of myths which belong here, are those of a culture hero, Tadava, who slays an ogre and thus allows people to live in Boyawa again, whence they all had fled in fear of being eaten. A story about the origins of cannibalism belongs here also, and about the origin of garden making. 3. Myths in which figure only ordinary human beings, though endowed with extraordinary magical powers. These myths are distinguished from the foregoing ones, by the fact that no ogres or non-human persons figure in them, and that they refer to the origin, not of whole aspects of culture, such as cannibalism or garden making, but to definite institutions or definite forms of magic. Here comes the myth about the origins of sorcery, the myth about the origins of love magic, the myth of the flying canoe, and finally the several Kula myths. The line of division between these three categories is, of course, not a rigid one, and many a myth could be placed in 2 or even 3 of these classes, according to its several features or episodes. But each myth contains as a rule one main subject, and if we take only this, there is hardly ever the slightest doubt as to where it should be placed. A point which might appear contradictory in superficial reading is that before, we stressed the fact that the natives had no idea of change, yet here we spoke of myths about origins of institutions. It is important to realize that, though natives do speak about times when humanity was not upon the earth, of times when there were no gardens, etc., yet all these things arrive ready-made, they do not change or evolve. The first people, who came from underground, came up adorned with the same trinkets, carrying their lime pot and chewing their betel nut. The event, the emergence from the earth was mythical, that is, such as does not happen now. But the human beings and the country which received them were such as exist today. 3. The myths of the Kula are scattered along a section of the present Kula circuit. Beginning with a place in eastern Woodlark Island, the village of Wamwara, the mythological centers are spread round almost in a semicircle, right down to the island of Tawara, where we have left for the present our party from Sinakita. In Wamwara there lived an individual called Giryu, who, according to one myth, was the originator of the Kula. In the island of Degumanu, west of Woodlark Island, Tokosakuna, another hero of the Kula, had his early home, though he finished his career in Gumasila, in the Amflets. Kidava, the westernmost of the Marshall Bennets, is the center of canoe magic associated with the Kula. It is also the home of Monokaniki, whose name figures in many formulae of the Kula magic, though there is no explicit myth about him, except that he was the first man to practice an important system of mwazala, Kula magic. Probably the most widespread system of the present day. Further west, in Wawela, we are at the other end of the Casabwebwerita myth, which starts in Tawara, and goes over to Wawela in its narrative of events, to return to Tawara again. This mythological narrative touches the island of Boyawa at its southernmost point, the passage Charibwa, which divides it from Vakuta. Almost all myths have one of their incidents laid in a small island between Vakuta and the Amflets, called Gabawana. One of the myths leads us to the anthropology, that of Tokosukuna, another has its beginning and end in Tawara. Such is the geography of the Kula myths on the big sector between Murua and Dobu. Although I do not know the other half through investigations made on the spot, I have spoken with natives from those districts, and I think that there are no myths localized anywhere on the sector Murua, Woodlark Island, Tube, and Dobu. What I am quite certain of, however, is that the whole of the Trobriands, except the 2 points mentioned before, lie outside the mythological area of the Kula. No Kula stories, associated with any village in the northern half of Boyawa exist, nor does any of the mythical heroes of the other stories ever come to the northern or western provinces of the Trobriands. Such extremely important centers as Sinakita and Omarikana are never mentioned. This would point, on the surface of it, to the fact that in olden days, the island of Boyawa, except its southern end and the eastern settlement of Wawela, either did not enter at all or did not play an important part in the Kula. I shall give a somewhat abbreviated account of the various stories, and then adduce in extenso the one last mentioned, perhaps the most noteworthy of all the Kula myths, that of Kasabwebwerita, as well as the very important canoe myth. That of the flying waga of Kadayuri. The Muruan myth, which I obtained only in a very bald outline, is localized in the village of Wamwara, at the eastern end of the island. A man called Giryu, of the Lukuba clan, knew very well the Mwazala magic, and wherever he went, all the valuables were given to him, so that all the others returned empty-handed. He went to Gawa and Iwa, and as soon as he appeared, Pupu went the conch shells, and everybody gave him the baggy necklaces. He returned to his village, full of glory and of Kula spoils. Then he went to Duau, and obtained again an enormous amount of arm shells. He settled the direction in which the Kula valuables have to move. Baggy necklaces have to go, and the arm shells to come. As this was spoken on Boyawa, go meant to travel from Boyawa to Woodlark, come to travel from Giryu's village to Sinakita. The culture hero Giryu was finally killed, through envy of his success in the Kula. I obtained 2 versions about the mythological hero, Tokosukuna of Degumanu. In the first of them, he is represented as a complete cripple, without hands and feet, who has to be carried by his 2 daughters into the canoe. They sail on a Kula expedition through Iwa, Gawa, through the Straits of Jaribwa to Gomasila. Then they put him on a platform, where he takes a meal and goes to sleep. They leave him there and go into a garden which they see on a hill above, in order to gather some food. On coming back, they find him dead. On hearing their wailing, an ogre comes out, marries one of them and adopts the other. As he was very ugly, however, the girls killed him in an obscene manner, and then settled in the island. This obviously mutilated and superficial version does not give us many clues to the native ideas about the Kula. The other version is much more interesting. Tokosukuna, according to it, is also slightly crippled, lame, very ugly, and with a pitted skin, so ugly indeed that he could not marry. Far north, in the mythical land of Kokapua, they play a flute so beautifully that the chief of Degumanu, the village of Tokosukuna, hears it. He wishes to obtain the flute. Many men set out, but all fail, and they have to return halfway, because it is so far. Tokosukuna goes, and, through a mixture of cunning and daring, he succeeds in getting possession of the flute, and in returning safely to Degumanu. There, through magic which one is led to infer he has acquired on his journey, he changes his appearance, becomes young, smooth-skinned and beautiful. The Gayayu, chief, who is away in his garden, hears the flute played in his village, and returning there, he sees Tokosukuna sitting on a high platform, playing the flute and looking beautiful. Well, he says, all my daughters, all my granddaughters, my nieces and my sisters, you all marry Tokosukuna. Your husbands, you leave behind. You marry Tokosukuna, for he has brought the flute from the distant land. So Tokosukuna married all the women. The other men did not take it very well, of course. They decided to get rid of Tokosukuna by stratagem. They said, the chief would like to eat giant clam shell, let us go and fish it. And how shall I catch it, asks Tokosukuna. You put your head where the clamshell gapes open. This of course would mean death, as the clamshell would close, and, if a really big one, would easily cut off his head. Tokosukuna, however, dived and with his 2 hands, broke a clamshell open, a deed of superhuman strength. The others were angry, and planned another form of revenge. They arranged a shark fishing, advising Tokosukuna to catch the fish with his hands. But he simply strangled the big shark, and put it into the canoe. Then, he tears asunder a boar's mouth, bringing them thus to despair. Finally they decide to get rid of him at sea. They try to kill him first by letting the heavy tree, felled for the waga, fall on him. But he supports it with his outstretched arms, and does no harm to himself. At the time of lashing, his companions wrap some wayago, lashing creeper, into a soft pandanus leaf. Then they persuade him to use pandanus only for the lashing of his canoe, which he does indeed, deceived by seeing them use what apparently is the same. Then they sail, the other men in good, seaworthy canoes, he in an entirely unseaworthy one, lashed only with the soft, brittle pandanus leaf. And here begins the real Kula part of the myth. The expedition arrives at Gawa, where Tokosukuna remains with his canoe on the beach, while the other men go to the village to Kula. They collect all the smaller armshells of the soulava type, but the big ones, the baggy, remain in the village, for the local men are unwilling to give them. Then Tokosukuna starts for the village after all the others have returned. After a short while, he arrives from the village, carrying all the bajidoyu bajidudu, and bagariku, that is, all the most valuable types of spondylus necklaces. The same happens in Iwa and Kideva. His companions from the other canoes go first and succeed only in collecting the inferior kinds of valuables. He afterwards enters the village, and easily obtains the high grades of necklace, which had been refused to the others. These become very angry. In Kideva, they inspect the lashings of his canoe, and see that they are rotten. Oh well, tomorrow, Bakuta. The day after, Gumasila, he will drown in Palolu. In Vakuta the same happens as before, and the wrath of his unsuccessful companions increases. They sail and passing the sandbank of Gabula, this is the Trobriand name for Gabawana, as the Amphletans pronounce it, Tokosukuna eases his helm. Then, as he tries to bring the canoe up to the wind again, his lashings snap, and the canoe sinks. He swims in the waves, carrying the basketful of valuables in one arm. He calls out to the other canoes, "Come and take your baggie. I shall get into your waga." "You married all our women," they answer, "now, sharks will eat you. We shall go to make Kula in Dobu." Tokosukuna, however, swims safely to the point called Kamsarita, in the island of Dam. From there he beholds the rock of Selawea standing out of the jungle on the eastern slope of Gumasila. "This is a big rock, I shall go and live there," and turning towards the Degumana canoes, he utters a curse. "You will get nothing in Dobu but poor necklaces, soulava of the type of Tutamuyawa and Tutianabwa. The big Bajido will stop with me." He remains in the Amphletts and does not return to Degumanu. And here ends the myth. I have given an extensive summary of this myth, including its first part, which has nothing to do with the Kula, because it gives a full character sketch of the hero as a daring sailor and adventurer. It shows how Tokosukuna, after his northern trip, acquired magic which allowed him to change his ugly and weak frame into a powerful body with a beautiful appearance. The first part also contains the reference to his great success with women, an association between Kula magic and love magic, which as we shall see, is not without importance. In this first part, that is, up to the moment when they start on the Kula, Tokosukuna appears as a hero, endowed with extraordinary powers, due to his knowledge of magic. In this myth, as we see, no events are related through which the natural appearance of the landscape is changed. Therefore this myth is typical of what I have called the most recent stratum of mythology. This is further confirmed by the circumstance that no allusion is made in it to any origins, not even to the origins of the Mwazala magic. For, as the myth is at present told and commented upon, all the men who go on the Kula expedition with our hero know a system of Kula magic, the mwali of Monokaniki. Tokosikuna's superiority rests with his special beauty magic. With his capacity to display enormous strength, and to face with impunity great dangers. With his ability to escape from drowning, finally, with his knowledge of the evil magic, bulabwalada, with which he prevents his companions from doing successful Kula. This last point was contained in a commentary upon this myth, given to me by the man who narrated it. When I speak about the Kula magic more explicitly further on, the reader will see that the 4 points of superiority just mentioned correspond to the categories into which we have to group the Kula magic. When it is classified according to its leading ideas, according to the goal towards which it aims. One magic Tokosikuna does not know. We see from the myth that he is ignorant of the nature of the Wayugo, the lashing creeper. He is therefore obviously not a canoe builder, nor acquainted with canoe building magic. This is the point on which his companions are able to catch him. Geographically, this myth links to Gyumanu with the Amphletes, as also did the previous version of the Tokosikuna story. The hero, here as there, settles finally in Gumasila, and the element of migration is contained in both versions. Again, in the last story, Tokosikuna decides to settle in the Amphletes, on seeing the Selawaya rock. If we remember the Gumasilan legend about the origin of Kula magic, it also refers to the same rock. I did not obtain the name of the individual who is believed to have lived on the Selawaya rock, but it obviously is the same myth, only very mutilated in the Gumasilan version. 4. Moving westwards from Degumanu, to which the Tokosikuna myth belongs, the next important center of Kula magic is the island of Kidava. With this place, the magical system of Monokaniki is associated by tradition, though no special story is told about this individual. A very important myth, on the other hand, localized in Kidava, is the one which serves as foundation for canoe magic. I have obtained 3 independent versions of this myth, and they agree substantially. I shall adduce at length the story as it was told to me by the best informant, and written down in Kirawinian, and after that, I shall show on what points the other versions vary. I shall not omit from the full account certain tedious repetitions and obviously inessential details, for they are indispensable for imparting to the narrative the characteristic flavor of native folklore. To understand the following account, it is necessary to realize that Kidava is a raised coral island. Its inland part is elevated to a height of about 300 feet. Behind the flat beach, a steep coral wall rises, and from its summit the land gently falls towards the central declivity. It is in this central part that the villages are situated, and it would be quite impossible to transport a canoe from any village to the beach. Thus, in Kidava, unlike what happens with some of the lagoon villages of Boyawa, the canoes have to be always dug out and lashed on the beach. The myth of the flying canoe of Kadayuri. Makatubada of the Lukuba clan and his younger brother Towairai lived in the village of Kadayuri. With them lived their 3 sisters Kaguremwo, Naokawakula and Muramwerie. They had all come out from underground in the spot called Labikuwo, in Kidava. These people were the Uula, foundation, basis, here, first possessors, of the Ligogo and Wayugo magic. All the men of Kidava decided on a great Kula expedition to the Koya. The men of Kumwajia, Kebutu, Kabulyalo and Lalila made their canoes. They scooped out the inside of the waga, they carved the tabuyo and lagim, decorated prow boards, they made the budaka, lateral gunwale planks. They brought the component parts to the beach, in order to make the yawaga, to put and lash them together. The Kadayuri people made their canoe in the village. Makatubada, the head man of the Kadayuri village, ordered them to do so. They were angry, very heavy canoe. Who will carry it to the beach? He said, no, not so, it will be well. I shall just lash my waga in the village. He refused to move the canoe, it remained in the village. The other people pieced their canoe on the beach, he pieced it together in the village. They lashed it with the Wayugo creeper on the beach, he lashed his in the village. They caulked their canoes on the seashore, he caulked his in the village. They painted their canoes on the beach with black, he blackened his in the village. They made the ulala, painted red and white, on the beach, he made the ulala in the village. They sewed their sail on the beach, he did it in the village. They rigged up the mast and rigging on the beach, he in the village. After that, the men of XVIII made Tassasoria, trial run, and Kabajadoya, visit of ceremonial presentation, but the XVIII canoe did not make either. By and by, all the men of XVIII ordered their women to prepare the food. The women one day put all the food, the gugue, personal belongings, the pari, presents and trade goods, into the canoe. The people of XVIII had all these things put into their canoe in the village. The headman of the XVIII, Makatubada, asked all his younger brothers, all the members of his crew, to bring some of their pari, and he performed magic over it, and made a lilava, magical bundle, of it. The people of other villages went to the beach, each canoe was manned by its usajalu, members of the crew. The man of XVIII ordered his crew to man his canoe in the village. They of the other villages stepped the mast on the shore. He stepped the mast in the village. They prepared the rigging on the shore, he prepared the rigging in the village. They hoisted the sail on the sea, he spoke, "May our sail be hoisted," and his companions hoisted the sail. He spoke, "Sit in your places, every man." He went into the house, he took his ligogu, adds, he took some coconut oil, he took a staff. He spoke magic over the adze, over the coconut oil. He came out of the house, he approached the canoe. A small dog of his called Tokolubwedoga jumped into the canoe. He spoke to his crew, "Pull up the sail higher." They pulled at the halyard. He rubbed the staff with the coconut oil. He knocked the canoe's skids with the staff. Then he struck with his ligogu the eula of his canoe and the dobwana, that is, both ends of the canoe. He jumped into the canoe, sat down, and the canoe flew. A rock stood before it. It pierced the rock in two, and flew through it. He bent down, he looked, his companions, that is, the other canoes of XVIII, sailed on the sea. He spoke to his younger brothers, that is to his relatives in the canoe, "Bail out the water, pour it out." Those who sailed on the earth thought it was rain, this water which they poured out from above. They, the other canoes, sailed to Jaribwa, they saw a canoe anchored there. They said, "Is that the canoe from Dobu?" They thought so, they wanted to Lebu, take by force, but not necessarily as a hostile act, the Buna, big cowrie, shells of the Dobu people. Then they saw the dog walking on the beach. They said, "Yii. This is Tokolubwedoga, the dog of the Lukuba." This canoe they lashed in the village of XVIII. Which way did it come? It was anchored in the jungle. They approached the people of XVIII, they spoke, "Which way did you come?" "Oh, I came together with you, the same way, It rained. Did it rain over you?" "Oh yes, it has rained over me." Next day, they, the men of the other villages of XVIII, sailed to Vakuta and went ashore. They made their kula. The next day they sailed, and he, Makatubada, remained in Vakuta. When they disappeared on the sea, his canoe flew. He flew from Vakuta. When they, the other crews, arrived in Gumasila, he was there on the promontory of Lubyabama. They said, "This canoe is like the canoe of our companions," and the dog came out. "This is the dog of the Lukuba clan of XVIII." They asked him again which way he came, he said he came the same way as they. They made the kula in Gumasila. He said, "You sail first, I shall sail later on." They were astonished, "Which way does he sail?" They slept in Gumasila. Next day they sailed to Tawara, they arrived at the beach of Kadamwatu. They saw his canoe anchored there, the dog came out and ran along the beach. They spoke to the XVIII men, "How did you come here?" "We came with you, the same way we came." They made kula in Tawara. Next day, they sailed to Bweawa, village in Dobu district. He flew, and anchored at the beach Sarabwoina. They arrived there, they saw, "Oh, look at the canoe, are these fishermen from Dobu? The dog came out. They recognized the dog. They asked him, Makatubata, which way he came. I came with you, I anchored here. They went to the village of Bweawa, they made Kula in the village, they loaded their canoes. They received presents from the Dobu people at parting, and the XVIII men sailed on the return journey. They sailed first, and he flew through the air. On the return journey, at every stage, they see him first, they ask him which way he went, and he gives them some sort of answer as the above ones. From Jaribwa they sailed to XVIII, he remained in Jaribwa, he flew from Jaribwa. He went to XVIII, to the beach. His gugue, personal belongings, were being carried to the village when his companions came paddling along, and saw his canoe anchored and the dog running on the beach. All the other men were very angry, because his canoe flew. They remained in XVIII. Next year, they made their gardens, all the men of XVIII. The sun was very strong, there was no rain at all. The sun burned their gardens. This man, the head man of XVIII, Makatubata, went into the garden. He remained there, he made a bulabwalata, evil magic, of the rain. A small cloud came and rained on his garden only, and their gardens the sun burned. They, the other men of XVIII, went and saw their gardens. They arrived there, they saw all was dead, already the sun had burned them. They went to his garden and it was all wet, yams, taitu, taro, all was fine. They spoke, let us kill him so that he might die. We shall then speak magic over the clouds, and it will rain over our gardens. The real, keen magic, the XVIII man, i.e. Makatubata, did not give to them. He gave them not the magic of the ligogu, adds, he gave them not the magic of kunasalali, rain magic, he gave them not the magic of the wayugo, lashing creeper, of the coconut oil and staff. Towairai, his younger brother, thought that he had already received the magic, but he was mistaken. His elder brother gave him only part of the magic, the real one he kept back. They came, to Makatubata, the head man of XVIII, he sat in his village. His brothers and maternal nephews sharpened the spear, they hit him, he died. Next year, they decided to make a big Kula expedition, to Dobu. The old waga, cut and lashed by Makatubata, was no more good, the lashings had perished. Then Towairai, the younger brother, cut a new one to replace the old. The people of Kumwajia and Lalila, the other villages in XVIII, heard that Towairai cuts his waga, and they also cut theirs. They pieced and lashed their canoes on the beach. Towairai did it in the village. Here the native narrative enumerates every detail of canoe making, drawing the contrast between the proceedings on the beach of the other Kitavans, and of Towairai building the canoe in the village of XVIII. It is an exact repetition of what was said at the beginning, when Makatubata was building his canoe, and I shall not adduce it here. The narrative arrives at the critical moment when all the members of the crew are seated in the canoe ready for the flight. Towairai went into the house and made magic over the adze and the coconut oil. He came out, smeared a staff with the oil, knocked the skids of the canoe. He then did as his elder brother did. He struck both ends of the canoe with the adze. He jumped into the canoe and sat down, but the waga did not fly. Towairai went into the house and cried for his elder brother, whom he had slain, he had killed him without knowing his magic. The people of Kumwajia and Lalila went to Dobu and made their Kula. The people of XVIII remained in the village. The three sisters were very angry with Towairai, for he killed the elder brother and did not learn his magic. They themselves had learnt the ligogu, the wayugo magic, they had it already in their lapala, belly. They could fly through the air, they were yoyova. In XVIII they lived on the top of Badagale hill. They said, let us leave XVIII and fly away. They flew through the air. One of them, Naokawakula, flew to the west, pierced through the sea passage to Kua, somewhere in the western Trobriands, she arrived at Sim, one of the Lausanke. There she turned into a stone, she stands in the sea. The two others flew first, due west, to the beach of Yauyamugwa, on the eastern shore of Boyawa. There they tried to pierce the coral rock named Yakeba, it was too hard. They went, further south on the eastern shore, through the sea passage of Villasesa and tried to pierce the rock Kuyaluya, they couldn't. They went, further south, and tried to pierce the rock of Kawakari, it was too hard. They went, further south. They tried to pierce the rocks at Jiribwa. They succeeded. That is why there is now a sea passage at Jiribwa, the straits dividing the main island of Boyawa from the island of Vakuta. They flew, further south, towards Dobu. They came to the island of Tawara. They came to the beach of Kadamwatu and pierced it. This is where the straits of Kadamwatu are now between the islands of Tawara and Uwama. They went to Dobu. They traveled further south, to the promontory of Saramwa, near Dobu Island. They spoke, shall we go round the point or pierce right through? They went round the point. They met another obstacle and pierced it through, making the Straits of Loma, at the western end of Dawson Straits. They came back, they returned and settled near Tawara. They turned into stones, they stand in the sea. One of them cast her eyes on Dobu, this is Muramwerie, she eats men, and the Dabuans are cannibals. The other one, Kaguremwo, does not eat men, and her face is turned towards Boyawa. The people of Boyawa do not eat man. This story is extremely clear in its general outline, and very dramatic, and all its incidents and developments have a high degree of consistency and psychological motivation. It is perhaps the most telling of all myths from this part of the world which came under my notice. It is also a good example of what has been said before namely that the identical conditions, sociological and cultural, which obtain at the present time, are also reflected in mythical narratives. The only exception to this is the much higher efficiency of magic found in the world of myth. The tale of Kudayuri, on the one hand, describes minutely the sociological conditions of the heroes, their occupations and concerns, and all these do not differ at all from the present ones. On the other hand, it shows the hero endowed with a truly supernormal power through his magic of canoe building and of rain-making. Nor could it be more convincingly stated than is done in this narrative that the full knowledge of the right magic was solely responsible for these supernatural powers. In its enumeration of the various details of tribal life, this myth is truly a fount of ethnographic information. Its statements, when made complete and explicit by native comment, contain a good deal of what is to be known about the sociology, technology and organization of canoe making, sailing, and of the Kula. If followed up into detail, the incidents of this narrative make us acquainted for instance, with the division into clans, with the origin and local character of these latter, with ownership of magic and its association with the totemic group. In almost all mythological narratives of the Trobriands, the clan, the subclan and the locality of the heroes are stated. In the above version, we see that the heroes have emerged at a certain spot, and that they themselves came from underground. That is, that they are the first representatives of their totemic subclan on the surface of the earth. In the two other versions, this last point was not explicitly stated, though I think it is implied in the incidents of this myth, for obviously the flying canoe is built for the first time, as it is for the last. In other versions, I was told that the hole from which this subclan emerged is also called Kudayuri, and that the name of their magical system is Vilyaveaba. Passing to the following part of the tale, we find in it a description of canoe building, and this was given to me in the same detailed manner in all three versions. Here again, if we would substitute for the short sentences a fuller account of what happens, such as could be elicited from any intelligent native informant. If for each word describing the stages of canoe building we insert a full description of the processes for which these words stand, we would have in this myth an almost complete, ethnographic account of canoe building. We would see the canoe pieced together, lashed, caulked, painted, rigged out, provided with a sail till it lies ready to be launched. Besides the successive enumeration of technical stages, we have in this myth a clear picture of the role played by the headman, who is the nominal owner of the canoe, and who speaks of it as his canoe and at the same time directs its building. Overrides the wishes of others, and is responsible for the magic. We have even the mention of the Tassasauria and Kabajadoya, and several allusions to the Kula expedition of which the canoe building in this myth is represented as a preliminary stage. The frequent, tedious repetitions and enumerations of customary sequences of events, interesting as data of folklore, are not less valuable as ethnographic documents, and as illustrations of the natives' attitude towards custom. Incidentally, this feature of native mythology shows that the task of serving as ethnographic informant is not so foreign and difficult to a native as might at first appear. He is quite used to recite one after the other the various stages of customary proceedings in his own narratives, and he does it with an almost pedantic accuracy and completeness. And it is an easy task for him to transfer these qualities to the accounts, which he is called upon to make in the service of ethnography. The dramatic effect of the climax of the story, of the unexpected flight of the canoe, is clearly brought out in the narrative, and it was given to me in all its 3 versions. In all 3, the members of the crew are made to pass through the numerous preparatory stages of sailing. And the parallel drawn between the reasonable proceedings of their fellows on the beach, and the absurd manner in which they are made to get ready in the middle of the village, some few hundred feet above the sea, makes the tension more palpable and the sudden denouement more effective. In all accounts of this myth, the magic is also performed just before the flight, and its performance is explicitly mentioned and included as an important episode in the story. The incident of bailing some water out of a canoe which never touched the sea, seems to show some inconsistency. If we remember, however, that water is poured into a canoe, while it is built, in order to prevent its drying and consequently its shrinking, cracking and warping, the inconsistency and flaw in the narrative disappear. I may add that the bailing and rain incident is contained in one of my 3 versions only. The episode of the dog is more significant and more important to the natives, and is mentioned in all 3 versions. The dog is the animal associated with the Lukuba clan, that is, the natives will say that the dog is a Lukuba, as the pig is a Malasi, and the iguana a Lukulabuta. In several stories about the origin and relative rank of the clans, each of them is represented by its totemic animal. Thus the iguana is the first to emerge from underground. Hence the Lukulabuta are the oldest clan. The dog and the pig dispute with one another the priority of rank, the dog basing his claims on his earlier appearance on the earth, for he followed immediately the iguana, the pig, asserting himself in virtue of not eating unclean things. The pig won the day, and therefore the Malasi clan are considered to be the clan of the highest rank, though this is really reached only in one of its subclans, that of the Tabalu of Omarkana. The incident of the Lebu, taking by force, of some ornaments from the Dabuans refers to the custom of using friendly violence in certain Kula transactions, c. In the second part of the story, we find the hero endowed again with magical powers far superior to those of the present-day wizards. They can make rain, or stay the clouds, it is true, but he is able to create a small cloud which pours copious rain over his own gardens, and leaves the others to be shriveled up by the sun. This part of the narrative does not touch the canoe problem, and it is of interest to us only in so far as it again shows what appears to the natives the real source of their hero's supernatural powers. The motives which lead to the killing of Makatubata are not stated explicitly in the narrative. No myth as a rule enters very much into the subjective side of its events. But, from the lengthy, indeed wearisome repetition of how the other Kideva men constantly find the Kidayuri canoe outrunning them, how they are astonished and angry, it is clear that his success must have made many enemies to Makatubata. What is not so easily explained, is the fact that he is killed, not by the other Kideva men, but by his own kinsmen. One of the versions mentions his brothers and his sister's sons as the slayers. One of them states that the people of Kideva ask Towairai, the younger brother, whether he has already acquired the flying magic and the rain magic, and only after an affirmative is received, is Makatubata killed by his younger brother. In connivance with the other people. An interesting variant is added to this version, according to which Towairai kills his elder brother in the garden. He then comes back to the village and instructs and admonishes Makatubata's children to take the body, to give it the mortuary attentions, to prepare for the burial. Then he himself arranges the sagali, the big mortuary distribution of food. In this we find an interesting document of native custom and ideas. Trobriand, in spite of having killed his brother, is still the man who has to arrange the mortuary proceedings, act as master of ceremonies, and pay for the functions performed in them by others. He personally may neither touch the corpse, nor do any act of mourning or burial, nevertheless he, as the nearest of kin of the dead man, is the bereaved one, is the one from whom a limb has been severed, so to speak. A man whose brother has died cannot mourn any more than he could mourn for himself. To return to the motives of killing, as this was done according to all accounts by Makatubata's own kinsman, with the approval of the other men, envy, ambition, the desire to succeed the headman in his dignity, must have been mixed with spite against him. In fact, we see that Trobriand proceeds confidently to perform the magic, and bursts out into wailing only after he has discovered he has been duped. Now we come to one of the most remarkable incidents of the whole myth, that namely which brings into connection the yoyova, or the flying witches, with the flying canoe, and with such speed of a canoe, as is imparted to it by magic. In the spells of swiftness there are frequent allusions to the yoyova or molokwasi. This can be clearly seen in the spell of the Wayogo, already adduced, and which is still to be analyzed linguistically, to 4. The Kariyala, magical portent, cf., of the Wayogo spell consists in shooting stars, that is, when a Wayogo rite is performed at night over the creeper coils, there will be stars falling in the sky. And again, when a magician, knowing this system of magic, dies, shooting stars will be seen. Now, as we have seen, falling stars are molokwasi in their flight. In this story of the Kidayuri we see the mythological ground for this association. The same magic which allowed the canoe to sail through the air gives the three sisters of Kidayuri their power of being molokwasi, and of flying. In this myth they are also endowed with the power of cleaving the rocks, a power which they share with the canoe, which cleft a rock immediately after leaving the village. The three sisters cleave rocks and pierce the land in several places. My native commentators assured me that when the canoe first visited Jiribwa and Katamwadu at the beginning of this myth, the land was still joined at these places and there was a beach at each of them. The Molokwasi tried to pierce Boyawa at several spots along the eastern coast, but succeeded only at Jiribwa. The myth thus has the archaic stamp of referring to deep changes in natural features. The two sisters, who fly to the south return from the furthest point and settle near Tawara, in which there is some analogy to several other myths in which heroes from the Marshall Bennett Islands settle down somewhere between the Amphlots and Dobu. One of them turns her eyes northwards towards the non-cannibal people of Boyawa and she is said to be averse to cannibalism. Probably this is a sort of mythological explanation of why the Boyawan people do not eat men and the Dabuans do, an explanation to which there is an analogy in another myth shortly to be adduced, that of Atuaine and Acharamoe. And a better one still in a myth about the origins of cannibalism, which I cannot quote here. In all these traditions, so far, the heroes belonged to the clan of Lukuba. To it belong Giryu, Tokosekuna, the Kidayuri family in their dog, and also the dog, Tokolubwedoga of the myth told in. I may add that, in some legends told about the origin of humanity, this clan emerges first from underground and in some it emerges second in time, but as the clan of highest rank, though in this it has to yield afterwards to the Malasi. The main culture hero of Kiriwina, the ogre slayer Tadava, belongs, also to the clan of Lukuba. There is even a historic fact, which agrees with this mythological primacy, and subsequent eclipse. The Lukuba were, some 6 or 7 generations ago, the leading clan in Vakuta, and then they had to surrender the chieftainship of this place to the Malasi clan, when the subclan of the Tabalu, the Malasi chiefs of the highest rank in Kiriwina, migrated south, and settled down in Vakuta. In the myths quoted here, the Lukuba are leading canoe builders, sailors, and adventurers, that is with one exception, that of Tokosekuna, who, though excelling in all other respects, knows nothing of canoe construction. V. Let us now proceed to the last named mythological center, and taking a very big step from the Marshall Bennetts, return to Tawara, and to its myth of the origin of the Kula. I shall tell this myth in a translation, closely following the original account, obtained in Kirawinian from an informant at Aburaku. I had an opportunity of checking and amending his narrative, by the information obtained from a native of Senaroe in Pidgin English. The story of Kasabwebwerida and Gumakarakadekta. Kasabwebwerida lived in Tawara. He heard the renown of a soulava, spondylus necklace, which was kept, in Wawela. Its name was Gumakarakadekta. He said to his children, "Let us go to Wawela, make kula to get this soulava." He put into his canoe unripe coconut, undeveloped betel nut, green bananas. They went to Wawela, they anchored in Wawela. His sons went ashore, they went to obtain Gumakarakadekta. He remained in the canoe. His son made offering of food, they, the Wawela people, refused. Kasabwebwerida spoke a charm over the betel nut, it yellowed, became ripe, he spoke the charm over the coconut, its soft kernel swelled, he charmed the bananas, they ripened. He took off his hair, his grey hair, his wrinkled skin, it remained in the canoe. He rose, he went, he gave a pokala offering of food, he received the valuable necklace as kula gift, for he was already a beautiful man. He went, he put it down, he thrust it into his hair. He came to the canoe, he took his covering, the sloughed skin, he donned the wrinkles, the grey hairs, he remained. His sons arrived, they took their places in the canoe, they sailed to Jaribwa. They cooked their food. He called his grandson, "Oh, my grandson, come here, look for my lice." The grandson came there, stepped near him. Kasabwebwerida spoke, telling him, "My grandson, catch my lice in the middle, of my hair, dot." His grandson parted his hair, he saw the valuable necklace, Gumakarakadekta remaining there in the hair of Kasabwebwerida. He spoke to his father, telling him, "My father, Kasabwebwerida already obtained Gumakarakadekta." "Oh, no, he did not obtain it. I am a chief, I am beautiful, I have not obtained that valuable." "Indeed, would this wrinkled old man have obtained the necklace?" "No, indeed. Truly, my father, he has obtained it already. I have seen it, already it remains in his hair. All the water vessels are empty already." The son went into the canoe, spilled the water so that it ran out, and only the empty vessels, made of coconut shell, remained. Later on they sailed, they went to an island, Gabula, Gabawana in Mfleton and Indabuan. This man, Kasabwebwerida, wanted water, and spoke to his son. This man picked up the water vessels, no, they were all empty. They went on the beach of Gabula, the Usajalu, members of the crew, dug out their water holes, in the beach. This man remained in the canoe and called out, "Oh my grandson, bring me here my water, go there and dip out my water." The grandson said, "No, come here and dip out, yourself." Later on, they dipped out water, they finished, and Kasabwebwerida came. They muddied the water, it was muddy. He sat down, he waited. They went, they sailed in the canoe. Kasabwebwerida called out, "Oh, my son, why do you cast me off?" Spoke the son, "I think you have obtained Gumakarakadekta." "Oh, by and by, my son, when we arrive in the village, I shall give it to you." "Oh, no. Well, you remain, I shall go." He takes a stone, a binabana one, this man Kasabwebwerida, he throws so that he might make a hole in the canoe, and the men might go into the sea. No. They sped away, they went, this stone stands up, it has made an island in the sea. They went, they anchored in Tawara. They, the villagers, asked, "And where is Kasabwebwerida?" Oh, his son got angry with him, already he had obtained Gumakarakadekta. Well, then, this man Kasabwebwerida remained in the island Gabula. He saw Tokum Mwawa, evening star, approach. He spoke, "My friend, come here, let me just enter into your canoe." "Oh no, I shall go to another place." There came Kalatiku, serious. He asked him, "Let me go with you." He refused. There came Keusi, Southern Cross. Kasabwebwerida wanted to go with him. He refused. There came Omnicavayu, Alpha and Beta Centauri. He wanted a place in his canoe. He refused. There came Kibi, 3 stars widely distant, forming no constellation in our sky chart. He also refused to take Casabwebuerita. There came Oyawa, the Pleiades. Casabwebuerita asked him to take him. Oyawa said, "You wait, you look out, there will come Kekiataga, he will take you." There came Kekiataga, the 3 central stars in Orion's belt. Casabwebuerita asked him, "My friend, which way will you go?" "I shall come down on top of Teriabuta mountain." "I shall go down, I shall go away." "Oh, my friend, come here, let me just sit down, on you, dot. Oh come, see on one side there is a VIII, stingery, on the other side, there is the loyu, a fish with poisonous spikes, you sit in the middle, it will be well. Where is your village?" "My village is Tawara." "What stands in the sight of your village?" "In the sight of my village, there stands a busa tree." They went there. Already the village of Casabwebuerita is straight below them. He charmed this busa tree, it arose, it went straight up into the skies. Casabwebuerita changed place, from Orion's belt onto the tree, he sat on the busa tree. He spoke, "Oh, my friend, break asunder this necklace. Part of it, I shall give you. Part of it, I shall carry to Tawara." He gave part of it to his companion. This busa tree came down to the ground. He was angry because his son left him behind. He went underground inside. He there remained for a long time. The dogs came there, and they dug and dug. They dug him out. He came out on top, he became a Tauvayu, evil spirit, see. He hits human beings. That is why in Tawara the village is that of sorcerers and witches, because of Casabwebuerita. To make this somewhat obscure narrative clearer, a short commentary is necessary. The first part tells of a Kula expedition in which the hero, his son, his grandson, and some other members of the crew take part. His son takes with him good, fresh food, to give as solicitory offering and thus tempt his partners to present him with the famous necklace. The son is a young man and also a chief of renown. The later stages are clearer. By means of magic, the hero changes himself into a young, attractive man, and makes his own unripe, bad fruit into splendid gifts to be offered to his partner. He obtains the prize without difficulty, and hides it in his hair. Then, in a moment of weakness, and for motives which it is impossible to find out from native commentators, he on purpose reveals the necklace to his grandson. Most likely, the motive was vanity. His son, and probably also the other companions, become very angry and set a trap for him. They arrange things so that he has to go for his own water on the beach of Gabula. When they have already got theirs and while he is dipping it out, they sail away, leaving him marooned on the sand bank. Like Polyphemus after the escaping party of Odysseus, he throws a stone at the treacherous canoe, but it misses its mark, and becomes an outstanding rock in the sea. The episode of his release by the stars is quite clear. Arrived at the village, he makes a tree rise by his magic, and after he has given the bigger part of his necklace to his rescuer, he descends, with the smaller part. His going underground and subsequent turning into a Tauvayu shows how bitter he feels towards humanity. As usual, the presence of such a powerful, evil personality in the village, gives its stamp to the whole community, and this latter produces sorcerers and witches. All these additions and comments I obtained in cross-questioning my original informant. The Dabuan informant from Scenario introduced one or two variants into the second part of the narrative. According to him, Casabwebuerita marries while in the sky, and remains there long enough to beget 3 male and 2 female children. After he has made up his mind to descend to earth again, he makes a hole in the heavens, looks down and sees a betel nut tree in his village. Then he speaks to his child, "When I go down, you pull at one end of the necklace." He climbs down by means of the necklace onto the betel palm and pulls at one end of Gumakarakadekta. It breaks, a big piece remains in the skies, the small one goes with him below. Arrived in the village, he arranges a feast, and invites all the villagers to it. He speaks some magic over the food, and after they have eaten it, the villagers are turned into birds. This last act is quite in harmony with his profession of Tauvayu, which he assumed in the previous version of the myth. My Dabuan informant also added, by way of commentary, that the companions of Casabwebwerita were angry with him, because he obtained the necklace in Boyawa, which was not the right direction for a necklace to travel in the Kula. This, however, is obviously a rationalization of the events of the myth. Comparing the previously related story of Tokosakuna with this one, we see at once a clear resemblance between them in several features. In both, the heroes start as old, decrepit, and very ugly men. By their magical powers, they rejuvenate in the course of the story, the one permanently, the other just sloughing off his skin for the purpose of a Kula transaction. In both cases, the hero is definitely superior in the Kula, and by this arouses the envy and hatred of his companions. Again, in both stories, the companions decide to punish the hero, and the island or sandbank of Gabawana is the scene of the punishment. In both, the hero finally settles in the south, only in one case it is his original home, while in the other he has migrated there from one of the Marshall Bennett Islands. An anomaly in the Casabwebwerita myth, namely, that he fetches his necklace from the north, whereas the normal direction for necklaces to travel is from south to north in this region, makes us suspect that perhaps this story is a transformation of a legend about a man who made the Kula from the north. Ill-treated by his companions, he settled in Tawara, and becoming a local culture hero, was afterwards described as belonging to the place. However this might be, and the hypothetical interpretation is mine, and not obtained from the natives, the two stories are so similar that they must be regarded obviously as variants of the same myth, and not as independent traditions. 6. So much about the ethnographic analysis of these myths. Let us now return to the general, sociological considerations with which we opened this digression into mythology. We are now better able to realize to what extent and in what manner Kula myths influenced the native outlook. The main social force governing all tribal life could be described as the inertia of custom, the love of uniformity of behavior. The great moral philosopher was wrong when he formulated his categorical imperative, which was to serve human beings as a fundamental guiding principle of behavior. In advising us to act so that our behavior might be taken as a norm of universal law, he reversed the natural state of things. The real rule guiding human behavior is this: what everyone else does, what appears as norm of general conduct, this is right, moral and proper. Let me look over the fence and see what my neighbor does, and take it as a rule for my behavior. So acts every man in the street, in our own society, so has acted the average member of any society through the past ages, and so acts the present-day savage. And the lower his level of cultural development, the greater stickler he will be for good manners, propriety and form, and the more incomprehensive and odious to him will be the nonconforming point of view. Systems of social philosophy have been built to explain and interpret or misinterpret this general principle. Tarde's imitation, Gidding's consciousness of kind, Durkheim's collective ideas, and many such conceptions as social consciousness, the soul of a nation. Group mind, or nowadays prevalent and highly fashionable ideas about suggestibility of the crowd, the instinct of herd, etc., try to cover this simple empirical truth. Most of these systems, especially those evoking the phantom of collective soul, are futile, to my mind, in so far as they try to explain in the terms of a hypothesis that which is most fundamental in sociology, and can therefore be reduced to nothing else, but must be simply recognized and accepted as the basis of our science. To frame verbal definitions and quibble over terms does not seem to bring us much more forward in a new branch of learning, where a knowledge of facts is above all needed. Whatever might be the case with any theoretical interpretations of this principle, in this place, we must simply emphasize that a strict adherence to custom, to that which is done by everyone else, is the main rule of conduct among our natives in the Trobriands. An important corollary to this rule declares that the past is more important than the present. What has been done by the father, or, as the Trobriander would say, by the maternal uncle, is even more important as norm of behavior than what is done by the brother. It is to the behavior of the past generations that the Trobriander instinctively looks for his guidance. Thus the mythical events which relate what has been done, not by the immediate ancestors but by mythical, illustrious forebears, must evidently carry an enormous social weight. The stories of important past events are hallowed because they belong to the great mythical generations and because they are generally accepted as truth, for everybody knows and tells them. They bear the sanction of righteousness and propriety in virtue of these two qualities of praetority and universality. Thus, through the operation of what might be called the elementary law of sociology, myth possesses the normative power of fixing custom, of sanctioning modes of behavior, of giving dignity and importance to an institution. The Kula receives from these ancient stories its stamp of extreme importance and value. The rules of commercial honor, of generosity and punctiliousness in all its operations, acquire through this their binding force. This is what we could call the normative influence of myth on custom. The Kula myth, however, exercises another kind of appeal. In the Kula, we have a type of enterprise where the vast possibilities of success are very much influenced by chance. A man, whether he be rich or poor in partners, may, according to his luck, return with a relatively big or a small haul from an expedition. Thus the imagination of the adventurers, as in all forms of gambling, must be bent towards lucky hits and turns of extraordinarily good chance. The Kula myths feed this imagination on stories of extreme good luck, and at the same time show that it lies in the hands of man to bring this luck on himself, provided he acquires the necessary magical lore. I have said before that the mythological events are distinct from those happening nowadays, in so far as they are extraordinary and supernormal. This adds both to their authoritative character and to their desirability. It sets them before the native as a specially valuable standard of conduct, and as an ideal towards which their desires must go out. 7. But I also said before that, distinct as it is, the mythical world is not separated by an unbridgeable gulf from the present order of events. Indeed, though an ideal must be always beyond what actually exists, yet it must appear just within reach of realization if it is to be effective at all. Now, after we have become acquainted with their stories, we can see clearly what was meant when it was said, that magic acts as a link between the mythical and the actual realities. In the canoe myth, for instance, the flying, the supernormal achievement of the Kula canoe, is conceived only as the highest degree of the virtue of speed, which is still being imparted nowadays to canoes by magic. The magical heritage of the Kula clan is still there, making the canoes sail fast. Had it been transmitted in its complete form, any present canoe, like the mythical one, could be seen flying. In the Kula myths also, magic is found to give supernormal powers of beauty, strength and immunity from danger. The mythological events demonstrate the truth of the claims of magic. Their validity is established by a sort of retrospective, mythical empiry. But magic, as it is practiced nowadays, accomplishes the same effects, only in a smaller degree. Natives believe deeply that the Formuline rites of mwali magic make those who carry them out attractive, irresistible and safe from dangers. Compare. Another feature which brings the mythical events into direct connection with the present state of affairs, is the sociology of mythical personages. They all are associated with certain localities, as are the present local groups. They belong to the same system of totemic division into clans and subclans as obtains nowadays. Thus, members of a subclan, or a local unit, can claim a mythical hero as their direct ancestor, and members of a clan can boast of him as of a clansman. Indeed, myths, like songs and fairy stories, are owned by certain subclans. This does not mean that other people would abstain from telling them, but members of the subclan are supposed to possess the most intimate knowledge of the mythical events, and to be an authority in interpreting them. And indeed, it is a rule that a myth will be best known in its own locality, that is, known with all the details and free from any adulterations or not quite genuine additions and fusions. This better knowledge can be easily understood, if we remember that myth is very often connected with magic in the Trobriands, and that this latter is a possession, kept by some members of the local group. Now, to know the magic, and to understand it properly, it is necessary to be well acquainted with the myth. This is the reason why the myth must be better known in the local group with which it is connected. In some cases, the local group has not only to practice the magic associated with the myth, but it has to look after the observance of certain rites, ceremonies and taboos connected with it. In this case, the sociology of the mythical events is intimately bound up with the social divisions as they exist now. But even in such myths as those of the Kula, which have become the property of all clans and local groups within the district, the explicit statement of the hero's clan, subclan and of his village gives the whole myth a stamp of actuality and reality. Side by side with magic, the sociological continuity bridges over the gap between the mythical and the actual. And indeed the magical and the sociological bridges run side by side. I spoke above, beginning of the enlivening influence of myth upon landscape. Here it must be noted also that the mythically changed features of the landscape bear testimony in the native's mind to the truth of the myth. The mythical word receives its substance in rock and hill, in the changes in land and sea. The pierced sea passages, the cleft boulders, the petrified human beings, all these bring the mythological world close to the natives, make it tangible and permanent. On the other hand, the story thus powerfully illustrated, reacts on the landscape, fills it with dramatic happenings, which, fixed there forever, give it a definite meaning. With this I shall close these general remarks on mythology, though with myth and mythical events we shall constantly meet in further inquiries. 8. As we return to our party, who, sailing past the mythical center of Tawara, make for the island of Seneroe, the first thing to be related about them, brings us straight to another mythological story. As the natives enter the district of Siawawawa, they pass a stone or rock, called Sinatamubadai. I have not seen it, but the natives tell me it lies among the mangroves in a tidal creek. Like the stone Gyurwea, mentioned before, this one also enjoys certain privileges, and offerings are given to it. The natives do not tarry in this unimportant district. Their final goal is now in sight. Beyond the sea, which is here landlocked like a lake, the hills of Dobu, topped by Koyaviyu loom before them. In the distance to their right as they sail south, the broad easterly flank of Koyatabu runs down to the water, forming a deep valley. Behind them spreads the wide plain of Seneroe, with a few volcanic cones at its northern end, and far to the left the mountains of Normanby unfold in a long chain. They sail straight south, making for the beach of Saraboina, where they will have to pause for a ritual halt in order to carry out the final preparations and magic. They steer towards two black rocks, which mark the northern end of Saraboina beach as they stand, one at the base, the other at the end of a narrow, sandy spit. These are the two rocks Atuaine and Acharamoe, the most important of the tabooed places, at which natives lay offerings when starting or arriving on Kula expeditions. The rock among the mangroves of Siawawa is connected with these two by a mythical story. The two men whom we see now before us in petrified form, and one woman, came to this district from somewhere Omuyawa, that is, from Woodlark Island or the Marshall Bennetts. This is the story. Myth of Atuaine, Acharamoe and Sinatamubadai. They were two brothers and a sister. They came first to the creek called Katawaga in Siawawa. The woman lost her comb. She spoke to her brethren, "My brothers, my comb fell down." They answered her, "Good, return, take your comb." She found it and took it, and next day she said, "Well, I shall remain here already, as Sinatamubadai." The brothers went on. When they arrived at the shore of the main island, Atuaine said, "Acharamoe, how shall we go? Shall we look towards the sea?" Said Acharamoe, "Oh, no, let us look towards the jungle." Acharamoe went ahead, deceiving his brother, for he was a cannibal. He wanted to look towards the jungle, so that he might eat men. Thus Acharamoe went ahead, and his eyes turned towards the jungle. Atuaine turned his eyes, looked over the sea, he spoke, "Why did you deceive me, Acharamoe? Whilst I am looking towards the sea, you look towards the jungle. Acharamoe later on returned and came towards the sea. He spoke, good, Uatuaine, look towards the sea, I shall look to the jungle. This man, who sits near the jungle, is a cannibal, the one who sits near the sea is good. This short version of the myth I obtained in Sinakita. The story shows us three people migrating for unknown reasons from the northeast to this district. The sister, after having lost her comb, decides to remain in Siawawa, and turns into the rock Sinatamubadai. The brothers go only a few miles further, to undergo the same transformation at the northern end of Sarabuena Beach. There is the characteristic distinction between the cannibal and the non-cannibal. As the story was told to me in Boyawa, that is, in the district where they were not man-eaters, the qualification of good was given to the non-cannibal hero, who became the rock further out to sea. The same distinction is to be found in the previously quoted myth of the Kadayuri sisters who flew to Dobu, and it is to be found also in a myth, told about the origins of cannibalism, which I shall not quote here. The association between the jungle and cannibalism on the one hand, and between the sea and abstention from human flesh on the other, is the same as the one in the Kadayuri myth. In that myth, the rock which looks towards the south is cannibal, while the northern one is not, and for the natives this is the reason why the Dobuans do eat human flesh and the Boyans do not. The designation of one of these rocks as a man-eater, Tokamlatayu, has no further meaning, more especially it is not associated with the belief that any special dangers surround the rock. The importance of these two rocks, Atuaine and Acharamoe, lies, however, not so much in the truncated myth as in the ritual surrounding them. Thus, all three stones receive an offering, pokala, consisting of a bit of coconut, a stale yam, a piece of sugar cane and banana. As the canoes go past, the offerings are placed on the stone, or thrown towards it, with the words, "Old man," or in the case of Sinatamubadai, "Old woman, here comes your coconut, your sugar cane, your bananas. Bring me good luck so that I may go and make my kula quickly in Tuyutana." This offering is given by the Boyawan canoes on their way to Dobu, and by the Dobuans as they start on the kula northwards, to Boyawa. Besides the offerings, certain taboos and observances are kept at these rocks. Thus, any people passing close to the rock would have to bathe in the sea out of their canoes, and the children in the canoes would be sprinkled with seawater. This is done to prevent disease. A man who would go for the first time to Kula in Dobu would not be allowed to eat food in the vicinity of these rocks. A pig, or a green coconut would not be placed on the soil in this neighborhood, but would have to be put on a mat. A novice in the Kula would have to make a point of going and bathing at the foot of Atuaine and Acharamoe. The Dobuans pokala some other stones, to which the Boyans do not give any offerings. The previously mentioned Gurwea rock receives its share from the Dobuans, who believe that if they passed it close by without making a pokala, they would become covered with sores and die. Passing Gurwea, they would not stand up in their canoes, nor would they eat any food when camping on a beach within sight of Gurwea. If they did so, they would become seasick, fall asleep, and their canoe would drift away into the unknown. I do not know whether there is any myth in Dobu about the Gurwea stone. There is a belief that a big snake is coiled on the top of this rock, which looks after the observance of the taboos, and in case of breach of any of them would send down sickness on them. Some of the taboos of Gurwea are also kept by the Boyans, but I do not exactly know which. I obtained from a Dobuan informant a series of names of other, similar stones, lying to the east of Dobu, on the route between there and Tube. Thus, somewhere in the district of Duayu, there is a rock called Kokorakakdakata. Besides this, near a place called Makadokadoko there is a stone, Tabadaya. Further east, near Bunama, a small stone called Sinada enjoys some Kula prestige. In a spot Sinaina, which I cannot place on the map, there is a stone called Teriadabwairo, with eye, nose, legs and hindquarters shaped like those of a pig. This stone is called the mother of all the pigs, and the district of Sinaina is renowned for the abundance of these animals there. The only mythical fragment about any of these stones which I obtained is the one quoted above. Like the two Kula myths previously adduced, it is a story of a migration from north to south. There is no allusion to the Kula in the narrative, but as the stones are pokalit in the Kula, there is evidently some association between it and them. To understand this association better, it must be realized that similar offerings are given in certain forms of magic to ancestral spirits and to spirits of culture heroes, who have founded the institution in which the magic is practiced. This suggests the conclusion that Atuaine and Acharamoe are heroes of the Kula like Tokosekuna and Kasabwebwerita, and that their story is another variant of the fundamental Kula myth. C. The reader will note that this is the same name, which another mythical dog bore, also of the Lukuba clan, as all dogs are, the one namely from whom the Kagyu magic is traced. Cf. Professor C. G. Seligman, The Melanesians, Chapter 54, Burial and Mourning Ceremonies, among the Natives of the Trobriand Islands, of Woodlark and the Marshall Bennetts. Chapter 13. On the Beach of Sarabuena. I. When the Sinaketan fleet passes the two mythical rocks of Atuaine and Acharamoe, the final goal of the expedition has been already reached. For before them, there stretch in a wide expanse the N.W. shores of Dawson Straits, where on the wide beach, there are scattered the villages of Bweawa, Tuyutana and Dade, at the foot of Koyavayu. This latter, the Boyans call Koyavaguna, the final mountain. Immediately behind the two rocks, there stretches the beach of Sarabuena, its clean, white sand edging the shallow curve of a small bay. This is the place where the crews, nearing their final destination, have to make a halt, to prepare themselves magically for approaching their partners in Dobu. As, on their start from Sinakita, they stopped for some time on Moa and there performed the last act of their inaugurating rites and ceremonies. So in the same manner this beach is the place where they once more muster their forces after the journey has been accomplished. Plate XLVI. A Kula fleet halting to perform the final rites of Mwazala. This photograph was taken in the Trobriands, and it shows the Dabuan fleet just arriving in its final halt, cf. Chapter 16, Division 2. The scene on the beach of Sarabuena would present an identical picture. Note the two men in the forefront, wading ashore to produce the leaves for the Kekakea. C. Plate 49. The beauty magic of the Mwazala. The whole fleet are preparing for the final approach. In each canoe magic is spoken over cosmetics and every man combs his hair, anoints his body, and paints his face. C. This is the place which was already mentioned when, in giving a description of the district, we imagined ourselves passing near this beach and meeting there a large fleet of canoes, whose crews were engaged in some mysterious activities. I said there that up to 100 canoes might have been seen anchored near the beach, and indeed, on a big Ivaliku expedition in olden days such a figure could easily have been reached. For, on a rough estimate, Sinakita could have produced some 20 canoes, the Vakutans could have joined them with about 40, the Amfletans with another 20, and 20 more would have followed from Tawara, Siawawa, and Sanaroa. Some of them would indeed not have taken part in the Kula, but have followed only out of sheer curiosity, just as in the big Ivaliku expedition, which I accompanied in 1918 from Dobu to Sinakita. The 60 Dabuan canoes were joined by some 12 canoes from the Amflets and about as many again from Bakuta. The Sinakitans having arrived at this beach, now stop, moor the canoes near the shore, adorn their persons, and perform a whole series of magical rites. Within a short space of time they crowd in a great number of short rites, accompanied by formulae as a rule not very long. In fact, from the moment they have arrived at Sarabuena up to their entry into the village, they do not cease doing one magical act or another, and the Talawaga never stop incessantly muttering their spells. To the observer, a spectacle of feverish activity unfolds itself, a spectacle which I witnessed in 1918 when I assisted at an analogous performance of the Dabuan Kula fleet approaching Sinakita. The fleet halts. The sails are furled, the masts dismounted, the canoes moored, c. In each canoe, the elder men begin to undo their baskets and take out their personal belongings. The younger ones run ashore and gather copious supplies of leaves which they bring back into the canoes. Then the older men again murmur magical formulae over the leaves and over other substances. In this, the Talawaga is assisted by others. Then, they all wash in seawater, and rub themselves with the medicated leaves. Coconuts are broken, scraped, medicated, and the skin is rubbed with the mess, which greases it and gives it a shining surface. A comb is chanted over, and the hair teased out with it, see. Then, with crushed betel nut mixed with lime, they draw red ornamental designs on their faces, while others use the sayaku, an aromatic resinous stuff, and draw similar lines in black. The fine-smelling mint plant, which has been chanted over at home before starting, is taken out of its little receptacle where it was preserved in coconut oil. The herb is inserted into the armlets, while the few drops of oil are smeared over the body, and over the lilava, the magical bundle of peri, trade goods. All the magic which is spoken over the native cosmetics is the mwali, Kula magic, of beauty. The main aim of these spells is the same one which we found so clearly expressed in myth. To make the man beautiful, attractive, and irresistible to his Kula partner. In the myths we saw how an old, ugly, and ungainly man becomes transformed by his magic into a radiant and charming youth. Now this mythical episode is nothing else but an exaggerated version of what happens every time, when the mwali of beauty is spoken on Ceremonies beach or on other similar points of approach. As my informants over and over again told me, when explaining the meaning of these rites. Here we are ugly, we eat bad fish, bad food, our faces remain ugly. We want to sail to Dobu, we keep taboos, we don't eat bad food. We go to Ceremonies. We wash, we charm the leaves of salasala, we charm the coconut, we putuma, anoint ourselves, we make our red paint and black paint, we put in our fine-smelling vana, herb ornament in armlets, we arrive in Dobu beautiful looking. Our partner looks at us, sees our faces are beautiful, he throws the vegue at us. The bad fish and bad food here mentioned are the articles which are tabooed to those who know the mwali, and a man may often unwittingly break such a taboo. There is no doubt that a deep belief in the efficacy of such magic might almost make it effective. Although actual beauty cannot be imparted by spells, yet the feeling of being beautiful through magic may give assurance, and influence people in their behavior and deportment. And as in the transaction it is the manner of the soliciting party which matters, this magic, no doubt, achieves its aim by psychological means. This branch of Kula magic has two counterparts in the other magical lore of the Trobrianders. One of them is the love magic, through which people are rendered attractive and irresistible. Their belief in these spells is such that a man would always attribute all his success in love to their efficiency. Another type closely analogous to the beauty magic of the Kula is the specific beauty magic practiced before big dances and festivities. Let us now give one or two samples of the magic which is performed on Ceremonies beach. The ritual in all of it is exceedingly simple. In each case the formula is spoken over a certain substance, and then this substance is applied to the body. The first rite to be performed is that of ceremonial washing. The Talawaga brings his mouth close to the big bundles of herbs, brought from the shore and utters the formula called kekekea, the ablution formula, over them. After an ablution, these leaves are rubbed over the skins of all those in the canoe who practice Kula. Then, in the same succession as I mention them, the coconut, the comb, the ordinary or the aromatic black paint or the betel nut are charmed over. Only one, as a rule, of the paints is used. In some cases the Talawaga does the spell for everybody. In other cases, a man who knows, say, the betel nut or the comb spell, will do it for himself or even for all others. In some cases again, out of all these rites, only the kekekea, ablution, and one of the others will be performed. Kekekea spell. O katatuna fish, O marabwaga fish, yabwa fish, ririgu fish. Their red paint, with which they are painted, their red paint, with which they are adorned. Alone they visit, together we visit. Alone they visit, together we visit a chief. They take me to their bosom, they hug me. The great woman befriends me, where the pots are boiling, the good woman befriends me, on the sitting platform. 2 pigeons stand and turn round. 2 parrots fly about. No more it is my mother art thou, O woman of Dobu. No more it is my father art thou, O man of Dobu. No more it is the high platform are his arms. No more it is the sitting platform are his legs, no more it is my lime spoon is his tongue, no more it is my lime pot is his gullet. This formula then passes into the same ending as the Solomoya spell, quoted previously, which runs, recently deceased spirit of my maternal uncle, etc. At the beginning of this spell, we find enumerated a series of fish names. These fishes all have red markings on their bodies, and they are taboo to the people, who recite the mwali magic and do the kula. If eaten, they would give a man an ugly appearance. The above quoted saying of one of my informants, "We eat bad fish, we are ugly," refers to these fishes amongst others. In this formula, the invocation is partly an appeal for assistance, and partly a sort of exorcism, which is meant to undo the evil effects of breaking the taboo of eating these fish. As this formula is associated with the ritual washing, the whole proceeding possesses a sort of magical consistency, which obtains within an exceedingly obscure and confused concatenation of ideas, the redness of the fish. The red painting on the human bodies for beauty, the invocation of the fishing magic, the taboo on this fish. These ideas hang together somehow, but it would be unwise and incorrect to attempt to put them into any logical order or sequence. The sentence about visiting in this spell could not be made clear by any of my native informants. I venture to suggest that the fish are invited to assist the adventurer on his Kula visit, and to help him with their beauty. The next few sentences refer to the reception he anticipates at Dobu, in the forcible and exaggerated language of magic. The words which have been here translated by, take to his bosom, hug, befriend, are the terms used to describe the fondling and rocking and hugging of small children. According to native custom, it would not be considered effeminate or ridiculous for men to put their arms round each other and walk or sit about thus. And it must be added, this is done without any homosexual intention, at least of the grosser type. Nonetheless, no such fondling would really take place between the Dobuans and their Kula partners. The mention of the great woman, the great good woman, refers to the wife and sister of the partner, who, as we have said before, are considered to wield great influence in the transactions. The 2 pigeons and the 2 parrots express metaphorically the friendship between the reciter of this magic and his partner. The long list that follows expresses the exchange of his ordinary relations for his Dobuan friends. An exaggerated description follows of the intimacy between him and his partner, on whose arms and legs he will sit, and from whose mouth he will partake of the beetle-chewing materials. I shall give a sample of another of these spells, associated with adornment and personal beauty. This is the spell spoken over the betel nut with which the Talawaga and the members of his canoe draw lines of vermilion red on their faces. Young betel nut, when crushed with lime in a small mortar, produces pigment of wonderful brightness and intensity. Travelers in the countries of the Indian Ocean and parts of the Pacific know it well, as the paint that colors the lips and tongues of the natives. Talo spell. Red paint of the Utawada fish. Red paint of the mwali fish. At the one end of the aromatic pandanus flower petal, at the other end of the dawaka flower. There are 2 red paints of mine, they flare up, they flash. My head, it flares up, it flashes. My red paint, it flares up, it flashes. My facial blacking, it flares up, it flashes. My aromatic paint, it flares up, it flashes. My little basket, it flares up, it flashes. My lime spoon, it flares up, it flashes. My lime pot, it flares up, it flashes. My comb, it flares up, it flashes. And so on, enumerating the various personal appurtenances, such as the mat, the stock in trade, the big basket, the charmed bundle, Lil Ava, and then again the various parts of his head, that is his nose, his occiput, his tongue, his throat, his larynx, his eyes, and his mouth. The whole series of words is again repeated with another leading word instead of, it flares up, it flashes. The new word, mitipwepwai, is a compound, expressing a desire, a coveting, nascent in the eyes. The eyes are, according to native psychophysical theories, the seat of admiration, wish and appetite in matters of sex, of greed for food, and for material possessions. Here, this expression conveys that the Dabuan partner will, on beholding his visitor, desire to make Kula with him. The spell ends, my head is made bright, my face flashes. I have acquired a beautiful shape, like that of a chief. I have acquired a shape that is good. I am the only one, my renown stands alone. At the beginning we have again the mention of two fishes, evidently the redness of the fish is the right redness for the Kula. I am unable to explain the meaning of the second sentence, except that the petals of the pandanus flower are slightly colored at one end, and that they are considered as one of the finest and most attractive ornaments. The middle part and the end of this spell need no commentary. These two spells will be sufficient to indicate the general character of the beauty magic of the Kula. One more spell must be adduced here, that of the conch shell. This shell is as a rule medicated at this stage of the Kula proceedings. Sometimes, however, the Talawaga would, before departure from home, utter the formula into the opening of the conch shell, and close this up carefully, so that the virtue might not evaporate. The conch shell is made of a big specimen of the Cassis cornuta shell, at the broad end of which the apex of the spiral windings is knocked out, so as to form a mouthpiece. The spell is not uttered into the mouthpiece, but into the broad opening between the lips, both orifices being afterwards closed with coconut husk fiber until the shell has actually to be blown. The spell of the Tawaya, conch shell. Mwanata, mwanata. Come there together, I will make you come there together. Come here together, I will make you come here together. The rainbow appears there, I will make the rainbow appear there. The rainbow appears here, I will make the rainbow here. Who comes ahead with the Kula? I, here the name of the reciter is uttered, come ahead with the Kula, I shall be the only chief, I shall be the only old man. I shall be the only one to meet my partner on the road. My renown stands alone, my name is the only one. Beautiful valuables are exchanged here with my partner, beautiful valuables are exchanged there with my partner. The contents of my partner's basket are mustered. After this exordium there comes a middle part, constructed on the general principle of one words being repeated with a series of others. The key word here is an expression denoting the state of excitement which seizes a partner, and makes him give generous Kula offerings. This word here is repeated first with a series of words, describing the various personal belongings of the partner, his dog, his belt, his tabooed coconut and betel nut. And then, with a new series of terms denoting the different classes of Kula valuables which are expected to be given. This part could therefore be translated thus. A state of excitement seizes his dog, his belt, his guara, taboo on coconuts and betel nuts, his Bajitoyu necklace, his Bagariku necklace, his Bajaduda necklace, etc. The spell ends in a typical manner, I shall Kula, I shall rob my Kula, I shall steal my Kula, I shall pilfer my Kula. I shall Kula so as to make my canoe sink, I shall Kula so as to make my outrigger go under. My fame is like thunder, my steps are like earthquake. The first word of this spell, mwanata, is the native name for a long worm covered with rings of black armor. I was told that it is mentioned here because of its similarity to the spondylus shell necklaces, which also consist of many rings. I obtained this formula in Sinakita, hence this interpretation heeds only the necklaces, though the simile might also obviously be extended to armshells, for a number of armshells threaded on a string, as they can be seen on. Presents also a likeness to the mwanata worm. It may be added here that Sinakita is one of these Kula communities in which the overseas expeditions are done only in one direction, to the south, from where only the spondylus necklaces are fetched. Its counterpart, Kiriwina, to the north, carries on again only one-sided overseas Kula. The formulae which I obtained in Kirawina differ from those of Sinakita in their main parts. Whenever there is a list of spondylus necklaces in a Sinakitan Tapwana, main part, a list of the several varieties of armshells would be used in a Kirawinian Tapwana. In Kidava, where, as in several other Kula communities, the overseas expeditions are carried out in both directions, the same formula would be used by the same man with two different main parts. According as to whether he was sailing east to fetch mwali, or west to fetch soulava. No changes, however, would be made in the beginning of a spell. The sentence, "come here together" refers to the collected valuables. The play on there and here, represented in the native language by the sounds m and w, which are used as interchangeable formatives, is very frequent in magic. See. The rainbow here invoked is a Karyala, magical portent, of this formula. When the conch shell is blown, and the fleet approaches the shore, a rainbow will appear in the skies. The rest of the exordium is taken up by the usual boasts and exaggerations typical of magic. The middle part needs no commentary. It is clear that the sound of the conch shell is meant to arouse the partner to do his duty eagerly. The magic spoken into the conch shell heightens and strengthens this effect. 2. After the beauty magic and the spell over the conch shell are finished, and the whole performance does not take more than half an hour or so, every man, in full festive array, takes his place in his canoe. The sails have been folded and the masts removed, and the final stage is done by paddling. The canoes close in, not in any very regular formation, but keeping near to one another, the canoe of the Toliavalaku as a rule moving in the van. In each canoe, the Talawaga sits at his proper place in the middle of the canoe near the jabobo, special erection made for cargo. One man sits in the front, right against the prowboard, and another at the stern on the platform. All the remaining members of the canoe wield the paddles, while the small boy or the junior member of the crew sits near the front, ready to blow the conch shell. The oarsmen swing their leaf-shaped paddles with long, energetic and swift strokes, letting the water spray off them and the glistening blades flash in the sunlight, a ceremonial stroke which they call kavikavla, lightning. As the canoes begin to move, the three men, so far idle, intone a chant, reciting a special magical formula, each a different one. The man in the front, holding his hand on the tabuyo, oval prowboard, recites a spell, called Kayakuna tabuyo, the swaying of the prowboard. The Talawaga in the middle recites the powerful formula called Kavalakulaku, the earthquake spell, a formula which makes the mountain tremble and subside. The man at the stern recites what is called Kadavalina Moinawaga, a name which I cannot very well explain, which literally means, the changing of the canoe entrance. Thus, laden with magical force, which is poured forth irresistibly onto the mountain, the canoes advance towards the goal of their enterprise. With the voices of the reciters mingle the soft, penetrating sounds of the conch shell, blending their various pitches into a weird, disturbing harmony. Samples of the three spells must be given here. Kayakuna tabuyo. Moraboragu, mosalaviyu. Fishhawk, fall on thy prey, catch it. My prowboard, O fishhawk, fall on thy prey, catch it. This key expression, the invocation of the fishhawk, is repeated with a string of words, denoting, first, the ornamental parts of the canoe. Afterwards, certain of its constructive parts, and finally, the lime pot, the lime stick, the comb, the paddles, the mats, the lilava, magical bundle, and the usajalu, members of the crew. The spell ends with the words, I shall kula, I shall rob my kula, etc., as in the previously given formula of the conch shell. The first two words of this spell are personal names of men, as the initial syllable mo indicates, but no information about them was available. The allusion to the fishhawk in the main part suggests a connection between the action of the rite, that is, the moving of the tabuyo, with this part of the spell, for the ornamental prowboards are called synonymously burabwari, fishhawk. On the other hand, the expression, fishhawk, fall on thy prey, is no doubt also a magical simile, expressing the idea, as a fishhawk falls on his prey and carries it off, so let this canoe fall on the Kula valuables and carry them off. The association of this simile with the act of shaking the prow boards is very suggestive. It may be an attempt to assimilate the whole canoe and all its parts to a fishhawk falling on its prey, through the special mediation of the ornamental prowboard. The spell recited by the Talawaga in the middle of the canoe runs thus. Kavalakoliku. I anchor at the open sea beach, my renown reaches the lagoon, I anchor at the lagoon, my renown reaches the open sea beach. I hit the mountain. The mountain shivers, the mountain subsides, the mountain trembles, the mountain falls down, the mountain falls asunder. I kick the ground on which the mountain stands. I bring together, I gather. The mountain is encountered in the Kula. We encounter the mountain in the Kula. The expression, Kabara, to Kuba, Kabara, which we have here translated by, the mountain is met in the Kula, etc., is then repeated with a long string of words denoting the various classes of valuables to be received in the Kula. It ends with the conclusion already quoted, my renown is like thunder, my steps are like earthquake. The opening two sentences are clear, they contain a typical magical exaggeration, and equally typical permutation of words. Then comes the terrible verbal onslaught on the mountain, in which the dreadful upheaval is carried on in words. The mountain, Koya, stands here for the community of partners, for the partner, for his mind. It was very difficult to translate the expression Kabara, to Kuba Kabara. It is evidently an archaic word, and I have found it in several formulae of the mwali. It seems to mean something like an encounter between the approaching fleet and the Koya. The word for sea battle is kubilia in the Trobriand language, and kabara in that of the amflets and dobu, and as often the words of the partner's language are mixed up into these formulae, this etymology and translation seem to be the correct ones. The third formula, that of the man in the stern, is as follows. Katavalina moinawega. Crocodile, fall down, take thy man. Push him down under the jabobo. Part of the canoe where the cargo is stowed away. Crocodile, bring me the necklace, bring me the bajidoyu, etc. The formula is ended by the usual phrase, I shall kula, I shall rob my kula, etc., as in the two previously quoted spells, Tayuyo and Kayakuna Tabuyo. This formula is obviously a pendant to the first of these three spells, and the crocodile is here invoked instead of the fishhawk, with the same significance. The rest of the spell is clear, the crocodile being appealed to bring all the different classes of the spondylus shell valuables. It is interesting to reflect upon the psychological importance of this magic. There is a deep belief in its efficiency, a belief cherished not only by those who advance chanting it, but shared also by the men awaiting the visitors on the shore. The Dabuans know that powerful forces are at work upon them. They must feel the wave of magical influence slowly advancing, spreading over their villages. They hear the appeal of the conch shell, wafting the magic to them in its irresistible note. They can guess the murmur of the many voices accompanying it. They know what is expected from them, and they rise to the occasion. On the part of the approaching party, this magic, the chant of the many voices blended with the tayuyo, conch shell, expresses their hopes and desires and their rising excitement. Their attempt to shake the mountain, to stir it to its very foundations. At the same time, a new emotion arises in their minds, that of awe and apprehension. And another form of magic has to come to their assistance at this juncture, to give expression to this fear and to assuage it, the magic of safety. Spells of this magic have been spoken previously, perhaps on the beach of Sarabuena alongside with the rest, perhaps even earlier, at one of the intermediate stages of the journey. But the rite will be performed at the moment of setting foot ashore, and as this is also the psychological moment to which the magic corresponds, it must be described here. It seems absurd, from the rational point of view, that the natives, who know that they are expected, indeed, who have been invited to come, should yet feel uncertain about the goodwill of their partners, with whom they have so often traded. Whom they have received in visit, and themselves visited and revisited again and again. Coming on a customary and peaceful errand, why should they have any apprehensions of danger, and develop a special magical apparatus to meet the natives of Dobu? This is a logical way of reasoning, but custom is not logical, and the emotional attitude of man has a greater sway over custom than has reason. The main attitude of a native to other, alien groups is that of hostility and mistrust. The fact that to a native every stranger is an enemy, is an ethnographic feature reported from all parts of the world. The Trobriander is not an exception in this respect, and beyond his own, narrow social horizon, a wall of suspicion, misunderstanding and latent enmity divides him from even near neighbors. The Kula breaks it through at definite geographical points, and by means of special customary transactions. But, like everything extraordinary and exceptional, this waiving of the general taboo on strangers must be justified and bridged over by magic. Indeed, the customary behavior of the Dabuans and of the visitors expresses this state of affairs with singular accuracy. It is the customary rule that the Trobrianders should be received first with a show of hostility and fierceness, treated almost as intruders. But this attitude entirely subsides after the visitors have ritually spat over the village on their arrival. The natives express their ideas on this subject very characteristically. The Dobu man is not good as we are. He is fierce, he is a man-eater. When we come to Dobu, we fear him, he might kill us. But see! I spit the charmed ginger root, and their mind turns. They lay down their spears, they receive us well. 3. This show of hostility is fixed into a definite ceremonial attitude when the Dabuan village, which consists of a collection of hamlets, has been laid under a taboo. On the death of a man of importance in any of the hamlets, the whole community undergoes the so-called Gwara taboo. The coconut and betelnut palms around and within the village are not allowed to be scaled, and the fruit must not be touched by the Dabuans themselves, and still less by strangers. This state of affairs lasts a varying length of time, according to the importance of the dead man, and to other circumstances. Only after the Gwara has run out its course, and is ripe for expiring, do the Kirawinians dare to come on a visit to Dobu, having been advised beforehand of the circumstance. But then, when they arrive, the Dabuans put up a show of real hostility, for the visitors will have to break the taboo, they will have to scale the palms, and take the forbidden fruit. This is in accordance with a widespread Papua-Melanesian type of custom of finishing tabooed periods. In all cases, someone else, who is not under the taboo, has to put an end to it, or to force the imposer of the taboo to break it. And in all cases, there is some show of violence and struggle on the part of the one who has to allow it to be broken. In this case, as the Kirawinian natives put it, supposing we do not perform the Kayubana, safety magic, we are afraid, when there is a Gwara in Dobu. The Dabuans put on war paint, take spear in hand, and a puluta, sword club. They sit and look at us. We run into the village, we climb the tree. He runs at us, don't climb, he cries. Then we spit leia, ginger root, at him. He throws down his spear, he goes back and smiles. The women take the spears away. We spit all around the village. Then he is pleased. He speaks, you climb your coconut, your betelnut, cut your bananas. Thus the taboo is broken, the Gwara is finished, and the customary and histrionic moment of tension is over, which must have been none the less a strain on the nerves of both parties. This is the lengthy formula which a Talawaga utters over several bits of ginger root, which are afterwards distributed among his crew, each of whom carries a piece when getting ashore. Kayubanai. Floating spirit of Niki Niki. Duduba, Kira Kira. These words are untranslatable. It ebbs away. Thy fury ebbs, it ebbs away, O man of Dobu. Thy war paint ebbs, it ebbs away, O man of Dobu. Thy sting ebbs, it ebbs away, O man of Dobu. Thy anger ebbs, it ebbs away, O man of Dobu. Thy chasing away ebbs, it ebbs away, O man of Dobu. A long string of various expressings denoting hostile passions, disinclination to make Kula, and all the paraphernalia of war are here enumerated. Thus, such words as, Kula refusal, growling, sulking, dislike, further, weapon, bamboo knife, club sword, large barbed spear, small barbed spear, round club, war blackening, red war paint, are uttered one after the other. Moreover, all of them are repeated in their Dabuan equivalents after the list has been exhausted in Kirawinian. When this series has been exhausted with reference to the man of Dobu, part of it is repeated with the addition woman of Dobu, the mention of weapons, however, being omitted. But this does not end this extremely long formula. After the protracted litany has been finished, the reciter chants. Who emerges at the top of Kinana? Here the name of the reciter is mentioned, emerge on the top of Kinana. Then the whole litany is again repeated, the key word, instead of, it ebbs away, being, the dog sniffs. In connection with all the other words, this would run, more or less, in a free translation. Thy fury, O man of Dobu, is as when the dog sniffs, or, more explicitly. Thy fury, O man of Dobu, should abate as the fury of a dog abates when it comes and sniffs at a newcomer. The simile of the dog must be very strongly ingrained in the magical tradition, for in two more versions of this formula, obtained from different informants, I received as keywords the expressions, the dog plays about, and, the dog is docile. The final part of this formula is identical with that of the Kekekea spell previously given in this chapter. No more it is my mother art thou, O woman of Dobu, etc., running into the ending, recently deceased, etc. In comment on this formula, there is first of all the name mentioned in the first line, that of Niki, or Monikaniki, as it is usually pronounced, with the prefix of masculinity, mo-. He is described as a man, an ancient man. No myth about him, he spoke the magic. Indeed, the main system of Mwazala magic is named after him, but none of my informants knew any legend about him. The first key word of the middle part is quite clear. It describes the ebbing away of the Dabuans' passions and of their outward trappings. It is noteworthy that the word for ebbing, here used, is in the Dabuan, and not in the Kirawinian language. The reference to the dog already explained may be still made clearer in terms of native comment. One explanation is simple. They invoke the dog in the Mwazala, because when master of dog comes, the dog stands up and licks. In the same way, the inclinations of the Dobu people. Another explanation is more sophisticated, the reason is that dogs play about nose to nose. Supposing we mentioned the word, as it was of old arranged, the valuables do the same. Supposing we had given away arms hells, the necklace will come, they will meet. This means, by invoking the dog in this magic, according to old magical tradition, we also influence the Kula gifts. This explanation is undoubtedly far-fetched, and probably does not express the real meaning of the spell. It would have no meaning in association with the list of passions and weapons, but I have adduced it as an example of native scholasticism. The dog is also a taboo associated with this magic. When a man, who practices the Kayubana eats and a dog howls within his hearing, he has to leave his food, else his magic would blunt. Safe under the auspices of this magic, the Trobriand sailors land on the beach of Tuyutana, where we shall follow them in the next chapter. Compare also No. 6a, in the synoptic table of Kula magic, in. There can be no better expression to denote the mutual relation of all these ideas than that used by Fraser to describe one of the typical forms of magic thought, the contagion of ideas. The subjective, psychological process leads the natives to the belief in magical contagion of things. Chapter 14. The Kula in Dobu, Technicalities of the Exchange. In the last chapter, we spoke about the institution of Gwara, mortuary taboo, and of the threatening reception accorded to the visiting party. At the time when it is laid upon the village, and when it has to be lifted. When there is no Gwara, and the arriving fleet are on an Avalaku expedition, there will be a big and ceremonial welcome. The canoes, as they approach, will range themselves in a long row facing the shore. The point selected will be the beach, corresponding to a hamlet where the main partner of the Toli Avalaku lives. The canoe of the Toli Avalaku, of the master of the Avalaku expedition, will range itself at the end of the row. The Toliavaliku will get up onto the platform and harangue the natives assembled on the beach. He will try to appeal to their ambition, so that they might give the visitors a large amount of valuables and surpass all other occasions. After that, his partner on the shore will blow a conch shell, and, wading through the water, advance towards the canoe, and offer the first gift of valuables to the master of the expedition. This may be followed by another gift, again given to the Toliavaliku. Other blasts then follow, and men disengage themselves from the throng on the shore, approaching the canoes with necklaces for their partners. A certain order of seniority will be observed in this. The necklaces are always carried ceremonially. As a rule they will be tied by both ends to a stick, and carried hanging down, with the pendant at the bottom, c. Sometimes, when a vegue, valuable, is carried to the canoes by a woman, a headman's wife or sister, it will be put into a basket and carried on her head. 2. After this ceremonial reception, the fleet disperses. As we remember from, the villages in Dobu are not built in compact blocks of houses, but scattered in hamlets, each of about a dozen huts. The fleet now sails along the shore, every canoe anchoring in front of the hamlet in which its Talawaga has his main partner. We have at last arrived at the point when the real Kula has begun. So far, it was all preparations, and sailing with its concomitant adventure, and a little bit of preliminary Kula in the amphletes. It was all full of excitement and emotion, pointing always towards the final goal, the big Kula in Dobu. Now we have at last reached the climax. The net result will be the acquisition of a few dirty, greasy, and insignificant-looking native trinkets, each of them a string of flat, partly discolored, partly raspberry pink or brick-red discs, threaded one behind the other into a long, cylindrical roll. In the eyes of the natives, however, this result receives its meaning from the social forces of tradition and custom, which give the imprint of value to these objects, and surround them with a halo of romance. It seems fit here to make these few reflections upon the native psychology on this point, and to attempt to grasp its real significance. It may help us towards this understanding to reflect, that not far from the scenes of the Kula, large numbers of white adventurers have toiled and suffered, and many of them given their lives, in order to acquire what to the natives would appear as insignificant and filthy as their bagi are to us, a few nuggets of gold. Nearer, even, in the very Trobriand lagoon, there are found valuable pearls. In olden days, when the natives on opening a shell to eat it, found a waituna, as they called it, seed, of the pearl shell, they would throw it to their children to play with. Now they see a number of white men straining all their forces in competition to acquire as many of these worthless things as they can. The parallel is very close. In both cases, the conventionalized value attached to an object carries with it power, renown, and the pleasure of increasing them both. In the case of the white man, this is infinitely more complex and indirect, but not essentially different from that of the natives. If we would imagine that a great number of celebrated gems are let loose among us, and travel from hand to hand, that Kohinoor and Orloff and other celebrated diamonds, emeralds, and rubies, were on a continuous round tour, and to be obtained through luck, daring and enterprise, we would have a still closer analogy. Even though the possession of them would be a short and temporary one, the renown of having possessed them and the mania of collectioneering would add its spur to the lust for wealth. This general, human, psychological foundation of the Kula must be kept constantly in mind. If we want, however, to understand its specific forms, we have to look for the details and technicalities of the transaction. A short outline of these has been given before in. Here, after we have acquired a better knowledge of preliminaries, and a more thorough grasp of native psychology and custom, we shall be more ready to enter into a detailed description. The main principle of the Kula exchange has been laid down in the before-mentioned chapter. The Kula exchange has always to be a gift, followed by a countergift. It can never be a barter, a direct exchange with assessment of equivalence and with haggling. There must be always in the Kula two transactions, distinct in name, in nature, and in time. The exchange is opened by an initial or opening gift called vaga, and closed by a final or return present called yodel. They are both ceremonial gifts, they have to be accompanied by the blow of a conch shell, and the present is given ostentatiously and in public. The native term, to throw a valuable, describes well the nature of the act. For, though the valuable has to be handed over by the giver, the receiver hardly takes any notice of it, and seldom receives it actually into his hands. The etiquette of the transaction requires that the gift should be given in an off-hand, abrupt, almost angry manner, and received with equivalent nonchalance and disdain. A slight modification in this is introduced when, as it happens sometimes, in the Trobriands, and in the Trobriands only, the VIII is given by a chief to a commoner, in which case the commoner would take it into his hand and show some appreciation of it. In all other cases, the valuable would be placed within the reach of the receiver, and an insignificant member of his following would pick it up. It is not very easy to unravel the various motives which combine to make up this customary behavior on receiving and giving a gift. The part played by the receiver is perhaps not so difficult to interpret. Right through their ceremonial and commercial give and take, there runs the crude and fundamental human dissatisfaction with the value received. A native will always, when speaking about a transaction, insist on the magnitude and value of the gift he gave, and minimize those of the equivalent accepted. Side by side with this, there is the essential native reluctance to appear in want of anything, a reluctance which is most pronounced in the case of food, as we have said before. Both these motives combine to produce the, after all, very human and understandable attitude of disdain at the reception of a gift. In the case of the donor, the histrionic anger with which he gives an object might be, in the first place, a direct expression of the natural human dislike of parting with a possession. Added to this, there is the attempt to enhance the apparent value of the gift by showing what a wrench it is to give it away. This is the interpretation of the etiquette in giving and taking at which I have arrived after many observations of native behavior, and through many conversations and casual remarks of the natives. The two gifts of the Kula are also distinct in time. It is quite obvious this must be so in the case of an overseas expedition of an Avalaku type, on which no valuables whatever are taken with them by the visiting party, and so, any valuable received on such an occasion, whether as vaga or yodel, cannot therefore be exchanged at the same time. But even when the exchange takes place in the same village during an inland Kula, there must be an interval between the two gifts, of a few minutes at least. There are also deep differences in the nature of the two gifts. The vaga, as the opening gift of the exchange, has to be given spontaneously, that is, there is no enforcement of any duty in giving it. There are means of soliciting it, wawoila, but no pressure can be employed. The yodel, however, that is, the valuable which is given in return for the valuable previously received, is given under pressure of a certain obligation. If I have given a vaga, opening gift of valuable, to a partner of mine, let us say a year ago, and now, when on a visit, I find that he has an equivalent VIII, I shall consider it his duty to give it to me. If he does not do so, I am angry with him, and justified in being so. Not only that, if I can by any chance lay my hand on his VIII and carry it off by force, lebu, I am entitled by custom to do this, although my partner in that case may become very irate. The quarrel over that would again be half histrionic, half real. Another difference between a vaga and a yodel occurs in overseas expeditions which are not Avalaku. On such expeditions, valuables sometimes are carried, but only such as are due already for a past vaga, and are to be given as yodel. Opening gifts, vaga, are never taken overseas. As mentioned above, the vaga entails more wooing or soliciting than the yodel. This process, called by the natives wawoila, consists, among others, of a series of solicitatory gifts. One type of such gifts is called pokala, and consists of food. In the myth of Kasabwebwerita, narrated in, this type of gift was mentioned. As a rule, a considerable amount of food is taken on an expedition, and when a good valuable is known to be in the possession of a man, some of this food will be presented to him, with the words, I pokala your valuable, give it to me. If the owner is not inclined to part with his valuable, he will not accept the pokala. If accepted, it is an intimation that the VIII will sooner or later be given to the man who offers the pokala. The owner, however, may not be prepared to part with it at once, and may wish to receive more solicitary gifts. Another type of such a gift is called karabutu, and consists of a valuable which, as a rule, is not one of those which are regularly kulad. Thus, a small polished axe blade, or a valuable belt is given with the words, "I karabutu your necklace," or arms hells, "I shall take it and carry it off." This gift again may only be accepted if there is an intention to satisfy the giver with the desired vegue. A very famous and great valuable will often be solicited by gift of pokala and of karabutu, one following the other. If, after one or two of such solicitary gifts, the big vegue is finally given, the satisfied receiver will often give some more food to his partner, which gift is called kwepulu. The food gifts would be returned on a similar occasion if it arises. But there would be no strict equivalence in the matter of food. The karabutu gift of a valuable, however, would always have to be returned later on, in an equivalent form. It may be added that the pokala offerings of food would be most often given from a district, where food is more abundant than in the district to which it is carried. Thus, the Sinakitans would bring pokala to the amflets, but they would seldom or never pokala the Dabuans, who are very rich in food. Again, within the Trobriands, a pokala would be offered from the northern agricultural district of Kirawina to men of Sinakita, but not inversely. Another peculiar type of gift connected with the Kula is called koratamna. After a Sinakitan has given a necklace to a man of Kirawina, and this latter receives a minor valuable from his partner further east, this minor valuable will be given to the Sinakitan as the koratamna of his necklace. This gift usually consists of a lime spatula of whalebone ornamented with spondylus discs, and it has to be repaid. It must be noted that all these expressions are given in the language of the Trobriands, and they refer to the gifts exchanged between the northern and southern Trobriands on the one hand, and these latter and the amflets on the other. In an overseas expedition from Sinakita to Dobu, the solicitary gifts would be rather given wholesale, as the visitors' gifts of pari, and the subtle distinctions in name and in technicality would not be observed. That this must be so becomes clear, if we realize that, whereas, between the northern and southern Trobriands the news about an exceptionally good valuable spreads easily and quickly, this is not the case between Dobu and Boyawa. Going over to Dobu, therefore, a man has to make up his mind, whether he will give any solicitary presents to his partner, what and how much he will give him, without knowing whether he has any specially fine valuables to expect from him or not. If, however, there was any exceptionally valuable gift in the visitor's pari, it will have to be returned later on by the Dabuans. Another important type of gift essential to the Kula is that of the intermediary gifts, called basi. Let us imagine that a Sinakitan man has given a very fine pair of arms hells to his Dabuan partner at their last meeting in Sinakita. Now, arriving in Dobu, he finds that his partner has not got any necklace equivalent in value to the arms hells given. He none the less will expect his partner to give him meanwhile a necklace, even though it be of inferior value. Such a gift is a basi, that is, not a return of the highly valuable vaga, but a gift given to fill in the gap. This basi will have to be repaid by a small equivalent pair of arms hells at a later date. And the Dabuan on his side has still to repay the big arms hells he received, and for which he has as yet got no equivalent in his possession. As soon as this is obtained, it will be given, and will close the transaction as a clinching gift or kudu. Both these names imply figures of speech. Kudu means tooth, and is a good name for a gift which clinches or bites. Basi means to pierce, or to stab, and this is the literal translation of a native comment on this name. We say basi, for it does not truly bite, like a kudu, tooth, it just basi, pierces, the surface, makes it lighter. The equivalence of the two gifts, vaga and yodel, is expressed by the word kudu, tooth, and bigita, it will bite. Another figure of speech describing the equivalence is contained in the word vai, to marry. When two of the opposite valuables meet in the Kula and are exchanged, it is said that these two have married. The arms hells are conceived as a female principle, and the necklaces as the male. An interesting comment on these ideas was given to me by one of the informants. As mentioned above, a gift of food is never given from Sinakita to Kirowina, obviously because it would be a case of bringing coals to Newcastle. When I asked why this is so, I received the answer. We do not now Kwepulu or Pokala the mwali, for they are women, and there is no reason to Kwepulu or Pokala them. There is little logic in this comment, but it evidently includes some idea about the smaller value of the female principle. Or else perhaps it refers to the fundamental idea of the married status, namely that it is for the woman's family to provide the man with food. The idea of equivalence in the Kula transaction is very strong and definite, and when the receiver is not satisfied with the yodel, return gift, he will violently complain that it is not a proper tooth, kudu, for his opening gift. That it is not a real marriage, that it is not properly bidden. These terms, given in the Kirowinian language, cover about half of the Kula Ring from Woodlark Island and even further east, from Nada, Loughlin Islands, as far as the southern Trobriands. In the language of Dobu, the same word is used for Vaga and Basi, while yodel is pronounced yotura, and kudu is udu. The same terms are used in the amulets. So much about the actual regulations of the Kula transactions. With regard to the further general rules, the definition of Kula partnership and sociology has been discussed in detail in. As to the rule that the valuables have always to travel and never to stop, nothing has to be added to what has been said about this in, for there are no exceptions to this rule. A few more words must be said on the subject of the valuables used in the Kula. I said in, stating the case briefly, that in one direction travel the arms hells, whilst in the opposite, following the hands of the clock, travel the necklaces. It must now be added that the mwali, arms hells, are accompanied by another article, the doga, or circular boar's tusks. In olden days, the doga were almost as important as the mwali in the stream of the Kula. Nowadays, hardly any at all are to be met as Kula articles. It is not easy to explain the reason for this change. In an institution having the importance and traditional tenacity which we find in the Kula, there can be no question of the interference of fashion to bring about changes. The only reason which I can suggest is that nowadays, with immensely increased intertribal intercourse, there is a great drainage on all Kula valuables by other districts lying outside the Kula. Now, on the one hand the doga are extremely valued on the mainland of New Guinea, much more, I assume, than they are within the Kula district. The drainage therefore would affect the doga much more strongly than any other articles, one of which, the spondylus necklaces, are actually imported into the Kula region from without. And even manufactured by white men in considerable quantities for native consumption. The arms hells are produced within the district in sufficient numbers to replace any leakage, but doga are extremely difficult to reproduce, as they are connected with a rare freak of nature, a boar with a circular tusk. One more article which travels in the same direction as the mwali, consists of the bosu, the big lime spatulae made of whalebone and decorated with spondylus shells. They are not strictly speaking Kula articles, but play a part as the Koratamna gifts mentioned above and nowadays are hardly to be met with. With the necklaces, there travel only as an unimportant subsidiary Kula article, belts made of the same red spondylus shell. They would be given as return presents for small arms hells, as basi, etc. There is one important exception in the respective movements of necklace and arms hell. A certain type of spondylus shell strings, much bigger and coarser than the strings which are used in the Kula, are produced in Sinakita, as we saw in the. These strings, called Katudababal in Kirowinian, or Samaupa in Dabuan, are sometimes exported from Sinakita to Dobu as Kula gifts and function therefore as arms hells. These Katudababal, however, never complete the Kula Ring, in the wrong direction, as they never return to the Trobriands from the east. Part of them are absorbed into the districts outside the Kula, part of them come back again to Sinakita, and join the other necklaces in their circular movement. Another class of articles, which often take a subsidiary part in the Kula exchange, consists of the large and thin polished axe blades, called in the Kirowinian language biku. They are never used for any practical purposes, and fulfill only the function of tokens of wealth and objects of parade. In the Kula they would be given as karabutu, solicitary gifts, and would go both ways. As they are quarried in Woodlark Island and polished in Kirewina, they would, however, move in the direction from the Trobriands to Dobu more frequently than in the opposite one. To summarize this subject, it may be said that the proper Kula articles are on the one hand, the arms hells, mwali, and the curved tusks, doga, and, on the other hand, the fine, long necklaces, soulava or bagi, of which there are many subclasses. An index of the special position of these three articles is that they are the only ones, or at least, by far the most important ones, mentioned in the spells. Later on, I shall enumerate all the subclasses and varieties of these articles. Although, as we have seen, there is both a good deal of ceremony attached to the transaction and a good deal of decorum, one might even say commercial honor, implied in the technicalities of the exchange. There is much room left as well for quarreling and friction. If a man obtains a very fine valuable, which he is not already under an obligation to offer as yodel, return payment, there will be a number of his partners, who will compete to receive it. As only one can be successful, all the others will be thwarted and more or less offended and full of malice. Still more room for bad blood is left in the matter of equivalence. As the valuables exchanged cannot be measured or even compared with one another by an exact standard. As there are no definite correspondences or indices of correlation between the various kinds of the valuables, it is not easy to satisfy a man who has given a vague of high value. On receiving a repayment, yodel, which he does not consider equivalent, he will not actually make a scene about it, or even show his displeasure openly in the act. But he will feel a deep resentment, which will express itself in frequent recriminations and abuse. These, though not made to his partner's face, will reach his ears sooner or later. Eventually, the universal method of settling differences may be resorted to, that of black magic, and a sorcerer will be paid to cast some evil spell over the offending party. When speaking about some celebrated vague, a native will praise its value in the words, "Many men died because of it," which does not mean that they died in battle or fight, but were killed by black magic. Again, there is a system of signs by which one can recognize, on inspecting the corpse the day after death, for what reasons it has been bewitched. Among these signs there are one or two which mean that the man has been done away with, because of his success in Kula, or because he has offended somebody in connection with it. The mixture of punctilio and decorum, on the one hand, with passionate resentment and greed on the other, must be realized as underlying all the transactions, and giving the leading psychological tone to the native's interest. The obligation of fairness and decency is based on the general rule, that it is highly improper and dishonorable to be mean. Thus, though a man will generally strive to belittle the thing received, it must not be forgotten that the man who gave it was genuinely eager to do his best. And after all, in some cases when a man receives a really fine valuable, he will boast of it and be frankly satisfied. Such a success is attributed of course not to his partner's generosity, but to his own magic. A feature which is universally recognized as reprehensible and discreditable, is a tendency to retain a number of valuables and be slow in passing them on. A man who did this would be called hard in the Kula. The following is a native description of this feature as exhibited by the natives of the Amflets. The Gumasila, their Kula is very hard, they are mean, they are retentive. They would like to take hold of one soulava, of two, of three big ones, of four perhaps. A man would pokala them, he would pakapakala, if he is a kinsman he will get a soulava. The Kelula only, and the Gumasila are mean. The Dobu, the Duau, the Kitava are good. Coming to Muyua, they are like Gumasila. This means that a man in Gumasila would let a number of necklaces accumulate in his possession. Would require plenty of food as pokala, a characteristic reduplication describes the insistence and perseverance in pokala, and even then he would give a necklace to a kinsman only. When I inquired from the same informant whether such a mean man would also run a risk of being killed by sorcery, he answered. A man who is very much ahead in the Kula, he will die, the mean man not, he will sit in peace. 3. Returning now to the concrete proceedings of the Kula, let us follow the movements of a Sinaketan Talawaga. He has presumably received a necklace or two on his arrival, but he has more partners and he expects more valuables. Before he receives his fill, he has to keep a taboo. He may not partake of any local food, neither yams, nor coconuts, nor beetle pepper or nut. According to their belief, if he transgressed this taboo he would not receive any more valuables. He tries also to soften the heart of his partner by feigning disease. He will remain in his canoe and send word that he is ill. The Dobu man will know what such a conventional disease means. Nonetheless, he may yield to this mode of persuasion. If this ruse does not succeed, the man may have recourse to magic. There is a formula called koigapani or enmeshing magic, which seduces the mind of a man on whom it is practiced, makes him silly, and thus amenable to persuasion. The formula is recited over a betel nut or two, and these are given to the partner and to his wife or sister. Koigapani spell. O quega leaf, O friendly quega leaf, O quega leaf hither, O quega leaf thither. I shall enter through the mouth of the woman of Dobu, I shall come out through the mouth of the man of Dobu. I shall enter through the mouth of the man of Dobu, I shall come out through the mouth of the woman of Dobu. Seducing quega leaf. Enmeshing quega leaf, the mind of the woman of Dobu is seduced by the quega leaf, is enmeshed by the quega leaf. The expression, is seduced, is enmeshed, by the quega leaf, is repeated with a string of words such as, thy mind, O man of Dobu, thy refusal, O woman of Dobu, thy disinclination, O woman of Dobu, thy bowels, thy tongue, thy liver. Going thus over all the organs of understanding and feeling, and over the words which describe these faculties. The last part is identical with that of one or two formulae previously quoted. No more it is my mother art thou, O woman of Dobu, etc. Compare the Kekakea and Kayubanai spells of the previous chapter. Quega is a plant, probably belonging to the same family as beetle pepper, and its leaves are chewed with areca nut and lime, when real beetle pods, mwali, are not available. The quega is, remarkably enough, invoked in more than one magical formula, instead of the real beetle pod. The middle part is quite clear. In it, the seducing and enmeshing power of the quega is cast over all the mental faculties of the Dobuan, and on the anatomical seats of these faculties. After the application of this magic, all the resources of the soliciting man are exhausted. He has to give up hope, and take to eating the fruit of Dobu, as his taboo lapses. Side by side with the Kula, the subsidiary exchange of ordinary goods takes place. We have classified the various types of give and take, as they are to be found in the Trobriand Islands. The intertribal transactions which now take place in Dobu also fit into that scheme. The Kula itself belongs to class 6, ceremonial barter with deferred payment. The offering of the peri, of landing gifts by the visitors, returned by the teloi or farewell gifts from the hosts fall into the class 4, of presents more or less equivalent. Finally, between the visitors and the local people there takes place, also, barter pure and simple, mwali. Between partners, however, there is never a direct exchange of the mwali type. The local man will as a rule contribute a bigger present, for the teloi always exceeds the peri in quantity and value, and small presents are also given to the visitors during their stay. Of course, if in the peri there were included gifts of high value, like a stone blade or a good lime spoon, such solicitatory gifts would always be returned in strictly equivalent form. The rest would be liberally exceeded in value. The trade takes place between the visitors and local natives, who are not their partners, but who must belong to the community with whom the Kula is made. Thus, Numa Numa, Tuyutana and Bweawa are the three communities which form what we have called the Kula community or Kula unit, with whom the Siniketans stand in the relation of partnership. And the Siniketa man will mwali, trade, only with a man from one of these villages who is not his personal partner. To use a native statement. Some of our goods we give in peri, some we keep back, later on, we mwali it. They bring their areca nut, their sago, they put it down. They want some article of ours, they say, I want this stone blade. We give it, we put the betel nut, the sago into our canoe. If they give us, however, a not sufficient quantity, we rate them. Then they bring more. This is a clear definition of the mwali, with haggling and adjustment of equivalence in the act. When the visiting party from Sinakita arrive, the natives from the neighboring districts, that is, from the small island of Dobu proper, from the other side of Dawson Straits, from Dai, the village to the south, will assemble in the 3 Kula villages. These natives from other districts bring with them a certain amount of goods. But they must not trade directly with the visitors from Boyawa. They must exchange their goods with the local natives, and these again will trade them with the Sinakitans. Thus the hosts from the Kula community act as intermediaries in any trading relations between the Sinakitans and the inhabitants of more remote districts. To sum up the sociology of these transactions, we may say that the visitor enters into a threefold relation with the Dabuan natives. First, there is his partner, with whom he exchanges general gifts on the basis of free give and take, a type of transaction, running side by side with the Kula proper. Then there is the local resident, not his personal Kula partner, with whom he carries on mwali. Finally there is the stranger with whom an indirect exchange is carried on through the intermediation of the local men. With all this, it must not be imagined that the commercial aspect of the gathering is at all conspicuous. The concourse of the natives is great, mainly owing to their curiosity, to see the ceremonial reception of the Ovalaku party. But if I say that every visitor from Boyawa brings and carries away about half a dozen articles, I do not understate the case. Some of these articles the Sinakitan has acquired in the industrial districts of Boyawa during his preliminary trading expedition, c. On these he scores a definite gain. A few samples of the prices paid in Boyawa and those received in Dobu will indicate the amount of this gain. Kuboma to Sinakita. Dobu to Sinakita. 1 Tanapopo basket. Equals 12 coconuts. Equals 12 coconuts plus sago plus 1 belt. 1 comb. Equals 4 coconuts. Equals 4 coconuts plus 1 bunch of betel. 1 armlet. Equals 8 coconuts. Equals 8 coconuts plus 2 bundles of betel. 1 lime pot. Equals 12 coconuts. Equals 12 coconuts plus 2 pieces of sago. This table shows in its second column the prices paid by the Sinakitans to the industrial villages of Kuboma, a district in the northern Trobriands. In the third column what they receive in Dobu is recorded. The table has been obtained from a Sinakitan informant, and it probably is far from accurate, and the transactions are sure to vary greatly in the gain which they afford. There is no doubt, however, that for each article, the Sinakitan would ask the price which he paid for them as well as some extra article. Thus we see that there is in this transaction a definite gain obtained by the middlemen. The natives of Sinakita act as intermediaries between the industrial centers of the Trobriands and Dobu, whereas their hosts play the same role between the Sinakitans and the men from the outlying districts. Besides trading and obtaining of Kula valuables, the natives of Sinakita visit their friends and their distant relatives, who, as we saw before, are to be found in this district owing to migrations. The visitors walk across the flat, fertile plain from one hamlet to the other, enjoying some of the marvelous and unknown sights of this district. They are shown the hot springs of Numanuma and of Dai, which are in constant eruption. Every few minutes, the water boils up in one spring after another of each group, throwing up jets of spray a few meters high. The plain around these springs is barren, with nothing but here and there a stunted kind of eucalyptus tree. This is the only place in the whole of eastern New Guinea where, as far as I know, eucalyptus trees are to be found. This was at least the information of some intelligent natives, in whose company I visited the springs, and who had traveled all over the eastern islands and the east end of the mainland. The landlocked bays and lagoons, the northern end of Dawson Strait, enclosed like a lake by mountains and volcanic cones, all this must also appear strange and beautiful to the Trobrianders. In the villages, they are entertained by their male friends, the language spoken by both parties being that of Dobu, which differs completely from Kirawinian, but which the Sinakitans learn in early youth. It is remarkable that no one in Dobu speaks Kirawinian. As said above, no sexual relations of any description take place between the visitors and the women of Dobu. As one of the informants told me, "We do not sleep with women of Dobu, for Dobu is the final mountain, Koyavaguna Dobu, it is a taboo of the Mwazala magic." But when I inquired whether the results of breaking this taboo would be baneful to their success in Kula only, the reply was that they were afraid of breaking it. And that it was ordained of old, Tokanabagwo Guri, that no man should interfere with the women of Dobu. As a matter of fact, the Sinakitans are altogether afraid of the Dobuans, and they would take good care not to offend them in any way. After some 3 or 4 days' sojourn in Dobu, the Sinakitan fleet starts on its return journey. There is no special ceremony of farewell. In the early morning, they receive their teloi, farewell gifts, of food, betel nut, objects of use, and sometimes also a kula valuable is enclosed amongst the teloi. Heavily laden as they are, they lighten their canoes by means of a magic called kelupa, and sail away northwards once more. It will be noted, that this is the third meaning in which the term pokala is used by the natives. Cf. Chapter 15. The journey home, the fishing and working of the Koloma shell. The return journey of the Sinakitan fleet is made by following exactly the same route as the one by which they came to Dobu. In each inhabited island, in every village, where a halt had previously been made, they stop again, for a day or a few hours. In the hamlets of Sanaroa, in Tawara and in the Amflets, the partners are revisited. Some Kula valuables are received on the way back, and all the teloi gifts from those intermediate partners are also collected on the return journey. In each of these villages people are eager to hear about the reception which the Uvalaku party have received in Dobu, the yield and valuables is discussed, and comparisons are drawn between the present occasion and previous records. No magic is performed now, no ceremonial takes place, and there would be very little indeed to say about the return journey but for 2 important incidents. The fishing for spondylus shell, Koloma, in Sanaroa Lagoon, and the display and comparison of the yield of Kula valuables on Moa Beach. The natives of Sinakita, as we have seen in the last chapter, acquire a certain amount of the koya produced by means of trade. There are, however, certain articles, useful yet unobtainable in the Trobriands, and freely accessible in the koya, and to these the Trobrianders help themselves. The glassy forms of lava, known as obsidian, can be found in great quantities over the slopes of the hills in Sanaroa and Dobu. This article, in olden days, served the Trobrianders as material for razors, scrapers, and sharp, delicate, cutting instruments. Pumice stone abounding in this district is collected and carried to the Trobriands, where it is used for polishing. Red ochre is also procured there by the visitors, and so are the hard, basaltic stones, binabana, used for hammering and pounding and for magical purposes. Finally, very fine silica sand, called maya, is collected on some of the beaches, and imported into the Trobriands, where it is used for polishing stone blades. Of the kind which serve as tokens of value and which are manufactured up to the present day. 2. But by far the most important of the articles which the Trobrianders collect for themselves are the spondylus shells. These are freely, though by no means easily, accessible in the coral outcrops of Sanaroa Lagoon. It is from this shell that the small circular perforated discs, koloma, are made, out of which the necklaces of the Kula are composed. And which also serve for ornamenting almost all the articles of value or of artistic finish which are used within the Kula district. But, only in 2 localities within the district are these discs manufactured, in Sinakita and in Vakuta, both villages in southern Boyawa. The shell can be found also in the Trobriand Lagoon, facing these 2 villages. But the specimens found in Sanaroa are much better in color, and I think more easily procured. The fishing in this latter locality, however, is done by the Sinakitans only. Whether the fishing is done in their own lagoon, near an uninhabited island called Nanola, or in Sanaroa, it is always a big, ceremonial affair, in which the whole community takes part in a body. The magic, or at least part of it, is done for the whole community by the magician of the Koloma, Toasina Koloma, who also fixes the dates, and conducts the ceremonial part of the proceedings. As the spondylus shell furnishes one of the essential episodes of a Kula expedition, a detailed account both of fishing and of manufacturing must be here given. The native name, Koloma, in the southern Mas Sim districts the word sapi is used, describes both the shell and the manufactured discs. The shell is the large spondylus shell, containing a crystalline layer of a red color, varying from dirty brick red to a soft, raspberry pink, the latter being by far the most prized. It lives in the cavities of coral outcrop, scattered among shallow mud-bottomed lagoons. This shell is, according to tradition, associated with the village of Sinakita. According to a Sinakitan legend, once upon a time, 3 Gayayu, chief, women, belonging to the Tabulus subclan of the Malasi clan, wandered along, each choosing her place to settle in. The eldest selected the village of Omarikana. The second went to Gumalababa, the youngest settled in Sinakita. She had Koloma discs in her basket, and they were threaded on a long, thin stick, called viduna, such as is used in the final stage of manufacture. She remained first in a place called Kabwayu, but a dog howled, and she moved further on. She heard again a dog howling, and she took a kaboma, wooden plate, and went on to the fringing reef to collect shells. She found there the mamoka, white spondylus, and she exclaimed, "Oh, this is the Koloma." She looked closer, and said, "Oh no, you are not red. Your name is Mamoka." She took then the stick with the Koloma discs and thrust it into a hole of the reef. It stood there, but when she looked at it, she said, "Oh, the people from inland would come and see you and pluck you off." She went, she pulled out the stick. She went into a canoe, and she paddled. She paddled out into the sea. She anchored there, pulled the discs off the stick, and she threw them into the sea so that they might come into the coral outcrop. She said, "It is forbidden that the inland natives should take the valuables. The people of Sinakita only must dive. Thus only the Sinakita people know the magic, and how to dive." This myth presents certain remarkable characteristics. I shall not enter into its sociology, though it differs in that respect from the Kirawinian myths, in which the equality of the Sinakitan and the Gumalababan chiefs with those of Omarikana is not acknowledged. It is characteristic that the Malasi woman in this myth shows an aversion to the dog, the totem animal of the Lukuba clan, a clan which according to mythical and historical data had to recede before and yield its priority to the Malasi, compare. Another detail of interest is that she brings the Koloma on their sticks, as they appear in the final stage of manufacturing. In this form, also, she tries to plant them on the reef. The finished Koloma, however, to use the words of one of my informants, looked at her, the water swinging it to and fro, flashing its red eyes. And the woman, seeing it, pulls out the too accessible and too inviting Koloma and scatters them over the deep sea. Thus she makes them inaccessible to the uninitiated inland villagers, and monopolizes them for Sinakita. There can be no doubt that the villages of Vakuta have learnt this industry from the Sinakitans. The myth is hardly known in Vakuta, only a few are experts in diving and manufacturing. There is a tradition about a late transference of this industry there. Finally the Vakutans have never fished for Koloma in the Sanaroa lagoon. Now let us describe the technicalities and the ceremonial connected with the fishing for Koloma. It will be better to give an account of how this is done in the lagoon of Sinakita, round the sandbank of Nanola, as this is the normal and typical form of Koloma fishing. Moreover, when the Sinakitans do it in Sanaroa, the proceedings are very much the same, with just 1 or 2 phases missed out. The office of magician of the Koloma, Toasina Koloma, is hereditary in 2 subclans, belonging to the Malasi clan, and one of them is that of the main chief of Kasietna. After the monsoon season is over, that is, sometime in March or April, Ajabukavi, i.e., in the season of the new yams, the magician gives the order for preparations. The community give him a gift called susala, 1 or 2 bringing a vegue, the rest supplying gugue, ordinary chattels, and some food. Then they prepare the canoes, and get ready the binabana stones, with which the spondylus shell will be knocked off the reef. Next day, in the morning, the magician performs a rite called kekwaunalai, the attracting of the reef, for, as in the case of several other marine beings, the main seat of the Koloma is far away. Its dwelling place is the reef Ketabu, somewhere between Sanaroa and Dobu. In order to make it move and come towards Nanula, it is necessary to recite the above-named spell. This is done by the magician as he walks up and down on the Sinakita beach and casts his words into the open, over the sea, towards the distant seat of the Koloma. The Koloma then stand up, Italize, that is start from their original coral outcrop, Vatu, and come into the lagoon of Sinakita. This spell, I obtained from Tuyudavada, the present chief of Kasyetna, and descendant of the original giver of this shell, the woman of the myth. It begins with a long list of ancestral names. Then follows a boastful picture of how the whole fleet admires the magical success of the magician's spell. The key word in the main part is the word Italo, it stands up, i.e. It starts, and with this, there are enumerated all the various classes of the Koloma shell, differentiated according to size, color and quality. It ends up with another boast. My canoe is overloaded with shell so that it sinks, which is repeated with varying phraseology. Plate L. A. Working the Koloma shell, I. The spondylus shell broken and made into roughly circular pieces by knocking all round. This is done by men. Plate L. B. Working the Koloma shell, 2. Women grinding pieces of shell into flat discs. Each piece is inserted into a hole at the end of a wooden cylinder and ground on a flat sandstone, c. This spell the magician may utter once only, or he may repeat it several times on successive days. He fixes then the final date for the fishing expedition. On the evening before that date, the men perform some private magic, every one in his own house. The hammering stone, the gabila, which is always a binabana, it is a stone imported from the Koya, is charmed over. As a rule it is put on a piece of dried banana leaf with some red hibiscus blossoms and leaves or flowers of red color. A formula is uttered over it, and the whole is then wrapped up in the banana leaf and kept there until it is used. This will make the stone a lucky one in hitting off many shells, and it will make the shells very red. Another rite of private magic consists in charming a large mussel shell, with which, on the next morning, the body of the canoe will be scraped. This makes the sea clear, so that the diver may easily see and frequently find his spondylus shells. Next morning the whole fleet starts on the expedition. Some food has been taken into the canoes, as the fishing usually lasts for a few days, the nights being spent on the beach of Nanula. When the canoes arrive at a certain point, about halfway between Sinakita and Nanula, they all range themselves in a row. The canoe of the magician is at the right flank, and he medicates a bunch of red hibiscus flowers, some red croton leaves, and the leaves of the red-blossomed mangrove, red-colored substances being used to make the shell red, magically. Then, passing in front of all the other canoes, he rubs their prows with the bundle of leaves. After that, the canoes at both ends of the row begin to punt along, the row evolving into a circle, through which presently the canoe of the magician passes, punting along its diameter. At this place in the lagoon, there is a small vatu, coral outcrop, called Vitaquela. This is called the vatu of the Baloma, spirits. At this vatu the magician's canoe stops, and he orders some of its crew to dive down and here to begin the gathering of shells. Some more private magic is performed later on by each canoe on its own account. The anchor stone is charmed with some red hibiscus flowers, in order to make the spondylus shell red. There is another private magic called sweeping of the sea, which, like the magic of the mussel shell, mentioned above, makes the sea clear and transparent. Finally, there is an evil magic called besprinkling with salt water. If a man does it over the others, he will annul the effects of their magic, and frustrate their efforts, while he himself would arouse astonishment and suspicion by the amount of shell collected. Such a man would dive down into the water, take some brine into his mouth, and emerging, spray it towards the other canoes, while he utters the evil charm. So much for the magic and the ceremonial associated with the spondylus fishing in the Trobriand lagoon. In Sanaroa, exactly the same proceedings take place, except that there is no attracting of the reef, probably because they are already at the original seat of the Koloma. Again I was told that some of the private magic would be performed in Sinakita before the fleet sailed on the Kula expedition. The objects medicated would be then kept, well wrapped in dried leaves. It may be added that neither in the one lagoon nor in the other are there any private, proprietary rights to coral outcrops. The whole community of Sinakita have their fishing grounds in the lagoon, within which every man may hunt for his spondylus shell, and catch his fish at times. If the other spondylus fishing community, the Vakutans, encroached upon their grounds, there would be trouble, and in olden days, fighting. Private ownership in coral outcrops exists in the northern villages of the lagoon, that is in Cavitaria, and the villages on the island of Kelola. 3. We must now follow the later stages of the Koloma industry. The technology of the proceedings is so mixed up with remarkable sociological and economic arrangements that it will be better to indicate it first in its main outlines. The spondylus consists of a shell, the size and shape of a hollowed-out half of a pear, and of a flat, small lid. It is only the first part which is worked. First it has to be broken into pieces with a binabana or an utukuma, green stone imported from Woodlark Island, as shown on. On each piece, then, can be seen the stratification of the shell, the outside layer of soft, chalky substance. Under this, the layer of red, hard, calcareous material, and then the inmost, white, crystalline stratum. Both the outside and inside have to be rubbed off, but first each piece has to be roughly rounded up, so as to form a thick circular lump. Such a lump, see foregrounds of, is then put in the hole of a cylindrical piece of wood. This latter serves as a handle with which the lumps are rubbed on a piece of flat sandstone, see. The rubbing is carried on so far till the outside and inside layers are gone, and there remains only a red, flat tablet, polished on both sides. In the middle of it, a hole is drilled through by means of a pump drill, GGU, C, and a number of such perforated discs are then threaded on a thin, but tough stick, C, with which we have already met in the myth. Then the cylindrical roll is rubbed round and round on the flat sandstone, until its form becomes perfectly symmetrical, C. Thus a number of flat, circular discs, polished all round and perforated in the middle, are produced. The breaking and the drilling, like the diving, are done exclusively by men. The polishing is as a rule woman's work. Plate. Li. Working the Koloma shell, 3. By means of a pump drill, a hole is bored in each disc. C. Plate. Ai. Working the Koloma shell, 4. The shell discs, flat and perforated, but of irregular contour still, are now threaded onto a thin, tough stick, and in this form they are ground on a flat sandstone till the roll is cylindrical, that is, each disc is a perfect circle. C. This technology is associated with an interesting sociological relation between the maker and the man for whom the article is made. As has been stated in, one of the main features of the Trobriand organization consists of the mutual duties between a man and his wife's maternal kinsman. They have to supply him regularly with yams at harvest time, while he gives them the present of a valuable now and then. The manufacture of Koloma valuables in Sinakita is very often associated with this relationship. The Sinakitan manufacturer makes his Kutadabable, necklace of large beads, for one of his relatives-in-law, while this latter pays him in food. In accordance with this custom, it happens very frequently that a Sinakitan man marries a woman from one of the agricultural inland villages, or even a woman of Kirawina. Of course, if he has no relatives-in-law in one of these villages, he will have friends or distant relatives, and he will make the string for one or the other of them. Or else he will produce one for himself, and launch it into the Kula. But the most typical and interesting case is, when the necklace is produced to order for a man who repays it according to a remarkable economic system, a system similar to the payments in installments, which I have mentioned with regard to canoe making. I shall give here, following closely the native text, a translation of an account of the payments for Kaloma making. Account of the Kaloma making. Supposing some man from inland lives in Kiriwina or in Luba or in one of the villages nearby. He wants a ketudabable. He would request an expert fisherman who knows how to dive for Kaloma. This man agrees, he dives, till it is sufficient, his vat aga, large folding basket, is already full. This man, the inlander, hears the rumor. He, the master of the Kaloma, that is, the man for whom the necklace will be made, says, "Good. I shall just have a look." He would come, he would see, he would not give any vocapula payment. He, here the Sinaketan diver is meant, would say, "Go, tomorrow, I shall break the shell, come here, give me vocapula." Next day, he, the inlander, would cook food, he would give vocapula, he, the diver, would break the shell. Next day, the same. He, the inlander, would give the vocapula, he, the diver, would break the shell. Supposing the breaking is already finished, he, the diver, would say, "Good. Already the breaking is finished, I shall polish." Next day, he, the inlander, would cook food, would bring bananas, coconut, betel nut, sugar cane, would give it as vocapula, this man, the diver, polishes. The polishing already finished, he would speak, "Good. Tomorrow I shall drill." This man, the inlander, would bring food, bananas, coconuts, sugar cane, he would give it as vocapula, it would be abundant, for soon already the necklace will be finished. The same, he would give a big vocapula on the occasion of the rounding up of the cylinder, for soon everything will be finished. When finished, we thread it on a string, we wash it. Note the change from the third singular into the first plural. We give it to our wife, we blow the conch shell, she would go, she would carry his valuable to this man, our relative-in-law. Next day, he would yamalu. He would catch a pig, he would break off a bunch of betel nut, he would cut sugar cane, bananas, he would fill the baskets with food, and spike the coconut on a multiforked piece of wood. By and by he would bring it. Our house would be filled up. Later on we would make a distribution of the bananas, of the sugar cane, of the betel nut. We give it to our helpers. We sit, i.e., we wait, at harvest time he brings yams, he karabudaboda, he gives the payment of that name, the necklace. He would bring the food and fill out our yam house. This narrative, like many pieces of native information, needs certain corrections of perspective. In the first place, events here succeed one another with a rapidity quite foreign to the extremely leisurely way in which natives usually accomplish such a lengthy process as the making of a ketudabable. The amount of food which, in the usual manner, is enumerated over and over again in this narrative would probably not be exaggerated. For, such is native economy, a man who makes a necklace to order would get about twice as much or even more for it than it would fetch in any other transaction. On the other hand, it must be remembered that what is represented here as the final payment, the karabudaboda, is nothing else but the normal filling up of the yam house, always done by a man's relations-in-law. Nonetheless, in a year in which a ketudabable would be made, the ordinary yearly harvest gift would be styled the karabudaboda payment for the necklace. The giving of the necklace to the wife, who afterwards carries it to her brother or kinsman, is also characteristic of the relation between relatives-in-law. In Sinaketa and Vakuta only the necklaces made of bigger shell and tapering towards the end are made. The real Kula article, in which the discs are much thinner, smaller in diameter and even in size from one end of the necklace to the other, these were introduced into the Kula at other points. And I shall speak about this subject in one of the following chapters, where the other branches of the Kula are described. 4. Now, having come to an end of this digression on Kaloma, let us return for another short while to our Sinaketan party, whom we have left on the lagoon of Sanaroa. Having obtained a sufficient amount of the shells, they set sail, and revisiting Tawara and Gumasila, stopping perhaps for a night on one of the sandbanks of Pololu, they arrive at last in their home lagoon. But before rejoining their people in their villages, they stop for the last halt on Moa. Here they make what is called tanarare, a comparison and display of the valuables obtained on this trip. From each canoe, a mat or two are spread on the sand beach, and the men put their necklaces on the mat. Thus a long row of valuables lies on the beach, and the members of the expedition walk up and down, admire, and count them. The chiefs would, of course, have always the greatest haul, more especially the one who has been the Toliavaliku on that expedition. After this is over, they return to the village. Each canoe blows its conch shell, a blast for each valuable that it contains. When a canoe has obtained no vague at all, this means great shame and distress for its members, and especially for the Talawaga. Such a canoe is said to bisikuria, which means literally, to keep a fast. On the beach all the villagers are astir. The women, who have put on their new grass petticoats, savatai, specially made for this occasion, enter the water and approach the canoes to unload them. No special greetings pass between them and their husbands. They are interested in the food brought from Dobu, more especially in the sago. People from other villages assemble also in great numbers to greet the incoming party. Those who have supplied their friends or relatives with provisions for their journey, receive now sago, betel nuts and coconuts in repayment. Some of the welcoming crowd have come in order to make kula. Even from the distant districts of Luba and Kirawina natives will travel to Sinakita, having a fair idea of the date of the arrival of the kula party from Dobu. The expedition will be talked over, the yield counted, the recent history of the important valuables described. But this stage leads us already into the subject of inland kula, which will form the subject of one of the following chapters. Chapter 16. The return visit of the Dabuans to Sinakita. In the 12 preceding chapters, we have followed an expedition from Sinakita to Dobu. But branching off at almost every step from its straight track, we studied the various associated institutions and underlying beliefs, we quoted magical formulae, and told mythical stories, and thus we broke up the continuous thread of the narrative. In this chapter, as we are already acquainted with the customs, beliefs and institutions implied in the kula, we are ready to follow a straight and consecutive tale of an expedition in the inverse direction, from Dobu to Sinakita. As I have seen, indeed followed, a big Ivaliku expedition from the south to the Trobriands, I shall be able to give some of the scenes from direct impression, and not from reconstruction. Such a reconstruction for one who has seen much of the natives' tribal life and has a good grip over intelligent informants is neither very difficult nor need it be fanciful at all. Indeed, towards the end of my second visit, I had several times opportunities to check such a reconstruction by witnessing the actual occurrence, for after my first year's stay in the Trobriands I had written out already some of my material. As a rule, even in minute details, my reconstructions hardly differed from reality, as the tests have shown. Nonetheless, it is possible for an ethnographer to enter into concrete details with more conviction when he describes things actually seen. Plate LII. On the beach of Nabwajeta. In the middle of the picture a sail is seen, hung on a scaffolding of sticks. Natives are pausing in their work of overhauling it and patching it up. C. In September 1917, an Ivaliku expedition was led by Kutawaya from Sinakita to Dobu. The Vakutans joining them on the way, and the canoes of the Amflets following them also, some 40 canoes finally arrived at the western shore of Dawson Straits. It was arranged then and there that a return expedition from that district should visit Sinakita in about 6 months' time. Kauyaporu, the ESESA headman of Kazorai hamlet in the village of Bweawa, had a pig with circular tusks. He decided therefore to arrange an Ivaliku expedition, at the beginning of which the pig was to be killed and feasted upon and its tusks turned into ornaments. When, in November 1917, I passed through the district, the preparing of the canoes was already afoot. All of those, which still could be repaired, had been taken to pieces and were being relashed, recaulked and repainted. In some hamlets, new dugouts were being scooped. After a few months' stay in the Trobriands, I went south again in March 1918, intending to spend some time in the Amflets. Landing there is always difficult, as there are no anchorages near the shore, and it is quite impossible to disembark in rough weather at night. I arrived late in a small cutter, and had to cruise between Gumasila and Dom Dom, intending to wait till daybreak and then effect a landing. In the middle of the night, however, a violent northwesterly squall came down, and making a split in the mainsail, forced us to run before the wind, southwards towards Dobu. It was on this night that the native boys employed in the boat, saw the Mulakwasi flaming up at the head of the mast. The wind dropped before daybreak, and we entered the lagoon of Sanaroa, in order to repair the sail. During the 3 days we stopped there, I roamed over the country, climbing its volcanic cones, paddling up the creeks and visiting the villages scattered on the coral plain. Everywhere I saw signs of the approaching departure for Boyawa. The natives preparing their canoes on the beach to be loaded, collecting food in the gardens and making sago in the jungle. At the head of one of the creeks, in the midst of a sago swamp, there was a long, low shelter which serves as a dwelling to Dabuan natives from the main island when they come to gather sago. This swamp was said to be reserved to a certain community of Tuyutana. Another day I came upon a party of local natives from Sanaroa, who were pounding sago pulp out of a palm, and sluicing it with water. A big tree had been felled, its bark stripped in the middle of the trunk in a large square, and the soft, fleshy interior laid open. There were 3 men standing in a row before it and pounding away at it. A few more men waited to relieve the tired ones. The pounding instruments, half club, half adzes, had thick but not very broad blades of green stone, of the same type as I have seen among the Mailu natives of the south coast. The pulp was then carried in baskets to a neighboring stream. At this spot there was a natural trough, one of the big, convex scales, which form the basis of the sago leaf. In the middle of it, a sieve was made of a piece of coconut spathing, a fiber which covers the root of a coconut leaf, and looks at first sight exactly like a piece of roughly woven material. Water was directed so that it flowed into the trough at its broad end, coming out at the narrow one. The sago pulp was put at the top, the water carried away with it the powdered sago starch, while the wooden, husky fibers were retained by the sieve. The starch was then carried with the water into a big wooden canoe-shaped trough. There the heavier starch settled down, while the water welled over the brim. When there is plenty of starch, the water is drained off carefully and the starch is placed into another of the trough-shaped, sago leaf bases, where it is allowed to dry. In such receptacles it is then carried on a trading expedition, and is thus counted as 1 unit of sago. I watched the proceedings for a long time with great interest. There is something fascinating about the big, antediluvian-looking sago palm, so malignant and unapproachable in its unhealthy, prickly swamp, being turned by man into food by such simple and direct methods. The sago produced and eaten by the natives is a tough, starchy stuff, of dirty white color, very unpalatable. It has the consistency of rubber, and the taste of very poor, unleavened bread. It is not clear, like the article which is sold under the name of sago in our groceries, but is mealy, tough, and almost elastic. The natives consider it a great delicacy, and bake it into little cakes, or boil it into dumplings. The main fleet of the Dabuan started sometime in the second half of March from their villages, and went first to the beach of Saraboina, where they held a ceremonial distribution of food, XVIII, as it is called in Dobu. Then, offering the Pokala to Acharamoe and Atuaine, they sailed by way of Sanaroa and Tawara, passing the tabooed rock of Gurwea to the Amflets. The wind was light and changeable, weak SW breezes prevailing. The progress of this stage of the journey must have been very slow. The natives must have spent a few nights on the intermediate islands and sandbanks, a few canoes crews camping at one spot. At that time I had already succeeded in reaching the Amflets, and had been busy for 2 or 3 weeks doing ethnographic work, though not very successfully, for, as I have already once or twice remarked, the natives here are very bad informants. I knew of course that the Dabuan fleet was soon to come, but as my experience had taught me to mistrust native timetables and fixtures of date, I did not expect them to be punctual. In this, however, I was mistaken. On a Kula expedition, when the dates are once fixed, the natives make real and strenuous efforts to keep to them. In the anthropology the people were busy preparing for the expedition, because they had the intention of joining the Dobuans and proceeding with them to the Trobriands. A few canoes went to the mainland to fetch sago, pots were being mustered and made ready for stowing away, canoes were overhauled. When the small expedition returned from the mainland with sago, after a week or so, a sagali, in Amfleton, Mad-R, that is, a ceremonial distribution of food was held on the neighboring island, Nabwajeta. My arrival was a very untoward event to the natives, and complicated matters, causing great annoyance to Tavasana, the main headman. I had landed in his own little village, New Agassiz, on the island of Gumasila, for it was impossible to anchor near the big village, nor would there have been room for pitching a tent. Now, in the anthropology, a white man is an exceedingly rare occurrence, and to my knowledge, only once before, a white trader remained there for a few weeks. To leave me alone with the women and 1 or 2 old men was impossible, according to their ideas and fears, and none of the younger men wanted to forego the privilege and pleasure of taking part in the expedition. At last, I promised them to move to the neighboring island of Nabwajeta, as soon as the men were gone, and with this they were satisfied. As the date fixed for the arrival of the Dobuans approached, the excitement grew. Little by little the news arrived, and was eagerly received and conveyed to me. Some 60 canoes of the Dobuans are coming, the fleet is anchored off Tawara, each canoe is heavily laden with food and gifts, Kayapora sails in his canoe. He is Toliavalaku, and has a big pandanus streamer attached to the prow. A string of other names followed which had very little meaning for me, since I was not acquainted with the Dobuan natives. From another part of the world, from the Trobriands, the goal of the whole expedition, news reached us again. Tuolua, the chief of Kirawina, has gone to Kidava, he will soon come back, bringing plenty of mwali. The Sinakitans are going there to fetch some of the mwali. The Vakutans have been in Kidava and brought back great numbers of mwali. It was astonishing to hear all this news, arriving at a small island, apparently completely isolated with its tiny population, within these savage and little navigated seas. News only a few days old, yet reporting events which had occurred at a traveling distance of some 100 miles. It was interesting to follow up the way it had come. The earlier news about the Dobuans had been brought by the canoes, which had fetched the sago to Gumasila from the main island. A few days later, a canoe from one of the main island villages had arrived here, and on its way had passed the Dobuans in Tawara. The news from the Trobriands in the north had been brought by the Kiowa canoe which had arrived a couple of days before in Nabwajeta, and whose visit to New Agassiz I have described in. All these movements were not accidental, but connected with the Uvalaku expedition. To show the complexity, as well as the precise timing of the various movements and events, so perfectly synchronized over a vast area, in connection with the Uvalaku, I have tabulated them in the chart, facing this page, in which almost all the dates are quite exact, being based on my own observations. This chart also gives a clear, synoptic picture of an Uvalaku, and it will be useful to refer to it, in reading this chapter. In olden days, not less than now, there must have been an ebullition in the intertribal relations, and a great stirring from one place to another, whenever an Uvalaku Kula was afoot. Thus, news would be carried rapidly over great distances, the movements of the vast numbers of natives would be coordinated, and dates fixed. As has been said already, a culminating event of an expedition, in this case the arrival of the Dobuan fleet in Sinakita, would be always so timed as to happen on, or just before, a full moon. And this would serve as a general orientation for the preliminary movements, such as in this case, the visits of the single canoes. Timetable of the Uvalaku expedition, Dobutu. Sinakita, 1918. The previous. Uvalaku. Date. September, 1917. The expedition, led by Kutawaya from Sinakita to Dobu. Preparatory. Stage. October, 1917 February. 1918. Building of new canoes and repairing of old ones. In the district of NW Dobu. February-March 1918. Sago making, collecting of trade and food. Middle of March. Launching, fitting and loading of the canoes. Preliminary magic. The sailing. About March 25th. The Dabuan canoes start on their overseas trip. About same time. In Boyawa, the Vakutans return from Kidava with a good haul of mwali. Same time. In the Amflets, preparations to sail. Collecting food. Repairing canoes. About March 28th. In Boyawa, Tuolua returns from Kidava. Bringing mwali. Same time. In the Amflets, news reach of the approaching fleet from Dobu, of the doings in Boyawa. March 29th. In the Amflets, part of the canoes sail ahead. To Vakuta. March 31st. The Dabuan fleet arrives in the Amflets. April 1st. They proceed on their journey to Boyawa. April 2nd. In the Amflets, rest of local canoes sail to Boyawa. Same day. In Boyawa, the Sinakitans go to Kirawina. April 3rd. In Boyawa, they return with the arms hells. The arrival of the Dabuans in Boyawa. April 3rd. The Dabuan fleet appears in Vakuta. 3rd to 5th April. They receive Kula gifts, exchange presents and trade in Vakuta. April 6th. Arrival of the Dabuan fleet in Sinakita, magic at the beach of Kikuyawa, ceremonial reception. 6th to 10th April. The Dabuans, as well as the Amfletans, remain in Sinakita, receiving Kula presents, giving peri gifts and trading. April 10th. They all leave Sinakita, receiving Taloi, farewell, gifts. The Dabuans sail south, and the Amfletans to Kelola and the smaller western Trobriand Islands. 10th to 14th April. The Dabuans are engaged in fishing in the S. Lagoon. Return journey. April 14th. They reappear in Vakuta, and receive their Taloi, farewell, gifts. April 15th. They leave Vakuta. About 20th or 21st. Tanarare. Competitive display in comparison, on the beach of Sarabuena, and return to Dobu. Indeed, from that moment, the events on and about the Amflet Islands moved rapidly. The day after the visit from the Kuyawan canoes, the canoes of the main village of Gumasila sailed off to the Trobriands, starting therefore a few days ahead of the Dabuan Avalico fleet. I rowed over in a dinghy to the big village, and watched the loading and departing of the canoes. There was a bustle in the village, and even a few old women could be seen helping the men in their tasks. The large canoes were being pushed into the water from their supports, on which they were beached. They had been already prepared for the journey there, their platforms covered with plaited palm leaves, frames put in their bottoms to support the cargo, boards placed crossways within the canoe to serve as seats for the crew, the mast, rigging and sail laid handy. The loading, however, begins only after the canoe is in water. The large, trough-shaped chunks of sago were put at the bottom, while men and women carefully brought out the big clay pots, stowing them away with many precautions in special places in the middle, sea. Then, one after the other, the canoes went off, paddling round the southern end of the island towards the west. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, the last canoe disappeared round the promontory, and the village remained practically empty. There was no saying of farewells, not a trace of any emotion on the part of those leaving or those remaining. But it must be remembered that, owing to my presence, no women except one or two old hags, were visible on the shore. All my best informants gone, I intended to move to Nabwajeta next morning. At sunset, I made a long excursion in my dinghy round the western shores of Gumasila, and it was on that occasion that I discovered all those who had left that morning on the Kula sitting on Jayasala beach. In accordance with the Kula custom of a preliminary halt, such as the one on Muwa described in. Next morning, I left for the neighboring island and village of Nabwajeta, and only after he saw me safely off, Tavasana and his party left in his canoe, following the others to Vakuta. In Nabwajeta, the whole community were in the midst of their final preparations for departure, for they intended to wait for the Dabuans and sail with them to Kirawina. All their canoes were being painted and renovated, a sail was being repaired on the beach, c. There were some minor distributions of food taking place in the village, the stuff being over and over again allotted and re-allotted, smaller pieces carved out of the big chunks and put into special wrappings. This constant handling of food is one of the most prominent features of tribal life in that part of the world. As I arrived, a sail for one of the canoes was just being finished by a group of men. In another canoe, I saw them mending the outrigger by attaching the small log of light, dry wood to make the old, waterlogged float more buoyant. I could also watch in detail the final trimming of the canoes, the putting up of the additional frames, of the coconut mats, the making of the little cage in the central part for the pots and for the lilava, the sacred bundle. I was, nevertheless, not on sufficiently intimate terms with these Nabwajeta natives to be allowed to witness any of the magic. Their system of mwazala is identical with that of Boyawa, in fact, it is borrowed from there. Next day, in this village again I had difficulty in finding any good informants, a difficulty increased by the feverish occupation of all the men. I went for a long row in the afternoon with my 2 boys, hoping to reach the island of Damdam. A strong current, which in this part is at places so pronounced that it breaks out into steep, tidal waves, made it impossible to reach our goal. Returning in the dark, my boys suddenly grew alert and excited, like hounds picking up a scent. I could perceive nothing in the dark, but they had discerned 2 canoes moving westwards. Within about half an hour, a fire became visible, twinkling on the beach of a small, deserted island south of Damdam. Evidently some Dabuans were camping there. The excitement and intense interest shown by my boys, one a Dabuan, the other from Sariba, southern Masim, gave me an inkling of the magnitude of this event, the vanguard of a big Kula fleet slowly creeping up towards one of its intermediate halting places. It also brought home to me vividly the intertribal character of this institution, which unites in one common and strongly emotional interest so many scattered communities. That night, as we learnt afterwards, a good number of canoes had anchored on the outlying deserted islands of the Amflets, waiting for the rest of the fleet to arrive. When we came that evening to Nabwajeta, the news had already been received of the important event, and the whole village was astir. Next day, the weather was particularly fine and clear, with the distant mountains wreathed only in light cumuli, their alluring outlines designed in transparent blue. Early in the afternoon, with a blast of conch shell, a Dabuan waga, in full paint and decoration, and with the rich pandanus mat of the sail glowing like gold against the blue sea, came sailing round the promontory. One after the other, at intervals of a few minutes each, other canoes came along, all sailing up to some 100 yards from the beach, and then, after furling the sail, paddling towards the shore, c. This was not a ceremonial approach, as the aim of the expedition this time did not embrace the Amflets, but was directed towards the Trobriands only. Bakuta and Sinikita, these canoes had put in only for an intermediate halt. Nevertheless, it was a great event, especially as the canoes of Nabwajeta were going to join with the fleet later on. Out of the 60 or so Dabuan canoes, only about 25 with some 250 men in them had come to Nabwajeta, the others having gone to the big village of Gumasila. In any case, there were about 5 times as many men gathered in the village as one usually sees. There was no kula done at all, no conch shells were blown on the shore, nor do I think were any presents given or received by either party. The men sat in groups round their friends' houses, the most distinguished visitors collected about the dwelling of Tabwaina, the main headman of Nabwajeta. Many canoes were anchored along the coast beyond the village beach, some tucked away into small coves, others moored in sheltered shallows. The men sat on the shore round fires, preparing their food, which they took out of the provisions carried on the canoes. Only the water did they obtain from the island, filling their coconut-made water vessels from the springs. About a dozen canoes were actually moored at the village beach. Late at night, I walked along the shore to observe their sleeping arrangements. In the clear, moonlit night, the small fires burnt with a red, subdued glow. There was always one of them between each two sleepers, consisting of 3 burning sticks, gradually pushed in as they were consumed. The men slept with the big, stiff pandanus mats over them. Each mat is folded in the middle, and when put on the ground, forms a kind of miniature prismatic tent. All along the beach, it was almost a continuous row of men alternating with fire, the dun-colored mats being nearly invisible against the sand in the full moonlight. It must have been a very light sleep, for every now and then, a man stirred, peeping up from under his shell, readjusting the fire, and casting a searching glance over the surroundings. It would be difficult to say whether mosquitoes or cold wind or fear of sorcery disturbed their sleep most, but I should say the last. The next morning, early, and without any warning, the whole fleet sailed away. At about 8 o'clock the last canoe punted towards the offing, where they stepped their mast and hoisted their sail. There were no farewell gifts, no conch shell blowing, and the Dobuans this time left their resting place as they had come, without ceremony or display. The morning after, the Nabwagitans followed them. I was left in the village with a few cripples, the women and 1 or 2 men who had remained perhaps to look after the village, perhaps specially to keep watch over me and see that I did no mischief. Not one of them was a good informant. Through a mistake of mine, I had missed the cutter which had come 2 days before to the island of Gumasila and left without me. With bad luck and bad weather, I might have had to wait a few weeks, if not months in Nabwageta. I could perhaps have sailed in a native canoe, but this could only be done without bedding, tent, or even writing outfit and photographic apparatus, and so my traveling would have been quite useless. It was a piece of great good luck that a day or 2 afterwards, a motor launch, whose owner had heard about my staying in the Amflets, anchored in front of Nabwageta village, and within an hour I was speeding towards the Trobriands again, following the tracks of the Kula fleet. 2. On the next morning, as we slowly made our way along the channels in the opalescent, green lagoon, and as I watched a fleet of small, local canoes fishing in their muddy waters, and could recognize on the surrounding flat shores a dozen well-known villages, my spirits rose, and I felt well pleased to have left the picturesque, but ethnographically barren Amflets for the Trobriands, with their scores of excellent informants. Moreover, the Amflets, in the persons of their male inhabitants, were soon to join me here. I went ashore in Sinakita, where everybody was full of the great moment which was soon to arrive. For the Dobuan fleet was known to be coming, though on that morning, so far, no news had reached them of its whereabouts. As a matter of fact, the Dobuans, who had left Nabwageta 48 hours ahead of me, had made a slow journey with light winds, and sailing a course to the east of mine, had arrived that morning only in Vakuta. All the rumors which had been reported to me in the Amflets about the previous movements of the Trobriand natives had been correct. Thus the natives of Vakuta had really been to the east, to Kidava, and had brought with them a big haul of arms hells. Tuolua, the chief of Kiriwina, had visited Kidava later, and about 5 or 6 days before had returned from there, bringing with him 213 pairs of arms hells. The Sinakitans then had gone to Kiriwina, and out of the 213 pairs had succeeded in securing 154. As there had been previously 150 pairs in Sinakita, a total of 304 was awaiting the Dobuans. On the morning of my arrival, the Sinakitan party had just returned from Kiriwina, hurrying home so as to have everything ready for the reception of the Dobuans. Of these, we got the news that very afternoon, news which travelled overland from one village to another, and reached us from Vakuta with great rapidity. We were also told that the Uvaluku fleet would be at Sinakita within 2 or 3 days. This period I utilized in refurbishing my information about that phase of the Kula, which I was going to witness, and trying to get a clear outline of every detail of all that was going soon to happen. It is extremely important in sociological work to know well beforehand the underlying rules and the fundamental ideas of an occurrence, especially if big masses of natives are concerned in it. Otherwise, the really important events may be obliterated by quite irrelevant and accidental movements of the crowd, and thus the significance of what he sees may be lost to the observer. No doubt if one could repeat one's observations on the same phenomenon over and over again, the essential and relevant features would stand out by their regularity and permanence. If, however, as it often happens in ethnographic fieldwork, one gets the opportunity only once of witnessing a public ceremony, it is necessary to have its anatomy well dissected beforehand. And then concentrate upon observing how these outlines are followed up concretely, gauge the tone of the general behavior, the touches of emotion or passion, many small yet significant details which nothing but actual observation can reveal. And which throw much light upon the real, inner relation of the native to his institution. So I was busy going over my old entries and checking them and putting my material into shape in a detailed and concrete manner. On the third day, as I was sitting and taking notes in the afternoon, word ran all round the villages that the Dabuan canoes had been sighted. And indeed, as I hastened towards the shore, there could be seen, far away, like small petals floating on the horizon, the sails of the advancing fleet. I jumped at once into a canoe, and was punted along towards the promontory of Kikuyawa, about a mile to the south of Sinakita. There, one after the other, the Dabuan canoes were arriving, dropping their sails and undoing the mast as they moored, until the whole fleet, numbering now over 80 canoes, were assembled before me. From each a few men waded ashore, returning with big bunches of leaves. I saw them wash and smear themselves and perform the successive stages of native, festive adornment. Each article was medicated by some man or another in the canoe before it was used or put on. The most carefully handled articles of ornamentation were the ineffective-looking, dried-up herbs, taken out of their little receptacles, where they had remained since they had been beck-harmed in Dobu, and now stuck into the armlets. The whole thing went on quickly, almost feverishly, making more the impression of a piece of technical business being expeditiously performed, than of a solemn and elaborate ceremony taking place. But the ceremonial element was soon to show itself. After the preparations were finished, the whole fleet formed itself into a compact body, not quite regular, but with a certain order, about 4 or 5 canoes being in a row, and one row behind the other. In this formation they punted along over the lagoon, too shallow for paddling, towards the beach of Sinakita. When they were within about 10 minutes of the shore, all the conch shells began to be sounded, and the murmur of recited magic rose from the canoes. I could not come sufficiently near the canoes, for reason of etiquette, to be able to see the exact arrangement of the reciters, but I was told that it was the same as that observed by the Trobrianders on their approach to Dobu, described in. The general effect was powerful, when this wonderfully painted and fully decorated fleet was gliding swiftly over the green waters of the lagoon towards the palm grove above the sand beach, at that moment thick with expectant natives. But I imagine that the arrival of a Trobriand fleet in Dobu must be considerably more effective even than that. The much more picturesque landscape, the ceremonial paddling with the leaf-shaped oars over the deep water, the higher sense of danger and tension, than that which the Dabuans feel, when coming to visit the meek Trobrianders. All this must make it even more dramatic and impressive than the scene I have just described. Plate. LIV. The Dabuan canoes pulled up on Sinakita beach. Plate. LV. Some canoes moored on the shallow lagoon near the shore. Plate. LVI. Dabuan visitors in Sinakita. Top picture, the Kula visitors and hosts sitting side by side on a house platform in Sinakita. Bottom picture, to the right Tavasana, wearing a wig of pandanus fiber, holding his lime pot and spatula and ornamented with Buna shell on his leg, sits with Kayaporu, on the left, the chief of the Dabuans. On the platform of one of the Sinakitan chiefs. Note the aromatic herbs in Kayaporu's armlets. Within some 20 meters from the shore, the canoes formed themselves into a double row, the canoe of the Toliavaliku on the left flank of the first row. Kayaporu, as soon as all the craft were in position, rose in his canoe, and in a loud voice, addressed in Dabuan those standing on the shore. His words, preserved in the memory of his hearers, were transmitted to me that same evening in their Kirawinian equivalent. He spoke. Who will be first in the Kula? The people of Vakuta or yourselves? I deem you will have the lead. Bring almshells, 1 basketful, 2 baskets, catch pigs, pluck coconuts, pluck betel nut. For this is my uvalaku. By and by, thou, Kudawaya, wilt make an uvalaku, and we shall give thee then plenty of vague. So spoke Kauyaporu, addressing his main partner, Kudawaya, the second chief of Sinakita. He did not address Teyudawada, the most important chief, because he was not his main partner. As soon as the speech was finished, Kudawaya waded through the water from the beach, carrying a pair of almshells in each hand. Behind him came a small boy, the youngest son, blowing a conch shell. He was followed again by 2 men, who between them had a stick resting on their shoulders, on which several pairs of mwali, almshells, were displayed. This procession waded towards the canoe of Kauyaporu, whom Kudawaya addressed in these words, throwing the almshells on the platform of the canoe. This is a vaga, opening gift. In due time, I shall make a uvalaku to Dobu. Thou shalt return to me a big soulava, necklace, as kudu, equivalent gift, for this. Plenty more almshells thou wilt receive now. There are plenty of almshells in Sinakita. We know there were plenty of almshells in Vakuta. By and by thou and thy Usajalu come ashore, I shall catch a pig. I shall give you plenty of food, coconuts, betel nut, sugar cane, bananas. As soon as he was back on the shore, his wife, the eldest one, with a pita basket on her head, containing a pair of almshells, went into the water and carried it to Kauyaporu's canoe, the boy with the conch shell following her also. After that, conch shells were blown on all sides on the shore, and single men or groups detached themselves from the rest, and waded towards the canoes. The mwali were carried with ceremony on sticks or in outstretched arm. But the grossly exaggerated way of putting 1 pair of almshells into a basket which was big enough to hold some 40, was only done by the chief's wife. All this lasted for perhaps half an hour, while the setting sun poured down its glowing light on the painted canoes, the yellow beach, and the lively bronze forms moving upon it. Then, in a few moments, the Dabuan canoes were partly beached, partly moored, whilst their crews spread over the 7 villages of Sinakita. Large groups could be seen sitting on platforms chewing betel nut and conversing in Dabuan with their hosts, c. For 3 days, the Dabuans remained in Sinakita. Every now and then, blasts of conch shell announced that a Kula transaction had taken place, that is, that a pair of almshells had been handed over to one of the visitors. Swarms of people from the other districts had assembled in Sinakita. Every day, natives from the inland villages of southern Boyawa crowded into their capital, whilst people from Kiboma, Luba, and Kiriwina, that is, the central and northern districts, were camping in their relatives' houses, in yam stores and under provisional shelters. Reckoning that the number of the visitors, that is, the Dabuans, the Amfletans and the Vakutans, who had joined them on their way, amounted to some 800. That the Sinakitans numbered about 500 people, and that some 1,200 had come from the other villages, it will be seen that the crowd in and about Sinakita was considerable, numbering over 2,000. The Trobriand natives, of course, looked after their own provisions. The Dabuans had also brought a considerable amount of food with them, and would receive some additional vegetables and pig's flesh from their hosts, while they acquired fish from some of the other villages of Boyawa. As a matter of fact, stingaree, shark and some other fish are the only articles for which the Dabuans barter on their own account. The rest of the trade, in the same way as is done in Dobu by the Sinakitans, must be done with the community who receive visitors, that is, with Sinakita. The Sinakitans buy from the manufacturing districts of Boyawa the same industrial products that they take with them to Dobu, that is baskets, lime pots, lime spatulae, etc. Then they sell these to the Dabuans in just the same manner and with the same profit as was described in. As has been said there also, a man of Sinakita would never trade with his partner, but with some other Dabuan. Between the partners, only presents are exchanged. The gift offered by the Dabuans to the Sinakitans is called VIII, and it differs only in name and not in its economic or sociological nature from the pari gift offered by the Boyans to their overseas partners. The teloi, or farewell gift offered to them is as a rule more substantial than the VIII. The Dabuans, during their stay in Sinakita, lived on the beach or in their canoes, see plates end. Skillfully rigged up with canopies of golden mats covering parts of the craft, their painted hulls glowing in the sun against the green water, some of the canoes presented the spectacle of some gorgeously fantastic pleasure boat, see. The natives waded about amongst them, making the lagoon lively with movement, talk and laughter. Groups camped on the sea shore, boiling food in the large clay pots, smoking and chewing betel nut. Big parties of Trobrianders walked among them, discreetly but curiously watching them. Women were not very conspicuous in the whole proceedings, nor did I hear any scandal about intrigues, although such may have taken place. 3. On the fourth day, conch shells were blown again in the morning, though on the last of the 3 days their sounds had almost died out. These were the signs of the departure. Food and small presents were brought to the canoes as teloi, and a few mwali were given at the last, for which the conch shells were blown. Without any ceremony or farewell speeches, the Dabuan canoes sailed away, one after the other. Their journey home was also interrupted by a customary halt for fishing, but this time for fish, not shell. Some of them stop on the beach of Moa, but the bulk camp on a beach called Susua, halfway between Sinakita and Vakuta, where they catch the fish by means of a poisonous root, which they have brought for this purpose from home. This time, they remained 3 days in Susua and Moa, and then sailed to Vakuta to receive their teloi. Their further journey I could not trace step by step, but afterwards I heard that quickly, and without any accident, they had reached their homes. Their Tanarare on Sarabuena Beach, that is, the competitive display of the yield, gave more or less the following results. From Sinakita they received 304 armshells. From Vakuta they received 344 armshells. The total therefore was 648. As there were about 60 canoes making the proper Avalaku from Dobu, that is, not counting those from the Amflets and Vakuta which joined on the way and appeared before Sinakita. There were at the outside some 500 Dabuan natives on that expedition. Out of these, however, not more than half were grown-up, Kula-making men. So that, on the average, there were nearly 13 armshells for every 5 men. Some would not get more than 1 pair, some perhaps even none, whilst the headmen received large quantities. We shall follow in a later chapter the movements of some at least of those who had collected in Sinakita from the other districts, in connection with the Kula. It did not take them more than a few days to disperse completely, and for the village to resume its ordinary aspect and routine. See the author's memoir, The Natives of Mailu, in Transactions of the R. Society of S. Australia for 1915, p. 598. Chapter 17. Magic and the Kula. I. In treating of the various customs and practices of the Kula, I had at every step to enter into the description of magical rites and into the analysis of spells. This had to be done, first of all, because magic looms paramount in the natives' view of the Kula. Again, all magical formulae disclose essentials of belief and illustrate typical ideas in a manner so thorough and telling that no other road could lead us as straight into the inner mind of the native. Finally, there is a direct, ethnographic interest in knowing the details of magical performance, which has such an overweening influence over tribal life, and enters so deeply into the makeup of the native's mentality. It is now necessary to complete our knowledge of magic and to focus all the dispersed data into one coherent picture. So far, the many scattered references and numerous concrete details have not furnished a general idea of what magic means to the natives, how they imagine the working of the magical forces. What are their implied and expressed views on the nature of magical power? Collecting all the material which has already been presented in the previous chapters, and supplementing it with native and ethnographic comments, we shall be able to arrive at a certain synthesis, respecting the Curowinian theory of magic. All the data which have been so far mustered disclose the extreme importance of magic in the Kula. But if it were a question of treating of any other aspect of the tribal life of these natives, it would also be found that, whenever they approach any concern of vital importance, they summon magic to their aid. It can be said without exaggeration that magic, according to their ideas, governs human destinies, that it supplies man with the power of mastering the forces of nature, and that it is his weapon and armor against the many dangers which crowd in upon him on every side. Thus, in what is most essential to man, that is in his health and bodily welfare, he is but a plaything of the powers of sorcery, of evil spirits and of certain beings, controlled by black magic. Death in almost all its forms is the result of one of these agencies. Permanent ill health and all kinds of acute sickness, in fact everything, except such easily explainable ailments as physical overstrain or slight colds, are attributed to magic. I have spoken of the several ways in which the evil powers bring disease and death. The Tauviu, who bring epidemics, and the Takwe, who inflict shooting pains and minor ailments, are the only examples of non-human beings exerting any direct influence on human destinies. And even the members of this restricted pantheon of demonology only occasionally descend among the mortals to put into action their potential powers. By far the deepest dread and most constant concern of the natives are with the Bwagayu, the entirely human sorcerers, who carry out their work exclusively by means of magic. Second to them in the quantity of magical output and in the frequency of their exploits, are the Molokwazi, the flying witches, which have been described in detail in. They are a good example of how every belief in a superior power is at the bottom a belief in magic. Magic gives to these beings the capacity to destroy human life and to command other agents of destruction. Magic also gives man the power and the means to defend himself, and if properly applied, to frustrate all the nefarious attempts of the Molokwazi. Comparing the two agencies, it may be said that in everyday life, the sorcerer is by far the most feared and is most frequently believed to be at work. While the Molokwazi enter upon the scene at certain dramatic moments, such as the presence of death, a catastrophe on land, and more especially at sea, but then, they enter with even deadlier weapons than the Bwagayu. Health, the normal state of human beings can, if once lost, be regained by magic and by magic only. There is no such thing as natural recovery, return to health being always due to the removal of the evil magic by means of magical counteraction. All those crises of life, which are associated with fear of danger, with the awakening of passions or of strong emotions, have also their magical accompaniment. The birth of a child is always ushered in by magic, in order to make the child prosper, and to neutralize the dangers and evil influences. There is no rite or magic at puberty. But then, with this people, puberty does not present any very definite crisis in the life of the individual, as their sexual life starts long before puberty arrives, and gradually shapes and develops as the organism matures. The passion of love, however, has a very elaborate magical counterpart, embodied in many rites and formulae, to which a great importance is attached, and all success in sexual life is ascribed to it. The evil results of illicit love, that is love within the clan, which, by the way, is considered by these natives as the main class of sexual immorality, can also be counteracted by a special type of magic. The main social interests, ambition in gardening, ambition in successful kula, vanity, and display of personal charms in dancing, all find their expression in magic. There is a form of beauty magic, performed ceremonially over the dancers, and there is also a kind of safety magic at dances, whose object is to prevent the evil magic of envious sorcerers. Particular garden magic, performed by an individual over his crops and seeds, as well as the evil magic which he casts on the gardens of his rivals, express the private ambitions in gardening, as contrasted with the interests of the whole village, which are catered for by communal garden magic. Natural forces of great importance to man, such as rain and sunshine, the appropriate alternative operation of which makes his crops thrive, or wind, which must be controlled for purposes of sailing and fishing, are also governed by magic. The magic of rain and sunshine can be used for good, as well as for nefarious purposes, and in this they have a special interest in the Trobriands, because the most powerful system of this magic is in the hands of the paramount chiefs of Kirawina. By bringing about a prolonged drought, the chiefs of Omarikana have always been able to express their general displeasure with their subjects, and thus enhance their wholesale power, independently of any other mechanism. which they might have used for forcing their will on private individuals or on whole communities. The basic, food-providing economic activities, which in the Trobriands are mainly gardening and fishing, are also completely magic-ridden. The success of these pursuits is of course largely due to luck, chance or accident, and to the natives they require supernatural assistance. We had examples of economic magic in describing the construction of a canoe, and the fishing for Coloma shell. The communal garden magic and the fishing magic of certain village communities show to a higher degree even than the cases described, the feature which we found so distinct in canoe magic, namely, that the rites and formulae are not a mere appendage, running side by side with economic efforts, without exercising any influence over these. On the contrary, it may be said that a belief in magic is one of the main, psychological forces which allow for organization and systematization of economic effort in the Trobriands. The capacity for art, as well as the inspiration in it, is also ascribed to the influence of magic. The passions of hatred, envy, and jealousy, besides finding their expression in the all-powerful sorcery of the Bwagiu and Molokwasi, are also responsible for many forms of witchery, known by the generic term of bulabwalada. The classical forms of this magic have as their object the estrangement of the affections of a wife or a sweetheart, or the destruction of the domestic attachment of a pig. The pig is sent away into the bush, having been made to take a dislike to its master and to its domestic habits. The wife, though the spells used to estrange her are slightly different, can be made also to take a dislike to her domestic life, abandon her husband and return to her parents. There is a bulabwalada of gardens, of canoes, of Kula, of Coloma, in fact of everything, and a good deal of beneficial magic is taken up with exorcising the results of bulabwalada. The list of magic is not quite exhausted yet. There is the magic of conditional curses, performed in order to guard property from possible harm, inflicted by others. There is war magic. There is magic associated with taboos put on coconuts and betel nuts, in order to make them grow and multiply. There is magic to avert thunder and resuscitate people who are struck by lightning. There is the magic of toothache, and a magic to make food last a long time. All this shows the wide diffusion of magic, its extreme importance and also the fact that it is always strongest there, where vital interests are concerned. Where violent passions or emotions are awakened, when mysterious forces are opposed to man's endeavors. And when he has to recognize that there is something which eludes his most careful calculations, his most conscientious preparations and efforts. 2. Let us now proceed to formulate some short statement of the essential conception of magic, as it is entertained by the natives. All statement of belief, found among human beings so widely different from us, is full of difficulties and pitfalls, which perhaps beset us most there, where we try to arrive at the very foundation of the belief, that is, at the most general ideas which underlie a series of practices and a body of traditions. In dealing with a native community at the stage of development which we find in the Trobriands, we cannot expect to obtain a definite, precise and abstract statement from a philosopher, belonging to the community itself. The native takes his fundamental assumptions for granted, and if he reasons or inquires into matters of belief, it would be always only as regards details and concrete applications. Any attempts on the part of the ethnographer to induce his informant to formulate such a general statement would have to be in the form of leading questions of the worst type, because in these leading questions he would have to introduce words and concepts essentially foreign to the native. Once the informant grasped their meaning, his outlook would be warped by our own ideas having been poured into it. Thus the ethnographer must draw the generalization for himself, must formulate the abstract statement without the direct help of a native informant. I am saying direct help because the generalization must be entirely based on indirect data supplied by the natives. In the course of collecting information, of discussing formulae and translating their text, a considerable number of opinions on matters of detail will be set forth by the natives. Such spontaneous opinions, if placed in a correctly constructed mosaic, might almost of themselves give us a true picture, might almost cover the whole field of native belief. And then our task would only be to summarize this picture in an abstract formula. The ethnographer, however, possesses an even better supply of evidence from which to draw his conclusions. The objective items of culture, into which belief has crystallized in the form of tradition, myth, spell and rite are the most important source of knowledge. In them, we can face the same realities of belief as the native faces in his intimate intercourse with the magical, the same realities which he not only professes with his tongue, but lives through partly in imagination and partly in actual experience. An analysis of the contents of the spells, the study of the manner in which they are uttered, in which the concomitant rites are performed, the study of the natives' behavior, of the actors as well as of the spectators. The knowledge of the social position and social functions, of the magical expert, all this reveals to us, not only the bare structure of their ideas on magic, but also the associated sentiments and emotions, and the nature of magic as a social force. An ethnographer who, from the study of such objective data, has been able to penetrate into the native's attitude, to formulate a general theory of magic, can then test his conclusions by direct questionings. For he will be already in a position to use native terminology and to move along the lines of native thought. And in his questionings he will be able to accept the lead of his informant instead of misleading the latter and himself by leading questions. More especially in obtaining opinions of actual occurrences from the natives, he will not have to move in abstract generalities, but will be able to translate them into concrete applications and into the native modes of thought. In arriving at such general conclusions about vast aspects of primitive human thought and custom, the ethnographer's is a creative work, in so far as he brings to light phenomena of human nature which, in their entirety, had remained hidden even from those in whom they happened. It is creative in the same sense as is the construction of general principles of natural science, where objective laws of very wide application lie hidden till brought forth by the investigating human mind. In the same sense, however, as the principles of natural science are empirical, so are also the final generalizations of ethnographic sociology because, though expressly stated for the first time by the investigator, they are none the less objective realities of human thinking, feeling and behavior. 3. We can start from the question of how the natives imagine their magic to have originated. If we would ask even the most intelligent informant some such concretely framed questions as, where has your magic been made? How do you imagine its invention? They would necessarily remain unanswered. Not even a warped and half-suggested reply would be forthcoming. Yet there is an answer to this question, or rather to its generalized equivalent. Examining the mythology of one form of magic after the other, we find that there are in every one either explicitly stated or implied views about how magic has become known to man. As we register these views, compare them, and arrive at a generalization, we easily see why our imaginary question, put to the natives, would have to remain unanswered. For, according to native belief, embedded in all traditions and all institutions, magic is never conceived as having been made or invented. Magic has been handed on as a thing which has always been there. It is conceived as an intrinsic ingredient of everything that vitally affects man. The words, by which a magician exercises his power over a thing or a process, are believed to be coexistent with them. The magical formula and its subject matter were born together. In some cases, tradition represents them literally as being born by the same woman. Thus, rain was brought forth by a woman of Kasana'i, and the magic came with it, and has been handed on ever since in this woman's subclan. Again, the mythical mother of the culture hero Tadava gave birth, among other plants and animals, also to the Kalala fish. The magic of this fish is also due to her. In the short myth about the origin of Kagyu magic, the one to protect drowning sailors from witches and other dangers, we saw that the mother, who gave birth to the Tokalubwedoga dog, also handed the magic over to him. In all these cases, however, the myth does not point to these women's inventing or composing the magic. Indeed, it is explicitly stated by some natives that the women had learned the magic from their matrilineal ancestors. In the last case, the woman is said in the myth to have known the magic by tradition. Other myths are more rudimentary, yet, though less circumstantial about the origin of the magic, show us just as unmistakably that magic is a primeval thing, indeed, in the literal sense of the word, autochthonous. Thus, the Kula magic in Gumasila came out of the rock of Selawea, the canoe magic out of the hole in the ground, brought by the men, who originally emerged with it. Garden magic is always conceived as being carried from underground by the first ancestors, who emerged out of the original hole of that locality. Several minor forms of magic of local currency, such as fish magic, practiced in one village only, wind magic, etc., are also imagined to have been carried out of the ground. All the forms of sorcery have been handed over to people by non-human beings, who passed them on but did not create them. The Bwagayu sorcery is due to a crab, who gave it to a mythical personage, in whose Dala, subclan, the magic was carried on and from it distributed all over the islands. The Takwe, wood sprites, have taught man certain forms of evil magic. There are no myths in Kirawina about the origin of flying witch magic. From other districts, however, I have obtained rudimentary information pointing to the fact that they were instructed in this magic by a mythical, malevolent being called Takurapikapoka, with whom even now some sort of relations are kept up, culminating in nocturnal meetings and sexual orgies which remind one very strongly of the Walpurgisnacht. Love magic, the magic of thunder and lightning, are accounted for by definite events. But in neither of them are we led to imagine that the formula is invented. In fact, there is a sort of petitio principii in all these myths, for on the one hand they set out to account for how magic came, and on the other. In all of them magic is represented as being there, ready-made. But the petitio principii is due only to a false attitude of mind with which we approach these tales. Because, to the native mind, they set out to tell, not how magic originated, but how magic was brought within the reach of one or other of the Boyawan local groups or subclans. Thus it may be said, in formulating a generalization from all these data, that magic is never invented. In olden days, when mythical things happened, magic came from underground, or was given to a man by some non-human being, or was handed on to descendants by the original ancestress, who also brought forth the phenomenon governed by the magic. In actual cases of the present times and of the near-past generations whom the natives of today knew personally, the magic is given by one man to another, as a rule by the father to his son or by the maternal kinsman. But its very essence is the impossibility of its being manufactured or invented by man, its complete resistance to any change or modification by him. It has existed ever since the beginning of things. It creates, but is never created. It modifies, but must never be modified. It is now easy to see that no questions about the origins of magic, such as we formulated before, could have been asked of a native informant without distorting the evidence in the very act of questioning. While more general and quite abstract and colorless inquiries cannot be made intelligible to him. He has grown up into a world where certain processes, certain activities have their magic, which is as much an attribute of theirs as anything else. Some people have been traditionally instructed how this magic runs, and they know it. How men came by magic is told in numerous mythical narratives. That is the correct statement of the native point of view. Once arrived at this conclusion inductively, we can of course, test our conclusions by direct questions, or by a leading question, for the matter of that. To the question, where human beings found magic, I obtained the following answer. All magic, they found long ago in the nether world. We do not find ever a spell in a dream. Should we say so, this would be a lie. The spirits never give us a spell. Songs and dances they do give us, that is true, but no magic. This statement, expressing the belief in a very clear and direct manner, I had confirmed, reiterated with variations and amplifications, by ever so many informants. They all emphasize the fact that magic has its roots in tradition, that it is the most immutable and most valuable traditional item. That it cannot leak into human knowledge by any present human intercourse with spirits or with any non-human beings such as the Takwe or Tauvayu. The property of having been received from previous generations is so marked that any breach of continuity in this succession cannot be imagined, and any addition by an actual human being would make the magic spurious. At the same time, magic is conceived as something essentially human. It is not a force of nature, captured by man through some means and put to his service. it is essentially the assertion of man's intrinsic power over nature. In saying that, I, of course, translate native belief into abstract terms, which they would not use themselves for its expression. Nonetheless, it is embodied in all their items of folklore and ways of using magic and thinking about it. In all the traditions, we find that magic is always in possession of man, or at least of anthropomorphic beings. It is carried out from underground by man. It is not conceived as having been there somewhere outside his knowledge and then captured. On the contrary, as we saw, often the very things which are governed by magic have been brought forth by man, as for instance rain, the kalala fish, or disease, created by the anthropomorphic crab. The close sociological association of magic with a given subclan emphasizes this anthropocentric conception of magic. In the majority of cases indeed, magic refers to human activities or to the response of nature to human activities, rather than to natural forces alone. Thus, in gardening and in fishing, it is the behavior of plants and animals tended or pursued by man. In the canoe magic, in the carver's magic, the object is a human-made thing. In the Kula, in love magic, in many forms of food magic, it is human nature onto which the force is directed. Disease is not conceived as an extraneous force, coming from outside and settling on the man, it is directly a man-made, sorcerer-made something. We may, therefore, amplify the above-given definition, and say that magic is a traditionally handed-on power of man over his own creations, over things once brought forth by man, or over responses of nature to his activities. There is one more important aspect of the question of which I have spoken already, the relation of magic to myth. It has been stated that myth moves in the realm of the supernatural, or better, supernormal, and that magic bridges over the gap between that and present-day reality. Now this statement acquires a new importance. Magic appears to us as the essence of traditional continuity with ancestral times. Not only, as I have emphasized in this chapter, is it never conceived as a new invention, but it is identical in its nature with the supernatural power which forms the atmosphere of mythical events. Some of this power may have been lost on its way down to our times. Mythical stories relate how it has been lost, but never has anything been added to it. There is nothing in it now which has not been in it in the ancient, hoary times of myth. In this the natives have a definitely regressive view of the relation between now and before, in this they have their counterpart to a golden age, and to a Garden of Eden of sorts. Thus we fall back upon the recognition of the same truth, whether we approach the matter by looking for beginnings of magic, or by studying the relations between the present and the mythical reality. Magic is a thing never invented and never tampered with, by man or any other agency. This, of course, means that it is so in native belief. It hardly needs explicitly stating that in reality magic must constantly change. The memory of men is not such, that it could hand over verbally exactly what it had received, and, like any other item of traditional lore, a magical formula is in reality constantly being reshaped as it passes from one generation to another. And even within the mind of the same man. As a matter of fact, even from the material collected by me in the Trobriands, it can be unmistakably recognized that certain formulae are much older than others, and indeed, that some parts of spells, and even some whole spells, are of recent invention. Here I cannot do more than refer to this interesting subject, which, for its full development, needs a good deal of linguistic analysis, as well as of other forms of higher criticism. All these considerations have brought us very near to the essential problem: what does magic really mean to the natives? So far, we have seen that it is an inherent power of man over those things which vitally affect him, a power always handed over through tradition. About the beginnings of magic they know as little, and are occupied as little as about the beginnings of the world. Their myths describe the origin of social institutions and the peopling of the world by men. But the world is taken for granted, and so is the magic. They ask no questions about magiogony any more than they do about cosmogony. 4. So far we have not gone beyond the examination of myths and of what we can learn from them about the nature of magic. To gain a deeper insight into this subject, we must study more closely the concrete data about magical performance. Even in the foregoing chapters a sufficient material has been collected to allow of correct inferences, and I shall only here and there have to allude to other forms of magic, besides that of canoe, kula and sailing. I have spoken so far about magic in a wholesale manner, as if it were all of one piece. As a matter of fact, magic all the world over, however rudimentary or developed it might be, presents three essential aspects. In its performance there enter always some words spoken or chanted, some actions carried out, and there are always the minister or ministers of the ceremony. In analyzing the concrete details of magical performances, therefore, we have to distinguish the formula, the rite, and the condition of the performer. These three factors stand out quite clearly and definitely in the Trobriand magic, whether we examine the facts themselves or the natives' way of looking at them. It may be said at once that in this society the relative importance of the three factors is not quite the same. The spell is by far the most important constituent of magic. In their linguistic use, although these natives have a special word, yopa, they very often use the word magic, megwa, to describe a spell. The spell is the part of the magic which is kept secret and known only to the esoteric circle of practitioners. When a magic is handed over, whether by purchase, gift, or inheritance, only the spell has to be taught to the new recipient, and as already once said before, it is usually taught in installments, while the payment is received in that manner. When one speaks about magical knowledge, or in inquiries whether an individual knows some magic, this invariably refers to the formula, for the nature of the rite is always quite public property. Even from the examples given in this book, it can be seen how simple are the rites and how elaborate often the formulae. To direct questions on the subject, the natives always reply that the spell is the more important part. The question, where is the real strength of magic, would receive the reply, in the spell. The condition of the magician is, like the rite, essential to the performance of the magic, but it also is considered by the natives as subservient to the spell. All this must be made clearer by the examination of actual facts. First of all, let us examine the relation between spell and rite, and to this purpose it will be best to group the various magical performances into several classes according to the complexity of the concomitant rite. We shall begin with the simplest rites. Spells uttered directly without concomitant rite. We had one or two examples of such magic where the performer simply utters a formula directly into space. For example, the communal magician of the Coloma, spondylus shell, fishing performs the first act by walking on the beach and reciting his spell towards the sea. In the moment of actual shipwreck, before abandoning the canoe, the Talawaga launches his last kagayut directly into the elements. Again, he lets his voice float over the waters, when invoking the marvelous fish, who will bring the drowning party to some friendly shore. The final spell of the Kula, by which the approaching canoe shakes the mountain, chanted by a trio of magical reciters, is thrown directly towards the koya. The clearing of the sea in the Coloma fishing is also done this way, and many more examples could be adduced from garden magic, wind magic, and other classes not described in this book. The natives have a special expression for such acts. They say that the formula is recited by the mouth only, o wadolawala. This form of magic with such a rudimentary rite is, however, relatively uncommon. Although one could say that there is no rite at all in such cases, for the magician does not manipulate anything or perform any action beyond speaking, yet from another point of view. The whole performance is ritual in so far as he has always to cast his voice towards the element, or being, which he addresses. Indeed here, as in all other cases, the voice of the reciter has to be somehow or other conveyed to the object which he wishes to beck-harm. We see, moreover, that in all these instances, the nature of this object is such that it can be directly reached by the voice, whilst on the other hand, there would be some difficulty in applying any substance or performing any action over, let us say, wind, or a shell growing on a distant reef or the koya, mountain. Spells accompanied by simple rites of impregnation. A large number of the cases described in this book falls under this heading. We saw quite at the beginning, how the magician charms the blade of his adze, the ropes by which the canoe had been pulled, the lashing creeper, the caulking, and the paint of the canoe. Among the Kula rites, the initial magic over the aromatic mint, over the lilava, magical bundle, over the jabobo, central part of canoe. All the beauty magic on Sarabuena beach, over coconuts, over the facial paints as well as the conch shell magic, belong here. In all these performances an object is put well within reach of the voice, and in an appropriate position. Often, the object is placed within a receptacle or covering so that the voice enters an enclosed space and is concentrated upon the substance to be charmed. Thus, when the lilava is chanted over, the voice is cast into the mats, which are afterwards carefully wrapped up. The aromatic mint is charmed, lying at the bottom of a bag made of baked and thus toughened banana leaf, which afterwards is carefully folded together and bound with string. Again, the adze blade is first of all half wrapped up in a banana leaf, and the voice enters the blade and the inside of the leaf, which subsequently is folded over and tied over the blade. In the magic of the conch shell, I drew attention to the fact that immediately after the charm has been spoken, both holes of the instrument are carefully stuffed up. In all cases where an object is going to be used immediately, not so many precautions are taken, but always, without any exception, the mouth is put quite close to the object medicated, and wherever possible. This latter is placed in some sort of cavity, such as a folded piece of leaf, or even the two palms of the hand put together. All this shows that it is essential to a correct performance of magic, that the voice should be conveyed directly to the substance, if possible enclosed and condensed round it, and then, imprisoned permanently there by means of some wrapping. Thus, in this type of rite, the action serves mainly to convey carefully and to retain the spell round the object. It may be noted that in almost all cases described, the substance harmed in the rite is not the final aim of the magic, but forms only a constituent part of the object in view or is an accessory of it, or an instrument used in its making. Thus the Wayago creeper, the kibasi, caulking, the paint, the prow boards, all these are constituent parts of the canoe, and the magic performed over them does not aim at giving them any qualities, but aims at imparting swiftness and lightness to the canoe of which they are parts only. Again, the herbs and the colors of the coconut ointment medicated in the kula are accessories of the final end of this magic, that is, of the personal beauty and attractiveness of the performer. The adze, the breaking stone in Kaloma magic are implements used in obtaining the object, towards which the magic is directed. There are only a few instances in which the simple rite of impregnation is directly performed on the object in view. If we compare this type of rite with the one of the previous category, we see that the difference lies mainly in the size of the object. If you want to cast a charm over a mountain, over a reef, or over the wind, you cannot put your object into a little bag made of banana leaf. Nor can you put there the human mind. And as a rule, the final objects of magical rites are not small things, which could be easily handled. In the magic described in this book, there is, I think, not one single instance, in which the substance handled in the rite and impregnated by condensing the charm upon it artificially, is the final object of the spell. In war magic the points of the spears are made effective and the shields are made spear-proof, by magic uttered over them. In private garden magic, the planted yams are made fruitful by a spell, and a few more examples could be adduced from other types of magic. Plate. LVI. A magical spell associated with pregnancy. The women are bent over a special garment to be worn by the pregnant woman. They almost touch it with their mouths so that it may be well pervaded with their breath, which conveys the virtues of the spell. Plate. LVI. A rite of war magic. Kanikobusi, the last war wizard of Kiriwina, showing, in reconstruction, the manner in which he used to charm the shields in olden days. Plate. LAX. A rite of garden magic. An offering of cooked food is exposed to the spirits for some time in the garden. The magician, with the ceremonial axe on his arm, is seen squatting to the right. In the forefront, a big bundle of leaves which he will presently charm over. Spells accompanied by a rite of transference. When we compare the rite of medicating the adze blade with the rite of medicating some dried grass, with which the canoe is afterwards beaten, we see that, in the second case, the magic is uttered over a something which has no intrinsic connection with the final object of the magic, that is, with the canoe. It is neither to become a part of it, nor to be used as an implement in its manufacture. We have here the introduction for purposes of the rite, of a special medium, used to absorb the magical force, and to transfer it to the final object. We can therefore call rites where such mediums are used rites of transference. When a stick is charmed to be used afterwards for the magical knocking out of a canoe, or a mussel shell, with which the canoe will be scraped. Or a piece of coconut husk, which will be thrown into the water to remove the heaviness of the canoe. Or a pandana streamer, which will give it swiftness, there is introduced into every one of these rites a substance which has to play a magical role only. The rite, therefore, is not the simple charming of a part or of a constructive implement, which will enter into the composition or be used in the making of an object. The rite here is more autonomous, possesses more of its own significance. The beating of a canoe with two bunches of grass, one after the other, in order first to extract its heaviness and then impart to it lightness, has a meaning parallel to the spell but independent of it. So has also the throwing down of the coconut husk. The flutter of the pandana streamers has direct association with speed, as the natives explicitly state. As the bissalo streamers flutter in the wind, so should the canoe and the sail shake with the swiftness of their going. In the case of the ginger, which is spat over the dobuans feigning hostility, the inherent quality of the substance, which our pharmacopoeias describe as a stimulant, makes the meaning of the rite plain. We can easily see that some of the rites are rather more creative than others. That is, the very act performed produces, according to native ideas, a more definite effect than in others. So it is with the spitting of the ginger, and still more directly the spilling of the lime, in order to produce a mist, and shut the eyes of the Molokwasi. These two, for instance, are more creative than the hanging up of the pandana streamer. Spells accompanied by offerings and invocations. In the very first rite described in this book, we saw an offering being laid before, and an invocation being addressed to the wood sprite, Takwe. There are a number of rites, accompanied by offerings given to ancestral spirits, whose participation in the offering is solicited. Such rites are performed in garden magic, in fishing magic, and in weather magic. It must, however, be said at once that there is no worship and no sacrificial offering involved in these rites, that is, not of the usual description, because the spirits are not imagined to serve as agents of the magician in carrying out the bidding of his magic. We shall return to the subject presently. Here it will be enough to notice that the only instance of such a spell we have come across, that is, the invocation of the Takwe, has its concomitant offering made only as a sort of compensation for having chased him out, or as a means of persuading him to go. Probably it is the first rather than the second, because the Takwe has no free choice left, after he has been exorcised. He must obey the bidding of the magician. This survey shows clearly that the virtue, the force, the effective principle of magic lies in the spell. We saw that in many cases, the spell is quite sufficient, if directly breathed upon the object. Again, in what may be called the prevalent type of ritual, the action which accompanies the utterance of the formula serves only to direct and condense the spell upon the object. In all such cases the rite lacks all independent significance, all autonomous function. In some cases, the rite introduces a substance which is used for magical purposes only. As a rule, the substance then intensifies, through a parallel action, the meaning of the spell. On the whole, it may be said that the main creative power of magic resides in the formula. That the rite serves to convey, or transfer it to the object, in certain cases emphasizing the meaning of the spell through the nature of the transferring medium, as well as through the manner in which it is finally applied. It is hardly necessary to state that in the Trobriand magic, there are no rites performed without the spell. V. It is also evident in studying the manner in which the force of the spell is conveyed to the object, that the voice of the reciter transfers the virtue. Indeed, as has been repeatedly pointed out, in quoting the formulae, and as we shall have to discuss later still, the magical words are, so to speak, rubbed in by constant repetition to the substance. To understand this better we must inquire into the natives' conceptions of psychophysiology. The mind, nanola, by which term intelligence, power of discrimination, capacity for learning magical formulae, and all forms of non-manual skill are described, as well as moral qualities, reside somewhere in the larynx. The natives will always point to the organs of speech, where the nanola resides. The man who cannot speak through any defect of his organs, is identified in name, Tanagawa, and in treatment with all those mentally deficient. The memory, however, the store of formulae and traditions learned by heart, resides deeper, in the belly. A man will be said to have a good nanola, when he can acquire many formulae, but though they enter through the larynx, naturally, as he learns them, repeating word for word, he has to stow them away in a bigger and more commodious receptacle. They sink down right to the bottom of his abdomen. I made the discovery of this anatomical truth, while collecting war magic, from Kanekubusi, the last office holder of the long succession of war magicians to the chiefs of Omrikana. Kanekubusi is an old man, with a big head, a broad, high forehead, a stumpy nose, and no chin, the meekest and most docile of my informants, with a permanently puzzled and frightened expression on his honest countenance. C. I found this mild old man very trustworthy and accurate, an excellent informant indeed, within the narrow sphere of his speciality, which he and his predecessors had used to make anger flare up in the nanola of Omrikana men. To make the enemy fly in terror, pursued and slaughtered by the victorious warriors. I paid him well for the few formulae he gave me, and inquired at the end of our first session, whether he had any more magic to produce. With pride, he struck his belly several times, and answered, "Plenty more lies there." I at once checked his statement by an independent informant, and learned that everybody carries his magic in his abdomen. There exist also certain ideas about stratification of magic, namely, that certain forms of magic have to be learnt first, so that they sink down, while others come on top. But these ideas are vague and contradictory, whereas the main idea, that magic rests in the belly, is clear and definite. This fact gives us a new insight into native ideas about magic. The force of magic, crystallized in the magical formulae, is carried by men of the present generation in their bodies. They are the depositories of this most valuable legacy of the past. The force of magic does not reside in the things. It resides within man and can escape only through his voice. 6. So far, we only spoke of the relation between spell and rite. The last point, however, brings us to the problem of the condition of the performer. His belly is a tabernacle of magical force. Such a privilege carries its dangers and obligations. It is clear that you cannot stuff foreign matter indiscriminately into a place, where extremely valuable possessions are kept. Food restrictions, therefore, become imperative. Many of them are directly determined by the contents of the spell. We saw some examples of this, as when red fish, invoked in magic, is tabooed to the performer. Or the dog, spoken about in the Kayubanai spell, may not be heard howling while the man eats. In other cases, the object which is the aim of the magic, cannot be partaken by the magician. This is the rule in the case of shark fishing, kalala fishing, and other forms of fishing magic. The garden magician is also debarred from partaking of new crops, up to a certain period. There is hardly any clear doctrine, as to why things mentioned in magical formulae, whether they are the aims of the magic or only cooperating factors, should not be eaten. There is just the general apprehension that the formula would be damaged by it. There are other taboos, binding the magician, some of them permanent, some of them temporary, during the season of his magical performance. We saw some permanent ones, as in the case of the man who knows Kagyu magic, and is not allowed to eat while children make noises. The temporary ones, such as the sexual abstinence during the first rites of the Kula, could be supplemented by numerous examples from other forms of magic. Thus, in order to bring about rain, the magician paints himself black and has to remain unwashed and unkempt for some time. The shark magician has to keep his house open, to remove his pubic leaf and to sit with his legs apart, while the fishing and the magic last, so that the shark's mouth might remain gaping. But we cannot enter too much into enumeration of these taboos and observances, and have only to make it clear that the proper behavior of the magician is one of the essentials of magic. And that in many cases this behavior is dictated by the contents of the spell. The taboos and observances are not the only conditions which a man must fulfill in order to carry out certain forms of magic. In many cases the most important condition is his membership in a social group, for many forms of magic are strictly local, and must be performed by one, who is the descendant of the mythical, original owner of the magic. Thus in every case of garden magic, a magic which to the natives ranks first among all the other types of beneficent magic, the performer must be genealogically related to the first ancestor, who locally emerged from the whole. Certain exceptions to this rule are to be found only in cases where a family of high rank has come and usurped the headmanship of the group, but these exceptions are rare. In the case of the several systems of local fishing magic, the office of magician is hereditary, and associated with the locality. The important rain and sun magic which have been born in XIII can only be performed by the chiefs of that spot, who have usurped this important privilege from the original local headman. The succession is of course always matrilineal. A man may make a gift of such a magic to his son, but this latter may be obliged to relinquish the privilege at his father's death, and he never will be allowed to hand it over to his son, unless this latter belongs again to the local group. Through cross-cousin marriage. Even in transactions where magic is sold or given away from one clan to another, the prestige of certain local groups as main specialists and experts in a branch of magic still remain. For instance, the black magic, though practiced all over the place and no more localized, is still believed to be best known in the villages of Bayou and Boidaloo, where the original crab fell down from the skies, and brought with him the magic. The Kula magic is also spread over the whole district, yet it is still associated with definite localities. To summarize these sociological observations, we may say that, where the local character of magic is still maintained, the magician has to belong to the Dala, subclan or local group, of the mythical ancestor. In all other cases, the local character of magic is still recognized, even though it does not influence the sociology of the magician. The traditional character of magic and the magical filiation of the performer find their expression in another important feature of the spells. In some of them, as we have seen, references to mythical events are made, or names of mythical ancestors are uttered. Even more often, we find a whole list of names, beginning with the mythical founder of the magic, and ending with the name of the immediate predecessor, that is, of the man from whom the magic was obtained by the actual performer. Such a list links up the present magician by a sort of magical pedigree with all those, who had previously been using this formula. In other formulae again, the magician identifies himself with some mythical individual, and utters the latter's name in the first person. Thus, in the spell uttered whilst plucking the mint plant, we found the phrase, I, Kwairegu, with my father, we cut the Sulamoya of Labai. Both the actual genealogical descent of the magician from the mythical ancestors, and the magical filiation expressed in the formulae show again the paramount importance of tradition. In this case acting on the sociological determination of the performer. He is placed in a definite social group of those, who by birth, or what could be called, magical adoption, have had the right of performing this magic. In the very act of uttering the spell, the magician bears testimony to his indebtedness to the past by the enumeration of magical names, and by references to myth and mythical events. Both the sociological restrictions, wherever they still exist, and the magical filiation confirm once more the dependence of magic on tradition. On the other hand, both show, as also do the taboos, that the obligations imposed on the magician and the conditions he has to fulfill, are largely derived from the spell. 7. Closely connected with the questions discussed in the preceding division, is the subject of the systems of magic and the distinction between systematic and independent magical rites and formulae. As we saw in the beginning of this chapter, the whole body of magic naturally falls into several big divisions, each of them corresponding to a department of nature, such as wind or weather. To some activity of man, such as gardening, fishing, hunting or warfare, or to some real or imaginary force, such as artistic inspiration, witchcraft, personal charm or prowess. There is, however, an important distinction to be made within each such division of magic. Some of the rites and spells are isolated and independent, they can be used by themselves, whenever the need arises. Such are almost all the incantations of wind magic, some spells of individual garden magic, formulae against toothache, and minor ailments, some spells of hunting and food collecting, a few rites of love magic and of the magic of carving. When a man, for instance, paddles along the lagoon in his canoe and an unfavorable wind sets in, he will utter a spell to make it abate and change. The same spell would be recited in the village, when there arises a wind so strong as to be dangerous. The incantation is a free, individual act, which may be performed and is performed in any of the circumstances which require it. It is quite another matter with the spells belonging to what I have called here systematic magic. Such magic consists of a connected and consecutive body of incantations and concomitant rites, no one of which can be torn out of its sequence and performed by itself. They have to be carried out one after the other in a determined order, and the more important of them, at least, can never be omitted, once the series has been started. Such a series is always closely connected with some activity, such as the building of a canoe or an overseas Kula voyage, a fishing expedition or the making and harvesting of a garden. It will not be difficult for us to realize the nature of systematic magic, for in this book almost all the rites and spells described belong to this class. In general, in the Trobriands, the independent uncorrelated rites and formulae are quite an insignificant minority, both in number and in importance. Let us consider one of the forms of systematic magic previously described, whether canoe magic or that of the Kula, whether the Kagyu formulae, or the magical ritual of Kaloma fishing. The first general fact to be noted here is, that we are in the presence of a type of enterprise or activity, which is never embarked upon without magic. No canoe will be built, no avalaku started, no Kaloma fished, without its magic ceremonial. This ceremonial will be scrupulously observed in its main features, that is, some of the most important formulae will never be omitted, as some minor ones might be, a fact which has been previously noted. The association between the practical activity and its magical concomitant is very intimate. The stages and acts of the first, and the rites and spells of the latter, correspond to each other one by one. Certain rites have to be done in order to inaugurate certain activities, others have to be performed at the end of the practical work, others again are part and parcel of the activity. But each of the rites and spells is to the native mind, quite as indispensable for the success of the enterprise, as is the practical activity. Thus, the takwe has to be expelled, or the tree would be entirely unsuitable for a canoe. The adze, the lashing creeper, the caulking and the paint have to be charmed, or else the canoe would be heavy and unwieldy, and such an omission might even prove dangerous to life. Going mentally over the various cases quoted in the previous chapters, it can be easily seen, how this intimate association between enterprise and magic imparts to systematic magic its specific character. The consecutive progress of work and of magic are inseparable, just because, according to native ideas, work needs magic, and magic has only meaning as an indispensable ingredient of work. Both work and magic are directed towards the same aim. To construct a swift and a stable canoe, to obtain a good Kula yield, to ensure safety from drowning and so on. Thus we see that systematic magic consists in a body of rites and spells associated with one enterprise, directed towards one aim, and progressing in a consecutive series of performances which have to be carried out in their proper place. The point, the proper understanding of what is meant by systematic magic, is of the greatest theoretical importance because it reveals the nature of the relation between magical and practical activities, and shows how deeply the two are connected with one another. It is one of these points, also, which cannot be properly explained and grasped without the help of a chart. In the appended comma, I have prepared such a chart, in which has been summarized the substance of several of the foregoing chapters. The table allows of a rapid survey of the consecutive activities of the Kula in their relation to magic, beginning with the first act of canoe building and finishing with the return home. It shows the salient features of systematic magic in general, and of the mwali and canoe magic in particular. It shows the relation between magical, ritual and practical activities, the correlated sequence of the two, their rolling off, stage after stage, and side by side, towards one central aim, a successful kula. The table thus serves to illustrate the meaning of the expression systematic magic, and it provides a firm outline of the essentials, magical, ceremonial and practical, of the kula. Table of kula magic and of the corresponding activities. First stage of canoe building. Season. And approximate duration. Place. Activity. Magic. Beginning, June, August. Rabewag. Felling of tree, done by the builder and helpers. Inaugurated by the Vabusi Takwe. Offering and spell, aiming at the expulsion of the wood sprite from the tree, performed by owner or builder. Immediately afterwards. Same place. Trimming of the log canoe, done by builder with helpers. No magic. A few days later. Road. Pulling the log, done by all villagers. Helped out by double right of lightness, Kamamwayu and Kagagabal. On morning after arrival at village. Main place in the village. The log is left as it is. Until the magical act, Kapitunana Duhu, ceremonially inaugurating the work over the canoe. Evening of the same day. Main place in the village. Working out of the outside of the log. No magic accompanying it. Several days or weeks following. Main place. Scooping out of the inside of the canoe. Inaugurated by Ligogu spell, over. The Havalali, the adze with the movable handle. Towards the end of the foregoing period. In the village before builders. House. Other parts of canoe made ready by builder and helpers. No magic. After all work is over. Concluding rite, Kapitunana Nanola Waga. All the magic of this stage is canoe magic. It is performed only when a new canoe is built and not when an old one is renovated. The spells are uttered by the builder and not by the owner, except the first one. Work at this stage is done by one man mainly, the builder and carver, with the help of a few men, except for the pulling of the log, in which many men assist. 2. The second stage of canoe building. Time. Place. Activity. Magic. First day of work. On the seafront of a lagoon village, or on a beach of one of the eastern villages. Fixing the prow boards. Inaugurated by XLIV Tabuyo. Rite, performed over the ornamental prow boards by the Talawaga. It belongs to the mwali, Kula. Magic. The following activities are inaugurated by Vakakea Rite. A. Magical, ceremonial cleansing of the canoe, performed by the owner or builder to remove all evil influence and thus to make the canoe fast. At times, the lashing cannot be done in one day and has to be continued into another session. Lashing of the canoe. Associated with the Wayugo spell. Lashing creeper, rite, the most important of the magical performances. In the second stage. Done by builder or owner to make canoe swifter and stronger. Second sitting, during this the caulking is done and the 3 exorcisms performed afterwards. On the seafront of a lagoon village or on a beach of one of the eastern villages. Caulking of the canoe. Associated with kebasi, caulking. Magic. Spell uttered over caulking by builder or owner to make canoe safe. Bakasalu, an exorcism. Vaguri, an exorcism. Kadapina Waga, an exorcism. Painting of the canoe. Associated with magic of Kehulo, black paint. Malakava, red paint. Puaka, white paint. 3. The ceremonial launching of a canoe. Activity. Magic. The launching and trial. Run. Inaugurated by Ketaula. Wadola Waga rite, belonging to the Mwazala cycle of magic. After this, there comes the interval, filled out by the Kabajadoya, ceremonial visiting, by the preliminary trade and other preparations for the expedition overseas. 4. The magic during, and preparations before the departure, Chapter 7. Time, some 3 to 7 days before setting sail. Activity. Magic. Preparing the canoe for sailing. Placing of the mats on the platform, and of the frames in the body. Inaugurated by Yawarapu right over the cocoa palm leaves, done by the Talawaga to ensure success in the Kula. Kaikuna Solomoya right over the aromatic mint. Kemoloyo right over the mint boiled in coconut oil, performed by the Talawaga. Packing of the trade. Goods. Associated with Jabobo. Right, called also, Kipwoi Sikwabu, made over. For coconuts by a friend or relative-in-law of the Talawaga, to make all the food last, the spell expresses only the desire for a good kula. All this magic belongs to the Mwazala, and it has to be performed by the Talawaga, with the exception of the last spell. Canoe magic, performed at the final start on overseas voyage. The series of rites starts at the moment and the canoes are ready to set sail on the long voyage on Palolu. They are not associated with a progressive series of acts. They all refer to one aim, canoe speed and reliability. They are all performed by the Talawaga. Activity, overseas sailing, inaugurated by a series of magical rites. Time, morning of the second day of the expedition. Kadamiyala, ritual rubbing or cleansing of the canoe with leaves charmed over. Bisala magic, Pandana streamers, previously chanted over are tied to the mast and rigging. Kayakanaviva, swaying the sheet rope uttering an incantation. Vabusi Mamwayu. Expelling the heaviness out of a canoe by means of a stale potato. Bisaboda paddle, a rite of evil magic to make other canoes slow and thus achieve relative speed. Place, the beach of Mua. Aim of magic. Imparting of speed to canoe. Performer of the rites, the Talawaga. 6. The Mwazala, performed on arrival at the final destination. A. Beauty magic. Activity, washing. Anointing and painting. Kekakea, ritual washing and rubbing with charmed leaves. Luya, coconut, spell, over the scraped coconut used for anointing. Sinata, comb, spell, over the comb. Sayaku, aromatic black paint. Boa, ordinary charcoal blacking. Talo, red paint of crushed arecanut. Place, the beach, on or near which the party rest before starting on the last stage, on the way to Dobu, Sarabuena Beach. On the way to Sinakita, Kikuyawa. Performers. The spells are uttered usually by the Talawaga. Sometimes by an elder member of the crew. B. Magic of the final approach. Activity, the fleet are paddling, on the approach to Dobu, or punting, to Sinakita, in a body. Tawaya, the ritual blowing of the conch shell, which has been charmed over before. Kayahunadabuyo, the swaying of the front prowboard while the spell is being uttered. Kavalakulaku, the spell by the Talawaga. Kadavalina Moinawega, the incantation uttered at the stern towards the koya. Performers, in each canoe, simultaneously, the Talawaga and 2 members of the crew. Aim, to shake the mountain, to produce an impression on the partners awaiting on the beach. C. Magic of safety. Activity. Magic. Entering the Dabuan village. This magic is performed only when Boyans come to the Koya. Kayabanai, charm uttered over ginger, which is then ritually spat over the Dabuan village and the partners, and makes their hearts soft. D. Magic of persuasion. Activity. Magic. The wooing in Kula, Wawoila, of the overseas partner by the visitor. Koigapani, a spell uttered over a piece of areca nut. Given subsequently to the partner. 7. A canoe spell, uttered on the departure home. Activity. Magic. Loading of the canoe with its gifts received from overseas partners, with the trade gain, and with the provisions for the home journey. Kalupa, a spell to make the canoe lighter, to lift it out of the water. Within each department of systematic magic, there are again various systems of magic. Thus we saw that, although the type of rite and formula is the same in all villages, the actual details, let us say, of the Wayugo magic, are not identical, but vary according to the system with which a given reciter is acquainted. The differences are, as a rule, less pronounced in the rites, which are generally very simple in the Trobriand magic, and are identical in all the systems, but the formulae differ completely in their wording. Thus, in the Wayugo magic, we found only a slight difference in the rite, but one or two Wayugo spells, which I have also recorded, differ essentially from the one given in the text. Each system of magic has a more or less developed mythological pedigree, and in connection with it a local character, a point which has been elaborated in the previous division. The Wayugo spell given in, and all the spells of canoe building quoted in this book belong to the Keikadeuri system of canoe magic. This system is believed to have been known and recited by the mythical builder of the flying canoe, and to have been handed down to his descendants, that is, as we know, in an incomplete form. As has been said in the knowledge and the use of this magic and of other systems does not abide strictly within the original clan, but it spreads outside of it. And it becomes known to many people who are connected with the original owner by a sort of magical filiation. According to native belief, all these people know identical formulae. In fact, in the course of years and of repeated transmission, considerable differences have been introduced, and nowadays many of the real Kadayuri spells differ from one another completely. A system of magic is therefore a number of magical formulae, forming one consecutive series. The main system of canoe magic is that of the Keikadeuri, which is associated with the place of the same name in Kideva. This system comprises the whole series of canoe-building spells, from the expelling of the Takwe to the final exorcisms. Another comprehensive system is called Keikapeuko, and is localized in the island of Kelola. An important system called Alumtulo is nowadays claimed by Sinakita, but probably hails from Dobu. The mythological data of some of these systems are not known to me, and some of them seem to be exceedingly rudimentary, not going beyond the assertion that such and such a system originated at such and such a place, and was originally the property of such and such a clan. Of the systems of Mwazala, the best known in South Boyawa is that called Monokaniki, to which belong the majority of the formulae here quoted. This system is sometimes loosely associated with the myth of Tokosakuna, who is sometimes said to have been the original owner of the system. According to another version, Monokaniki is the name of the original owner. The Dabuan Mwazala is called Kasabwebwerita, and is ascribed to that hero. From Muyawa, hails the Mamraveta system of Kula magic, while in Kirawina the system of Monokaniki is usually recited, and only a few formulae are inserted into it, belonging to a local magic called Koigapani, a name not to be confused with the name in a formula quoted in. In the light of these remarks, the many references to magical systems given in the text will become clear, so there is no need to add more here. 8. We saw before in the chapter on mythology that magic bridges over the cleavage between the supernormal world of myth and the normal, ordinary happenings of today. But then, this bridge itself must necessarily touch the supernormal, it must lead into that domain. Magic surely, therefore, must partake of the supernatural character. There is no doubt that it is so. The effects of magic, although constantly witnessed, and although considered as a fundamental fact, are regarded as something distinctly different from the effects of other human activities. The natives realize quite well that the speed and buoyancy of a canoe are due to the knowledge and work of the constructor. They are well acquainted with the properties of good material and of good craftsmanship. Yet the magic of swiftness adds something more to even the best constructed canoe. This superadded quality is regarded very much like the properties of the mythical canoe which made it fly through the air, though in the present day canoes these properties have dwindled down to mere surpassing speed. The language of spells expresses this belief through the constant allusions to myth, similes in which the present canoe is invited to imitate the mythical one. In the explicit comments on the Kudayuri myth, the natives also state definitely that the prodigious speed which well-charmed canoes develop is the legacy and counterpart of the old flying speed. Thus the effects of magic are something superadded to all the other effects produced by human effort and by natural qualities. The same is to be found in love magic. The importance of a fine face and figure, of ornaments, decorations, and nice sense, is well recognized as being of attractive value, yet almost every man ascribes his success to the perfection of his love magic. The force of magic is considered as something independent of, and surpassing even, the power of all other personal charms. A statement very often met with expresses this quite well. Look, I am not good looking, yet so many girls want me. The reason of that is that I have good magic. In garden magic, soil, rain, proper work, are given their full due. Nonetheless, no one would dream of making a garden without the full magical performance being done over it. Garden magic is thought to make just this difference, which a man hopes for from chance, or good luck, when he sees everybody round him working as hard as he can, and in all other respects under similar conditions to himself. So we see that, in all these cases, magical influence runs parallel to and independently of the effects of human work and natural conditions. It produces these differences and those unexpected results, which cannot be explained by any of the other factors. So far, we see that magic represents, so to speak, a different sort of reality. When I call this different sort supernatural or supernormal, one of the criteria which I use here lies in the emotional reaction of the natives. This, of course, is most pronounced in the case of evil magic. The sorcerer is not only feared because of his bad intentions. He is also feared as ghosts are feared by us, as an uncanny manifestation. One is afraid of meeting him in the dark, not so much because he might do any harm, but because his appearance is dreadful and because he has at his bidding all sorts of powers and faculties which are denied to those not versed in black magic. His sweat glows, night birds run with him to give him warning, he can become invisible at will and produce paralyzing fear in those he meets. In short, the same hysterical dread, associated amongst ourselves with the idea of haunted places, is produced by the sorcerers in the minds of the natives. And it must be added that the natives have no such emotion of dread at all with regard to the spirits of the departed. The horror which they have of the Bwagayu is even stronger in the case of the Molokwazi, to whom all sorts of most uncanny properties are attributed. Their ghoulish feasting on corpses, their capacity of flying, of making themselves invisible, of changing into night birds, all this inspires the natives with extreme terror. The other magicians and their art do not inspire such strong emotions in the natives, and of course in any case the emotion would not be that of dread. There is a very great value and attachment to systems of local magic, and their effects are distinctly considered as an asset for a community. Each form of magic also has its associated magical portent, karyala. When a magic formula is spoken, a violent natural upheaval will take place. For example, when garden magic is performed, there will be thunder and lightning. With certain forms of Kula magic, a rainbow will appear in the skies. Others will produce shower clouds. The portent of a mild storm, accompanying the opening of the magical bundle, Lilava, has already been quoted. The Kagyu may produce a tidal wave, whereas an earthquake will be the result of other forms of magic. War magic, in an unexpectedly bucolic way, affects only some plants and birds. In certain forms of magic, a portent would take place whenever the formula is uttered, In others, this will not be so regular, but a kariyala will invariably occur when a magician dies. When asked, what is the real cause of any of these natural phenomena enumerated, they will say, magic is the real cause, Ula, they are a kariyala of magic. Another point, where magic touches the supernormal or supernatural, is in the association of spirits with certain magical performances. A special type of magical payment, the ula, is at the same time an offering to the baloma, spirits. The magician will detach a small bit of the large quantity of food brought to him, and put it down on some special place, with the words, partake, O spirits, of your ula, and make my magic thrive. At certain ceremonies, the spirits are supposed to be present, see. When something goes wrong with magic, or it is badly performed, the spirits will become angry, as it is often expressed by the natives. In some cases the baloma will appear in dreams and advise the magician what to do. As this is the most active interference of the spirits in human affairs, as far as magic is concerned, I shall quote in free translation some statements obtained on the matter. The owners of fish magic will often dream that there is plentiful fish. The cause of it is the magician's ancestor spirit. Such a magician would then say, the ancestral spirit has instructed me in the night, that we should go to catch fish. And indeed, when we get there, we find plenty of fish, and we cast the nets. Makudia, the maternal uncle of Narugo, who is, the main fishing magician of Aburaku, comes to his nephew in a dream and instructs him, tomorrow, cast the nets for fish in Kwabua. Narugo then says, let us come, the old man instructed me last night. The Kaloma, spondylus shell, magician of Sinakita dreams about a plentiful patch of Kaloma shell. Next morning, he would dive and knock it off on the reef. Or he dreams of a canoe, and he then paddles and casts the anchor at that place. Tuyutawada, Loveum, Sinakati dream that they knock it off in plenty. When next morning we go there, it is plentiful. In all these examples, except the last, we see that the spirits act as advisors and helpers. They fill the role of guardian of the traditions when they get angry because of a bad performance, or as associates and sympathizers when they share the magician's ula. But they are not agencies which get to work directly. In the Trobriand demonology, the magician does not command the spirits to go and set to work. The work is done by the agency of the spell, assisted by the accompanying ritual, and performed by the proper magician. The spirits stand in the same relation, as the performer does, to the magical force, which alone is active. They can help him to wield it properly, but they can never become his instruments. To summarize the results of what we have learned about the supernormal nature of magic, it may be said that it has a definite character of its own, which differentiates it from the non-magical actions of man. The manner in which the magical force is conceived to act, parallel to the ordinary efforts but independent of them, the emotional reaction to certain types of magic and magician, the kariyala. The intercourse with spirits during the performances, all these properties differentiate magic from the ordinary activities of man. In native terminology, the realm of the magical is called by the word megwa, which describes the magical performance, that a spell, that a force or the virtue of magic, and can be used as adjective to describe in general everything which presents a magical character. Used as a verb, the words megwa, miga, all of which are variations of the same root, mean, to perform magic, to utter a spell, to carry out a rite. If the natives want to express that certain actions are done in connection with magic, and not with work, and that certain effects are due to magical forces, and not to other efforts, they used the word megwa as a substantive or adjective. It is never used to describe any virtue residing in a man or a thing, nor for any action which is independent of a spell. The associated concept of taboo is covered by the Kirawinian word bomala, with suffixed possessive pronouns. It means a prohibition, something which a man is not allowed to do under any circumstances. It is used for magical taboos, for prohibitions associated with rank, for restrictions in regard to food generally considered as unclean, as, for example, the flesh of lizards, snakes, dogs and man. There is hardly any trace of the meaning of sacred attached to the word bomala. If anywhere, it can be found in the use of the word boma, for a tabooed grove where men usually are not allowed to enter, and where traditional spots, often original holes where men came out and whence magic issued, are to be found. The expression to boma, to dash, prefix denoting personal noun, means a man of high rank, but hardly a sacred man. 9. Finally, a few words must be said about the sociological or ceremonial setting of magic. Reference has often been made to the simplicity of rites, and to their matter-of-fact character. This has been mentioned with reference to canoe building, and in garden magic we would have found equally simple and purely businesslike performances. In calling a magical action ceremonial, we imply that it was done with a big public attendance. Under the observance of definite rules of behavior by the spectators as well as by the performer, such as general silence, reverent attention to what is being done, with at least a show of some interest. Now if, in the middle of some work, a man quickly performs an action whilst others talk and laugh and leave him entirely on one side, this gives a definite sociological stamp to the magical actions, and does not allow us to use the term ceremonial as the distinguishing mark of the magical acts. Some of them, it is true, do have this character. For instance, the initial rite with which the Kaloma fishing begins, requires the assistance of the whole fleet, and a definite type of behavior on the part of the crews, while the magician officiates for all of them, but with their assistance. In the complex evolutions of the fleet, similar rites are to be found in 2 or 3 systems of fishing magic, and in several rites of the garden magic of certain villages. In fact, the initial rite of garden magic is everywhere connected with a ceremonial performance. The garden rite, associated with the ceremonial offering of food to spirits, and attended by a body of villagers, a scene of which is shown on, has been elsewhere described. 1 or 2 rites in war magic imply the active assistance of large numbers of men, and take the form of big ceremonies. Thus we see that magical rites may or may not be ceremonial, but that the ceremonial is by no means an outstanding or universal feature of Trobriand magic. X. We found that taboos are associated with magic, in so far as it is the magician who has to observe them. There are, however, certain forms of restrictions or prohibitions, set up for special purposes, and associated with magic in a somewhat different form. Thus, in an institution called Ketubitabu we find a ban made on the consumption of cocoa nuts and betel nuts, associated with a specific magic to make them grow. There is also a protective taboo, used to prevent the theft of ripening fruits or nuts, too far away from the village to be watched. In these cases a small parcel of medicated substance is placed on the tree or near it, on a small stick. The magic spoken over such a substance is a conditional curse, to use the excellent term introduced by Professor Westermarck. The conditional curse would fall upon anyone who would touch the fruits of that tree, and would bring upon him one form of disease or another. This is the only form of magic, in which the personal agency is invoked, for in some of these spells, the Takwe, wood sprite, is invited to take up his abode on the Katapaku, that is the stick, with the substance on it, and to guard the fruit. Some such small divergencies from the general trend of native belief are always to be found. Sometimes they contain important clues, and a deeper insight into the facts, sometimes they mean nothing, and only emphasize the fact, that it is not possible to find absolute consistency in human belief. Only a deeper analysis, and a comparative study of similar phenomena can decide which is the case. 11. In order to complete the survey of all the characteristics of magic, I shall rapidly mention here the economic aspect of the position of magician, although the data referring to it have already been given. Scattered through the previous chapters, I have spoken of the matrilineal inheritance of magic, and of the deviations from it which consist in inheritance from father to son, and in the transmission of magic by purchase, and under 5. This latter transaction may take place under 2 names, which really cover 2 essentially different operations. The pokala or payment to a maternal kinsman from whom one is going to obtain the magic, and the laga, which is the purchase of magic from a stranger. Only certain forms of magic can freely pass from one clan or sub-clan to another, and are purchasable by the Laga system. The majority of magical systems are local, and can descend only in the same subclan with an occasional deviation to the son of a member, from whom, however, the magic must return to the subclan again. A further economic feature of magic is the payment, which the magician receives for his services. There are many types of payment, some given occasionally by an individual for a definite act of magic, as in the case of sorcery or healing magic. Others, paid at regular intervals by the whole community, as in the case of garden and fishing magic. In some cases the payments are considerable, as in sorcery, in rain and fine weather magic, and in garden magic. In others, they amount to little more than a mere formal offering. 12. In all this, we have been dealing with general characteristics of Boyawan, Trobriand, magic. This has been done mainly on the basis of the material presented in this volume, with only a few examples from other branches of magic. The result so far can be set down thus: magic to the natives represents a special department. It is a specific power, essentially human, autonomous and independent in its action. This power is an inherent property of certain words, uttered with the performance of certain actions by the man entitled to do it through his social traditions and through certain observances which he has to keep. The words and acts have this power in their own right, and their action is direct and not mediated by any other agency. Their power is not derived from the authority of spirits or demons or supernatural beings. It is not conceived as having been wrested from nature. The belief in the power of words and rites as a fundamental and irreducible force is the ultimate, basic dogma of their magical creed. Hence we find established the ideas that one never can tamper with, change or improve spells, that tradition is the only source from which they can be derived. That it has brought them down from times lying beyond the speculation of man, that there can be no spontaneous generation of magic. We are naturally led now to inquire one stage further into the manner in which the magical words and rites act. Obviously the only way to obtain correct information on this point is to analyze and compare a great number of well-authenticated formulae, and minutely recorded rites. Even the collection of Kula magic here partially given in free translation, would allow us to arrive at certain interesting conclusions. But we can go deeper still with the help of linguistic analysis, and we shall proceed to this inquiry in the next chapter. These views have been elaborated in the previously quoted article on Primitive Economics, in the Economic Journal, March, 1921. The association of magic with any vital interest is demonstrated by the case of pearling. Here, through the advent of white men, new and very lucrative and absorbing pursuit has opened up for the natives. A form of magic is now in existence, associated with this fishing. This of course apparently contradicts the native dogma that magic cannot be invented. The natives, if faced with this contradiction, explain that it is really an old magic of shell fishing which refers to all the shells found at the bottom of the lagoon, but which so far had only been used with regard to fishing for the conus. In fact, this magic is nothing but the adaptation of the mwali, arms hell, magic to the pearls. I doubt, none the less, whether even such a transference or adaptation would have taken place before the foundations of native belief and custom had been shaken by the well-intentioned but not always wise and beneficent teachings and rulings of the white man and by the introduction of trade. See article by the author on the Boloma, Spirits of the Dead in the Trobriand Islands. J. I. 1917. Chapter 18. The Power of Words in Magic, Some Linguistic Data. I. The aim of this chapter is to show by a linguistic analysis of two magical texts, and by a general survey of a greater number, what sort of words are believed to exercise magical power. This, of course, does not mean that we are under the delusion that the composers or inventors of magic had a theory about the efficiency of words, and carried this theory into practice by inventing the formula. But, as the moral ideas and rules prevalent in society, though not codified, can be found out by analyzing human behavior, as we reach the underlying principles of law and social propriety by examining customs and manners. As in the study of rites, we see some definite tenets of belief and dogmas, so, in analyzing the direct verbal expressions of certain modes of thinking in the magical formulae. We are justified in assuming that these modes of thinking must have somehow guided those who shaped them. The exact manner in which we must imagine the relation between a typical way of thinking in a society on the one hand, and the fixed, crystallized results of this thinking on the other, is a problem of social psychology. For this branch of science we are, in ethnography, under the obligation of gathering material, but we need not encroach upon its field of study. Thus much may, however, be put down, that, in whatever manner we might imagine a spell to have come into existence, it cannot be considered as the creation of one man. For as has been said before, if we examine any one of them, not with the eyes of the natives, but as outside critics, each spell shows unmistakable signs of being a collection of linguistic additions from different epochs. There is in practically every one of them a good deal of archaic material, but not a single one bears the stamp of having come down to us in the same form in which it must have presented itself a few generations ago. So that it may be said that a spell is constantly being remolded as it passes through the chain of magicians, each probably leaving his mark, however small, upon it. It is the general attitude in matters of magical belief common to all of the successive holders which will be at the bottom of all the regularities, all the typical features found in the spells. I shall adduce a formula of canoe magic and one of the spells belonging to the mwali, choosing two texts of which a translation and a commentary of average quality have been obtained, and which show clearly the several characteristic features of verbal magic. Those who are not interested in linguistic technicalities and details of method, may omit the following division, and take up the trend of our argument at 2. The following text is the Wayugo spell, obtained from Laysita, the headman of Kapila, one of the sub-villages of Sinakita. The commentary was obtained from himself, and from another informant, Motego I, a man of exceptional intelligence, and a very straightforward and a reliable informant. This spell has been given in free translation before in Chapter 5, and, as has been said there, the rite consists simply in chanting the words over 5 coils of the Wayugo creeper put on a wooden platter between 2 mats. Wayugo spell. A. Ula, initial part. 1-1 Kala his Bosisiula, ritual eating of fish, Kala his Baumalila. Tabooed inside. 2-2 Papapa, flutter, Ciliobida, beetle plant, Monogakalava. Leaving behind. 3-3 Tabuga Kalabatawosi, grandfather Kalabatawosi, Tabuga Kwese, grandfather Kwesai, Tabugu Pilupulu, grandfather Pilupulu, Tabugu Semkuku, grandfather Semkuku, Tabugu Kabatuwega, grandfather Kabatuwega, Tabugu Ugwaboda. Grandfather Ugwaboda, Tabugu Kidava, grandfather Kidava, Bulamaviyu na Badoga, new spirit na Badoga, Kaikapwapu immediate predecessor Mogalawoda. Mogalawoda. For 4 Kuzales you sit on Ikola, on canoe slips, Bukwa ui Kambue. You chew your erica nut. 5-5 Kwawois you take Bisalina his pandanus streamer Kekadeuri, of Kekadeuri Kuzales you place, it, Odabana on top Tula, of Tula. 6-6 Basivila, I might turn, Basivate Kai I might turn on Kidava Meteoru, Kidava your Toru, Mimilaveta your sea arm Pilolu. Pilolu. 7-7 Again today I Sipukes they kindle Jarina festive fire Kekadeuri. Of Kekadeuri. 8-8 Kumwam thou bind together Dabum thy skirt Sayana, Bukuyova. Thou fly. 9-9 Bakabima I might clutch Kekabila, the adze handle, Bakapatuma I might grip Yogweagula the component sticks. 10-10 Batarera I might fly Odabana on top, of, Kuyua. Kuyua. B. Tapwana, main part. 11-11 Odabana Kuyua, on top, of, Kuyua, Odabana Kuyua on top, of, Kuyua. Repeated several times. Biokakoba I might become like smoke Odabana Kuyua. On top, of, Kuyua, Beowasalu I might become invisible Odabana Kuyua, on top, of, Kuyua, Beovivalue, etc., I might become as a wind eddy, etc. Beomolita, etc., I might become alone, etc., Beocarriage, etc., I might become as dead, etc. Beatamwayu, etc., I might disappear, etc., Beogugwayu, etc., I might become like mist, etc. 12. The verses 9, 10 and 11 are repeated, substituting Dikatuva for Kiowa. 13. The verses 9, 10 and 11 are repeated, substituting Layu for Kiowa. After this, the Uula is repeated, and then a secondary Tapwana follows. 14. Bakalatatava, I might heal over, Bakalatatava I might heal over. Repeated several times. Ula Cebu my keel Bakalatatava I might heal over. Yulo Kumwali my canoe gunno Bakalatatava I might heal over Uli Sirota, etc. my canoe bottom, etc. Yulo Katukulu, etc. my prow, etc. Yulo Jelu, etc. my rib, etc. Yulo Kesuya, etc. my threading stick, etc. Duli Tabuyo, etc. my prowboard, etc. Uli Lagim, etc. my transverse board, etc. Yulo Kawidala, etc. my canoe side, etc. The Uula is repeated again and the spell is closed by the Dogaina, concluding part. See Dogaina, conclusion. 15. Kalibasisi, untranslatable, Kalabaoyu, flying. Kuvelize Maina, you hit his tongue, Kuvelize you hit Buboala, his chest, Kulakois you untie Kala his Cebu keel waga. Canoe. 16. Wagam, canoe, thou art, Kusi, ghost, Wagam, canoe, thou art, Vivalue, wind eddy, Kuya carriage thou vanish Sayana, Bukuyova. Thou fly. 17. Quarisasa thou pierce Kamkarikida thy sea passage Kadamwatu. Quaripwo thou break through Kabaluna knows his Saramwa, Quabutabadi thou meet Loma. 18. Kuya carriage, thou become as dead, Kuya tamwayu, thou disappear, Kuya vivalue thou become as a wind eddy, Kuya gugwayu. Thou become like mist. 19. Kusola thou mold Kamehameha, the fine sand, Quotutine thou cut Kambulupia, thy seaweed, Kuna, thou go, Kugoguna thou put on Kamboimatala. Thy Busha wreath. We have here the native text, translated word for word, each expression and formative affix being rendered by its English equivalent. In obtaining such a verbatim translation and subsequently putting it into a free, intelligible English rendering, there are two main difficulties to be overcome. A considerable proportion of the words found in magic do not belong to ordinary speech, but are archaisms, mythical names and strange compounds, formed according to unusual linguistic rules. Thus the first task is to elucidate the obsolete expressions, the mythical references, and to find the present-day equivalents of any archaic words. Even if we obtain a series of meanings corresponding to each term of the original text, there is often considerable difficulty in linking these meanings together. Magic is not built up in the narrative style. It does not serve to communicate ideas from one person to another, it does not purport to contain a consecutive, consistent meaning. It is an instrument serving special purposes, intended for the exercise of man's specific power over things, and its meaning, giving this word a wider sense, can be understood only in correlation to this aim. It will not be therefore a meaning of logically or topically concatenated ideas, but of expressions fitting into one another and into the whole, according to what could be called a magical order of thinking, or perhaps more correctly, a magical order of expressing, of launching words towards their aim. It is clear that this magical order of verbal concatenations, I am purposely avoiding the expression magical logic, for there is no logic in the case, must be known and familiar to anyone who wishes really to understand the spells. There is therefore a great initial difficulty in reading such documents, and only an acquaintance with a great number makes one more confident and more competent. 3. In the ordinary routine of working out such texts, I tried to obtain from the magician the equivalents, word for word, of the more cryptic expressions. As a rule, the magician himself knows a good deal more than anyone else about the mythical references, and about certain esoteric expressions contained in the spell. There are some unintelligent old men, unfortunately, who rattle off a formula, and who evidently never were interested about its significance or else forgot all about it, and are no good as commentators. Often a fairly good informant, quite capable of reciting a spell slowly and intelligibly, without losing his thread, will be of no use as linguistic informant, that is in helping to obtain a definition of a word. In assisting to break it up into its formative parts. In explaining which words belong to ordinary speech, which are dialectic, which are archaic, and which are purely magical compounds. I had only a few informants who could help me in this way, and among them the previously mentioned Motegoi was one of the best. The analysis to which I now proceed can be given only in an approximate manner, for in a full one, a long disquisition on grammar would have to be given first. It will be enough, however, to show in broad outline the main linguistic features of a spell, as well as the methods which have been used in constructing the free translation given in the previous chapters. The formula here quoted shows the typical tripartition of the longer spells. The first part is called Eula. This word means the bottom part of a tree or post, the foundation of any structure, and in more figurative uses, it means reason, cause, or, again, beginning. It is in this last sense that the natives apply it to the first strophe of a song, and to the exordium of a magical formula. The second part of the spell is called Tapwana, literally, surface, skin, body, trunk, middle part of a tree, main part of a road, and thus main part of a spell or song. The word Dogina, literally the tip or end, used for the tip of a tree or the end of a tail, is used to designate the final part or the conclusion of a spell. Sometimes the word Dabwana, top, or head, not human head, is substituted for Dogina. Thus the spell must be imagined turned upside down, its beginning put at the basis, the Eula, its main part where the middle trunk would be, and its end at the tip, the Dogina. The opening words of the Eula in this spell are short, cutting, pithy expressions, each standing for its own cycle of ideas, for a sentence or even a whole story. In this they are typical of the beginnings of Kirawinian spells. They are also typical, in the great difficulty which they present to the interpreter. Out of the 7 words contained in phrases 1 and 2, 4 do not belong to ordinary speech, and are obscure compounds. Thus the words Bosisiula and Bomolila are made up first of the prefix bo dash, which carries with it the meaning of tabooed, belonging to magic, and of the 2 roots Sisula and Molila, neither of which is a complete word. The first is the root part of the word Visisiula, which designates a custom associated with this magic. At certain times, in connection with the performance of the Wayugo rite, the magician has fits of trembling and then he has to be given some baked fish, and after partaking of it his trembling fit passes. The natives say that he trembles like a bisala, pandanus streamer, and that this shows that his magic is good, since the trembling of the pandanus is a symbol of speed. Mwalila is derived from Alamwalila, which means, inside. With the prefix bo, the word can be translated, the tabooed inside. It is even more difficult to interpret the general meaning of these 2 expressions, than to find out their literal equivalents. We have an allusion to a ritual eating of fish, associated with a trembling which symbolizes speed, and we have an expression, tabooed inside. The custom of eating fish after trembling has a magical importance. It adds to the efficiency of magic, as all such observances do. The force or merit of this observance, which, dissociated from the spell and the rite can have no direct effect, is made available by being mentioned in the formula. It is, so to speak, magically discounted. This is the best way in which I can interpret the 2 words of ritual eating and of tabooed interior of the magician. The 3 words of sentence 2 have each to tell its own story. The word papapa, flutter, stands for a phrase, let the canoe speed so that the pandanus leaves flutter. Of course the word expresses much more than this sentence, because it is intelligible only to those who are acquainted with the part played by the pandanus leaves in the decoration of canoes. With the native ideas about magical association between flutter and speed, and with the ritual use of pandanus streamers. Therefore the word has a meaning only if taken with the context of this formula, in connection with its aim, with the various associated ideas and customs. To the native, who knows all this and in whose mind the whole context rises, when he hears or repeats papapa, the word quivers with magical force. The word solubita, an especial magical transformation of lolobita, stands for a certain variety of the beetle pepper plant. The word monogakalava is again an elaborate compound carrying the meaning to leave behind. The beetle plant is a common magical ingredient, and in this spell, the ancestral spirits will presently be invited to chew beetle nut. Leaving behind undoubtedly refers to the other canoes which will be outrun by that of the reciter. Both these words, therefore, can be placed without much difficulty into the context of this spell. It is quite clear, as has been said, that each of these expressions stands alone and represents a self-contained cycle of ideas. The two expressions of sentence 1 probably do belong to one another, but even they represent each one half of a complex story. Then, in 3, there comes a long list of names of ancestors, all of whom are said to be real men who had lived in XVIII, the home of this magic. The words Kwese, stormy sea, and Pulupulu, boiling up, foaming up, suggest that the names are significant and therefore mythical. Na Bodoga, a Kitavan man, was father of the last mentioned one, Mogalawoda, a maternal relative of the present owner. We see here, therefore, a good case of magical filiation, by which the present owner, a man of Sinakita, is connected with the mythical district of Kidava. The following two sentences, 4 and 5, are linguistically much clearer and simpler, and they present connected sequences of words. They are an invocation to ancestral spirits, asking them to join the magician at the canoe, which is called here Kekadauri, the craft of the Kadauri, and to place the pandanus streamers on the top of Tolo. This, in an exaggerated and figurative speech, expresses an invitation to the spirits to follow the man on his trip. It must be noted that, according to the present belief at least, the spirits are not conceived as agents or forces which carry the canoe at the behest of the magician, but as passive companions only. Sentence 6 contains a scornful address to his companions. The magician in prospect sees himself sailing ahead towards the mountains. As he turns round, the Kidava men, that is his companions, are far behind on the beach of Turu, and the whole sea arm of Palolu still lies before them. In 7, the same trend of ideas is followed. The custom of kindling the fire by the first canoe is alluded to, and the magician sees himself carrying out this privilege. It is to be noted that he speaks always of his canoe under the name of Kadauri, that is of the mythical flying canoe of ancient times. In 8, the canoe is addressed as a flying witch, who is asked to bind her skirt together and to fly. In 9, the magician verbally retraces an incident from the original myth of Kadauri. He takes the adze handle, gets hold of the canoe, and strikes it, whereupon the canoe flies. Thus the Ulula begins with archaic, condensed compounds each carrying a self-contained cycle of magical meaning. Then follows a list of forebears, then more explicit and, at the same time more dramatic sentences. An invocation to ancestral spirits, the anticipated victory in speed, the reconstructed mythical incident. 4. Let us pass now to the Tapwana. This is always the longest part of a spell, since we have a whole list of words which have to be repeated with several key expressions, of which in the present case there are 3. Moreover, the magician can ad libitum repeat the same words over and over again with a key word. He will not go in any fixed order over all the words of the list, but is allowed, in this part of the formula, to return and repeat with one keyword the various items of the list. It will be best to say here a few words about the manner in which the magical formulae are actually recited. The opening words are always intoned with a strong, melodious cadence which is not permanently fixed, but varies with the magician. The first words are repeated some several times. Thus here, Kala Bosisiula would be reiterated 3 or 4 times, and so would be the following 2 words, Kala Bamolila. The words of number 2 are recited slowly and ponderously but not repeated. The list of ancestors is run over quickly and perfunctorily. The rest of the Ulula, its dramatic part so to speak, is spoken with less melody, more with the ordinary speaking voice and more rapidly. Then comes the last sentence of the Ulula, which in almost all spells links it up with the main part. This is always intoned slowly, solemnly and distinctly, the voice drops at the end by the interval of a tone. In the Tapwana, the key word, or key expression, which forms always the concluding part of the eula, is taken up again. It is repeated several times, as if to fix or rub it well in. Then, dropping into a quick, continuous stream of utterance, the magician runs over one word of the list after the other. The key word is inserted between each of them, said sometimes once, sometimes 2 or 3 times. It gives an effect as if the key word were being rubbed in into every one of the other expressions. They, as a rule spoken more slowly, mark the rhythm of this part. The reciting of the last part of a spell, the dogina or dubwana, is more perfunctory. Usually it is rather spoken than chanted. After this digression, let us return to the analysis of our spell. It is a rule that the tapwana, the main part of a formula, is easier to translate, expressed in less archaic and less condensed terms, than the eula. The tapwana of this spell has quite easy keywords, both in its first and in its second part. In the first one, phrase 11, the keywords are of mythical nature, referring to localities associated with the flying of one of the Kadayuri sisters. In the second tapwana, the keyword means, I might heal over or I shall heal over, that is with speed. And this expression stands here for, I shall overtake, and the list of words pronounced with this verb denotes the various parts of a canoe. The second part of the tapwana, phrase 14, is much more typical than the first, because the key word is a verb, whilst the list words are nouns. It is typical also, in that the verb expresses, in a simple and direct manner, the magical effect of the spell, the overtaking of the other canoes, whereas the sum of the words of the list gives the object of the spell, that is, the canoe. Such tapwana, in which the magical action is expressed as a verb, while in the list of words we have mentioned the various parts of a garden or of fishing nets, or weapons or parts of the human body, are to be found in all classes of magic. The first part of the tapwana, phrases 11, 12, and 13, is less typical, in so far that the verbs depicting various magical actions are relegated into the list, while the keywords are adverbial expressions of locality. The verbal links of the long chain express all and one in a metaphoric manner the speed of the canoe. I shall fly, I shall become like smoke, I shall become invisible, I shall become as a wind eddy, etc., are all rather picturesque, concrete descriptions of surpassing speed. They present also a linguistic symmetry and singularity. The prefix ba is the form of the future or potential tense, which I have literally translated might, but which stands here for shall. The formative prefix yo is a causative, and stands for become as or become like. Then follows the root, kakoba, smoke which trails in clouds above a burning garden. Hence the expression bio kakoba, in its full concrete meaning, could be translated, I shall become like clouds of trailing smoke. Again, boyawasala in its full meaning could be translated, I shall become invisible as distant spray. The only abstract word in this list is tamwayu, which literally means, to disappear. So, in this tapwana, the list consists of a number of formally similar words, each expressing the same general meaning in a concrete metaphorical manner. The length of the whole tapwana, main body, of the spell can be imagined, since in the middle between its two sections the eula is recited once more. The last part of this spell, the dogina, contains an explicit allusion to the Kadayuri myth and to several geographic localities, which are mentioned in that myth. It also shows the usual crescendo, characteristic of the conclusions of a spell. The final results are anticipated in exaggerated, forceful language. So much about the Wayugo spell. I shall adduce now another spell of a somewhat different type, belonging to the mwazala, Kula magic. It is distinctly a more modern formula, there are hardly any archaic expressions, words are not used, as independent sentences each, on the whole it is easily understandable and has a consecutive meaning. Reikuna sulamoya, also called sumjiyata. Ula, initial part. 1 avadayu hu natata I cut sulamoyala the mint plant of labai. Labai. Yegu, Kwairegu, Sogu together with Tamagu, my father, Katata we cut Sulamoyala the mint plant of Labai. Labai. 2 Silamwenunava, the roaring Sulamoya, Inunava, it roars, Silamweniku, the quaking Sulamoya Iniku, it quakes. Silamwayega, the soughing Sulamoya, Iega, it soughs, Silamwapalu, the boiling Sulamoya, Ipalu. It boils. B. Tapwana, main part. 3 Ipalu, it boils, Ipalu it boils, Ipalu it boils, Agumai Sulamoya mint plant Ipalu, it boils. Agumai vana, herb ornaments, Ipalu, it boils. Agumai kina lime spatula Ipalu, it boils. Agumai yaguma lime pot Ipalu, it boils. Agumai sinatacome Ipalu, it boils. Agumai moi mat Ipalu, it boils. Agumai peri presentation goods Ipalu, it boils. Agumai vat aga big basket Ipalu, it boils. Agumai kauyo personal basket Ipalu, it boils. Agumai lilava magical bundle Ipalu, it boils. Dabagumai head Ipalu, it boils. Kabulyagumai nose Ipalu, it boils. Kagadugumai occiput Ipalu, it boils. Mayegumai tongue Ipalu, it boils. Tabagumai larynx Ipalu, it boils. Kawagumai speaking organ Ipalu, it boils. Wadagumai mouth Ipalu, it boils. Dulamai woila kula courting Ipalu, it boils. C. Dogina, conclusion. For 4 Bulamaviyu new spirit Kadagu my maternal uncle Moyalova Kavapo thou breathe, the spell over, Dabana the head, of, Monakaniki. Kovapokema thou breathe, the spell over, Dabana the head, of, Egu my tutoyu. Light wood. 5 Avalawo I kick Koya, the mountain, Isakila it tilts over, Koya, the mountain, Imwalaku it subsides, Koya, the mountain, Ikewayu it opens up, Koya, the mountain, Isabwani it jubilates, Koya. The mountain Itakubile it topples over, Koya, the mountain, Itakubilatala it topples down, Koya. The mountain. 6 Avapwoima I breathe, a spell over, Dabana the head, of, Koyavayu, Avapokema I charm lopum thy inside, of, Sayana. Sayana, canoe, Akalubaku I drown Wagana the Waga Akulasonu I submerge Lumanina. The Lamina. 7 Gala not Butugu, my renown Butugu my renown Palapla, thunder. Gala not Valagu, my treading, Valagu my treading Lumwaduda noise made by flying witches, Tududadu. Tudududu. The opening sentences of the formula are so clear that the translation word for word explains itself without any closer commentary, except of course as far as the names are concerned. Labai is a village in the north of Kirawina, and it plays a considerable part in the mythology of the origin of man, since several of the principal subclans emerged there from underground. Labai is also the home of the mythical culture hero Tadava. The mythology of the Kula, however, does not include Labai amongst the places on which it touches. Perhaps this somewhat anomalous features of the formula may be connected with its obvious linguistic modernity. The other personal name mentioned in this spell is Koiregu, on which Lay Sita, who gave me this magic, commented in the following manner. A man, he lived in Labai, the master of the magic. It was not this man who first knew the magic of Monakaniki. That magic was partly found by Tokosakuna, partly in olden days in Sinakita. In explaining this commentary it must be noted that the informant was a Sinakitan man, hence his local patriotism, for there is no definite, mythological version connecting the early practice of the mwazala with the village of Sinakita. As we saw, Tokosakuna is indeed one of the mythical heroes with whose story the magic of mwazala is associated. Monakaniki is the name of one of the systems of the mwazala magic, which usually is said to come from a man of that name. Phrase 2 of this spell contains 4 couples, each consisting of a compound and a verb. The substantival compounds have all, according to the alliterative symmetry so dear to Kirawinian magic, the prefix silamwe - derived from solamwoya, the mint plant. Such play on words, especially on what is the leading word in a spell, as solamwoya is here, shows that the purely phonetic handling of words must be associated with the idea or feeling of their inherent power. The keyword of the Tapwana, phrase 3, has been translated, literally, it boils. Perhaps it might have been translated in its other slightly different meaning, it foams. Probably it has both meanings to the mind of the native reciter. I think that the use of a word fraught with two meanings at the same time is one of the characteristics of native language. In this spell, for instance, the word polu appears as one in a series of such verbs as to roar, to quake, to sough, all carrying the meaning of noise, commotion, stir. A meaning which is in harmony with the magical effects to be produced by the mwali magic. In this context, the obvious translation of the word would be, to foam. On the other hand, this spell is said over a piece of mint, which will be preserved in boiled coconut oil, and the double meaning here contained might be paraphrased in this manner, as the oil of the soulava boils. So may my renown, or the eagerness of my partner, foam up. Thus the word polu would link up the meaning of the rite of boiling with the context of this spell. This explanation, however, has not been obtained from a native informant, though it is undoubtedly in keeping with the general type of current explanations. What I have called before the magical concatenation of magical ideas consists in just such connections of words and their meanings. The dog-ina, final part, contains one or two typical features. For instance, in phrase 4, the maternal uncle of the present reciter is asked to breathe the spell over the head of Monikaniki. In this, the present owner of the spell identifies his canoe with that of the mythical hero. In 5, 6, and 7, we have several grandiloquent expressions such as that referring to the commotion on the mountain, that comparing his renown to thunder, and his treading to the noise made by Molokwazi. And that describing how the waga will sink, through being overfilled with valuables. The last part would, as usual, be recited in a much more perfunctory and quick manner, giving it the effect of piling up words. One forceful phrase following another, it ends with the onomatopoetic sound to dudadu, which stands for the roll of the thunder. 6. The two specimens of magic here given in the original with a verbal translation, show how the linguistic analysis allows us a much deeper insight into the magical value of words, as it is felt by the natives. On the one hand, the various phonetic characteristics show the handling of words when these have to convey magical force. On the other hand, only an analysis word for word of the spells could give us a good insight into the frequently mentioned magical concatenation of ideas and verbal expressions. It is, however, impossible to adduce here all the spells in their full original version with linguistic comments, as this would lead us into a treatise on the language of magic. We may, however, quickly pass over some of the other spells and point out in them the salient features of magical expression, and thus amplify the results so far obtained by the detailed analysis of these two spells. Of course, these two examples belong to the longer type consisting of 3 parts. Many of the spells previously quoted in free translation contain no main part, though it is possible to distinguish their eula, exordium, from their dog-ina, finale. The very first spell quoted in the formula of the Vabusi Takwe, the expulsion of the wood sprite, is an anomalous one. It is an invocation, and it is not even chanted but has to be spoken in a low persuasive voice. It consists of 2 parts. In the first one the word kubusi, thou comest down, used as an imperative, come down, is repeated with all sorts of descriptions and circumscriptions of the wood sprites. In the second part, several sentences are repeated to make the wood sprite feel that he has been chased away. Both the keyword of the first part, kubusi, and the sentences of the second part have a direct force of their own. It must be realized that, for the natives, it is a great insult to be told to go away. Yoba, the expulsion, the command to go, stands in a category of its own. People are yobad, expelled from communities in certain circumstances, and a man would never dream of remaining, when thus treated. Therefore the words in this spell possess a force due to social sanctions of native custom. The next spell, given in, the Kamamwayu, is also anomalous for it consists of 1 part only. The word kubusi, come down, is also repeated here, with various words designating defilements and broken taboos. These qualities are, however, not thought of as personified beings. The force of the word is probably also derived from the ideas about the yoba. The second spell, which is a pendant to the kamamwayu, the kagagabal, or spell of lightness, begins with a typical yuula. Susualigua, repeated, he fails to outrun me, Tidavagua, repeated, the canoe trembles with speed. Mabugwawa, repeated, magical word, Mabugu, Mabugu, Mabagamagwa, Mabugu ancient, Mabugu, Mabugu, Mabugivayu. Mabugunu. The first two words are compounds with prefixes and suffixes added for magical purposes, as a sort of magical trimming. The untranslatable word, said by the natives to be megwawala, just magic, is repeated several times in symmetry with the previous two words and then with the two suffixes, ancient and new. Such repetitions with prefixes or suffixes of antithetic meaning are a frequent feature of magical trimming of words. This exordium affords a clear example of the magical play on words, of transformations for the sake of rhythm and symmetry. Of repetitions of the same words with antithetic affixes. In the following part of the spell, the word kai, tree, is repeated with verbs, the tree flies etc., and it functions as a keyword. It is difficult to decide whether this part is a true tapwana or only one of the not infrequent examples of an yuula with a keyword. Let us survey a few more of the yuula, first parts, of the canoe spells, and then proceed to the examination of the middle parts and ends. In the next spell of, the Kapatunana Duku spell, the word Bavasivasai, I shall wave them back, that is. The other canoes, is repeated ponderously several times. The opening of a spell with one word, which summarizes in a metaphorical manner the aim of the spell is often found in Kirawinian magic. In this spell there follow the words. Sia Sia Hill, on, Dabana top of Tokuna Takuna Inina. The women. Sanigu my mother Bwagayu, sorcerer, Tatogu myself Bwagayu. Sorcerer. These words are pronounced with a heavy, thumping rhythm, as indicated by the sharp and circumflex accents. The second line shows a rhythmic and symmetrical arrangement of words. The remainder of the yuula of this spell is similar to the same part in the Wayugo spell, which has been given here in full native text. Compare the free translations of both spells in previous chapters. In the Ligogu spell of the same chapter, the yuula opens with another juggling of words. Virera, repeated, female rerae, marera, repeated, male rerae. Basilabusi I shall penetrate, at, Wayala, Wayala, Basilalagwa I shall emerge, at, Oyanaki, Oyanaki, Basilalagwa I shall emerge, at, Wayala, Wayala, Basilabusi I shall penetrate Oyanaki, Oyanaki. This part of the yuula has not been translated in the text, as its meaning is magical, and can be better grasped in connection with the native text. The word rerai is a magical word only. It is first given with the antithetic opposition of the male and female prefixes 6, and mo-. The following phrase is a typical example of a geographical antithesis. The two names refer to the promontories facing one another across the sea passage Kalakoki, between Boyawa and Kelola. Why those 2 points are mentioned I could not find out. In the Kadamiyala spell, given in, we have the following opening. Vinapega, Pega, Vinamwana, Mwana. Na Mayui, Makariyui, Odabwana. Na Mayui, Makariyui, Oyula. In the first line, we have the symmetrically uttered and prefixed names of the two flying or jumping fishes, Pega and Mwana. The prefix vina is probably the female prefix and may convey the meaning of flyings being associated with women, that is with the flying witches. The second and third verse contain a play on the root yova or yoyu, to fly, reduplicated and with several affixes added. These two verses are brought into a sort of antithesis by the last two words, Odabwana and Oyula, or at the top, and at the bottom, or here, probably, at the one end of the canoe and at the other. In the Bisala spell, given in the same chapter, we have the beginning. Borai, Borai, Boreova, Biova. Borai, Borai, Boreteta, Biteta. The word Borai seems to be again a purely magical one. The prefix bo carries the meaning of tabooed, or ritual. The root rai suggests similarity with the above-quoted magical word rara, which is obviously merely a reduplicated form of rai. This is therefore a rhythmically constructed play on the magical root rai, and the words yova, to fly, and teta, to be poised, to soar. The Kayakuna Viva spell presents the following rhythmic and symmetrical exordium. Bosuyasuya, repeated, Boragaragu, repeated. Bosuya Alamolila, Boragu Akatalina. The exact meaning of the two words is not quite clear, except that they represent magical influences. Their arrangement and the antithesis of Alamolila, middle part, inside, and Catalina, body or outside, is in keeping with the features observed in the other beginnings here quoted. 7. The Tapwana, main parts, of the spells, though they take a much longer time in reciting, are simpler in construction. Many spells, moreover, have no middle part at all. The first regular Tapwana we find in our spells is that in the Kapitunana Duku. There, we have a series of keywords recited with a list of complementary expressions. The keywords are verbs, spoken in the form mata, cut, matekai, cut at, myova, etc. fly, etc. These verbs are used in this spell with the prefix ma or mi dash, which represents the tense of indefinite duration. This prefix, although, as far as I know, found in several Melanesian languages in full vigor, has in Kirawina a distinctly archaic flavor, and is only used in certain locutions and in magic. Some of the verbs used in this spell are metaphorical in their meaning, describing the speed of the canoe in a figurative manner. The list of the complementary words repeated with the keywords contains the enumeration of the different parts of the canoe. It is typical that the keywords are in their form archaic and in their meaning figurative, while the complementary terms are just ordinary words of everyday speech. Another regular Tapwana has been given in the Katamiyala spell in, where the only keyword, Napuwoi, has been translated, I impart speed magically. The prefix na is that of the definite tense. The formative pu I was unable to translate, while the root woi means literally, to beat and in a somewhat more remote sense, to impart magic. In the Kayakuna Viva spell, the pair boidaloi, boswiar, meaning paint red in a ritual manner, and breathe in a ritual manner, are given formal resemblance by the alliterative prefix bo dash, which carries with it the meaning of ritual. We see that the number of the Tapwana is smaller, since only 3 spells out of 7 have got it. In form, the Tapwana are simpler than the Uula, and an examination of a greater number of keywords would show that they also express directly or figuratively the magical action or its effect. Thus, here we had a verb denoting the imparting of magic, that is the direct expression of the action, then 2 words figuratively expressing it, and a series of verbal keywords enumerating the effects of the magic, such as flying, speed, etc. In other canoe spells, not given in this book, there could be found similar types of keywords such as, the canoe flies, the burawada fish is poised on a wave, the reef heron wades. The reef heron skirts the beach. All of them expressing the aim of the spell in accordance with the magical trend of thought. 8. From the linguistic point of view, the final parts of the spells, the dogaina, present, as a rule, fewer remarkable features. Phonetically the most outstanding trait is the purely onomatopoetic sound complexes, such as sididi or sedidity, or the 3 words sididi, tatata, numsa, found in the Katamiyala spell. From the point of view of meaning, there are in some of the dogaina interesting metaphorical turns of speech, such as the descriptions of time in the Kagagabal spell, where the difference in speed between the magician and his companions is expressed by allusions to the morning and evening sun, couched in figurative speech. Some mythical allusions also find their way into the dogaina. These parts of a spell are undoubtedly the least important in the native's eyes. Very often the same dogaina is used with a number of formulae belonging to the one cycle, as we have noticed. Other spells have no dogaina at all, for instance, that of Kapitunana Duku, where the onomatopoetic sound sidididai stands for the whole dogaina. As said above, the manner of reciting these parts is more perfunctory, with fewer melodic modulations and phonetic peculiarities. 9. I have given so far a short linguistic survey of the canoe spells, dealing first with their initial parts, Uula, then with their main parts, Tapwana, and lastly saying a few words about the Dogaina. In a still more summary manner, I shall give a short survey of the mwazala, Kula magic, spells, quoted or mentioned in this book, beginning with the Uula. In the Yawarapu spell, we have the beginning. Bua, Bua, Bovanego, Venegu. Bua, Bua, Bamwanegu, Mwanegu. Here the word Bua, Arakanut, is repeated and used as a prefix bo dash, with the antithetic roots, vene, female, and mwane, male, and with the suffix, gu, first possessive pronoun. The K Moloyo, begins. Gala Bua, Gala Doga, Gala Mwe. This is spoken in a solemn manner, and then follows the play on the root mwes, described above in the free translation of this spell. Another rhythmic beginning, spoken with regular, strongly marked accent is to be found in the Kekekea spell. Ketatuna Iyana, Marabwaga Iyana. Symmetrical arrangements of words. With alliterative prefixing of a particle and with antithetic uses of word couples are to be found in several other spells. The Talo formula. Talo, Talo Udawada, Udawada. Talo, Talamwalalai, Mwalali. The Tawaya spell. Mwanata, Manamwanata. Darawa, Badarai Darawa. Darama, Badarai Darama. The Kayubana spell. Mozuna Niki Niki. Mogaina Niki Niki. The Koigapani spell. Quega, Quega Nubwai, Nubwai. Quega, Quega Nuai, Nuai. Quega, Quega Numai, Numai. I have written them down here without full comment, to show their formal phonetic characteristics, which are indeed in all essentials quite similar to the samples previously quoted and analyzed. X. The main parts of the spells in the magic of the Kula do not essentially differ in their characteristics from the Tapwana of the canoe magic. In their form, some keywords are simply verbs used without any transformation in their narrative tense. Thus in the Talo, red paint, formula, the pair of verbs ikata, it flares up, enamela, it flashes, is used with various nouns describing parts of the human head. The keywords of the Kayakuna Tabuyo are also grammatically simple, burabwari, kavakaku kovakipusa, fishhawk, fall on thy prey, catch it, the verbs being in the second person of the narrative tense. In other cases we find the keyword transformed by reduplication, composition, or by affixes. In the Yawarapu spell, the pair boratupa, batadaruma repeated as key expressions is a compound which I did not succeed in analyzing completely. Though the consensus of my informants makes me satisfied with the approximate translation, quick sailing, abundant hull. In the Jabobo spell, the expression tutubtubiama is a play on the root tubwo used as a rule verbally and meaning to be full in the face, to be fine-looking. In the Tawaya spell, there is the reduplication munamwainais of the root mwana or mwena expressing the itching or state of excitement. In the Kayubanai the first key expression ida dabera is an archaic or dialectical couple, the root is dabera, and ida is only a phonetic addition, which signifies, to ebb. The other key expressions, kaakwa yaru yaru, kaakwa mwasara baramwesamwazra, have all the verbal part irregularly reduplicated and in the last expression repeated and transformed. The last formula of the mwazala, Kula magic, given in, has a pair of expressions used as key phrase, koigapani, pani, koigulu, ulu. The word quega, a variety of beetle plant, is used in a modified form as a prefix and compounded with the verbal roots pani, seduce, and ulu, enmesh. As to the final parts of this class of spell, I have said before that it is much less variable than the initial and main parts of a formula. Within the same cycle or system, the Dogaina often varies little and a man will often use the same one with all his spells. The sample given with the Sulamoya text will therefore be sufficient to show the various characteristics of this part of the mwazala spell, and there is no need to say anything more about it. 11. A very rapid survey of the phonetic characters of the Kegiyu spells must be sufficient and we shall confine ourselves to their Tapwana. The word guayu or gau means mist or fog. Verbally used with the meaning to make mist to befog, it has always the form gau. In the main parts of some of the formulae of this class, this phonetically very expressive word is used with very great sound effect. For example, in the gyro kewa spell number 1, the keywords are agayu, I befog, agayusalu, I befog, lead astray, aga aboda, I befog, shut off. Spoken, at the beginning of the tapwana slowly and sonorously, and then quickly and insistently, these words produce a really magical effect, that is as far as the hearer's subjective impressions are concerned. Even more impressive and onomatopoetic is the phrase used as key expression in the Jayatanawa number 2. Jayu, yagayu, yagagayu, yagayu, bode, bodegu. This sentence, giving the vowels a full Italian value, such as they receive in the Melanesian pronunciation, does certainly have an impressive ring. Fittingly enough, because this is the dramatic spell, uttered into the wind in the sinking waga, the final effort of magic to blind and mislead the Molokwazi. The causative prefix ya is used here with a nominal expression yagayu, which has been translated, gathering mist. The reduplicated one yagagayu I have rendered by, encircling mist. It can be seen from this example how feebly the equivalence can be given of the magical phrases in which so much is expressed by phonetic or onomatopoetic means. The other spells have much less inspired keywords. Jayatanawa no. One uses the word atamboda, translated, I press, I close down, which literally renders the meanings of the verbs tum, to press, and boda, to close. The gyro kewa no. 2 has the somewhat archaic keywords spoken in a couple, apera yoredi, I arise, I escape, and the grammatically irregular expression soluya, to lead astray. The main part of the Kateria spell, by which the benevolent fish is summoned to the rescue of the drowning party, has the key phrase, bigabegu suyaseu, the suyaseu fish shall lift me up. This expression is noteworthy, even in this spell, which might be regarded as an invocation of the helpful animal. It is not addressed in the second person. The result is verbally anticipated, proving that the spell is to act through the direct force of the words and not as an appeal to the animal. 12. With this, the survey of linguistic samples from various spells is closed, and we can briefly summarize our results. The belief in the efficiency of a formula results in various peculiarities of the language in which it is couched, both as regards meaning and sound. The native is deeply convinced of this mysterious, intrinsic power of certain words. Words which are believed to have their virtue in their own right, so to speak, having come into existence from primeval times and exercising their influence directly. To start first with the meaning of the magical expressions, we have seen that in this respect they are plain and direct enough. Most of the keywords simply state the magical action. For example, when in one of the spells the keyword napuoi, I impart magical virtue, of speed, or in another the keywords, to paint red in a festive manner, to wreathe in a festive manner, simply describe what the magician is doing. Much more often the principal expressions, that is the initial words and the keywords, of a spell refer to its aim, as for instance, when we find words and phrases denoting speed in canoe magic. Or, in Kula magic, designations for success, abundant haul, excitement, beauty. Still more often the aim of magic is stated in a metaphorical manner, by similes and double meanings. In other parts of the spell, where the magical meaning is imprisoned not so much in single words and expressions, as in explicit phraseology and long periods, we found that the predominant features are lists of ancestral names, invocations of ancestral spirits, mythological allusions, similes and exaggerations, depreciating contrasts between the companions and the reciter, most of them expressing an anticipation of the favorable results aimed at in the spell. Again, certain parts of the spell contain systematic, meticulous enumerations, the reciter going over the parts of a canoe one by one, the successive stages of a journey, the various kula goods and valuables, the parts of the human head, the numerous places from which the flying witches are believed to come. Such enumerations as a rule strive at an almost pedantic completeness. Passing to the phonetic characteristics, We saw that a word will often be used in a shape quite different from those in which it is used in ordinary speech, that it will show notable changes in form and sound. Such phonetic peculiarities are most conspicuous in the main words, that is in the keywords and initial words. They are sometimes truncated, more often provided with additions, such as symmetrical or antithetic affixes. Formatives added for the sake of sound. By these means there are produced effects of rhythm, alliteration and rhyme, often heightened and accentuated by actual vocal accent. We found play on words by symmetrical couples of sounds, with antithetic meaning like mo and six dash, or mwana and vina dash, both couples signifying male and female respectively, or mugwa, ancient, and vau, new. Or ma, hither, and wa, thither, etc., etc. Especially we found the prefix bo dash, carrying the meaning of ritual or tabooed, with derivation from bomala, or with the meaning red, festive, in its derivation from bua, Argonauts. Onomatopoetic sounds such as sididi or sadidi, tatata, numsa, in imitation of speed noises, of the wailing of wind, rustling of sail, swish of pandanus leaves, tududu, in imitation of the thunderclaps. And the rhythmical, expressive, though perhaps not directly onomatopoetic, sentence. Jiayu, yagayu, yagagayu, yagayu, bod, bodegu. 13. If we now turn to the substances used in the magical rites, as means of ritual transference of the spell, we find in canoe magic, dried lolong grass, dried banana leaf, dried pandanus leaf, all used in the magic of lightness. A stale potato is employed to carry away the heaviness of the canoe, although on another occasion heaviness is thrown away with a bunch of lolong grass. The leaves of 2 or 3 shrubs and weeds, which as a rule the natives take to dry their skin after bathing, are used for magical cleansing of a canoe body, and a stick and a torch serve in other rites of exorcism. In the rite associated with the blackening of a canoe, charred remains of several light substances such as lolong grass, the nest of a small, swift bird, the wings of a bat, coconut husk and the twigs of an extremely light mimosa tree are employed. It is easy to see that, not less than the words, the substances here used are associated with the aim of the magic, that is, with lightness, with swiftness and with flying. In the magic of the Kula we find betel nut, crushed with lime in a mortar, used to redden the tip of the canoe. Betel nut is also given to a partner, after it has been charmed over with a seducing spell. Aromatic mint, boiled in coconut oil and ginger root are also used in the mwazala. The conch shell, and the cosmetic ingredients, charmed over on Sarabuena beach are really part of the outfit, and so is the lilava bundle. All the substances used in this magic are associated either with beauty and attractiveness, betel nut, cosmetics, the mint plant, or with excitement, conch shell, chewed betel nut. Here therefore, it is not with the final aim, which is the obtaining of valuables, that the magic is concerned, but with the intermediate one, that is that of being agreeable to one's partner, of putting him into a state of excitement about the Kula. 14. I wish to close this chapter by adducing a few texts of native information. In the previous chapters, several statements and narratives have been put into the natives' mouths and given in quotations. I wish now to show some of the actual linguistic data from which such quotations have been derived. Numerous utterances of the natives were taken down by me as they were spoken. Whenever there was a native expression covering a point of crucial importance, or a characteristic thought, or one neatly formulated, or else one especially hazy and opalescent in meaning, I noted them down in quick handwriting as they were spoken. A number of such texts, apart from their linguistic importance, will serve as documents embodying the native ideas without any foreign admixture, and it will also show the long way which lies between the crude native statement and its explicit ethnographic presentation. For what strikes us at first sight most forcibly in these texts is their extreme bareness, the scantiness of information which they appear to contain. Couched in a condensed, disjointed, one might say telegraphic style, they seem to lack almost everything which could throw light on the subject of our study. For they lack concatenation of ideas, and they contain few concrete details, and few really apt generalizations. It must be remembered, however, that, whatever might be the importance of such texts, they are not the only source of ethnographic information, not even the most important one. The observer has to read them in the context of tribal life. Many of the customs of behavior, of the sociological data, which are barely mentioned in the texts, have become familiar to the ethnographer through personal observation and the direct study of the objective manifestations and of data referring to their social constitution. Compare the observations on method in the introduction. On the other hand, a better knowledge of and acquaintance with the means of linguistic expression makes the language itself much more significant to one who not only knows how it is used but uses it himself. After all, if natives could furnish us with correct, explicit and consistent accounts of their tribal organization, customs and ideas, there would be no difficulty in ethnographic work. Unfortunately, the native can neither get outside his tribal atmospheres and see it objectively, nor if he could, would he have intellectual and linguistic means sufficient to express it. And so the ethnographer has to collect objective data, such as maps, plans, genealogies, lists of possessions, accounts of inheritance, censuses of village communities. He has to study the behavior of the native, to talk with him under all sorts of conditions, and to write down his words. And then, from all these diverse data, to construct his synthesis, the picture of a community and of the individuals in it. But I have dwelt on these aspects of method already in the introduction, and here I want only to exemplify them with regard to the linguistic material directly representing some of the natives' thoughts on ethnographic subjects. 15. I shall give here first a text on the subject of the priority in sailing, which as described in, is the privilege of a certain subclan in Sinakita. I was discussing with a very good informant, Toibeoba of Sinakita, the customs of launching the canoes, and I tried, as usually, to keep my interlocutor as much as possible to concrete details and to the stating of the full sequence of events. In his account he uttered this sentence: "The Talabwaga launched their canoe first, by this the face of the sea is cleared." I thereupon perceived that a new subject had been brought within my notice, and I headed my informant onto it, and obtained the following text, sentence after sentence. The Talabwaga subclan and their seafaring privileges. 1 Bikugwo. He might be first a kapusi he fall down. It is launched, Siwaga their canoe Talabwaga, Boj already by Malakadil he might be clear Borita. C. 2 Igao later on Kumedona all Gueguia, chiefs, Toke commoner Siwaga their canoe Ikapuzasi they fall down. Are launched, Olivyeki. Behind. 3 Kitama supposing Takapusi we fall down, to Kugwo we are first Bitavalidasai they might turn, on, us Baloma, spirits, Bitana we might go Dobu, Gala no Tabani we find Banukwa pig Soulava. Necklace. For 4 Makawala alike Uwayulo, lashing creeper, Bikugwo he, it, might be first Isapusi they bind Siwayugo, their Wayugo lashing, Igau later on Yakadasi. Ourselves. 5 to Kulo we sail Dobu, Gala no Bikagwasi they might be first Talabwaga. Talabwaga, Okovalawa on sea front Boj already Iwokwo. He was over. 6 Abwarita in sea Tananams we consider Cain whether Isakali he run Tetala 1, masculine, Laaga, his canoe, Ikugwo. He is first. 7 Gala no Bikare Wagasi they might command paddle. Canoe fleet. 8 Dobu, Gueguia chiefs Bikagwasi, they might be first, byways they might come their capitile canoe fleet Gueguia. Chiefs. 9 Tej indeed Talabwaga Boj already Iwokwo he, it, was over Sikarewaga their command Ovalu. In village. The Talabwaga subclan belong to the Lukwasiziga clan, and live at present in Kasiedna. Only 1 man and 2 women are surviving. 10 Simwasala their Kula magic Siwaga their canoe Migavala, magic his, Vivala woman Boj already Iuses. They grasp. 11 Datakwasi, our magical property Boj already Kasakami we give you Megwa magic Kwarewagasi you command Legale, today. Thus would they say on handing their magic to their male descendants. Informant's commentary. Commenting on verse 3, the expression, Bitalavitasi Baloma, my informant said. Bitavilita, they might turn, on, us, Bilavalasi they might say Baloma spirit, Avaka, what Pella for Gala no Ikugwo he is first Talabwaga. Kukagwasi you are first Gumbwegya. Sub-chiefs, Kaoviyuvasa sweepers of the sea Talabwaga. 1313 Tavagi we do Gaga bad Ijabarowasi, they angry Nanasi mind there's a Gaga, he bad Pella for Majisai desire there's Balayamata we might watch Tokanabagwo long ago Agura. He has decreed. The verbal translation renders word for word the individual meaning of every particle and root, according to a definite grammatical and lexicographical scheme which has been adopted for this text in common with a few hundred more. In this place, I cannot give the commentary in justification of the linguistic details, which will be fairly obvious to a Melanesian scholar, who might, however, find some new and even controversial features in my translation. To other readers, these details are of small interest. I have not included in this translation any distinction between the inclusive and exclusive first person, dual and plural. Of the two tenses which are to be found in this text, the narrative one is translated by the English verb in infinitive, the potential, by the addition of the word might. In brackets underneath, the special meaning of a word in its context is indicated, or some comments are added. The free translation of the text must now be given. Free translation. 1. The Talabwaga canoe would be launched first. By this the face of the sea is cleared. 2. Afterwards, all the chiefs, the commoners' canoes are launched. 3. If we would launch our canoes first, the spirits, of ancestors, would be angry with us. We would go to Dobu and we would receive no pigs, no necklaces. For it is likewise with the lashing of the canoe, first, the Talabwaga would bind the lashing creeper and afterwards ourselves. 5. On our journey to Dobu, the Talabwaga would not sail ahead, for their priority ends on the beach of Sinakita. 6. On the sea it is according to our wish, and if one man's canoe runs fast, he would be first. 7. They, the Talabwaga, do not wield the command of the canoe fleet. 8. In Dobu, the chiefs would be first, the chiefs would arrive there at the head of the fleet. 9. But the supremacy of the Talabwaga ends here already, in the village. 10. The Kula magic, the magic of the canoe, belonging to the Talabwaga clan has passed already into the hands of their womenfolk. 11. These would say speaking to their male children, we shall give you the magical inheritance, you rule henceforward. 12. When the spirits become angry, they would tell us, why are the Talabwaga not first and you minor chiefs are ahead? Are not the Talabwaga cleaners of the sea? 13. When we do wrong, they, the spirits, are angry, their minds are malevolent, for they desire that we should keep to the old customs. 16. Comparing the free translation with the literal one, it is easy to see that certain additions have been made. Sentences have been subordinated and coordinated by various English conjunctions which are either completely absent from the native text, or else represented by such very vague particles as boj, already, and mtage, indeed. On these linguistic questions I cannot enlarge here, but it will be good to go over each sentence in succession, and to show how much it was necessary to add from the general store of sociological and ethnographic knowledge, in order to make it intelligible. 1. The meaning of the word fall down is specialized here by the context, and I translated it by launch. The particle boj had to be translated here by this. The words about the clearing of the sea suggested at once to me that there was a special ancient custom in question. Then there is the name of the subclan Talabwaga. In order to understand the full meaning of this phrase, it is necessary to realize that this name stands for a subclan. And then one has to be well acquainted with native sociology, in order to grasp what such a privilege, vested in a subclan, might mean. Thus, a word like this can in the first place be understood only in the context of its phrase, and on the basis of a certain linguistic knowledge. But its fuller meaning becomes intelligible only in the context of the native life and of native sociology. Again the expression referring to the clearing of the sea required a further comment, for which I asked my informant, and was answered by phrase 3. 2. In this phrase the expressions chiefs, commoners, etc. are fully intelligible only to one, who has a definition of these words in terms of native sociology. Indeed, only the knowledge of the usual supremacy of the chiefs allows one to gauge their importance and the survival character of this custom, by which this importance is diminished for a time. 3. Here, we have the explanation of the obscure clause in phrase 1, a clear sea means the good temper of the spirits, which again means good luck. The question as to whether the spirits are to be imagined as actively interfering or helping still remained open. I asked for a further elucidation, which was given to me in the text of phrases 12 and 13. 4. This contains a condensed reference to the stages of shipbuilding, previous to launching. This, of course, to be understood, presupposes a knowledge of these various activities. 5 to 9. The limitations of the powers of the Talabwaga subclan are outlined, giving interesting sidelights on the role played by females as repositories of family, subclan, traditions. Needless to say, this statement would be entirely meaningless without the knowledge of the natives' matrilineal institutions, of their customs of inheritance and of property in magic. The correct knowledge of these facts can only be gathered by a collection of objective, ethnographic documents, such as concrete data about cases of actual inheritance, etc. 12 and 13. Here it is explained how far the Boloma would become angry and how they would act if a custom were broken. It can be distinctly seen from it that the anger of the spirits is only a phrase, covering all these forces which keep the natives to the observance of old customs. The Boloma would go no further than to reproach them for breaking the old rules, and there are no definite ideas among these natives about actual punishment being meted out by offended spirits. These considerations show convincingly that no linguistic analysis can disclose the full meaning of a text without the help of an adequate knowledge of the sociology, of the customs and of the beliefs, current in a given society. 17. Another sample of a native text may be given here, as it is of a special interest, in that it throws light upon the previously given magical formula of the Wayogo. It is the text I obtained trying to find the meaning of the word Bosisiula, which figures at the beginning of the above-mentioned spell. According to two informants of Sinakita, the word Visisiuna refers to the belief already described, that the owner of a Wayogo charm is liable to fits of trembling, during which he trembles as a Bisala, pandanus, streamer trembles in the wind. He then should ritually eat some baked fish, and this is called Visisiuna. Such a man would then ask somebody of his household. Kugabu, kume, avisisayuna. Thou bake, thou bring, I ritually eat. Or someone else would urge his wife or daughter. Kugabu, kume, avisisayuna. Thou bake, thou bring, he eats ritually. Again, asked for a direct equation, my informant said. Ivisisayuna, bigabu, tomwaya ikam. Ivisisayuna, he bake, old man he eat. The following text contains a more explicit definition of the term, which I was trying at that time to make clear and to translate by an appropriate English expression. Explanation of word Visisiuna. A. First informant. 1 Pella for Iswo he learn Wayogo, Wayogo. The creeper magic, Itadatuva he, it, tremble waola body his maruna, this, man, who, Isayu, or Iswo, he learn Wayogo. Wayogo. 2 Nanakwa, quick, Kagabu thou bake kuseki, thou give tomwaya old man. Magician, Ivisisayuna he ritually eats, Boj already Itadatuva he tremble kana his bisala, pandana streamer, kana his Wayogo, Wayogo creeper. B. Second informant. 3 Tata, if, 1, man, Iswo he learn Bisala, gala not bikem he might eat yena, fish, Boj already Itatuva he tremble waola. Body his. Free translation. A. 1. The body of a man who has learned the Wayoga spell, trembles, because he learned the spell. Someone seeing him tremble, would tell someone of his household. 2 Quick, bake fish, give to the old man that he might ritually eat, his pandanus streamer trembles, his Wayogo. B. 3. A man who learns the Bisala magic and does not eat fish will tremble. This text, with its foregoing short comments and with its 2 versions, will give an inkling of how I was able to obtain from my native informants the definition of unknown and sometimes very involved expressions, and how, in the act of doing it, I was given additional enlightenment on obscure details of belief and custom. It will also be interesting to give another text referring to the Gwara custom. I have given in a native definition of this custom, and of the reception accorded to the Trobrianders in Dobu when there is a taboo on palms there. The statement was based on the following text, and on certain other additional notes. Gwara in Dobu and the Kayubanai magic. 1 Tama we come, to, Dobu Dobu, Ikaragavayu, he die anew, Gwara, Gwara, Bua Erica Balaleva he might ripen usi banana bimwanagu, he might ripen. Nuya coconut bibabes they might spike kai stick kakatoki. Small stick. 2 Gala no Kayubanai, Takakola, we fright, Ikawoys they take, put on, Boa war paints Kayala, spear, Kima, axe, Isis use they sit Bijanada they might look at us. 3 Batana we go Ovalu in village Tasakalo, we run, Gala no Tanuno we walk. Batawa we might arrive Tamoin we, id, climb Bua. Erica. 4 Idu, he cries, e. Gala no Bukamoin thou mightst climb Bua, Erica. 5 Bogwi already ikau he take Kayala, spear, Mwada mayhap by Woida. He might hit us. 6 Tapula we ritually spit Naya wild ginger root Kayubanai, Ikaida he return Ima, he come Ijijala he laugh, Ilyawamo he throw Kayala, spear, Kima. Axe. 7 Tapula we ritually spit Valu village Kumedona, all, Boj already atamwayu he vanish Nanasi mind theirs, Ilaquedasi, they tell us. 8 Buena, good, come Wanasi you climb Kami your Bua, Erica, Nuya. Coconut, palms, Kami your usi banana kuta si. You cut. In comment added. 9 Gala no Ikarij he die Viola kinsman his, Nanasi mind their buena. Well. 10 Vivala woman Kayala spear her Ikawo, she take Pella for Tokamsatayu. Cannibals. Free translation. 1 We come to Dobu, there, someone has recently died, there is a Gwala, the Erica nut will ripen, the bananas will ripen, they will stick up coconuts on small spikes. 2 If there is no Kayubanai charm made, we are afraid, they, sc the Dobuans, put on war paint, take up spear and axe, they sit, waiting, and look at us. 3 We go into the village running, not walking, we arrive and climb the Erica palm. For he, the Dobuan, shouts, don't climb the Erica palm. 5 Already he takes the spear, so as to hit us. 6 We ritually spit about wild ginger root charmed with the Kayubanai spell, he returns, comes to us, laughs, he throws away spear and axe. 7 We ritually bespit the whole village, already their intention vanishes, they tell us. 8 Well, climb your Erica palm and your coconut, cut your banana. 9 If no kinsman had died, their intentions are good. 10 A woman would also take up a spear, as they, the Dobuans, are cannibals. These 3 texts will be quite sufficient to give an idea of the method of dealing with linguistic evidence, and of the documentary value of immediately recorded native opinions. They will also make clear what I have said before, that only a good, working knowledge of a native language on the one hand, and a familiarity with their social organization and tribal life on the other, would make it possible to read all the full significance into these texts. Chapter 19. The Inland Kula. After the somewhat long digression on magic, we can now return once more to the description of the Kula. So far, we have been treating only one incident in it, the overseas expedition between Sinakita and Dobu, and the return visit. But in dealing with this one typical stage we have received a picture of the whole Kula, and we have incidentally learnt all about the fundamentals of the exchange, the magic, the mythology, and the other associated aspects. Now it remains to put the finishing touches to the general picture, that is, to say a few words, first about the manner in which it is conducted within a district, and then to follow the exchange on the remaining part of the ring. The exchange within each Kula community has been called the inland Kula. This part of the subject I know from personal experience in the Trobriands only. All that will be said therefore in this chapter will apply primarily to that part of the ring. As Boyawa, however, is by far the biggest and most densely populated piece of land within the Kula, it is clear that in treating the inland exchange in that island, we treat it in its most developed and typical form. It has been mentioned before, in that in April, 1918, Tuolyawa had come to Sinakita in connection with the Uvalaku visit of the Dabuans. Tuolyawa is the present chief of Omarikana, indeed, the last chief of Kirawina, for after his death no one will succeed him. His power has been broken by the interference of government officials and the influence of mission work. The power of the Trobriand chief lay mainly in his wealth, and this he was able to keep constantly at a high level through the institution of polygamy. Now that he is forbidden to acquire more wives, though he may keep his old ones. And now that his successor will not be allowed to follow this immemorial custom of polygamy practiced by their dynasty, the power of the chief has no basis, and has to a great extent collapsed. I may add that this interference, inflicted for no comprehensible purposes, except if it be an exceedingly parochial and narrow-minded application of our sense of morality and propriety, has no legal basis whatever in the regulations of that colony, and could not be justified either formally or on account of any results it may produce. Indeed, the undermining of old established authority, of tribal morals and customs tends on the one hand completely to demoralize the natives and to make them unamenable to any law or rule, while on the other hand, by destroying the whole fabric of tribal life, it deprives them of many of their most cherished diversions, ways of enjoying life, and social pleasures. Now once you make life unattractive for a man, whether savage or civilized, you cut the taproot of his vitality. The rapid dying out of native races is, I am deeply convinced, due more to wanton interference with their pleasures and normal occupations, to the marring of their joy of life as they conceive it, than to any other cause. In the Trobriands, for instance, the chief has always been the organizer of all the big, tribal festivities. He received large contributions from the commoners under various legal obligations, but he gave away all his wealth again in the form of big, ceremonial distributions, of presents at festivities, of food gifts to the partakers in dances, tribal sports and diversions. These were the pleasures in which the natives found real zest, which largely gave meaning to their lives. Nowadays all these pursuits have greatly slackened, because of the lack of concentration of wealth and power in the chief's hands. He can neither afford to finance the big pastimes of yore, nor has he influence enough to give the same energetic initiative to start them going. After his death, things will be worse still. There are reasons to fear, and even natives express their misgivings, that in a generation or two the Kula will become entirely disorganized. It is a well-known fact that the resistance and health of a native depend on autosuggestion more even than is the case with ourselves. Though new developments in psychotherapy seem to indicate that medicine has up till now largely underrated the general influence of this factor. Even the old ethnographic observers, more in Polynesia perhaps than anywhere else, have reported clear, unmistakable instances in which the loss of interest in life and the determination to die brought about death without any other cause. My own experience, though I have no one very striking case to cite, bears this out fully from all sorts of corroborating types of evidence. It is therefore not going beyond what is fully granted by facts, to maintain that a general loss of interest in life, of the joie de vivre, the cutting of all the bonds of intense interest, which bind members of a human community to existence, will result in their giving up the desire to live altogether, and that therefore they will fall an easy prey to any disease, as well as fail to multiply. A wise administration of natives would, on the one hand, try to govern through the chief, using his authority along the lines of old law, usage, and custom. On the other hand it would try to maintain all which really makes life worth living for the natives, for it is the most precious inheritance, which they have from the past ages, and it is no good to try to substitute other interests for those lost. It is easy to hand over one's vices to a man racially and culturally different, but nothing is as difficult to impart as a keen interest in the sports and amusements of other people. Even from one European nation to another, the last stronghold of national peculiarity can be found in its traditional diversions, and without diversion and amusement a culture and a race cannot survive. The application of a heavy, indeed, crushing machinery of European law and moral regulations, with their various sanctions, simply destroys the whole delicate fabric of tribal authority, eradicating good and bad alike. And leaves nothing but anarchy, bewilderment and ill will. With a mere show of his former authority, therefore, poor old Tuolua arrived with a handful of followers at Sinakita. He still keeps to all the strict observances and onerous duties with which his exalted position was weighted in olden days. Thus, he may not partake of ever so many kinds of food, considered to be unclean for the members of the sub-clan of Tabalu. He may not even touch any defiled objects, that have been in contact with unclean food. He may not eat from dishes or drink out of vessels which have been used previously by other people. When he goes to Sinakita, for instance, where even the highest chiefs do not keep the taboos, he remains almost on starvation diet. He can only eat the food which has been brought from his own village or drink and eat green coconut. Of the honors attaching to his position, not many are observed. In olden days, on his approach to a village, a runner would enter first, and in a loud voice cry out, "O Gaiayu," whereupon all the people would stand in readiness, and at the chief's approach the commoners would throw themselves on the ground. The headman would squat down, and men of rank would bend their heads. Even now, no commoner in the Trobriands would stand erect in the presence of Tuolua. But he no more announces his arrival in such a loud and proud manner, and he takes his dues as they are given, not demanding them with any show of authority. 2. On that occasion in Sinakita, I met him again after about 2 years' interval since the time when I lived as his neighbor in Omarikana for some 8 months, my tent pitched side by side with his Lisiga, chief's man's abode. I found him changed and aged, his tall figure more bent, his large face, with its expression half of benevolence and half of cunning, wrinkled and clouded over. He had some grievances to tell about the off-hand treatment which had been given to him in Sinakita, where he had received no necklaces at all, although a few days before the Sinakitans had carried from Kirawina over 150 pairs of arms-hells. Indeed, the relative change of position between the chiefs of Sinakita and himself is a permanent sore point with the old chief. All coastal natives, and especially the headmen of Sinakita, have become very rich owing to the introduced industry of pearling, where their services are paid for by the white men in tobacco, betelnut, and vegue. But Tuolua, ruined through white man's influence, receives nothing from pearling, and compared to his Sinakitan inferiors, is a pauper. So after a day or two in Sinakita, highly displeased, and vowing never to return again, he went back to Omarikana, his residence, and thither we shall follow him. For Omarikana is still the center of the Trobriand inland Kula, and, in certain respects, still one of the most important places on the ring. It is probably the only locality where the Kula is or ever was to some extent concentrated in the hands of one man, and it is also the capital of the important district of Kirawina, which dominates all the inland Kula of the northern Trobriands, and links up the island of Kidava with the western islands of Kwalola and Kuyua. It is also an important link between Kidava and Sinakita, though between these two last-mentioned places there are some minor means of communication, as we shall presently see. Previously, in the definition of the fundamentals of the Kula, we saw that the population of the ring can be divided into what we called Kula communities. These divisions, as we remember, were distinguished by the fact that each one makes overseas expeditions of its own. For example, the Sinakitans, as we saw, make their trips to Dobu in a body, and although the Vakutans may go with them at the same time, the two fleets sail and act as independent units. Again, the whole district of Kirawina sails to the east, to Kidava, as one fleet. But no Sinakitan canoe could ever form part of it. Another distinguishing characteristic of a Kula community is that the furthest limits of partnership are the same for all its members. Thus for instance, a man from any village in Kirawina, provided he is in the Kula, may have a partner anywhere up to the furthest limits of the Sinakita district in the south, and in any of the villages of the island of Kidava to the east. But beyond that, no Kirawinian, not even Tuolua himself, can enter into Kula partnership. There are again certain differences between the manner of conducting transactions within a Kula community on the one hand, and between members of two communities on the other. Kirawina is one of such Kula communities, and Sinakita is another. Yet the two are not divided by sea, and the style of exchange, when this is carried on between two Kula communities which lie in the same district, differs also from that of overseas Kula. Our first task here will be therefore to mark out clearly the lines of distinction between 1. The transactions of Kula carried on overseas, from one district to another. 2. Kula between two distinct but contiguous Kula communities. 3. Transactions within a Kula community. The facts belonging to the first heading have been described at length, and it will be enough to point out in what the second type differs from the first. Obviously, when two districts on the same island, such as Kirawina and Sinakita, make the exchange, there is no overseas sailing, no preparation of canoes, no launching, no kabajadoya. Sometimes big joint expeditions are made by the one community to the other and a great haul of vegue is carried home. As an example of that, we may mention the visit made by the Sinakitans to Kirawina in the last days of March, 1918, when a great number of mwali were brought, in readiness for the Dabuan of Valaku visit. When such an important visit is made from one Trobriand district to another, some of the Kula magic will be performed, but obviously not all, for there is no lilava bundle to be medicated, since no trade is carried. No dangerous cannibals have to be tamed by the Kayubanai rite, for the hosts are, and always have been, friendly neighbors. But some of the beauty magic, and the enticing formula over betel nut would be recited to obtain as many valuables as possible. There is nothing corresponding to a Valaku in such big visits between neighboring districts, though I think that they would be held only in connection with some Valaku visit from another part of the ring to one of the two districts. As was the case in the example quoted, that is the Sinakitan visit to Kirawina. Of course there is no associated trade on such expeditions, for there is very little to exchange between Sinakita and Kirawina, and what there is done independently, in a regular manner all the year round. Partnership between people of such two Kula communities is very much the same as within one of them. It obtains between people speaking the same language, having the same customs and institutions, many of whom are united by bonds of actual kinship or relationship in law. For, as has been mentioned already, marriages between Sinakita and Kirawina take place frequently, especially between natives of high rank. The rule is, in such cases, that a man of Sinakita marries a woman of Kirawina. Plate LX. Armshells brought from Kidava. The personal share of Tuolua from the Hall of Armshells brought to Omarikana in October 1915. C. Plate LXI. Bringing in a soulava. The party, the second man blowing the conch shell and the leader carrying the necklace on a stick, approached the chief's house. C. Plate LXI. Offering the soulava. The necklace is thrust on its stick into the chief's house. Both this plate and the foregoing one represent an act of purely domestic Kula, one of the sons of Tuolua offering his father a necklace. Hence the scanty attendance of the general public. 3. Let us pass now to the relation between categories 2 and 3, that is between Kula of two contiguous Kula communities, and the Kula within one of them. First of all, in the inland Kula within the same community, there never take place big, wholesale transactions. The circulation of vegue consists of individual exchanges, sometimes more frequent, that is, whenever an overseas expedition has come home laden with many valuables, sometimes done at long intervals. No magic is performed in this type of Kula, and though there is a certain amount of ceremony accompanying each gift, there are no big, public gatherings. A concrete description of an actual case may serve best to illustrate these general statements. During the 8 months I stayed in Omarikana in 1915 to 1916, I had the opportunity of watching many cases of inland Kula, as there was a constant come and go between Kirawina and Kidava, and subsequent to each influx of almshells from the east. A series of exchanges took place. In the month of November, Tuolua went with his canoe on a small expedition across the sea to Kidava, and brought back a good haul of mwali, almshells. He arrived on an evening on the beach of Kalakuba, and word was sent over to the village that next day he would come up with his trophies. In the morning, blows of conch shell, heard from the distance, announced the approach of the returning party, and soon, preceded by one of his small sons carrying the conch shell, Tuolua made his appearance followed by his companions. Each man carried a few pairs which he had obtained, whilst the chief's share was brought in on a stick, hanging down in a chaplet, c. The people in the village sat before their huts, and according to native custom, there was no special concourse to meet the chief, nor any outward signs of excitement. The chief went straight to one of his bulaviaka, that is, one of his wives' houses, and sat on the platform before it, waiting for some food to come. That would be the place where he would seat himself, if he wanted just to have a domestic chat with some of his wives and children. Had any strangers been there, he would have received them at his place of official reception, in front of his lisiga, the extremely large and high chief's house, standing in the inner row of yam houses, and facing the main place, the Baku, c. On that occasion he went to the hut of Kadamwasala, his favorite wife, the mother of 4 sons and 1 daughter. She is quite old now, but she was the first wife married by Tuolua himself, that is, not inherited, and there is an unmistakable attachment and affection between the two, even now. Though the chief has several much younger and 1 or 2 really fine-looking wives, he is usually to be found talking and taking his food with Kadamwasala. He has also a few older wives, whom, according to the custom, he inherited from his predecessor, in that case, his elder brother. The eldest of them, Bokayoba, the dean of the body of the chief's wives, has been twice inherited. She is now a source of income, for her male kinsmen have to supply yams to the chief, and an object of veneration, and is now even relieved of the duty of cooking the chief's food. Tuolua sat, ate, and talked about his journey to myself and some of the village elders assembled there. He spoke of the amount of mwali at present in Kidava, told us from whom and how he obtained those at which we were then looking, naming the most important ones, and giving bits of their histories. He commented on the state of gardens in Kidava, which in one respect, in the production of the big yams, kuvi, are the admiration of all the surrounding districts. He spoke also about future Kula arrangements, expeditions to arrive from the east in Kirawina, and of his own planned movements. On the afternoon of the same day, people from other villages began to assemble, partly to hear the news of the chief's expedition, partly in order to find out what they could obtain themselves from him. Headmen from all the dependent villages sat in one group round the chief, who now had moved to the official reception ground, in front of his lisiga. Their followers, in company with the chief's henchmen, and other inhabitants of Omarikana, squatted all over the Baku, central place, engaged in conversation. The talk in each group was of the same subjects, and did not differ much from the conversation I had heard from the chief on his arrival. The newly acquired almshells were handed round, admired, named, and the manner of their acquisition described. Next day, several soulava, spondylus shell necklaces, were brought to Omarikana by the various men from neighboring villages to the west, and ceremonially offered to Tuolua, sea plates, and this was, in each case a vaga, opening gift, for which the giver expected to receive his yodel, clinching gift, at once from the store of mwali. In this case we see the influence of chieftainship in the relation between Kula partners. In the inland Kula of Kirawina, all gifts would be brought to Tuolua, and he would never have to fetch or carry his presents. Moreover, he would always be given and never give the opening gift, vaga, while his gift would invariably be a yodel. So that the chief sometimes owes a Kula gift to a commoner, but a commoner never owes a gift to a chief. The difference between the rules of procedure here and those of an Avaliku overseas expedition is clear. In a competitive overseas expedition, valuables for exchange are never carried by the visiting party, who only receive gifts and bring them back home. In the inland Kula, the determining factor is the relative social position of the two partners. Gifts are brought to the man of superior by the man of inferior rank, and the latter has also to initiate the exchange. The following entry is quoted literally from my notes, made in Omarikana, on November 13, 1915. This morning, the headman of Wagaluma brought a bajidoyu, fine necklace. At the entrance to the village, it is Omarikana, they, the party, halted, blew the conch shell, put themselves in order. Then, the conch shell blower went ahead, the men of highest rank took the stick with the bajidoyu, a boy carrying the heavy wooden bell pendant on a kaboma, wooden dish. This requires a commentary. The ceremonial way of carrying the spondylus shell necklaces is by attaching each end to a stick, so that the necklace hangs down with the pendant at its lowest point, cn and. In the case of very long and fine necklaces, in which the pendant is accordingly big and heavy, while the actual necklace is thin and fragile, the pendant has to be taken off and carried apart. Resuming the narrative, the headman approached Tuolua and said, Agukalia, Ikanawo, Lagala Lamai, Yoku Kane Galamwali. This he said in thrusting the stick into the thatch of the chief's house. The words literally mean, my kulea, food left over, take it, I brought it today, have you perhaps no arms hells? The expression, food left over, applied to the gift was a depreciating term, meaning something which is an overflow or unwanted scrap. Thus he was ironically depreciating his gift, and at the same time implying that much wealth still remained in his possession. By this, in an oblique manner, he bragged about his own riches, and with the last phrase, expressing doubt as to whether Tuolua had any arms hells, he threw a taunt at the chief. This time the gift was returned immediately by a fine pair of arms hells. It was in connection with the same expedition that the little exchange between two of the chief's wives took place, mentioned before, in, under 4, and 1 or 2 more domestic Kula acts were performed. A son of Tuolua offering him a necklace, and receiving a pair of arms hells afterwards. Many more transactions took place in those 2 days or so. Sounds of conch shells were heard on all sides as they were blown first in the village from which the men started, then on the way, then at the entrance to Omarikana, and finally at the moment of giving. Again, after some time another blast announced the return gift by Tuolua, and the receding sounds of the conch marked the stages of the going home of the party. Tuolua himself never receives a gift with his own hands. It is always hung up in his house or platform, and then somebody of his household takes charge of it, but the commoner receives the arms held himself from the hands of the chief. There was much life and movement in the village during this time of concentrated exchange. Parties came and went with Vegue, others arrived as mere spectators, and the place was always full of a gazing crowd. The soft sounds of the conch shell, so characteristic of all South Sea experiences, gave a special flavor to the festive and ceremonial atmosphere of those days. Not all the arms hells brought from Kidava were thus at once given away. Some of them were kept for the purposes of more distant Kula, or to be given on some future, special occasion when a present had to be handed over in association with some ceremony. In the inland Kula, there is always an outbreak of transactions whenever a big quantity of valuables is imported into the district. And afterwards, sporadic transactions happen now and then. For the minor partners who had received arms hells from Tuolua would not all of them keep them for any length of time, but part of them would be sooner or later passed on in inland transactions. But, however these valuables might spread over the district, they would be always available when an expedition from another Kula community would come and claim them. When the party from Sinakita came in March, 1918, to Omarikana, all those who owned arms hells would either come to the capital or else be visited in their villages by their Sinakitan partners. Of the 154 or so arms hells obtained in Kirawina on that occasion, only 30 came from Tuolua himself, and 50 from Omarikana altogether, while the rest were given from other villages. In the following proportions: Liluta, Osapala, Mtawa, Kurikewa, Omarikana, Tuolua, Omarikana, other men, Yalyamugwa, Kasanai, other villages, Thus the inner Kula does not affect the flow of the main stream, and, however, the valuables might change hands within the Kula community, it matters little for the outside flow. 4. It will be necessary to give a more detailed account of the actual conditions obtaining in Boyawa with regard to the limits of the various Kula communities in that district. Looking at p. 50, we see there the boundaries of Kirawina, which is the easternmost Kula community in the northern part of the islands. To the west of it the provinces of Tilatola, Kuboma, and Kalumata form another Kula community, or, it would be more correct to say, some of the men in these districts make the inland Kula with members of neighboring communities. But these three provinces do not form as a whole a Kula community. In the first place, many villages are quite outside the Kula, that is, not even their headmen belong to the intertribal exchange. Remarkably enough, all the big industrial centers, such as Boidalu, Luya, Yalaka, Katakwekala, Budawelaka, do not take part in the Kula. An interesting myth localized in Yalaka tells how the inhabitants of that village, prevented by custom from seeing the world on Kula expeditions, attempted to erect a high pillar reaching to heaven, so as to find a field for their adventures in the skies. Unfortunately, it fell down, and only one man remained above, who is now responsible for thunder and lightning. Another important omission in the Kula is that of the northern villages of Labai, Kebola, Luebala, Idalika, Kapwani and Uwata. If we remember that Labai is the very center of Kirawinian mythology, that there lies the very hole out of which the original ancestors of the four clans emerged from underground, that the highest chiefs of Kirawina trace their descent from Labai. This omission appears all the more remarkable and mysterious. Thus the whole western half of the northern Trobriands forms a unit of sorts in the chain of Kula communities, but it cannot be considered as a fully fledged one, for only sporadic individuals belong to it, and again, that district as a whole, or even individual canoes from it, never take part in any overseas Kula expedition. The village of Caviteria makes big overseas sailings to the western D'Entrecasteaux Islands. Though these expeditions really have nothing to do with the Kula, we shall say a few words about this in the next chapter but one. Passing now to the west, we find the island of Kelola, which, together with two or three smaller islands, to its south, Kuyawa, Manuata, and Nubium, form a Kula community of its own. This community is again slightly anomalous, for they make Kula only on a small scale, on the one hand with the chiefs and headmen of Kirawina, and of the northwestern district of Boyawa, and on the other hand with the Amflets. But never with Dobu. They also used to make long and perilous trips to the western D'Entrecasteaux, sailing further west and for longer distances than the natives of Caviteria. The main Kula communities in the south of Boyawa, Sinakita and Vakuta, have been described already, and sufficiently defined in the previous chapters. Sinakita is the center for inland Kula of the south, which, though on a smaller scale than the inland Kula of the north, still unites half a dozen villages round Sinakita. That village also carries on Kula with three coastal villages in the east, Okayolo, Bwaga, and Komalabwaga, who link it up with Kidava, to where they make journeys from time to time. These villages form again the sort of imperfect Kula community, or perhaps one on a very small scale, for they would never have an Avalaku of their own, and the amount of transactions which pass through them is very small. Another such small community, independent as regards Kula, is the village of Wawela. The district of Luba, which sometimes joins with Kirawina in carrying on a big expedition, also sometimes joins with Wawela on small expeditions. Such nondescript or intermediate phenomena of transition are always to be found in studying the life of native races, where most social rules have not got the same precision as with us. There is among them neither any strong, psychological tendency to consistent thinking, nor are the local peculiarities and exceptions rubbed off by the influence of example or competition. I cannot say very much about the inland Kula in other regions besides the Trobriands. I have seen it done in Woodlark Island, at the very beginning of my work among the northern Masim, and that was the first time that I came across any of the symptoms of the Kula. Early in 1915, in the village of Daikoyas, I heard conch shells blown, there was a general commotion in the village, and I saw the presentation of a large bajito. I, of course, inquired about the meaning of the custom, and was told that this is one of the exchanges of presents made when visiting friends. At that time I had no inkling that I had been a witness of a detailed manifestation, of what I subsequently found out was Kula. On the whole, however, I have been told by natives from XVIII and Gawa, later on whilst working in the Trobriands, that the customs of Kula exchange there are identical with those obtaining in Kirawina. And the same I was told is the case in Dobu. It must be realized, however, that the inland Kula must be somewhat different in a community where, as in XVIII, for instance, the strands of the Kula all come together in a small space, and the stream of valuables, which has been flowing through the broad area of the Trobriands, there concentrates into 3 small villages. If we estimate the inhabitants of the Trobriands with Vakuta at up to 10,000, while those of XVIII at no more than 500, there will be about 20 times as many valuables per head of inhabitants in XVIII as compared to the Trobriands. Another such place of concentration is the island of Tube, and I think 1 or 2 places in Woodlark Island, where the village of Yanabwa is said to be an independent link in the chain, through which every article has to pass. But this brings us already to the Eastern Kula, which will form the subject of the next chapter. An example of this ill-judged attitude of interference is to be found even in a book written by an exceptionally well-informed and enlightened missionary, in Papua New Guinea, by Henry Newton. In describing the feasts and dancing of the natives, he admits these to be a necessity of tribal life. On the whole the feasting and dancing are good, they give excitement and relaxation to the young men, and tone the drab colors of life. He himself tells us that, the time comes when the old men stop the dancing. They begin to growl because the gardens are neglected, and they want to know if dancing will give the people food, so the order is given that the drums are to be hung up, and the people settle down to work. But in spite of Mr. Newton's recognition of this natural, tribal authority, in spite of the fact that he really admits the views given in our text, he cannot refrain from saying, seriously, however, for the benefit of the people themselves, it would be a good thing if there could be some regulations, if dancing were not allowed after midnight, for while it lasts nothing else is done. The gardens suffer, and it would help the people to learn self-restraint and so strengthen their characters if the dancing could be regulated. He goes on to admit quite candidly that it would be difficult to enforce such a regulation because, to the native mind, it would seem that it was the comfort of the white man, not the benefit of the native which was the reason for the regulation. And to my mind also, I am afraid. The following quotations from a recent scientific work published by the Oxford Press, The Northern D'Entrecasteaux, by D. Jeunesse, and the Reverend A. Ballantyne, 1920, are also examples of the dangerous and heedless tampering with the one authority that now binds the natives, the one discipline they can be relied upon to observe, that of their own tribal tradition. The relations of a church member who died, were counseled to drop the harsher elements in their mourning, and instead of the people being bidden to observe each jot and tittle of their old, time-honored rites, they were advised from that day forth to leave off those which had no meaning. It is strange to find a trained ethnologist, confessing that old, time-honored rites have no meaning. And one might feel tempted to ask, for whom it is that these customs have no meaning, for the natives or for the writers of the passage quoted? The following incident is even more telling. A native headman of an inland village was supposed to keep concealed in his hut a magic pot, the greatest ruler of winds, rain, and sunshine, a pot which had come down from times immemorial, which according to some of the natives, in the beginning simply was. According to the authors, the owner of the pot used to descend on the coastal natives and levy tribute, threatening them with the magical powers of the pot if they refused. Some of the coastal natives went to the missionary and asked him to interfere or get the magistrate to do so. It was arranged they should all go with the missionary and seize the pot. But on the day only one man turned up. When the missionary went, however, the natives blocked his path, and only through threats of punishments by the magistrate, were they induced to temporarily leave the village and thus to allow him to seize the pot. A few days later the missionary accordingly took possession of the pot, which he broke. The authors go on to say that after this incident everyone was contented and happy. Except, one might add, the natives and those who would see in such occurrences the speedy destruction of native culture, and the final disintegration of the race. Chapter 20. Expeditions between Kirawina and Kidava. I. The subject of which this book treats and the material at our disposal are nearly exhausted. In describing the southern branch of the Kula, between Sinakita and Dobu, I entered into the details of its rules and associated aspects, and almost all that was said there refers to the Kula as a whole. In speaking of the NE branch of the Kula, which I am now about to describe, there will not therefore be very much new to tell. All the general rules of exchange and types of behavior are the same as those previously defined. Here we have also big Avalaku expeditions and small, non-ceremonial sailings. The type of partnership between Kirawinians and Kidavans is the same here, as the one obtaining within the Trobriands, and described in the last chapter. For the natives of the eastern islands, from Kidava to Woodlark, have the same social organization and the same culture as the Trobrianders, and speak the same language with dialectical differences only. Never any but friendly relations have obtained between them, and many people are united by bonds of real kinship across the seas, for there have been migrations between the districts, and marriages are also not infrequent. Thus the general relations between overseas partners are different here from those between Sinakita and Dobu. The visiting is not associated with any deep apprehensions, there is no Kayubanai, danger magic, and the relations between the visitors and hosts are much more free and easy and intimate. The rest of the Kula magic, except the Kayubanai, is identical with that in the south, and indeed much of it, as used all over Boyawa, has been received from the Kidavans. Many of the preliminary customs and arrangements of the Kula, the preparation of the canoes, ceremonial launching and kabajadoya are the same here. In fact, the launching described in was the one I saw on the beach of Omarkana. On the actual expeditions, much of the ceremonial and all the rules of the Kula gifts, as well as of the Pari and Taloi, the initial and farewell presents, are the same as in the southwestern branch of the Kula. The best plan will be to tell the story of a typical Avalaku expedition from Kirawina to Kidava, noting the similarities and emphasizing the differences, while one or two points of divergence will claim our special attention. There is a small, but interesting incident called Yulawada, a custom which allows a visiting party to attack and damage the house ornaments of a man, to whom they bring a gift. Another important speciality of this eastern Kula is the association of a mortuary feast called Soai with particularly abundant distributions of vegue. I had opportunities of collecting notes about the northeastern Kula and of making observations during my residence in Omarkana, in 1915 to 1916. I saw several expeditions from Kidava arrive on the beach, and camp for a few days. Tuolua went twice to Kidava, and his return from one of these visits has been described in the last chapter. He also once started for an expedition there, of which I was a member. There was a change of wind, sometime in September, and with the north wind which we hoped would last for a few hours, it would have been possible to cross to Kidava and to return at our pleasure with the prevailing southeasterly. Halfway to our goal, the wind changed and we had to return, to my great disappointment, though this gave me a good example of the entire dependence of the natives on the weather. Unfortunately, Tuolua got it into his head that I had brought him bad luck, and so when he planned his next trip, I was not taken into his confidence or allowed to form one of the party. 2 years later, when I lived in Aburaka, about halfway between the northern and southernmost end of Boyawa, several expeditions from Kidava visited Wawela, a village lying across on the other side of the island, which here is no more than 1.5 miles wide. And 1 or 2 expeditions left from Wawela for Kidava. The only big expedition which came under my notice was the Avalaku, which was to leave sometime in April or May, 1916, from Kirawina to the east. I saw only the preparatory stages, of which the launching was described in. Let us imagine that we follow the course of this Kirawinian Avalaku. The first general intimation that it would take place, came after one of the visits which Tulawa made to Kidava. He had heard there that a considerable quantity of almshells was soon to come to the island, for, as we shall see by the end of this chapter, such big, concerted movements of valuables along the ring take place from time to time. Tulawa then and there made arrangements with his chief partner, Kwewea, to make an avalaku, which was to be the means of carrying on the big movement of the mwali. On his return to Omarikana, when the headmen of the other Kirawinian villages assembled, the plans of the avalaku were talked over and details arranged. Even in olden days, before the chief's power was undermined, though he used to take the initiative, and give decisions in important matters, he had to put the case before the other headmen, and listen to what they had to say. Their opinions on the occasion of which we are speaking, would hardly ever be in contradiction to his wishes, and it was decided without much discussion to make the avalaku in about 6 months' time. Soon after, the rebuilding or refitting of the canoes began, in the manner previously described. The only slight difference in the preparations between Kirawina and Sinakita lies in the preliminary trade. The Kirawinians have to go inland to the industrial districts of Kiboma, and they go there every man on his own account, to acquire the articles needed. It will be best to say here at once all that is necessary about the trade between Kirawina and Kideva. As these two districts are geologically and in other respects much more similar to one another than Sinakita and Dobu are, the trade is not of such vital importance, with one notable exception, as we shall see. The articles of subsidiary trade, which a Kirawinian expedition would carry with them to Kideva, are the following: wooden combs, various classes of lime pots, armlets, plated of fern fiber, turtle-shell earrings, mussel shell. Coils of lashing creeper, wayugo, plated fern belts, made originally in the D'Entrecasteaux. Of these articles, the most important are probably the mussel shells, used for scraping and as knives, the various kinds of lime pots, which are a speciality of Kiboma, and last, but not least, the wayugo. I am not quite certain as to whether this creeper is not to be found in Kideva, but as it grows only on marshy soil, it is hardly probable that it would thrive on a high, raised, coral island. In that case, the creeper is certainly the most indispensable of all the trade articles imported into Kideva from the Trobriands. The Trobrianders import from the smaller islands a class of grass skirt made of coconut leaves. Exceptionally well-finished urn-shaped baskets, small hand baskets, specially bleached pandanus mats, ornaments made of fragments of kona's shell, certain classes of cowrie shell, used for ornamenting belts, ebony lime spatulae, ebony walking staves. Sword clubs carved in ebony, and an aromatic black paint, made of charred sandal wood. None of these articles is of vital importance, as all of them, though perhaps in slightly different or even inferior quality, are manufactured or found in the Trobriands. There was one article, however, which, in the olden days, was of surpassing utility to the Trobriand natives, and which they could obtain only from Kideva, though it came originally from further east, from Murua, Woodlark Island. These were the kukumali, or roughly shaped pieces of green stone, which were then polished in the Trobriands, and in this state used as stone implements, while the biggest of them, very large and thin and well polished all over, became a specially important class of vegue, articles of high value. Although the practical use of stone implements has naturally been done away with by the introduction of steel and iron, the biku, valuable axe blades, have still an undiminished, indeed, an increased value. As the white traders have to use them for purchasing pearls from the natives. It is important to note that although all the raw material for these stone implements and valuables had to be imported from Kideva, the finished valuables were and are re-exported again, as Kirawina is still the main polishing district. As to the manner in which the trade was done between the Kirawinians and Kidevans, all that has been said previously on the subject of intertribal trade holds good. Part of the goods carried were given as presents, part of them were exchanged with non-partners, some were gifts received from the partners on leaving. 2. Returning to Tulawa and his companions, as time went on there was more and more stir in the villages. As usually, all sorts of ambitious plans were framed, and the youthful members of the party hoped that they would reach Muyua, or Murua, Woodlark Island, where Kula was not done, but where Kirawinian parties sometimes went in order to witness certain festivities. On the subject of Muyua, Bajitoyu, the elderly heir apparent of Omrikana, who however, as said in the previous chapter, will never succeed his uncle, had to tell his own experiences. As a small boy, he sailed there with one of the big chiefs of Omrikana, his maternal grandfather. They went to Sologa, the place where the green stone was quarried. There, spoke Bajidoyu, there was a big Dubwadebula, grotto or rock shelf. The members of the Lukulabuta clan, this clan is called Kalutalu in Muyawa, of Sologa, were the Toli, masters, owners, of this Dubwadebula, and could quarry the stone. They knew some megwa, magic. They charmed their axe blades, and hit the walls of the Dubwadebula. The kukumali, pieces of stone, fell down. When the men of Boyawa came to Sologa, they gave pari, presents, to the Lukulabuta men of Sologa. They gave them paya, turtle shell, kwasi, armlets, sinata, combs. Then, the Sologa men would show us the kukumali, and tell us, take them with you, take plenty. Good kukumali, which could be made into a biku, big wealth blades, we would pay for, we would give our vegue, valuables, in exchange. At parting, they would give us more kukumali as teloi, farewell gift. It must be remembered, in comment on this narrative, that when Bajidoyu went to Sologa, some 30 or 40 years ago, the iron and steel had already long before rendered the small kukumali quite useless and worthless to the natives. While the big kukumali had still their full value, as material for the large blades which serve as tokens of wealth. Hence, the big ones had still to be paid for, and hence also the generous invitation to take as many of the small ones, as they liked, an invitation of which the visitors, with corresponding delicacy, refused to avail themselves. Another hero of the occasion was old Ibina, one of the Tabalu, members of the highest rank, of Kasanai, the sister village of Omrikana. He has spent a long time on the island of Iwa, and knew the myths and magic of the eastern archipelago very well. He would sit down and tell for hours various stories of famous Kula expeditions, of mythological incidents, and of the peculiar customs of the eastern islands. It was from him that I first obtained my information about the Mulakwazi and their customs, about shipwreck and the means of saving the party, about the love magic of Iwa, and many other facts, which only a man of cosmopolitan experience and culture, like Ibina, would know and understand thoroughly. He was a good informant, eager to instruct and to display his wisdom and knowledge, and not devoid of imagination. Of the licentious and libidinous women of Catalugi, and of what a man has to suffer there, he would speak as if he had been there himself. At this time, he was specially loquacious about the Kula, and associated customs, inspired as he was by the hope of revisiting his old haunts, and by the admiration and reverence shown to him by his listeners, myself included. The other members of the audience were most interested in his accounts of how they make gardens in Kidava, Iwa, and Gawa, of the special dances performed there, of the technicalities of Kula, and of the great efficiency of the E1 love magic. At that time, I was able to obtain more information about the Kula, and that more easily and in a shorter while, than I had, with strenuous efforts, for months before. It is by taking advantage of such epochs, when the interest of the natives is centered round a certain subject, that ethnographic evidence can be collected in the easiest and most reliable manner. Natives will willingly state customs and rules, and they will also accurately and with interest follow up concrete cases. Here, for instance, they would trace the way in which a given pair of armshells had passed through the hands of several individuals, and was now supposed to have come round again to Kidava, and in such a way one receives from the natives definite ethnographic documents, realities of thought, and details of belief, instead of forced artificial verbiage. I saw the proceedings as far as the ceremonial launching of the chief's canoes in Kasanai and Omrikana, cf., when the natives assembled in big numbers, and various festivities took place. Afterwards, when everything was ready for sailing, a similar crowd gathered on the beach, though less numerous than the previous one, for only the neighboring villages were there instead of the whole district. The chief addressed the crowd, enjoining strict taboos on strangers entering the village while the men were away. Such taboos, on the surface at least, are very carefully kept, as I had opportunities to observe during the 2 previous absences of Tuolua. Early in the evening, everybody retired into his or her house, the outside fires were extinguished, and when I walked through the village, it was quite deserted, and except for a few old men specially keeping watch, no one was to be seen. Strangers would be careful not to pass even through the outskirts of the village after sunset, and would take another road to avoid the grove of Omarkana. Even men from the sister village of Kasana were excluded from entering the capital, and on one occasion when 2 or 3 of them wanted to visit their friends, they were stopped from doing it by some of the old men, with a considerable display of indignation and authority. As it happened, a day or 2 afterwards, but still while the Kula party were away, one of the favorite sons of Tuolua, called Nabwasue, who had not gone on the expedition, was caught in flagranti delicto of adultery with the youngest wife of the very old chief of Kasana. The people of the latter village were highly incensed, not without an admixture of malicious amusement. One of these who had been expelled 2 nights before from Omarkana took a conch shell and with its blast announced to the wide world the shame and scandal of Omarkana. As a conch shell is blown only on very important and ceremonial occasion, this was a slap in the face of the supposedly virtuous community, and a reproach of its hypocrisy. A man of Kasana, speaking in a loud voice, addressed the people of Omarkana. "You don't allow us to enter your village, you call us adulterous, Tokalasi, but we wanted only to go and visit our friends. And look here, Nabwasue committed adultery in our village. The Uvalaku party, to whom we now return, would cross the sea in a few hours and arrive in Kideva. Their manner of sailing, the arrangement of men in the canoe, the taboos of sailing are the same as in Sinakita. My knowledge of their canoe magic is much smaller than of that in southern Boyawa, but I think they have got far fewer rights. The sailing on these seas is on the whole easier, for there are fewer reefs, and the 2 prevailing winds would either bring them towards the eastern islands, or push them back towards the long coast of Boyawa. The natives of Kirawina are on the other hand far less expert sailors than the Sinakitans. They have the same beliefs about the dangers at sea, especially about the participation of the flying witches in shipwreck. The history of such a calamity and the means of escape from it, given in one of the foregoing chapters, refers to these seas, as well as to the sea arm of Pelolu. These natives, as well as the southern Boyans, feel and appreciate the romance of sailing. They are visibly excited at the idea of an expedition, they enjoy even the sight of the open sea on the eastern coast beyond the Rabewag, Coral Ridge, and often walk there on mere pleasure parties. The eastern coast is much finer than the beach of the lagoon, steep, dark rocks alternate there with fine, sandy beaches, the tall jungle spreading over the higher and lower parts of the shore. The sailing to Kideva does not present, however, the same contrasts as an expedition to the D'Entrecasteaux Islands from southern Boyawa. The natives remain still in the world of raised coral islands, which they know from their own home. Even the island of Muiwa, or Murua, Woodlark Island, where I spent a short time, does not present such a definite contrast in landscape as that between the Trobriands and the Koya. I do not know from personal experience the Marshall Bennett Islands, but from an excellent description given by Professor Seligman, they seem to be good specimens of small raised atolls. With regard to magic, the most important initial rites over the Lilava and Sulamoya are done in the village by the Talawaga, compare above. The magic over the 4 coconuts in the canoe is not performed in Kirawina. On arrival at the beach in Kideva, all the rites of beauty magic, as well as the magic over the conch shell are recited in a manner identical to that in Sarabuena. Here, however, the natives have to make the last stage of the journey on foot. The party, headed by a small boy, probably a youngest son of the Talawaga, after whom the chief and the others follow, would march towards the village which is situated beyond the elevated ridge. When soulava, necklaces, are brought by the party, which, it must be remembered is never the case on an Uvalaku, they would be carried ceremonially on sticks by some men following the chief. In that case, that is when the party are bringing Kula gifts, the Yulawada ceremony is performed. On entering the village, the party march on briskly without looking to right or left, and, whilst the boy blows frantically the conch shell, and all the men in the party emit the intermittent ceremonial scream called tilikiki. Others throw stones and spears at the kavalapu, the ornamental carved and painted boards running in a Gothic arch round the eaves of a chief's house or yam house. Almost all the kavalapu in the eastern villages are slightly injured, that of Tuolua having one of its ends knocked off. The damage is not repaired, as it is a mark of distinction. Plate XIII. Ceremonial destruction during a Soai feast. This picture was taken on the south coast of New Guinea. Cf Div 2 of this Ch and Div 3 of Ch2. This custom is not known in the Kula between Sinakita and Dobu or Sinakita and Kirawina. It begins on the eastern shore of the Trobriands, and is carried on as far as Tube where it stops again, for it is not practiced in Weri, Test Island, or on the portion of the Kula between Tube and Dobu. I myself never saw it practiced in the Trobriands, but I saw a similar custom among the Mosim of the south coast of New Guinea. At a Soai feast which I witnessed in 3 different villages as it progressed from one to the other, the party who brought in gifts of pigs to a man attempted to do some damage to his trees or his house. A pig is always slung by its legs on a long, stout pole, dangling head downwards, and with this pole the natives would ram a young coconut or betelnut palm or a fruit tree, and if not stopped by the owners would break or uproot it. The pig squealing and the women of the damaged party screaming in unison. Again, a party entering a village with gifts to one of the inhabitants, would throw miniature spears at his house. A distinct show of fierceness and hostility is displayed on both sides by the natives on such occasions. Although the somewhat histrionic attack, and the slight but real damage to property were sanctioned by tribal usage, not infrequently among the southern Mosim serious quarrels and scrimmages were started by it. This custom has been observed by Professor Seligman among the natives of Bartle Bay. As a man passed the house, they speared the wall with the branches they had been waving, and left them stuck in the walls. And again, the people bringing them, the pigs, in, carried branches of trees or pieces of stick with a wisp of grass tied to the end, and with these speared the house of the man to whom the pigs were given. When we remember what has been said about the style in which all gifts are given, that is, so to speak, thrown down fiercely and almost contemptuously by the giver. When we remember the taunts with which gifts are often accompanied, as well as the manner in which they are received, the Yulawada custom appears only as an exaggerated form of this manner of giving, fixed into a definite ceremonial. It is interesting from this point of view to note that the Yulawada is only done in association with Vaga, initial gifts, and not with the Yodel, return gifts. The Kirawinian party, after having paid their preliminary ceremonial visit in the village, given their gifts, both of the Kula and of the Peri type, and had a long chat with their partners and friends, return in the evening to the beach, where they camp near their canoes. Sometimes temporary huts are erected, sometimes in fine weather the natives sleep under mats on the sand beach. Food is brought to them from the village by young, unmarried girls, who very often on that occasion arrange their intrigues with the visitors. The party will remain for a few days paying calls to the other villages of the island, talking, inspecting the gardens and hoping for more Kula presents. The food of Kidava is not tabooed to the chiefs, as the Kidavans abstain from the worst abominations. At parting the visitors receive their Taloi gifts which are brought down to their canoes. The visits are returned by the Kidavans in very much the same manner. They camp on the sand beaches of the eastern coast. When weather-bound they erect temporary habitations, and I have seen whole families, men, women, and children living for days on some of the eastern shores. For it is the custom of the men of Kidava to carry their women and small children on their trips. The Kirawinians take sometimes unmarried girls, but they would never take their wives and small children, whilst in the south no Sinaketan women at all go on a Kula voyage however small and unimportant a one it may be. From big Avalaku expeditions, women are excluded in all the districts. It has been mentioned in the last chapter that Kidava enjoys a privileged position in the ring, for every single piece of valuables has to pass through it. The island of Kidava is a Kula community in itself. All its neighbors to the west, the Kula communities of Kirawina, Luba, Wawela, southern Boyawa, that is, the villages of Okayolo, Bwaga and Kumalabwaga, cannot skip XVIII when they are exchanging. And the same refers to the Kitavan neighbors in the east. In other words, a man from the eastern islands beyond XVIII, if he wants to pass an arms hell westwards, has to give it to a XVIII man, and may not give it directly to someone beyond. The islands east of XVIII, Iwa, Gawa, and Kwayawata form one community. This is shown on, where each Kula community is represented by one circle. The Kula stream, after having concentrated in XVIII, spreads out again, but by no means as broadly as when it runs to the westward, and overflows over the broad area of the Trobriands. Another point, in which the Kula of XVIII differs from that of Sinakita or Kirawina, a point on which I have touched already once before, is that the small island has to make overseas exchanges on both sides. As we saw, the Sinakitans carry on big expeditions and make a valaku only to their southern partners, so that they receive only the one Kula article, the necklaces in this manner, while their arms hells come to them by inland Kula from their northern and eastern neighbors. The same mutatis mutandis refers to the Kirawinians, who receive all their necklaces overland and make overseas Kula for their arms hells only. The two islands of XVIII and Vakuta, as well as the other Marshall Bennets are, so to speak, ambidextrous in the Kula and have to fetch and carry both articles overseas. This, of course, results primarily from the geographical position in a district, and a glance at will easily show which Kula communities have to carry all their transactions overseas and which of them have to do one half of them overland. These latter are only the Trobriand districts mentioned in the previous chapter and the districts in Dobu. 3. This exhausts all the peculiarities of the Kula in XVIII except one, and that a very important one. It has been mentioned before. In fact it is obvious from the account of the Uvalaku custom that the Kula does not run with an even flow, but in violent gushes. Thus the Uvalaku expedition from Dobu described and carried about 800 pairs of arms hells from Boyawa. Such sudden rushes of the Kula articles are associated with an important institution, which is not known in the Trobriands or in Dobu, but which we find in XVIII and further along the ring, as far as Tube, c. When a man dies, custom imposes a taboo upon the inhabitants of that village. This means that no one on a visit is received in the village, and no Kula articles are given away from there. The community lying under the taboo, however, expect to receive as many Kula gifts as possible, and busy themselves in that matter. After a certain time, a big ceremony and distribution of goods, called soai is held, and invitations are sent out to all the Kula partners, and, in the case of a big affair, even to people from districts beyond the boundary of partnership. A big distribution of food takes place in which all the guests receive their share, and then the Kula valuables are given in great quantities to the partners of that community. The association of taboo on economic goods with mourning is a widespread feature of the Melanesian customs in New Guinea. I found it among the Mailu on the south coast of New Guinea, where a taboo, called gora, is put on coconuts as one of the features of mourning. The same institution, as we saw, obtains in Dobu. Similar taboos are to be found among the southern Masim. The importance of such economic taboos at times of mourning is due to another widespread association, that namely which obtains between mourning and feasts, or, more correctly, distributions of food, which are made at intervals during a more or less prolonged period after a person's death. An especially big feast, or rather distribution, is made at the end of the period, and on this occasion the accumulated goods, usually coconut, betel nut and pigs, are distributed. Death among all the coastal natives of eastern New Guinea causes a great and permanent disturbance in the equilibrium of tribal life. On the one hand, there is the stemming of the normal flow of economic consumption. On the other hand, an innumerable series of rites, ceremonies and festive distributions, which one and all create all sorts of reciprocal obligations, take up the best part of the energy, attention and time of the natives for a period of a few months, or a couple of years according to the importance of the dead. The immense social and economic upheaval which occurs after each death is one of the most salient features of the culture of these natives. And one also which on its surface strikes us as enigmatic and which entices into all sorts of speculations and reflections. What makes the problem still more obscure and complex is the fact that all these taboos, feasts, and rites have nothing whatever to do, in the belief of the natives, with the spirit of the deceased. This latter has gone at once and settled definitely in another world, entirely oblivious of what happens in the villages and especially of what is done in memory of his former existence. The soy, distribution of food, as found in XVIII, is the final act in a long series of minor distributions. What distinguishes it from its Boyawan counterparts and the similar ceremonies among the other Masim, is the accumulation of Kula goods. In this case, as we have said, the taboo extends also to the valuables. Immediately after death has occurred in a village, a large stick is placed on the reef in front of its landing beach, and a conch shell is tied to it. This is a sign that no visitors will be received who come to ask for Kula goods. Besides this, a taboo is also imposed on coconut, betelnut and pigs. These details, as well as the following ones, I received from an intelligent and reliable Kitavan informant, who has settled in Sinakita. He told me that according to the importance of the death, and the speed with which the goods were accumulating after a year or so, word would be sent round to all the partners and muri partners once removed. When all are assembled, my informant told me, the sagali, distribution, begins. They sagali first kalo, yam food, then bulukwa, pig. When pig is plentiful it would be given in halves, when not, it will be quartered. A big heap of yam food, of coconut, betelnut, and banana would be placed for each canoe. Side by side with this row, a row of pig meat would be placed. One man calls out for the yam heaps, another for the pig meat. The name of each canoe is called out. If it were a whole pig, they would say, Tuolyawa kam visabala. Tuolyawa, your whole pig. Otherwise they would call out, Milaluta, kami bulukwa. Men of Liluta, your pig. And again, Milaluta, kami gogala. Men of Liluta, your heap. They take their heap to their canoe. There, the Talawaga, master of the canoe, would make another small sagali. Those, who live nearby, singe their meat, and carry it home in their canoes. Those who live far away, roast the pig, and eat it on the beach. It will be noted that the supreme chief's name would be uttered when his and his companions' share is allotted. With the shares of men of less importance, the name of the village is called out. As on all such occasions, the strangers do not eat their food in public, and even its redistribution is done in the privacy of their camping place near the canoe. After the distribution of the food, and of course before this is taken away by the parties, the master of the soai goes into his house and takes out a specially good piece of valuable. With a blast of the conch shell, he gives it to the most distinguished of his partners present. Others follow his example, and soon the village is filled with conch shell blasts, and all the members of the community are busy presenting gifts to their partners. First, the initial gifts, vaga, are given, and only after this is over, such valuables as have been due of old to their partners, and which have to be given as clinching gifts, yodel, are handed over. After the whole public distribution is finished and the guests have gone, the members of the sub-clan who organized it, at sunset make a small distribution of their own, called kamalu. With that the soai and the whole period of mourning and of consecutive distributions, is over. I have said before that this account of the soai has been obtained only through the statements of several informants, one especially very clear and reliable. But it has not been checked by personal observation, and as is always the case with such material, there is no guarantee of its being complete. From the point of view in which it interests us, however, that is, in connection with the Kula, the outstanding fact is well established. A mortuary taboo temporarily holds up the flow of Kula goods, and a big quantity of valuables thus dammed up, is suddenly let loose by the soai and spreads in a big wave along the circuit. The big wave of arms hells, for instance, which traveled along and was taken up by the Uvalaku expedition of the Dabuans, was the ripple of a soai feast, held 1 or 2 months previously at full moon in Yanabwa, a village of Woodlark Island. When I was leaving Boyawa, in September 1918, a mortuary taboo was in force in the island of Yegima, or Egam, as it is pronounced in the Eastern District, the Ulster Islands of the map. Kwewea, the chief of Kidava whom I met on his visit in Sinakita, told me that the people of Yegima had sent him a sprouting coconut, with the message, when its leaves develop, we shall sagali, make the distribution. They had kept a coconut at the same stage of development in their village, and sent others to all the neighboring communities. This would give a first approach in fixing the date, which would be appointed more precisely when the feast was close at hand. The custom of associating the soai with Kula is practiced as far as Tube. In Dobu, there is no distribution of valuables at the mortuary feast. They have there another custom, however. At the final mortuary distribution, they like to adorn themselves with armshells and necklaces of the Kula, a custom entirely foreign to the Trobrianders. In Dobu therefore, an approaching mortuary feast also tends to dam up the valuables, which, after its performance will ebb away in 2 waves of mwali and soulava along both branches of the Kula. But they have no custom of distributing these valuables during the final mortuary feast, and therefore the release of the vegue would not be as sudden as in a soai. The same word, soai, is used to denote the mortuary festivities over a wide area in the country of the Masim. Thus, the natives of Bonabona and Suayu, on the south coast of New Guinea celebrate annually in November to January festivities, associated with dancing, gifts of pigs, the building of new houses, the erection of a platform and several other features. These feasts, which are held in an interconnected series each year in several different localities, I had opportunities, as mentioned before, to see in 3 places, but not to study. Whether they are associated with some form of exchange of valuables I do not know. Mortuary feasts in other districts of the Masim are also called soai. What is the relation between these feasts and those of the northern Masim I am unable to say. These considerations bring us more and more to the point, where the 2 branches of the Kula which we have been following up from the Trobriand southwards and eastwards bend back again and meet. On this remaining part of the Kula, on which my information, however, is scanty, a few words will be said in the next chapter. I have not seen the site of Sologa myself. Interesting details are to be found in The Melanesians, of Professor Seligman, who visited the spot himself, and who has collected a number of specimens in the locality, as well as many data about the production of the blades. Op. Cit., pp. 530 to 533. Cf. Op. Cit., pages 670 to 672. Op. Cit., description of the Walaga feast, pages 594 to 603. See the author's memoir in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Australia. The Natives of Mailu, pages 580 to 588. Cf. Professor C. G. Seligman. Op. Cit. Chapter 44. Cf. Professor C. G. Seligman. Op. Cit., page 584. The ethnographic researches at present carried on in Suayu by Mr. W. E. Armstrong, of Cambridge, will no doubt throw light on this subject. Chapter 21. The remaining branches and offshoots of the Kula. In this chapter the ring of the Kula has to be closed by a description of its remaining portions. It will also be found indispensable to speak about its offshoots, that is, the trade and the expeditions, regularly carried on from certain points of the ring to outlying places. We have come across such offshoots already, when we realized that the western Trobriands, especially the village of Caviteria, and the settlements on the island of Kelola make non-Kula trading expeditions to the islands of Ferguson and Goodenough. Such expeditions would naturally belong to a full picture of the Kula, with its various associations. This is even more the case, as this lateral trade is associated with the import and export of some of the Kula valuables in and out of the ring. We have brought the description of our southern expedition as far as Dawson Straits, and on the eastern route, we reached Woodlark Island in the last chapter. We have to link up these 2 points. The saying, that a chain is not stronger than its weakest link does not, let us hope, apply to ethnology. For indeed my knowledge of the remaining links of the Kula chain is far less complete than that contained in the previous chapters. Fortunately, what has been said there, remains true and valid, whatever might happen in the southeastern portion of the Kula. And again, there is no doubt that the fundamentals of the transaction are identical all over the ring, though some variations in detail probably occur. I had the opportunity of questioning informants from almost every place in the Kula, and the similarity of the main outlines is established beyond a doubt. Moreover, the information about some aspect of trade in the southern Mas-Sim district contained in Professor Seligman's book, entirely, though indirectly, corroborates my results. But it is necessary to state emphatically and explicitly that the data given in this chapter are not in the same category as the rest of the information contained in this book. The latter was obtained from natives among whom I lived, and the bulk of it has been controlled and verified by personal experiences and observations, compare in the introduction. The material referring to the southeastern branch was obtained by cursory examination of natives from that district, whom I met abroad, not in their own country, whilst I have not been in any of the places between Woodlark Island and Dobu. Starting at Woodlark Island, and keeping before our eyes, we come at once on to an interesting ramification of the Kula. To the east of Woodlark, lies the coral group of the Lufflands, inhabited by natives speaking the same language as in Woodlark. They are in the ring, but it seems to be a cul-de-sac Kula, for as I was told, the valuables, which go there, return again to Woodlark. This is quite an unusual complication, a kind of eddy in the otherwise progressive current. I could not ascertain whether the difficulty is solved by the districts being subdivided, a small ring being formed within it, and each class of articles moving on it in an opposite direction, or whether some other arrangement has been adopted. Again, one of my informants told me that some of the Vague went directly from the Lufflands south to Misima, but I was unable to verify this statement, and this whole part of the Kula must remain with a sketchy outline. Whatever might be the routes on which the Kula articles travel south from Woodlark Island, there is no doubt whatever that they all, or almost all, converge in the important commercial center of Tube. This small island, according to Professor Seligman, is not even self-supporting as far as food goes, nor are they a greatly industrial community. They are to a great extent engaged in trade, and probably gain part of their support from this activity. Tube has become a trading community, whose inhabitants are recognized as traders and middlemen over a very considerable area, extending westwards, to Rogia and eastward to Muroa. Tube is known even in the Trobriands as one of the crucial points of the Kula, and it is well known that, whatever happens in the small island in the way of mortuary taboos and big feasts will affect the flow of valuables in Boyawa. There is no doubt whatever that Tube had direct relations with Muroa, to use the Tube pronunciation of the native name for Woodlark Island, to the northeast, and with Dobu to the northwest. I saw a canoe from the small island beached at Dobu, and in Woodlark I was told that men from Tube used to come there from time to time. Professor Seligman also describes in detail the manner and the stages of their sailings to Woodlark Island. Their trade route to Muroa was, as they made it, about 120 to 135 miles. They would usually go during the monsoon, and come back on the trade, as those winds served their itinerary best. Presuming that wind and weather served them throughout the passage, they slept the first night on an island called Or, a couple of miles or so from Dawson Island. The next night they made Panamoti, the third night they slept at Tokunu, the Ulsters, and by the fourth night, they might reach Muroa. This description reminds us very much of the route on which we previously had followed the Sinakitans to Dobu, the same short stages with intermediate camping on sandbanks or islands, the same taking advantage of favorable following winds. Plate. Lexiv. Najega canoe. This type of canoe is manufactured by the northeastern Mas-Sim and it is used in the southeastern branch of the Kula. See and. From Kidava eastward as far as Tube, a different type of canoe was used, the Najega, mentioned already in. As we saw there, it was very much the same in principles of construction as the Trobriand canoe, but it was bigger, of a greater carrying capacity, and more seaworthy. It was at the same time slower, but had one great advantage over the swifter counterpart, having more waterboard, it made less leeway in its sailing, and could be sailed against the wind. It would thus allow the natives to cross distances and to face changes in the weather, either of which would compel the friendlier and swifter canoe of Dobu and Kirewina to turn back. To the northern shores of Normanby Island, Duau, and to Dobu, the men of Tube would sail with the SE trade wind and return with the blow of the monsoon. According to Professor Seligman, such a trip to Dobu would take them also about 4 days, under the most favorable conditions. Thus, one fundamental fact can be regarded as definitely established. The main center of the Kula in its southeastern branch, was the small island of Tube. And this island was in direct communication with 2 points to which we have followed the Kula in 2 directions, starting from the Trobriands. That is, with Dobu and with Woodlark Island. On points of detail, some queries must be left unsolved. Were the visits returned by the Dobuans and Miruans? According to all probability, yes, but I possess no definite certainty on this point. Another question is whether the natives of Tube were direct partners of Murua or Dobu. We have seen that natives of Kirewina sail not infrequently to Iwa, Gawa, Kwayawata and even to Woodlark. Yet they are not partners, Karetiu, of these natives, but partners once removed, Miramuri. I have definite information that the natives of Dobu Island proper and of Duau, who, as we remember are not partners of the southern Boyans, stood in direct relation of partnership to the Tube. I believe also that the natives of Woodlark made direct Kula exchange with those of Tube. The fact, however, that there is a direct line of communication between Murua-Tubetub Dobu does not preclude the possibility of other and more complex routes running parallel with the direct one. Indeed, I know that the island of Wari, Test Island, lying almost due south of Tube is also in the Kula. The big island of Misima, St. Aignan Island, about 100 miles east of Tube forms also part of the ring. Thus a much wider circle runs from Woodlark Island, perhaps from the Lufflands through Misima, the neighboring small island of Panayati, Wari, and further west, through the group of islands quite close to the east end of New Guinea, that is, the islands of Sariba, Roje, and Basalaki, and then northwards again towards Normanby Island. This duplicated circuit in the southeast has its northwestern counterpart in the double ramification which unites Kidava with Dobu. The short route runs direct from Kidava to Vakuta and from Vakuta to Dobu. Besides this, however, there are several longer ones. In one of them the stages are as follows: Kidava, Okayulo, or Kidava, Wawela, then Sinakita, then Dobu direct, or via the Amflets. Another and still wider ramification would run thus: Kidava, to Kirewina, Kirewina to Sinakita, etc., or, the widest, Kirewina to western Boyawa, then Kelula, thence Amflets, and from there to Dobu. This last route was not only longest in distance, but owing to the notorious hardness of both the natives of Kelula and of the Amflets, would take up much more time. A glance at Map V, and also at the more detailed map of the Trobriands, will make all this clear. A more detailed knowledge of the northwestern routes allowed us to see the complications and irregularities obtaining there. That the district of western Boyawa carried on exclusively the inland Kula, and that merely in the person of a few headmen of a few villages. That Kelula made Kula on a small scale with the communities in the Amflets, and that all these, as well as the villages on the eastern shore of southern Boyawa, were what we described as semi-independent Kula communities. Such details and peculiarities no doubt also exist with regard to the southeastern ramifications of the Kula, but must be taken here for granted. Following the various threads further on, I have no doubt that the islands lying near the east end of New Guinea, Roje, Sariba, Basalaki, are and were in olden days in the Kula Ring, communicating in the east with Tube and Wari. While to the north they were in contact with the natives of Normanby Island. Whether the large village complex lying at East Cape was also in the Kula I cannot definitely say. In any case all the strands led to the eastern shores of Dawson Straits, by way of the northeastern shores of Normanby Island. From here, from the district of Dobu, we have traced the further lines with complete exactness and detail. Of the various details of these expeditions and technicalities of the Kula observed in them, I have not much material available. The rules of actual exchange, the ceremonial of conch blowing, the code of honor or morality or vanity, perhaps, compelling people to give equivalent articles for what they have received, all these are the same all along the ring. So is also the Kula magic, with variations in details. 2. One subject on which more must be said is that of the associated trade. A new and important article of exchange accompanies the transaction in the southeastern branch of the Kula, the big, seagoing canoes. The main centers of manufacture, and to a great extent manufacture for export, were the islands of Gawa and Panayati. In these places, canoes were constructed for export to the southern districts where the natives did not know how to build such canoes. Compare. In olden days the natives of Woodlark Island, before its present depopulation, also probably made some canoes for exchange in external trade. I have seen these canoes owned by natives in the southern Mas Sim district as far as Orangery Bay, over 200 miles from the place where they were manufactured. The trading of this article ran along with the Kula lines of communication, as there is no doubt that the natives of Tube and Weri were the main distributors and middlemen in this trade. How far canoe exchange was associated directly with Kula transactions, I cannot say definitely. Judging from the data given by Professor Seligman, almshells were paid by natives of Tube for canoes purchased from Panamoti in the north. Thus, the mwali in this commercial transaction traveled in a direction opposite to that in which they must move in the Kula Ring. This, again, suggests complete independence of the two transactions. Besides the canoes, another important article of trade in the southern portion are the clay pots manufactured both in Tube and Weri. Besides this, the two islands of merchant venturers, as they are called by Professor Seligman, carry on their Kula expeditions, and most likely independent of them also. They trade almost all the various articles of industry manufactured in the neighboring districts and distributed by the two communities. This subject has been treated so fully by Professor Seligman in Chapter 40 of his Melanesians, that a reference here will suffice. Having now before us the whole ring of the Kula, we may inquire how far is this ring in contact commercially with other outlying districts, and, more especially, how far are certain articles of trade imported into it and others drawn out of it. What will interest us most in this connection is the entry into the ring and the exit out of it of the articles of Kula proper, the mwali, almshells, and the soulava, necklaces. 3. One such offshoot of the Kula Ring we met in the Trobriands, to wit, the expeditions from the western village of Caviteria, and from the island of Kelola, to the Koya of Ferguson and Goodenough. We shall begin with a brief account of these expeditions. The preparations are very much the same, as in Sinakita. The canoes are built with more or less the same magic, cf. They are launched ceremonially in the trial run, the Tassasoria, also takes place. The island of Kelola is by far the more important center of canoe building. Whether some of the Caviteria canoes were not actually made in Kelola and purchased by the Cavitarians in olden days, I do not definitely know, though I think this was the case. Nowadays, the community of Caviteria are completely absorbed by the pearling industry, and since about a generation ago have given up the expeditions, and even do not own any canoes. The collecting of trade articles, the magic performed over the Lilava, the Yawarapu, and the Solomoya are the same as those described before, except, that is, that there exists a different system of mwazala in the island of Kelola. A system which was used also by the Cavitarians. It must be remembered in this connection that the natives of Kelola did make Kula on a small scale with the Amfletons, and that their mwazala was connected with the Kula. But the main object of the Cavitarian and Kelolan mwazala was their non-Kula trade with the natives of Ferguson and Goodenough. This is quite clear from Mr. Gilmore's account, and it was also corroborated by my informants. They told me that the mwazala is done because of the kavelue, fine food, that is, of the sago and betelnut and pigs, the main objects of their expedition. If they, the Western Boyans, would not make mwazala, they, the Western D'Entrecasteaux natives, would fight them. They are foolish men, the people of the Koya, not like people of Dobu, who are human beings. Those in the Koya are wild, eaters of man. If they, Caviteria and Kelula, would make no mwazala, they would refuse them betel nut, refuse them sago. The sailing is characterized by the priority enjoyed by the Kuluchula clan, who, as we have seen in a previous chapter, sail ahead and have the privilege of landing first on any beach, on which they stop. On arrival, they perform the beauty magic, and sailing towards the beach, the magic of shaking the mountain is also recited. In the Koya, the transactions resemble to a certain extent those of the Kula. As my informant said, when they anchor, first of all they give the parry, they give combs, lime pots, wooden dishes, lime spatulae, plenty of gugue, objects of use. At the Taloi, farewell gifts, this will be repaid. The following transaction, the main trade, is carried on as mwali. The natives of the Koya would bring the sago, or the betel nut, put it on the beach near the canoes and say, "I want a biku, ceremonial axe blade." And here my informants were positive that real bargaining would take place. If they give us an insufficient quantity, we expostulate, then they bring another portion. They would go to the village, fetch some more goods, return and give it to us. If it is enough, we give him the biku. Thus the barter would be carried on till the visitors had exhausted their stock in trade and received as much from the local natives as they could. These expeditions are interesting in that we see the same type of magic and a number of similar customs, as in the Kula, associated with ordinary trading expeditions. I am not certain about the nature of partnership obtaining in these trading relations, except that Caviteria and Kelula have their own districts each with whom they trade. As said already, the main objects for which they make these distant trips are sago, betel nut, pig, also the various feathers, especially those of the cassowary and the red parrot, wrought tankane belts, plated fiber belts, obsidian. Fine sand for polishing axe blades, red ochre, pumice stone, and other products of the jungle and of the volcanic mountains. For that, they exported to the Koya, to mention the most valuable first, arms hells, the valuable axe blades, boar's tusks and imitations. And, of lesser value, wooden dishes, combs, lime pots, armlets, baskets, wayugo creeper, mussel shells and lime spatulae of ebony. Spondylus shell necklaces were not exported to the Koya. 4. Another important activity of the two districts of Caviteria and Kelula is their production of arms hells. As Sinakita and Vakuta are the only two places in the Trobriands where spondylus discs are made, so Caviteria and Kelula are the only localities where the natives fished for the large Conus millipunctatus shell, and made out of it the ornaments so highly valued yet so seldom used. The main reason for the exclusive monopoly, held by these two places in the manufacture of mwali, is the inertia of custom and usage which traditionally assigns to them this sort of fishing and manufacture. For the shells are scattered all over the lagoon, nor is the fishing and diving for them more difficult than any of the pursuits practiced by all the lagoon villages. Only the communities mentioned, however, carry it on, and they only are in possession of a system of elaborate magic, at least as complex as that of the Koloma. The actual manufacturing of the arms hells presents also no difficulties. The ornament is made out of a belt of the shell cut out nearest to its base. With a stone, the natives knock out the circular base along the rim, and they also knock a circle at some distance from the base and parallel to it, by which the broad band of shell is severed, from which the ornament is to be made. It has then to be polished, and this is done on the outside by rubbing off the soft calcareous surface on a flat sandstone. The interior is polished off with a long, cylindrical stone. It was the custom in Caviteria that when a man found a fine conus shell, he would give it to his wife's brother as a yulo present, who in turn would send the finder a return present of food, such as specially fine yams, bananas, betel nut, and also a pig if it were an especially fine shell. He then would work out the shell for himself. This arrangement is a pendant to the one described with reference to Sinakita, where a man would fish as well as work out a necklace for one of his wife's kinsmen. An even more interesting custom obtains in Kelula. A pair of shells would be fished and broken in one of the villages of that island, or in one of its small sister islands, Kiowa and Manawatu. In this unfinished state, as a band of coarse shell, called as such makavena, it is then brought to the anthropologists, and they're given as a Kula gift. The Gumasila man, who receives the shells, will then polish them up, and in that state again Kula them to Dobu. The Dabuan who receives them then bores holes in the side, where one rim overlaps the other, clearly to be seen on, and attaches there the ornaments of black, wild banana seeds, and spondylus discs. Thus, only after it has traveled some 100 miles and passed through 2 stages of the Kula, has the mwali received its proper shape and final outfit. In this manner does a newborn Kula article enter into the ring, taking shape as it goes through its first few stages, and at the same time, if it is a specially fine specimen, it is christened by its maker. Some of the names express simply local associations. Thus, a celebrated pair of mwali, of which the shell was found not long ago by a cavitaria man near the island of Nanola, is named after that place. It may be added that, in each pair there is always a right and a left one, the first the bigger and more important of the two, and it is after that the name is given. Of course, they never are found at the same time, but if a man has succeeded in obtaining a specially fine specimen, he will be busy trying to find its slightly inferior companion, or some of his relatives-in-law. Friends or kinsmen will give him one. Nanola is one of the most celebrated pairs, and it was known all over the Trobriands, at that moment, that it was soon to come to Kidava, and the general interest hung round the question who was going to get it in Boyawa. A pair called Sapa Manawatu, which means, water of Manawatu, was found in olden days by a man of that island close to its shores. Another famous pair, made in Kelula, was called Bulavada, after a fish of this name. The larger shell of this pair was found, according to tradition, broken, with a hole near its apex. When they brought it to the surface they found a small Bulavada fish which had taken up its abode in the shell. Another pair was called Gomenikola, which means, it is entangled in a net, as, according to the story, it was brought up in a net. There are many other celebrated mwali, the names of which are so familiar that boys and girls are named after them. But the majority of the names cannot be traced as to their origins. Another point at which the armshells enter into the ring is Woodlark Island. I do not know for certain, but I believe that the industry is quite or almost extinct now in that island. In the olden days, Muroa probably was quite as productive a center of this manufacture as the Trobriands, and in these latter though Kelola and the western islands fish and work the mwali as much as ever. The natives of Cavitaria are almost entirely out of it, busy all the time diving for pearls. Both the main places of origin of the armshells, therefore, are within the Kula Ring. After they are made, or, as we saw in Kelola, in the process of making, they enter the circulation. Their entry into the ring is not accompanied by any special rite or custom, and indeed it does not differ from an ordinary act of exchange. If the man who found the shell and made the mwali were not in the Kula himself, as might happen in Cavitaria or Kelola, he would have a relative, a brother-in-law, or a head man to whom he would give it in the form of one or other of the many gifts and payments obligatory in this society. V. Let us follow the ring of the Kula, noticing its commercial side tracks, of which so far we only described the trading routes of Cavitaria and Kelola. To the eastward, the section from Kidava to Woodlark Island is the one big portion of the Kula from which no lateral offshoots issue, and on which all the trade follows the same routes as the Kula. The other branch, of which I have got a good knowledge, that from the Trobriands to Dobu, has the commercial relations of which I have just spoken. The anthropologists, as described in trade with the natives of Ferguson Island. The Dabuan-speaking natives from Tawara, Sanaroa, and the Dawson Straits make exchange, though perhaps not on a very big scale, with the inland natives of Ferguson. The Dabuan-speaking communities on Normanby Island, and the natives of Duau, on the northern coast of Normanby, all of whom are in the Kula, trade with the other natives of Normanby Island who are not in the ring. And with the natives of the mainland of New Guinea from East Cape westwards. But, all this trade affects little the main current of the Kula. From its main stream, possibly some of the less valuable articles ebb away into the jungle, which, in its turn, gives its produce to the coast. The most important leakage out and into the main stream takes place on the southern section, mainly at Tube and Wari, and at some points of lesser importance around these two main centers. The north coast of New Guinea was connected with this district through the seafaring community at East Cape. But this side branch is of very small importance as regards the main articles of the Kula. It is the two connections to east and west, at the extreme southern point of the Kula Ring, which matter most. One of them links up the south coast of New Guinea with the Kula Ring, the other joins the ring to the big islands of Sud-Est, Tagula, and Rossel with several adjacent small islands. The south coast, going from east to west, is at first inhabited by natives of the Ma-Sim stock, speaking the Suayu and Bonabona dialects. These are in constant intercourse with the southern section of the Kula district, that is with the natives of Rogia, Sariba, Basalaki, Tube and Wari. The Ma-Sim of the southern coast are again in commercial relations with the Mailu, and from this point, a chain of trading relations unites the eastern districts with the central ones, inhabited by the Motu. The Motu again, as we know from Captain Barton's contribution to Professor Seligman's work, are in annual trading relations with the Gulf of Papua. So that an article could travel from the delta of any of the Papuan rivers to Woodlark in the Trobriands, and many things were in fact traded over all this distance. There is, however, one movement which specially interests us from the Kula point of view, namely that of the two types of Kula valuables. One of these articles, the armshells, travels on the south coast from east to west. There is no doubt that this article leaks out from the Kula current at its southernmost point, and is carried away towards Port Moresby, where the value of armshells is, and was, in olden days much higher than in the eastern district. I found in Mailu that the local native traders purchased, for pigs, armshells in the Suayu district, and carried them west towards Aroma, Hula, and Karapunu. Professor Seligman, from his notes taken at Port Moresby, informs us that Hula, Aroma, and Karapunu import armshells into Port Moresby. Some of these armshells, according to the same authority, travel further west as far as the Gulf of Papua. It was much more difficult to ascertain what was the direction in which the spondylus shell necklaces moved on the southern coast. Nowadays, the industry of making these articles, which was once very highly developed among the Port Moresby natives, is partially, though not completely, in decay. I have myself still had the opportunity of watching the natives of Boera at work on the ogiva, the very small and fine shell discs, such as the very finest baggy would consist of. They were using in their manufacture a native pump drill with a quartz point, in a place within a few miles of a large white settlement, in a district where white man's influence on a big scale has been exercised for the last 50 years. Yet, this is only a vestige of the once extremely developed industry. My inquiries into this subject could not be exhaustive, for when I worked on the south coast, I did not have the problem before me, and on my second and third expeditions to New Guinea I only passed through Port Moresby. But I think it may be considered certain that in olden days the shell strings moved from Port Moresby eastwards and were introduced into the Kula Ring, at the east end of New Guinea. However this might be, unquestionable sources of this Kula article are the islands of Sud-Est, Rossel, and the surrounding small islands. The best spondylus shell, with the reddest colors, is fished in these seas, and the natives are expert workers of the discs, and export the finished article to the island of Wari, and, I believe, to the islands of Masima and Panayati. The most important articles for which the necklaces are traded are the canoes, and the large polished axe blades. Casting now a glance at the Kula Ring, we see that one class of Kula article, the mwali or armshells, are produced within the ring at 2 points, that is, in Woodlark Island and in western Boyawa. The other article, that is the soulava or baggy, necklaces, are poured into the ring at its southernmost point. One of these sources, Rossel Island, is still active, the other, Port Moresby, most probably furnished a good supply in olden days, but is now disconnected with the Kula Ring. The necklaces produced in Sinakita are not the real Kula article, and though they are sometimes exchanged they sooner or later disappear from the ring according to a sort of Gresham's law, which operates here on an article which is not money, and therefore acts in the opposite sense. The third type of valuable which sometimes flows in the Kula stream but is not really of it, the large green stone axe blades, finely polished all over, are, as we know, or more correctly were, quarried in Woodlark Island, and polished in the district of Kirrawina in the Trobriands. Another polishing center is, or was, I believe, the island of Messima. We see that the two sources of the mwali and soulava are at the northern and southern ends of the ring. The arms hells being manufactured in the extreme north, the necklaces entering at the southern end. It is noteworthy that on the eastern portion of the ring, on the section Woodlark Boyawadobotubotub, the two articles travel in the natural direction, that is, each is exported from the districts of its origin towards one, where it is not made or procured. On the other branch, Woodlark Yegimatubotub, the current of the Kula is inverse to a natural, commercial movement of the articles, for here, the Tube people import arms hells into Murua, thus bringing coals to Newcastle, while the Muruans bring necklaces to Tube and Wari, that is, to the points at which the necklaces flow into the ring from the outside. These considerations are important for anyone who would like to reflect on the origins, or history of the Kula, since the natural movement of valuables was no doubt the original one, and the western half of the Kula from this point of view appears to be the older. But here we have come to an end of all the descriptive data referring to the Kula, and some general remarks which I have to make upon it, will be reserved for the next and last chapter. Seligman. Op. Cit., page 524. Op. Cit., page 538. Ibid. Cf. Op. Cit., pages 536 to 537. I cannot follow Professor Seligman in his use of the word currency, which is not very clearly defined by him. This word can be correctly applied to the arms hells, spondylus discs, big polished blades of green stones, etc. Only if we give it simply the meaning of objects or tokens of wealth. Currency as a rule means a medium of exchange and standard of value, and none of the Mosim valuables fulfill these functions. A short article on this subject has been published by the Reverend M. Gilmore, now head of the Methodist Mission in New Guinea. Annual Report of British New Guinea, 1904-5, page 71. I used this article in the field, going over it with several natives of Caviteria, and I found it substantially correct, and on the whole formulated with precision. The need for extreme compression of statement has, however, led the author into one or two ambiguities. Thus, the constant mention of feasting might give a wrong impression, for it is always the matter of a public distribution of food, which is then eaten apart, or in small groups, while the word feast suggests eating in common. Again, the data about the sea chief, as Mr. Gilmore calls the leader of the privileged clan in Caviteria, cf. seem to me overstated, when he is said to be supreme, to have the right of determining an expedition, and especially when it is said that he had the right of first choice of a canoe. This latter phrase must involve a misunderstanding. As we saw, each sub-clan, that is, each subdivision of the village, build their own canoe, and a subsequent swapping and free choice are out of the question. Mr. Gilmore was fully acquainted with the facts of the Kula, as I learnt from personal conversation. In this article, he mentions it only in one phrase, saying that some of the expeditions were principally concerned in the exchange of the circulated articles of native wealth, in which trade was only a secondary consideration. Mr. Gilmore's statement to the contrary, namely that the trips from the west, Caviteria and Kailuna, were pure trading expeditions, loc cit, is incorrect. First, I am inclined to think that some of the Caviteria men did make the Kula in the Amflets, where they always stopped on their way south, but this might have been only on a very small scale, and entirely overshadowed by the main object of the expedition, which was the trade with the southern Koya. Secondly, as to the natives of Kelula, I am certain that they made the Kula, from conclusive data collected both in the Trobriands and in the Amflets. I have given a more detailed description of this process which I had often opportunities to observe among the Mailu on the south coast. I never saw the making of an arms hell in the Trobriands, but the two processes are identical according to detailed information which I obtained. Compare the monograph on The Natives of Mailu, by the author, in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Australia, 1915, pages 643 to 644. Both statements of Professor Seligman in the Melanesians, p. 89, are in entire agreement with the information I obtained among the Mailu. See Transactions of the Royal Society of Australia, 1915, pages 620 to 629. Chapter 22. The meaning of the Kula. We have been following the various roots and ramifications of the Kula, entering minutely and meticulously into its rules and customs, its beliefs and practices, and the mythological tradition spun round it, till, arriving at the end of our information, we have made its two ends meet. We shall now put aside the magnifying glass of detailed examination and look from a distance at the subject of our inquiry, take in the whole institution with one glance, let it assume a definite shape before us. This shape will perhaps strike us as being something unusual, something not met before in ethnological studies. It will be well to make an attempt at finding its place among the other subjects of systematic ethnology, at gauging its significance, at assessing how much we have learned by becoming acquainted with it. After all, there is no value in isolated facts for science, however striking and novel they might seem in themselves. Genuine scientific research differs from mere curio hunting in that the latter runs after the quaint, singular and freakish, the craving for the sensational and the mania of collecting providing its twofold stimulus. Science on the other hand has to analyze and classify facts in order to place them in an organic whole, to incorporate them in one of the systems in which it tries to group the various aspects of reality. I shall not, of course, enter upon any speculations or add any hypothetical assumptions to the empirical data contained in the foregoing chapters. I shall confine myself to some reflections on the most general aspect of the institution, and try to express somewhat more clearly what to me appears the mental attitude at the bottom of the various Kula customs. These general points of view ought, I think, to be considered and tested in further fieldwork done on subjects akin to the Kula as well as in theoretical research, and might thus prove fertile for future scientific work. In this form it may be granted that it is the privilege of the chronicler of a novel phenomenon to pass it over to the consideration of fellow workers, but it is his duty as well as his privilege. For, apart from his first-hand acquaintance with the facts, and indeed, if his account is good, he ought to have succeeded in transferring the best part of his knowledge to the reader, the fundamental aspects and characteristics of an ethnographic phenomenon for being general are none the less empirical. It is therefore the chronicler's task to finish his account by a comprehensive, synthetic coup d'oeil upon the institution described. As said, the Kula seems to be, to a certain extent, a novel type of ethnological fact. Its novelty lies partly in the size of its sociological and geographical extent. A big, intertribal relationship, uniting with definite social bonds a vast area and great numbers of people, binding them with definite ties of reciprocal obligations. Making them follow minute rules and observations in a concerted manner, the Kula is a sociological mechanism of surpassing size and complexity, considering the level of culture on which we find it. Nor can this wide network of social correlations and cultural influences be considered for a moment as ephemeral, new, or precarious. For its highly developed mythology and its magical ritual show how deeply it has taken root in the tradition of these natives and of what ancient growth it must be. Another unusual feature is the character of the transaction itself, which is the proper substance of the Kula. A half-commercial, half-ceremonial exchange, it is carried out for its own sake, in fulfillment of a deep desire to possess. But here again, it is not ordinary possession, but a special type, in which a man owns for a short time, and in an alternating manner, individual specimens of two classes of objects. Though the ownership is incomplete in point of permanency, it is in turn enhanced in point of numbers successively possessed, and may be called a cumulative possession. Another aspect of great, perhaps the greatest, importance and which perhaps reveals best the unusual character of the Kula is the natives' mental attitude towards the tokens of wealth. These latter are neither used nor regarded as money or currency, and they resemble these economic instruments very little, if indeed there is any resemblance at all, except that both money and veigouet represent condensed wealth. Veigouet is never used as medium of exchange or as measure of value, which are the two most important functions of currency or money. Each piece of veigouet of the Kula type has one main object throughout its existence, to be possessed and exchanged. Has one main function and serves one main purpose, to circulate round the Kula Ring, to be owned and displayed in a certain manner, of which we shall speak presently. And the exchange which each piece of veigouet constantly undergoes is of a very special kind. Limited in the geographical direction in which it can take place, narrowly circumscribed in the social circle of men between whom it may be done, it is subject to all sorts of strict rules and regulations. It can neither be described as barter, nor as simply giving and receiving of presents, nor in any sense is it a play at exchange. In fact it is Kula, an exchange of an entirely novel type. And it is just through this exchange, through their being constantly within reach in the object of competitive desire, through being the means of arousing envy and conferring social distinction and renown, that these objects attain their high value. Indeed, they form one of the leading interests in native life, and are one of the main items in the inventory of their culture. Thus, one of the most important and unusual features of the Kula is the existence of the Kula veigouet, the incessantly circulating and ever-exchangeable valuables, owing their value to this very circulation and its character. The acts of exchange of the valuables have to conform to a definite code. The main tenet of this declares that the transaction is not a bargain. The equivalence of the values exchanged is essential, but it must be the result of the repayer's own sense of what is due to custom and to his own dignity. The ceremonial attached to the act of giving, the manner of carrying and handling the veigouet shows distinctly that this is regarded as something else than mere merchandise. Indeed it is to the native something that confers dignity, that exalts him, and which he therefore treats with veneration and affection. Their behavior at the transaction makes it clear that the veigouet is regarded, not only as possessing high value, but that it is treated also in a ritual manner, and arouses emotional reaction. This recognition is confirmed and deepened by the consideration of some other uses of veigouet, in which uses other valuables, such as kaloma belts and large stone blades also function, besides the Kula articles. Thus, when a malignant spirit, Tauvayu, c., is found in or near the village in the shape of a snake or a land crab, some veigouet is put before it ceremonially, and this is not done so much in order to bribe the spirit sacrificially by a gift as rather to exercise a direct action on his mind, and to make it benevolent. In the annual festive and dancing period, the Mila Mala, the spirits return to their villages. The Kula valuables at that time in the hands of the community, as well as the permanent veigouet, such as stone blades, kaloma belts, and doga pendants, are exhibited sacrificially to the spirits on a platform. An arrangement and custom called yolova, compare. Thus the veigouet represent the most effective offering to be given to the spirits, through which they can be put into a pleasant state of mind, to make their minds good, as the stereotyped phrase of the natives runs. In the yolova an offering is made to the spirits of what is most valued by the living. The shadowy visitors are supposed to take the spirit or shadow part of the veigouet home, and make a tanarare of it on the beach of Tuma, just as a Kula party make a tanarare of the acquired valuables on their home beach, cf. In all this there is a clear expression of the mental attitude of the natives, who regard the veigouet as supremely good in themselves, and not as convertible wealth, or as potential ornaments, or even as instruments of power. To possess veigouet is exhilarating, comforting, soothing in itself. They will look at veigouet and handle it for hours, even a touch of it imparts under circumstances its virtue. This is most clearly expressed by a custom observed at death. A dying man is surrounded and overlaid with valuables which all his relatives and relatives-in-law bring in loan for the occasion, to take it back when all is over, while the man's own veigouet are left on the corpse for some time after death, c. Various rationalized versions and justifications of this custom are given. Thus it is said to be a gift to Topolita, the keeper of the nether world. Or, again, that it has to be taken in its spiritual form to procure a high social standing in Tuma, or simply, that it is laid to adorn and make happier the last moments of the dying. All these beliefs no doubt exist side by side, and they are all compatible with, and indeed express, the underlying emotional attitude, the comforting action of the valuables. It is applied to the dying as something full of good, as something exercising a pleasant action, soothing and fortifying at the same time. They put it on his forehead, they put it on his chest, they rub his belly and his ribs with it, they dangle some of the vegue before his nose. I have often seen them do that, in fact, observed them do it for hours, and I believe there is a complex, emotional and intellectual attitude at the bottom of it, the desire to inspire with life, and at the same time to prepare for death. To hold him fast to this one, and to equip for the other world, but above all, the deep feeling that the vegue are the supreme comfort, that to surround a man with them, even in his most evil moment, makes this moment less evil. The same mental attitude is probably at the bottom of the custom which prescribes that the widow's brothers should give a vegue to the brothers of the dead man, the same vegue being given back on the same day. But it is kept just long enough to be of comfort to those, who, according to native kinship ideas, are most directly hit by the death. Plate LXV. A corpse covered with valuables. A great number of valuables, including large axe blades, with which this man was covered at dying, have been already withdrawn. Only personal possessions are left on the corpse, and they will be removed immediately before the interment. In all this we find the expression of the same mental attitude, the extreme value attached to condensed wealth, the serious, respectful way of treating it, the idea and the feeling that it is the reservoir of highest good. The vegue are valued in quite a different manner from that in which we value our wealth. The biblical symbol of the golden calf might even be better applied to their attitude than to ours, although it would be not quite correct to say that they worship the vegue, for they worship nothing. The vegue might perhaps be called objects of cult, in the sense expressed by the facts of the Kula, and the data just adduced, that is, in so far as they are handled ritually in some of the most important acts of native life. Thus, in several aspects, the Kula presents to us a new type of phenomenon, lying on the borderland between the commercial and the ceremonial and expressing a complex and interesting attitude of mind. But though it is novel, it can hardly be unique. For we can scarcely imagine that a social phenomenon on such a scale, and obviously so deeply connected with fundamental layers of human nature, should only be a sport and a freak, found in one spot of the earth alone. Once we have found this new type of ethnographic fact, we may hope that similar or kindred ones will be found elsewhere. For the history of our science shows many cases in which a new type of phenomena having been discovered, taken up by theory, discussed and analyzed, was found subsequently all the world over. The taboo, the Polynesian word and the Polynesian custom, has served as prototype and eponym to similar regulations found among all the savage and barbarous as well as civilized races. Totemism, found first among one tribe of North American Indians and brought to light by the work of Fraser, has later on been documented so widely and fully from everywhere, that in rewriting his early small book, its historian could fill out 4 volumes. The conception of mana, discovered in a small Melanesian community has, by the work of Hubert and Moss, Merritt and others, been proved of fundamental importance, and there is no doubt that mana, whether named or unnamed, figures largely in the magical beliefs and practices of all natives. These are the most classical and best known examples, and they could be multiplied by others were it necessary. Phenomena of the totemic type or of the mana type or of the taboo type are to be found in all ethnographic provinces, since each of these concepts stands for a fundamental attitude of the savage towards reality. So with the Kula, if it represents a novel, but not freakish, indeed, a fundamental type of human activity and of the mental attitude of man, we may expect to find allied and kindred phenomena in various other ethnographic provinces. And we may be on the lookout for economic transactions, expressing a reverential, almost worshipping attitude towards the valuables exchanged or handled, implying a novel type of ownership, temporary, intermittent, and cumulative. involving a vast and complex social mechanism and systems of economic enterprises, by means of which it is carried out. Such is the Kula type of semi-economic, semi-ceremonial activities. It would be futile, no doubt, to expect that exact replicas of this institution should be found anywhere and with the same details, such as the circular path on which the valuables move, the fixed direction in which each class has to travel, and existence of solicitory and intermediate gifts. All these technicalities are important and interesting, but they are probably connected in one way or another with the special local conditions of the Kula. What we can expect to find in other parts of the world are the fundamental ideas of the Kula, and its social arrangements in their main outline, and for these the field worker might be on the lookout. For the theoretical student, mainly interested in problems of evolution, the Kula might supply some reflections about the origins of wealth and value, of trade and economic relations in general. It might also shed some light upon the development of ceremonial life, and upon the influence of economic aims and ambitions upon the evolution of intertribal intercourse and of primitive international law. For the student mainly viewing the problems of ethnology from the point of view of the contact of cultures, and interested in the spread of institutions, beliefs and objects by transmission, the Kula is no less important. Here is a new type of intertribal contact, of relations between several communities slightly but definitely differing in culture, and a relation not spasmodic or accidental but regulated and permanent. Quite apart from the fact that in trying to explain how the Kula relationship between the various tribes originated, we are confronted with a definite problem of culture contact. These few remarks must suffice, as I cannot enter into any theoretical speculations myself. There is one aspect of the Kula, however, to which attention must be drawn from the point of view of its theoretical importance. We have seen that this institution presents several aspects closely intertwined and influencing one another. To take only two, economic enterprise and magical ritual form one inseparable whole, the forces of the magical belief and the efforts of man molding and influencing one another. How this is happening has been described before in detail in the previous chapters. But it seems to me that a deeper analysis and comparison of the manner in which two aspects of culture functionally depend on one another might afford some interesting material for theoretical reflection. Indeed, it seems to me that there is room for a new type of theory. The succession in time, and the influence of the previous stage upon the subsequent, is the main subject of evolutional studies, such as are practiced by the classical school of British anthropology, Tyler, Fraser, Westermarck, Sidney Hartland, Crawley. The ethnological school, Ratzel, Foy, Grabner, W. Schmidt, Rivers, and Elliott Smith, studies the influence of cultures by contact, infiltration and transmission. The influence of environment on cultural institutions and race is studied by anthropogeography, Ratzel and others. The influence on one another of the various aspects of an institution, the study of the social and psychological mechanism on which the institution is based, are a type of theoretical studies which has been practiced up till now in a tentative way only, but I venture to foretell will come into their own sooner or later. This kind of research will pave the way and provide the material for the others. At one or two places in the previous chapters, a somewhat detailed digression was made in order to criticize the view about the economic nature of primitive man. As it survives in our mental habits as well as in some textbooks, the conception of a rational being who wants nothing but to satisfy his simplest needs and does it according to the economic principle of least effort. This economic man always knows exactly where his material interests lie, and makes for them in a straight line. At the bottom of the so-called materialistic conception of history lies a somewhat analogous idea of a human being, who, in everything he devises and pursues, has nothing but his material advantage of a purely utilitarian type at heart. Now I hope that whatever the meaning of the Kula might be for ethnology, for the general science of culture, the meaning of the Kula will consist in being instrumental to dispel such crude, rationalistic conceptions of primitive mankind, and to induce both the speculator and the observer to deepen the analysis of economic facts. Indeed, the Kula shows us that the whole conception of primitive value, the very incorrect habit of calling all objects of value money or currency, The current ideas of primitive trade and primitive ownership, all these have to be revised in the light of our institution. At the beginning of this book, in the introduction, I, in a way, promised the reader that he should receive a vivid impression of the events, enabling him to see them in their native perspective. At the same time, without for one moment losing sight of the method by which I have obtained my data. I have tried to present everything as far as possible in terms of concrete fact, letting the natives speak for themselves, perform their transactions, pursue their activities before the reader's mental vision. I have tried to pave my account with fact and details, equip it with documents, with figures, with instances of actual occurrence. But at the same time, my conviction, as expressed over and over again, is that what matters really is not the detail, not the fact, but the scientific use we make of it. Thus the details and technicalities of the Kula acquire their meaning in so far only as they express some central attitude of mind of the natives, and thus broaden our knowledge, widen our outlook and deepen our grasp of human nature. What interests me really in the study of the native is his outlook on things, his Weltanschauung, the breath of life and reality which he breathes and by which he lives. Every human culture gives its members a definite vision of the world, a definite zest of life. In the roamings over human history, and over the surface of the earth, it is the possibility of seeing life and the world from the various angles, peculiar to each culture, that has always charmed me most. And inspired me with real desire to penetrate other cultures, to understand other types of life. To pause for a moment before a quaint and singular fact, to be amused at it, and see its outward strangeness. To look at it as a curio and collect it into the museum of one's memory or into one's store of anecdotes, this attitude of mind has always been foreign and repugnant to me. Some people are unable to grasp the inner meaning and the psychological reality of all that is outwardly strange, at first sight incomprehensible, in a different culture. These people are not born to be ethnologists. It is in the love of the final synthesis, achieved by the assimilation and comprehension of all the items of a culture, and still more in the love of the variety and independence of the various cultures, that lies the test of the real worker in the true science of man. There is, however, one point of view deeper yet and more important than the love of tasting of the variety of human modes of life, and that is the desire to turn such knowledge into wisdom. Though it may be given to us for a moment to enter into the soul of a savage and through his eyes to look at the outer world and feel ourselves what it must feel to him to be himself, yet our final goal is to enrich and deepen our own world's vision. To understand our own nature and to make it finer, intellectually and artistically. In grasping the essential outlook of others, with the reverence and real understanding, due even to savages, we cannot but help widening our own. We cannot possibly reach the final Socratic wisdom of knowing ourselves if we never leave the narrow confinement of the customs, beliefs and prejudices into which every man is born. Nothing can teach us a better lesson in this matter of ultimate importance than the habit of mind which allows us to treat the beliefs and values of another man from his point of view. Nor has civilized humanity ever needed such tolerance more than now, when prejudice, ill will and vindictiveness are dividing each European nation from another, when all the ideals, cherished and proclaimed as the highest achievements of civilization, science and religion, have been thrown to the winds. The science of man, in its most refined and deepest version, should lead us to such knowledge and to tolerance and generosity, based on the understanding of other men's point of view. The study of ethnology, so often mistaken by its very votaries for an idle hunting after curios, for a ramble among the savage and fantastic shapes of barbarous customs and crude superstitions, might become one of the most deeply philosophic, enlightening and elevating disciplines of scientific research. Alas! The time is short for ethnology, and will this truth of its real meaning and importance dawn before it is too late? Also in the before-quoted article in the Economic Journal, March, 1921. Index. Accounts, native, verbatim, shipwreck and salvage, Coloma making. Adultery, case of. Pamphlet is, scenery of, inhabitants of, villages in, author's experiences in the chieftainship among. Sea trade, pottery. Departure of Kula parties from A. Arms hells, exchange of A, in the Kula, manufacture of, entry into the Kula of, naming of. Armstrong, W. E., Researches among the Masim, N. Arrival, of Kula parties, in the Amphletes, in Dobu. Of Dabuan fleet in the Amphletes, A. And reception of Dabuan fleet in Sinakita, A. Home in Sinakita, in Kidava. Atuaine, Acharamo A. Sinatmubadi, mythological persons. C. Pokala. Bagi. C. Soulava. Baloma, spirits, and magic. Barter, ceremonial. C. Trade. Barton, F., on Hiri trading expeditions, N. Basi, intermediary, gift in the Kula. Beauty magic. Behavior of natives, study of. Biku, stone blades exchanged in the Kula. C. Kukumali. Beetle nut, in magic. Bisala, pandanus streamers, magic of, Ibid. Bomala, taboo. C. Taboo. Bosu, lime spatula of whalebone, exchanged in the Kula. Bulabwalata, evil magic. Bwagayu, sea sorcery. Cannibalism, mythical references to. Canoes, ch4, principles of stability, of, 3 classes of. Social organization of labor at construction of, ownership of, ceremonial building of, chv, magic of. Sea launching, sailing, Tassasoria, Kabajadoya, magic, Najaga, Masawa, Yawarapu, compartments of a sea. Ceremonial objects. Charts, as instruments of method. Sea method. Chiefs, of Sinakita. Chieftainship. See Trobriand I, natives, Amphlete is. Circulation of Vegue on the Kula Ring. Commercial honor, in Kula transactions, see quarreling. Communal labor. Compartments, of a canoe. See Jabobo. Conch shell, magic of. Concrete evidence, method of. See method. Conversations, about Kula. See partnership. Cultural districts, of the Kula, ch. I, divs 2 v, c d, of the Trobriands, ch2, divs. 1-7. Debwana, c Dogina. Dangers of sailing, real, legendary. See shipwreck. Dates, fixing of. See synchronizing events. Departure, overseas, ch7, from Sinakita, of Kula parties from the Amphlets, from Dobu, of Dabuan fleet from the Amphlets. Distributions, ceremonial. See Aguia I, Mad R, Sagali, so I. District of the Kula, ch. I, subdivisions of. Dobu, district of, tribe of, appearance of, customs of, Kula in, ch14, Kula expeditions from, ch. 16. Doga, circular boar's tusk, exchanged in the Kula. Dogina, conclusion of magical spells, phonetic characteristics of. Economics of primitive man. See value. Aguia I, distribution of food in Dobu. Evolution, absence of idea of. Field work, first experiences of, proper conditions for. See method. Flying canoe, myth of. See Kudayuri. Mulakwazi and the flying of canoes. Foodstuffs, psychology of relation to, in the Trobriands, see Sagali. Fraser, Sir James, distinction between religion and magic, n, on the psychological principle of magic, n. Concept of totem. Gardens and magic, in the Trobriands. Gardner, A. H., on linguistic methods, n. Jabobo, main compartment of a canoe, magic of. Giryu, culture hero. Gifts. See give and take. Gilmore, Reverend M. On Trobriand trade, n. Gimwali, trade. Give and take, in Trobriand tribal life, psychology of, list of gifts, sociology of, in Kaloma industry. See Basi Gimwali Karabutu, kinship and presents, Korolamna, Kudu, Kwapulu. Kula, Laga, Mapula, Peripokala, Puea, Taloi, Trade, Vedai, Wasi. Gora, Mortuary Taboo. Gumagabu, Legend and Song of. Gwora, Taboo in Dobu. Haddon, c. Advance in Method by, on Racial Divisions in New Guinea. On Migrations of Cultures, Ibid, N. Historical Changes. Historical Perspective, Lack of. Hubert, H., and the Concept of Mama. Inland, Kula, ch. 19, in the Trobriands, in the other districts. Institutions, Study of. C. Method. Intertribal Relations, How News Spread in. Jeunesse, D., and Ballantyne A., quoted, on Missionary Feats, N. Kabajadoya, Ceremonial Presentation of a Canoe. Kalapullo, Fishing Canoe. Coloma, Spondylus Shell, Fishing and Working of, ch. 15. Distribution of Manufacture of, Mythology of, Magic of, Ceremonial Fishing for, Manufacturing of. Karabutu, Solicitory Gifts in the Kula. Kariyala, Magical Portent, of Wayugo. Kasabwebwerita, Culture Hero of the Kula. Katudabable, Necklace, exchanged in the Kula. Katayasi, Fornicating Expeditions, in the Trobriands. Kayubanai, Safety Magic. Absent on expeditions to Kidava. Kegayu, Magic of Fog. Myth about origin of. Katalugi in Kokapua, Mythical Countries. Kateria, Magic of Rescue, Qou, Small Canoe. Kinship, in the Trobriands, Kinship and Presents. Kidava, Kula in, chxx. Privileged Position in the Ring. Kiriwina, Kula Expeditions from K to Kidava, ch. XX. Koritamna, Secondary Gift. Kudayuri Myth of the Flying Canoe. Kudu, Clinching Gift in the Kula. Kukumali, Greenstone used for stone implements. Kula, General Description of, ch. Short definition of, its economic nature. Its main rules and aspects, k. As exchange of valuables, its secondary rules and aspects, mythology of, ch. 12, divs 3v, exchange valuables in the, ceremonial presentation of gifts within, meaning of, chxxii. As a type of ethnological fact. See Conversations, Dobu, Social Grouping, Synchronizing Events, Technicalities, Trade, Wawoila. Kula Community, defined, transactions within a, limits of, within the Trobriands. Kula Magic. See Mwazala, Magic. Kulturkreis. See Cultural Districts. Kulturmyths. Kwapulu, Solicitory Gifts. Quita, Legendary Giant Octopus. Labor, Organization of, in the Trobriands. See Communal Labor, Trobriand is. Natives. Laga, Ceremonial Purchase. Lashing Creeper. See Wayugo. Launching of Canoes, ch. 6, div. I. Legends, Gumagabu. Lilava, the magical bundle of Kula goods, taboos of. Linguistic documents, study of, ch. 17. Madar, distribution of food in the amphlets. Magic, systems of, associated with canoes, chv passim, ch 8, div 3, bridging over myth with reality, magic and the Kula, ch 17, subject matter of. Method in studying underlying ideas of, a primeval force, intrinsically a human force, relation to myth, systems of, table of Kula n, ceremonial element in, concise summary of native view of. See Beauty Magic, Bisala. Bulabwalata, Canoes, Jabobo, Lilava, Coloma, Kegayu, Kayubanai, Mulakwazi, Mwazala, Safety, Sailing, Shipwreck, Solomoya, Trobriandis, Villamalya, Wawoila, Wayugo, Wind, Yawarapu. Magical Filiation. Magical Power, of Words, ch. 18. Magical power and practical efficiency. Magical substances. See rites. Magician, general conditions of, taboos of, sociology of, economics of. Mailu tribe, trading among, cultural relation to the Masim. Manufacture of arms hells among, n. Mapula, repayment. Merit, r, and the concept of mama. Masawa, seagoing canoe. Sea canoes. Masim, racial subdivision of, description of southern Masim tribes, ch. Div 3. Villages of, appearance of, customs of, northern Masim. Mas, and the concept of mana. Megwa, magic. See magic. Mentality of natives, study of. See method. Method of ethnographic field work, introduction, divs 2-8. Its clear statement indispensable, 16, influence of scientific aims on, summary of. See concrete evidence, charts, field work, linguistic documents, magic. Method in studying. Migrations, in the Kula district. Mila Mala, annual feast and return of the spirits in the Trobriands. Mint. See Solomoya. Mortuary distribution. See Soy, Sagali. Mulakwazi, flying witches, chx, Passim. Magic against, nature of, imitation and training of, status of, methods of flight of, sorcery, inflicted by, association with shipwreck, and the flying of canoes. See Kagyu. Muwa, the initial and final halting place of Kula expeditions, ch8. Mwali. See arms hells. Mwazala, the magic of the Kula, ch8 Passim, ch13 Passim. Myth, ch12, native definition of. Distinction between myth and actuality, -330, stratification of, sociological analysis of. See Atuaine, Acharano Sina Temubadii, clans and Giryu, Kaloma, Kasabwebwerita, Kadayuri, Kulturmyths magic, origins. Petrifaction Tokosakuna. Myths, Tokalubwe Doga, Giryu, Tokosakuna, Kadayuri, Kasabwebwerita. Achuaine Acharano and Sinatamubadii. Najega, seagoing canoe. See canoe. Natives, dying out of, causes of. Natives. See Trobriand is, natives, Masim, races, Dobu amphletes. Necklaces. See soulava, Katutubable. Northern Masim. See Masim. Nuwakipaki, jumping stones. Octopus. See Quita. Organization of savage communities. Orgiastic license, during weeding in the Trobriands. Origins of institutions, native ideas about. Origins of magic. Ownership, in the Trobriands, defined. Ownership. Of the Kula articles. Pari, goods taken on Kula. Also, more especially, arrival gifts. See VIII. Partnerships, briefly defined, social intercourse within, sociology of, XI, Div 2, limitations to, p, relation in general, list of partners, entering into. Women as partners. Payments. See give and take. Petrifaction, mythological. Pokala, solicitory offering in the Kula. Pokala, tribute to chief. Pokala, payment to kinsman. Pokala, offerings given to mythical persons. Pottery in the amphlets, -286. Presents. See give and take. Provinces, in the Trobriand is. Prow board. See Tabuyo. Puea, gifts for work done. Quarreling, in the Kula. See commercial honor. Races, in New Guinea. See Masim. Rank. See Trobriand is. Natives. Return visit of the Dobuans to Sinakita, ch16. Return journey of the Sinaketans. Rites, magical, general analysis, substances used in rivers, W.H.R., advance in method by, N., genealogical method of sailing, Ch4. Sociology of, magic of, S. on Palolu, Ch9, technique of, privileges of subclans in sea dangers, stars, wind. Safety magic. C. Kayubanai, Kagayu. Sagali, ceremonial distributions, S. Atanavalaku. Sago, making of. Sarabuena, the beach of Kula magic, Ch13. Scenery, S. and myth. Scenery, in eastern New Guinea, in Dobu, in the Amflets, in the Trobriands, in the lagoon villages, on Palolu. In any Ferguson is. Seligman, C.G., on trading among the southern Mosim, advance in method by, N., methods of field work, on racial divisions in New Guinea, on customs of the S. Mosim. On types among N. Mosim, N. On Trobriand customs, N. On trade on the S. coast, N. On flying witches, on greenstone quarry of Sologa, N. On Marshall Bennett scenery, on Wallaga feast, on S. Mosim taboos, on mortuary feasts, on trade in tube. Use of word, currency, N. Sex, laxity in the Trobriands, repayment for sex intercourse, S. Relations in Dobu, S. Relations in the Amflets, S. Intercourse on overseas expeditions. C. Katayasi, orgiastic license. Sexual taboo. C. Taboo. Shipwreck, CHX, dangers of drowning during, story of, rescue from. C. Kagayu, Kateria, Molokwazi. Cinematanaginoji, legendary reign. Sociology and myth. C. Myth. Sociological analysis of. Soai, mortuary feasts associated with the Kula. Social grouping of a Kula party. C. Sailing, canoes. Songs. Gumagabu. Soulava, necklaces of spondylus, shell discs, exchanged in the Kula. C. Kaloma. Southern Mosim. C. Mosim. Sorcery, in the Trobriands. C. Molokwazi. Spells, magical, native ideas about, and rites, in relation to human anatomy. Theory of meaning of, vocal utterance of, phonetic characteristics of. Spells, in native, fragments of, Kagagabal, Katamiyala, Bisala, Kayakanaviva, Kapatunana Duku, Yawarapu. Jabobo, Tawaya, Jayatanawa, no. Kateria. Spells, magical, Babusi Takwe, Kamamwayu, Kapatunana Duku, Ligogo, Wayugo. Yawarapu, Solamwoya, 439, Kamololo, Lilava, Jabobo, Katamiyala, Bisala, Kayakuna Viva. Jairokewa no, Leia Kagayu, Jairokewa no, Pwaka Kagayu, Jayatanawa no, Dakuna Kagayu, Jayatanawa no, Kateria, Kagayu of Tokalabwedoga, Kekakea, Talo, Tawaya, Kayakuna Tabuyo, Kavala Kolaku. Katavalina Moinawega, Kayubanai, Koigapani. Spirits. C. Baloma, Milamala, Tauvayu, Takwe. Stars, in sailing. Stone implements. C. Kukumali. Stones, jumping. C. Nuakipaki. Vinilida. Sulamoya, axiomatic mint plant, magic of. Subclans. C. Trobriand is, totemism, sailing. Synchronizing events, in the Kula. Taboos, sexual, kept before Kula expedition, T. of sailing, 229, T. Imposed on village during absence of Kula party, T. in Kula wooing, institutions of protective T. C. Gora, Gwara. Tabuyo, ornamental prowboard. Taloi, farewell gifts. Tanarer, comparison of valuables. Tapwana, middle part of magical spells, analysis of one, phonetic characteristics of. Tassasoria, trial run of a canoe, ch6, divi, c canoe. Talvayu, malignant spirits, t. And the Kula. Technology of pot making, -286. Technicalities of the Kula, ch14. Texts, native statements quoted verbatim, 229. See accounts, legends, myths, spells, songs. Texts, in native with translation and commentary, 460. Tokosekuna, culture hero of Kula. Takwe, wood sprite. Toli. See ownership. Toli Uvalaku. See Uvalaku. Taliwaga, owner or master of a canoe. See sailing, compartments of a canoe. Totemic clans, and myth of Kagayu, TC in myths of Kula, TC in magic. See Trobriand is, natives. Trade, among South Sea natives. Preliminary to the Kula, secondary in the Kula, in the Amphletes, 286, between Kirawina and Kidava. In the eastern branch of the Kula. See Mwali, Mailu. Trading expeditions, from the W. Trobriands. Tradition, classification of, force of. Trobriand Island natives, ch2, appearance of the, rank among, women and sex, among the, villages of, gardens of, chieftainship, among. Totemism, clans and kinship, among, religion and magic of. See foodstuffs, give and take, kinship, labor, milamala, provinces, scenery, sorcery. Tube, Kula in. Urigubu, annual payments of food to sister's husband. Ulla, exordium or beginning of magical spells, analysis of 1, phonetic characteristics of. Uvalaku, ceremonial competitive expedition, and U, expedition described, ch16 passim, arrangements about, timetable of A. Between Kirawina and Kidava. Vaga, opening gift in the Kula. Value, economic, in primitive societies, native conception of. See economics, Vegue. Valuables. See Vegue, Biku, Bosu, Doga, Katudabable, Mwali. Soulava. Vedai, arrival gifts. Vegue, native valuables, value of, entry into and egress from the ring, its meaning analyzed, ceremonial uses of, at death. Vilamalya, magic of food. Vinilida, jumping stones. Waga. Sea canoes. Wasi, barter of fish for vegetables. Wawoila, wooing for Kula gifts, magic of. Wayugo, creeper for lashing canoes, magic of. Westermark, E, terminology of W adopted. Wind, W, and sailing, magic of. Witches. See Molokwazi. Wooing for Kula gifts. See Karabutu, Kwepulu, Pokala, Wawoila. Yawarapu, canoe covering of plaited mats, its magic. Yodel, return gift in the Kula. Yoyova. See Molokwazi. Yulawada, ceremony at Kula presentation. Printed in Great Britain by Headley Brothers, Ashford, Kent, and 18, Devonshire Street, E.C.2. Colophon. Availability. Metadata. Title. Argonauts of the Western Pacific, an account of native enterprise. An adventure in the archipelagos of Melanesian New Guinea. Author. Bronislaw Malinowski, 1884–1942. Language. English, UK. Original publication date. Keywords. Ethnology, Papua New Guinea, Trobriand Islands. Kula Exchange, Papua New Guinea, Trobriand Islands. Mas Sim, Papua New Guinean people, rites and ceremonies. Catalog entries. Project Gutenberg catalog page. Related Library of Congress catalog page. Related Open Library catalog page, for source. Encoding. Bronislaw Malinowski, 1884–1942, was a British anthropologist of Polish descent. Born in Krakow, Poland, he studied at the Jagiellonian University, Krakow, and in Leipzig. He moved to London in 1910. In 1914 Malinowski took part in an expedition to New Guinea and Melanesia and spent the next 4 years studying the people of the Trobriand Islands of the Southwest Pacific. He began teaching at the University of London in 1924 and became professor of social anthropology in 1927. Between 1939 and 1942 he was a visiting professor at Yale University. He was the founder of functionalism, a school in anthropology which maintains that cultures should be studied in terms of their particular internal dynamics. This book, a classic in anthropology, describes in great detail the Kula system of the Trobriand Islands in New Guinea. In the Kula, valuables are circulated among the various islands in a complicated, ceremonial way. This system is a kind of gift culture, in which status is not obtained from the possession of material objects, but by handling them or giving them away. Similar to the potlatch of the indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest coast of Canada and the United States. This also has some relevance to the modern open-source movement. The book itself had a huge impact on anthropology, because of Malinowski's at that time novel approach of anthropological research, in which the author immersed himself in the culture he studied, using informal interviews, direct observation, participation in the life of the group, and collective discussions. Bibliography. Family among the Australian Aborigines, a sociological study. Argonauts of the Western Pacific. Crime and custom in savage society. Sex and repression in savage society. Father and primitive psychology. The sexual life of savages in northwestern Melanesia, an ethnographic account of courtship, marriage and family. Life among the natives of the Trobriand Islands, British New Guinea. Coral gardens and their magic. A study of the methods of tilling the soil and of agricultural rights in the Trobriand Islands. Foundations of faith and morals. An anthropological analysis of primitive beliefs and conduct with special reference to the fundamental problems of religion and ethics. Freedom and civilization. Dynamics of culture change, an inquiry into race relations in Africa. Magic, science, and religion. A diary in the strict sense of the term, translated from the Polish by Norbert Guterman. Revision History. October 27, 2017, posted to Project Gutenberg. October 31, 2000, removed a lot of parse errors against the DTD. October 29, 2000, converted to TEI format, added TEI header. Corrections. The following corrections have been applied to the text. Page. Source. Correction. Edit distance. Questions. Question. Kirawinensium. Kirawiniensium. And. Of. Not in source. Wood sprite. Prowboards. Communal. V. 4. Sojourn. Inadmissibility. Diagrammatic. Considerable. Psychological. Pidgin English. Imponderabilia. Formulated. Occurring. Sphinxes. Unforgettable. Prognathic. Ignominious. Picturesque. Performance. Deleted. Inhabitants. Possesses. Possesses. Betel nut. Betel nut. Subdivided. Subdivided. Familiar. Familiar. Lufflands. Lufflands. Fieldwork. Fieldwork. Considerable. Considerable. And. Rhythmic. Rhythmic. Plates. Plate. Asymmetrical. Asymmetrical. Discretion. Digression. Controlling. Controlling. A. Deleted. C. Prowboard. Prowboard. Wood sprites. Wood sprites. Expels. Expels. Substances. Substances. Behavior. Behavior. Kasanae. Kasanae. Paraphernalia. Paraphernalia. Not in source. Still. Basketsful. Basketfuls. Claypots. Claypots. Have. Deleted. Dinghay. Dinghy. Connected. Connected. Piscology. Psychology. Not in source. As. A. Poitai. Poitai. Relatively. Relatively. Seligman. Seligman. Southwest. Southwest. Manufacturing. Manufacturing. Ellipsoid. Ellipsoid. Pumice. Pumice. Form. From. Deleted. Not in source. Not in source. Unbridgeable. Unbridgeable. Sinatomubadai. Sinatomubadii. Deleted. Tub tube. Tube tube. Acharamoa. Acharamoe. Piscological. Psychological. Procting. Proceeding. Not in source. Fish hawk. Fish hawk. Acquisition. Acquisition. Nonchalance. Nonchalance. Insistence. Insistence. Not in source. Pumice stone. Pumice stone. Overlated. Overloaded. Fleets. Fleet. Proprietary. Proprietary. Ebullition. Ebullition. Anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphic. Usurped. Usurped. Uncorrelated. Uncorrelated. Preference. Performance. Professor. Professor. Division. Division. Inventors. Inventors. 6. V. Creeper. Creeper. Referring. Referring. Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Not in source. Well informed. Well informed. WTH. With. Community. Community. Axe blades. Axe blades. Voci. Voice. Not in source. Dispel. Dispel. Betel nut. Betel nut. Trobriands. Trobriands. Not in source.